Chapter 61 Occupation. Did she really let him come to harvest? Is she the kind of person who lies when she asks this question? A little bit. But can commanding be called lying? To be precise, she just fooled him a little. You can ask your teammates, Xu Xiang said. Ren Zizai was half believing and half doubting, and contacted his teammates to inquire about the situation. Wang Xinchu sneered. You still remember to ask us? Sun Che shouted, Captain, someone from the Jinta team came to help us. We kicked out all the small teams from Shilo University. The only ones left are the Dream Team and the R11 team. Ren Zizai opened his eyes and brightened. Is this true or not? Where are the people from the Sakura Wife team? He only cares about this now. Don't let him catch the 6th formation of Zayadeyuan. They ran away. But Mochizuki's alone is in a bad situation. The damage to the Feiyun fuselage is estimated to be over 50%. Zayadeyuan will be busy. It will not be able to find a base for at least more than 10 hours. Sun Che said. Captain, where are you? Brother Feng asked where you planted the flag. Ren Zizai didn't turn off the speaker, and Xu Xiang next to him could hear what he was saying. I sent a coordinate. Ren Zizai sent the coordinates of the location analyzed in advance to the team channel. Let Huang Xinshu go, and the others continue to fight and delay the enemy team. Huang Xinshu is a sniper, leaving quietly and not easy to be discovered. Received. Huang Xinshu responded. Xu Xiang listened to their conversation, tilted his head, and scratched his head with his index finger. Just a few seconds ago, the system gave a prompt that the Jinta team occupy the Oslet Valley, covering the entire valley, and even part of the forest. 1,500 points. Valid for 24 hours. Very good feedback. Xu Xiang wanted to remind Huang Xinshu to avoid a wasted trip. But before she could open her mouth, her teammates came to her first. Xiang, the R11 team has withdrawn, and the Dream Team is also preparing to withdraw. Do you want to chase them? Yanli asked. No need to chase. Xu Xiang came back to her senses. Gather at the north of the valley and prepare to go up the mountain. There are more strongholds and points waiting for them on the mountain. Yanli responded and called Yanosu and Zhu in to withdraw from the forest together. Xu Xiang was about to say goodbye to Ren Zizai, but the other party spoke first. Junior sister. Ren Zizai choked. I'm sad. He is so good at pretending. Xu Xiang could tell that he was pretending. Ren Zizai cried violently, with a storm on his face but not crying. Huang Xinshu said your people occupied the stronghold. Strongholds are not unique. Anywhere can be a stronghold. The key is that different places have different points for flags. And the more suitable the place, the higher the points. Obviously, Xu Xiang and Ren Zizai have set their sights on the same place. It just so happens that the Jinta team is one step faster. Next time, Xu Xiang said. Really? Xu Xiang was silent. It's really hard to guarantee. I'm going to make a scene. Xu Xiang remained silent. Alas. Ren Zizai waved his hand. You go and join your teammates. Xu Xiang was stunned. Let her go just like that. Ren Zizai saw that she didn't move, and suddenly laughed. You forgot that from a certain perspective, we are also competitors, and you have no reason to let me. Jokes aside, Ren Zizai would not really blame Xu Xiang. Each depends on their own strength. Xu Xiang took the initiative to find the Starry Sky team and the Dream Team, and relied on these two teams to attract more teams. She used the minds of all parties to create a melee, which is her ability. Ren Zizai will only speed up the time to catch up later. He wants to surpass her in the T arena. Although the two teams are now in a cooperative relationship because they are from the same school. As Ren Zizai said, they are competitors and will definitely stand on opposite sides in the end. They are all for themselves and their own teams, because there is only one champion. Yeah, Xu Xiang responded. She will surpass him in the overall ranking. The two separated and reunited with their teammates. Xu Xiang was the last to arrive. She walked slowly and observed the valley while walking. The valley currently belongs to the Jinta team. Boss! Chuan was the first to see Xu Xiang and shouted excitedly. This wave of fighting is so cool. The T arena has more energy than the Moni Al arena, so they can play freely. In addition, the opponent this time is very strong, and Juan is very happy after the fight. I occupied the stronghold, Ulrich boasted. Mengichin glanced at him and said nothing. Mengichin was about to plant the flag when he was stopped by Ulrich. Someone insisted on taking the credit. Mengichin was a little speechless, but there was no point in arguing about it, so he let him do it. Xu Xiang sent the video she had just recorded to Meng Yichen privately, and the other party received it in seconds. Juan, I eliminated 6 people from Shilo University. If it weren't for me, Captain Yan, and Yano holding back those people, could you have occupied the base so quickly? Alric, don't assume something that didn't happen. Anyway, I occupied the base. Juan said, it must be Meng Yichen who asked you to do it. Alric was just showing off. I occupied the base. Juan, I will definitely occupy it next time. Alric, I occupied the base. Juan was mad. There was nothing to do for the time being. Yinli did not stop the elementary school students from arguing, but simply reviewed the previous battle with Yanosu. Xu Xiang did not talk to her teammates because DCI called a video call. Xu Xiang turned off the team channel and answered the call. She thought DCI was going to accuse her of breaking her promise and deceiving the dream team. But she didn't. Sorry, DCI said. DCI on the screen looked serious, as if he was in class. Xu Xiang shook her head. No need. She could guess why DCI apologized. The 3 teams of Shilo University were invited by Xing Jianhui. As the captain, DCI apologized to the partners on behalf of Xing Jianhui. Xu Xiang didn't care, because she knew Xing Jianhui would do such a thing. Otherwise, why would she contact the dream team? You should also apologize to me, DCI continued. What? Xu Xiang thought she had heard wrong, tilted her head slightly, and pointed at herself. DCI, we had people attack you in Fengyi City, so you knew she was unwilling to lose to you, and used her mentality in this arena to let her invite other teams to add bricks and tiles to your melee plan. Oh, this. DCI actually saw it. That's right. Xu Xiang wanted to increase the value of the Shanma stronghold through melee. If she didn't do this, how would she get the 1,500 points? What did DCI want to express? Xu Xiang thought. DCI felt that she shouldn't have betrayed the team of Shilo University, but it was Xing Jianhui who called the person. So if we have to say betrayal, it should be Xing Jianhui who said betrayal first. I know it was Hui who called the person, DCI said. I mean, you shouldn't use her. You can just tell us your plan. Oh, just tell us directly. Did DCI want Xu Xiang to speak her mind, instead of playing tricks? What an upright person. But, if she really said it, would DCI agree? As long as it doesn't harm the interests of our school, I will agree. DCI seemed to have guessed Xu Xiang's thoughts and told her firmly. Because I promised you. Xu Xiang let out a long ah as if sighing. She looked straight into DCI's eyes, and the other party's eyes did not dodge. I'm sorry, she said, equally serious. If it were someone else, they might be stunned, or even find it funny. It's normal to use conspiracy in the arena. Anyone who doesn't do so will appear naive and childish. As a result, now, the 2 people apologized to each other for betraying each other. But DCI quickly responded to Xu Xiang, I accept it. This time, you and I are both wrong. Our team can help you again, provided that it does not harm the interests of Shilo University. Xu Xiang continued. I take note. DCI nodded, okay. Xu Xiang was about to hang up the call, and DCI suddenly spoke again. Xu Xiang, she said, you are a good person. I hope we can be friends outside the stadium. Xu Xiang did not respond. She had said before that she did not intend to be friends with anyone. DCI teammates were calling her, and DCI said, see you later, and hung up the call. Not long after, Xing Jianhui also called Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang accepted. Xing Jianhui stared at Xu Xiang for a long time with a complicated expression, opened and closed her mouth, and finally said nothing and hung up the call directly. Xu Xiang, ? Inexplicable. Xiang? Yinli's voice came from outside the mecha. I called you in the channel, but you didn't respond. Is there something wrong with the communication equipment? Xu Xiang came back to her senses and reopened the team channel. Nothing. What's wrong? Yinli asked, can we go up the mountain? Xu Xiang nodded, yes. It's time. It's time to compete for more points. Great. Xuan is always the most excited and runs very fast. Go. 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 Stop. I haven't started yet. Ulrich immediately chased after him. Fei Yun and Yuzi chased each other, as if they were not teammates, but opponents in a fight. Qi Yan and Qing Jian stood on the left and right, carefully observing the surrounding environment. The wind carrier followed Xuanqing silently. Xu Xiang looked at her teammates on the screen and was silent for a while. Did she really not want to be friends with anyone? Teacher's Lounge. A melee that lasted for 5 or 6 hours finally ended. The R11 team lost a sniper, and the total score decreased to 6,000, and the ranking also dropped, tied with the Dream Team for 3rd place. The 3 teams of West Building University were basically wiped out, with only 2 people left in each team, and only the Dream Team escaped unscathed. The secondary attacker of the Sakuraza team suffered the most. The damage to the body of the Feiyun he controlled was as high as 57%, and the repair process would be very difficult. All members of the Starry Sky team survived, and only Qingye needed to be repaired. After a melee, only the Golden Pagoda team made a profit, with 1,500 points. This team jumped directly to the 2nd place. No 1, Starry Sky team points, 7,410. No 2, Golden Pagoda team points, 7,330. No 3, Dream team points, 6,000. No 3, R11 team points, 6,000. No 5, Sakuraza team points, 3,050. This is the current overall ranking. DCI is too honest. Yang Sanchen pretended to be very sad, but in fact, he just wanted to praise his students. After the Montiel game, Yang Sanchen talked to DCI and didn't understand why DCI wanted to cooperate with Xu Xiang. DCI said he didn't want to cheat his alumni. In the TIA competition, DCI apologized to Xu Xiang and promised to help Xu Xiang again. He was so easy to talk to. Naya pushed his glasses and said, Xiang is also an honest person. DCI asked Xu Xiang to apologize, and Xu Xiang really did. When she saw this scene, Naya was still wondering whether Xu Xiang would decisively refuse. After all, Xu Xiang brain circuits were sometimes very novel. As a result, Xu Xiang apologized seriously. Well, it's quite novel to say this. To be honest, the apology they made was probably only understood by them. After hearing what Naya said, Ji Xia next to her couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Calling a nickname already? It seems that he taught Xu Xiang something and regarded the other party as his own student. 2 of the top 3 Auroras are here. Your principal is going to show off again, Yang Sanchen said, shaking his index finger. But it's only temporary. Xiao Di and the others will definitely catch up soon. Ji Xia smiled but said nothing. Naya looked at the screen and frowned. The Jinta team officially entered the Oslet Mountains. As far as she knew, there were Zerg in this mountain. Chapter 62 Entering the Mountain. The majestic mountains stand between heaven and earth. The Mecha was originally a steel giant, but after entering the mountainous area, the steel giant also became a tiny particle. The natural light shines through the sparse clouds, casting mottled light and shadow on the fuselage. Along the way, Ulrich and Juan looked at the rankings a lot. Jinta team, 2nd in the overall ranking. 1st in the Tia Star Arena. Temporary. Boss. That melee was great. Although several hours have passed, Juan is still very excited. And all the cells in his body are excited. I want to fight again. The melee is very tiring, but the results are rich. Juan tasted the sweetness. However, for Xu Xiang, there is no need to use the same strategy for the 2nd time. Xu Xiang, let's talk about it later. Let's rest in front first, and continue to move forward at night. The game duration of the Tia Star Arena is 15 days, and a certain amount of sleep and full spirit are necessary. Ulrich, Juan and Mingqichen have all slept in the Montiel Arena. Not to mention the Tia Arena. Eat when it's time to eat. Drink when it's time to drink. And sleep when it's time to sleep. This is the style of the Jinta team. It's 7:30 in the evening, and they should have dinner. Xu Xiang led the way, and the group came to a flat place not long after walking. If they walked a little further, they could see a small stream. For rest, this is a good place. Looking at the map, there are no red dots around, and they are safe. Xu Xiang walked out of the Mecha. It is now 1940 Tia time, and the sunset gradually disappears behind the mountains, leaving a brilliant sunset in the west. Several mechas stopped one after another, and the mountains became quiet, and even the mountain breeze became melodious. Why do you always like to walk out of the Mecha? Ulrich looked at the map a few more times, and even if there were no red dots, he would say, it's not safe. I want to see new scenery. Xu Xiang looked into the distance. She likes new things, such as the earthen dungeon of Montiel and the mountains of Tia. The mountains are hidden in the afterglow, and the shadows are unclear, which looks like an ink painting. I want to step on the ground. Xu Xiang lifted her feet under the pull of gravity, and it was not as difficult as at the beginning. She likes the solid feeling of stepping on the land with both feet. I want to feel the air here. Xu Xiang stood beside Xuanqing's legs, and her hair was blown by the flowing air. She likes the free wind in the mountains. The wind can bring a smell that you can't smell at other times. Ulrich was stunned by her 3 consecutive sentences. Is this still the Xu Xiang he knows? She actually said so many words that have nothing to do with fighting. It seems that she really likes it. Ulrich glanced at the map again, and after making sure that there was no one else around, he left the mecha, walked to Xu Xiang's side, followed her gaze to look into the distance, and then kicked the stone on the ground with effort. The mountain breeze was a bit cold. It's pretty good, Ulrich said. Yeah. Seeing that both of them had mechas, Xuan also came over happily. The 3 of them stood together, just like a network signal. Just in case, Yanli did not use the mecha, but watched the map. Ulrich had good eyesight. He saw something moving in his peripheral vision, looked over immediately, then took out his pistol, aimed at the target and shot. Bang! Xuan was frightened by the sudden sound. What are you doing? I want to eat meat. Ulrich ran over, picked up the target that was hit, and held it up for everyone to see. It was a wild rabbit. Their food supplies were only compressed biscuits and dry food, which only filled their stomachs but were not delicious. If they wanted to eat delicious food, they had to find another way. Ulrich couldn't get Xuan to move, and he was embarrassed to call Yunoki, and it was not convenient to ask the respected Captain Yen for help. So he found Mengichin again and asked him to pick up some dry firewood and leaves. Mengichin, so he is at the bottom of the food chain? This matter has nothing to do with mechas. Mengichin refused. No. Yanli said in time, I go. Xiaoming, you pay attention to the map. Ulrich took the rabbit to the river, skinned it, cleaned it, and removed its fur. Xuan was shocked. His mouth rounded into an O shape. You can actually do these things? He thought that the eldest son of the Mesberg family had never touched ordinary water. But he didn't expect Ulrich to be so skilled. And he looked like an old hand. What do you know? This is life, Ulrich said. Xuan let out a long huh. Yanosu was curious. Who did you learn from? Just as she asked, Yanli came back. Yanli had experience in surviving in the wild, and the leaves and dry firewood she found were very suitable for making fire. Ulrich took out the flint and struck a fire with a pile of dead leaves. Sparks ignited the dead leaves, and the fire started immediately. The firewood was used to prolong the burning time of the flame. Ulrich said while setting up the wooden frame, I learned it from my mother when I was a child. She likes adventures in the wild, and said it would be more challenging to take me with her. Ulrich lives a comfortable life. Once she leaves the technological life, she is a little waste. It is really challenging for her mother to take her to the wild. Yanosa thought it was funny. It turns out that Ulrich has such a story. There is no seasoning, so we will just eat it later, Ulrich said while turning the roasted rabbit. The people of the Jinta team gathered in a circle. The temperature in the mountains at night is relatively low, and everyone gathered around the fire and did not feel cold. Soon, the air was filled with fragrance. The fat of the rabbit meat was melted by the flames, and the sizzling sound was heard. The fragrance of the wood was integrated into the meat, making the mixed fragrance of protein and lipid more layered. I have to say that Ulrich is really good at this. Ulrich broke off the fattest rabbit hind legs, gave one to Xu Xiang, kept one for himself, and then gave the rest to Yanli for her to share. Of course, one rabbit is not enough for 6 people to share. At most, it can be a snack. If you want to eat enough, you have to rely on compressed biscuits. Xu Xiang ate the biscuits first, and then ate the rabbit legs after she had almost finished eating. The meat was tender and had a good taste. There was no seasoning, but the rabbit meat itself tasted good. Xu Xiang said, it's delicious. Ulrich heard Xu Xiang praise himself, and his tail was up. Don't you think about who roasted it. After Xu Xiang was full, he stood up to digest. Yanli returned to the mecha and continued to be alert to the surroundings. We will leave for the supply station at 9:30. You guys take a rest, Xu Xiang said. Where are you going? Yunoki heard this and guessed that Xu Xiang was going out for a while. Just take a walk. Do a small survey by the way. She said that the wind can bring smells that you can't smell at ordinary times. She smelled it. It was very faint, but familiar. Oh! Yonoki responded. Be careful. You shouldn't need to get on the mecha to take a walk. So Yonoki gave Xu Xiang a gun and dagger specially used for the competition for her to protect herself. Xu Xiang thanked him and took it. It was really cold in the mountains at night. Even though it was summer. The cool breeze made people shiver. Xu Xiang's combat uniform was very thick. And she was in good physical condition. As she walked, her body became hot, and she felt less cold. It was completely dark. There were no lights in the mountains. Only the natural light reflected by the moon-like celestial body illuminated the ground with silver light. The outline of the forest disappeared in the distance. And the shadows were dim. It was quiet around. And the whole world slowed down. Going further, Xu Xiang heard the sound of the stream flowing. And the leaves were blown by the wind, making a rustling sound when they swayed and rose. The wind blew. The familiar smell became stronger. Xu Xiang walked against the wind, trying to find the source. Finally, she stopped by the stream and looked against the flow of the stream. There was no end in sight. Xu Xiang returned to the camp. Nothing happened, and it was a few hours of peace. Auric was fixing his hair, looking at himself in the mirror, but still not satisfied. He wanted to throw the mirror to get angry. But when he saw Xu Xiang coming back, he immediately forgot what he was going to do. Stood up and asked her, "Where did you go? Why did you come back so late?" Xu Xiang, by the river. Auric, oh. Take me with you next time. Xu Xiang refused. No. He was too noisy. Zhuan, who was standing by, couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Auric's attention was diverted. So he scolded him. Xu Xiang took the opportunity to enter the mecha and escape from the argument between the two elementary school students. Xu Xiang opened the detailed map of the Oslet Mountains and found the name of the stream. Lihua Creek. Lihua Creek belongs to the Oslet River system, and it is only a small tributary. If you trace the source of the water, it is in the Kula Grand Canyon. Xu Xiang was thoughtful. Xiang? Yinli's voice interrupted her thoughts. It's 9:30. Xu Xiang came back to her senses. Okay. Let's go to the supply station. According to the rules, fighting is prohibited within a 10-kilometer radius of the supply station. Once you enter that area, you cannot fight even if you encounter an enemy team. It is estimated that many teams will take advantage of the loopholes and run to that side if they can't win. The nearest supply station to the Jinta team is on the hillside. When the 6 people arrived, there were already several teams queuing up, including the Dream Team. The people of the Dream Team sat under a big umbrella, eating and drinking. Xu Xiang walked towards them with her hands in her pockets. She didn't mean to do anything else. But the other seats were full, so she could only sit there. Yinli and others followed. The supply station has LED lights, and the light source shines on the Jinta team's team emblem. The pure gold emblem shines brightly, dazzling others. When Zhuan saw it, he deliberately swayed around just to show off his small emblem. Xu Xiang. A girl stood up and looked at Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang stopped and looked at the other person. She was a cute girl with a round face and big eyes, and a high ponytail with bangs. Xu Xiang didn't want to talk, so she tilted her head to express her confusion. What did the other person want to say? I'm Xing Jianhui, the girl said. Oh, this afternoon. Xing Jianhui clenched her fists, turned her head, and said, I'm sorry. Xu Xiang looked at DCI subconsciously. DCI had already apologized. Why did Xing Jianhui apologize again? And this girl doesn't look like someone who will easily bow her head. It can't be that DCI forced her. Right? DCI looked calm. It's not me. She only looked for Xing Jianhui because of the incident at the Monty Al Stadium. Not this time. We are all adults. And similar things don't need others to say it a second time. Xing Jianhui has her own thoughts. And DCI doesn't need to interfere. Oh! Xu Xiang responded to DCI first, then turned her head and looked at Xing Jianhui again, saying, Oh! Xing Jianhui. This person. Xu Xiang said, it's all for winning. No need to apologize. It's like she took advantage of others. Ren Zizai didn't even ask her to apologize. Xing Jianhui frowned. No. She said, I thought you could prove yourself if I won. But then I thought about it, and realized that it was unnecessary because you are not the strongest. Xu Xiang did not respond. Xing Jianhui said, We will take first place. And that is the best choice to prove myself. No longer obsessed with a certain person, but moving towards the ultimate goal. If Xu Xiang was once a mountain on her way forward, Now she has become an ordinary NPC. Xing Jianhui will meet many NPCs, who will help her become stronger. Xu Xiang knew that this was what Xing Jianhui was hesitant to say in the channel at that time. As expected of a strong person in a strong team, the growth rate is really fast. Okay, Xu Xiang said. But the first place is ours. Xing Jianhui was about to refute. But suddenly, there was a violent movement in the distance, shaking the entire ground. Like a landslide, the rumbling sound resounded through the sky, more terrifying than thunder, and even a weird hissing sound, according to the specifications of the shells in the competition field. This phenomenon cannot be caused. Right? Wait. Calm down and listen carefully. Could it be? The theoretical class at school made some students come up with a guess. Zerg? Chapter 63. Go forward. Every year, the Alliance provides high subsidies to military schools and military students. The treatment of military students is very good. Choosing to join the army means that you will be employed upon graduation. Even if military students want to work in other industries, the Alliance will provide certain support. Why? Why does the Alliance attach so much importance to military students? Because they may become soldiers in the future. And soldiers have to go to the front line to fight against the Zerg. Since humans discovered the Zerg on the Romu binary star in 2177, this terrifying giant alien race has become the biggest hostile creature to humans. They reproduce very quickly and copy and paste new life all the time. They are immortal. So far, humans have not found Zerg that died naturally. They are highly toxic and can infect life forms through spore placement and virus input, turning life forms into their own puppets. They are extremely destructive. Wherever they go, the environment is seriously polluted, and it is difficult for interstellar residents to escape. Humans have been peaceful in the Interstellar for several years, and the Zerg swarm broke this peace. The Zerg is everywhere, even on the most developed planet Rokalo. In order to fight against the Zerg and protect humans, the Alliance military department formed a new army. The research department invented mechas and weapons, and the historical issues department looked for the reasons for the emergence of the Zerg. When facing the Zerg at first, humans were unarmed. But now there are steel giants everywhere, and cold and hot weapons are used alternately. It is now the year 2852, and the army has a lot of experience in dealing with the Zerg. However, it is a bit unfamiliar to the military cadets. The military cadets systematically learn theoretical knowledge and visit the Zerg sample museum, but they have no practical experience. According to the regulations of the Alliance, military cadets can choose whether to join the army after graduation, and only after they successfully join the army do they need to formally learn how to fight the Zerg. The Montiel Stadium is very safe. So safe that the students have forgotten the existence of the Zerg. The Tia Star Stadium reminds them of this again. After a long period of shaking, a student finally spoke. I guessed right. It's the Zerg? No. That thing looks scary on TV. I don't dare to fight with real swords and guns. Just don't go there. What are you afraid of? The Alliance will solve it. Solve what? I heard that the Alliance is planning to reform the competition system recently. The kind of trial. They may really let the Zerg in for us to fight. Wasn't there such a link before? So it's a reform. The teacher didn't say that. So it's a trial. It will decide whether to formally change it based on our performance. My sister's friend works in the military department, and I heard it from my sister's friend. Speechless. Why don't you give an accurate answer to this matter? Aren't you afraid that something will happen to us? Shh. Stop talking. The person in charge is looking over here. The person in charge of this supply station asked everyone to be patient. Xu Xiang put his hands in his pockets, looked at the person in charge, and waited for the other party to speak. Alric approached Xu Xiang, bent down and asked, "Have you seen the Zerg?" He had always wanted to ask, but had never found the opportunity. Xu Xiang came from the post-war planet, and the post-war planet and its residents often experience being massacred by the Zerg. What about Xu Xiang? Yeah. Xu Xiang nodded. More than once. More than one kind. She has been to many planets. So many that she can't even remember the number. The planets are far apart, and the spacecraft dedicated to wanderers is very crowded and stuffy. So interstellar journeys are very tiring. Sometimes, she finally arrived at her destination and was attacked by the Zerg, and then was forced to change her destination, and then encountered the Zerg again. And then, in short, she has seen many kinds of Zerg many times. She also has a deep understanding of the Zerg. She feels that she can write a popular science book. You survived, Ulrich said. He did not personally experience the disaster brought by the Zerg, but he heard reports about mortality and other data. And he also saw millions of corpses after the Zerg disaster on TV. Xu Xiang was only a few years old when she was wandering, but she can survive on her own until now. He rarely admires people, and Xu Xiang is definitely one of them. At first, he looked down on this little character from the post-war star. But after the sniper simulation battle and the Montiel competition, he was convinced by her. She is so awesome. Ulrich praised her in his heart. Xu Xiang, yeah, because she is so awesome. The students around were talking loudly, and the person in charge stopped in time. Ulrich didn't want to pay attention to the person in charge, but when he saw Xu Xiang turned her head to listen, he had to follow. Please don't worry, students, said the person in charge. The Alliance has inspected the Tia Star competition area, and everyone is safe in the competition area. We will send people to do a safety check for everyone in time for the vibration just now. Students, just play with peace of mind. Everyone knows that the Alliance attaches great importance to military school students. So when the official person in charge said so, everyone's hanging hearts were put down, and they lined up again to receive supplies. And only a few people were still whispering. It was the turn of the Golden Pagoda team to replenish supplies. Yinli was the captain. She went forward to communicate with the person in charge about relevant matters, and Yanochi helped on the side. The supply work of the Dream Team was completed. DCI said hello to Xu Xiang and led the team to leave. Xu Xiang sat on a bench and looked at the mountains in the distance. The noise stopped, and the mountain area returned to silence. Xu Xiang. Ulrich sat next to her and turned to look at her. What do you think of the person in charge's words? There is something behind the words. The person in charge only said that he would ensure the safety of the students, and did not tell everyone that there were no swarms in the Oslet Mountains. Why didn't he make it clear? Ulrich, just now someone said that the Alliance was going to reform the competition system. In fact, I also heard from my mother's friends. But it's a pity that the other party didn't reveal too much. Xu Xiang asked, what aspects are being changed? Points requirements? Stadium scale? Venue selection? Ulrich shook his head. I don't know. I go back and ask. Xu Xiang, oh. In fact, she didn't think it was necessary to ask. Known information and intuition told her that after the TIA competition, the Alliance would personally issue an official document. More than 10 minutes later, Yinli came over and said that the supply work had been completed and everyone could move on. The Jinta team went deep into the Oslide Mountains and found another good base. But the validity time was relatively short. 300 points. 6 hours. It is now 2:30 TIA time, and all teams have occupied at least one base and obtained corresponding points. The Jinta team ranked first in the TIA competition with 1,800 points. 900 points ahead of the second-place star team. Xu Xiang contacted Ren Zizai and asked him if he heard the movement over the Oslide Mountains. Of course. Ren Zizai was a little excited. We were at the supply station and felt it just as we were about to set off. I suspect it was the Zerg. Huh? Ren Zizai said. But didn't the person in charge say it was safe? Does safety mean nothing? And Xu Xiang didn't trust Zizai to guess the person in charge's implication. Do you think so? Yes. Xu Xiang admitted generously. There were no Zergs in the previous league matches. Now is now. Ren Zizai paused for a moment and smiled. Junior sister. Are you trying to trick me again? He seemed to have guessed the purpose of Xu Xiang looking for him. Xu Xiang corrected. It's cooperation. It said that the matter of command can't be called cheating or tricking. Ren Zizai, then tell me about the content of the cooperation first. Xu Xiang organized his words and said, Zerg exists. Absolutely. We work together to defeat them. The bases and points can be divided. To be honest, Xu Xiang suspected that the Alliance deliberately left a few bugs in the Maria Mountains specifically to test students. Why didn't they say it in advance? Because they wanted to test the adaptability of this group of students and test the reform of the competition system. Does the Alliance want students to try to eliminate the Zerg? It's not impossible. After all, the Zerg is getting more and more rampant and evolving faster and faster. To deal with them, humans have to speed up their progress. Of course, the above is just Xu Xiang's speculation, and it is not guaranteed to be true. As for what she said about dividing the bases and points, it is not nonsense. Anywhere can be a base. That is, As long as they plan the area and points reasonably, they can achieve 2 groups of points in the same area, but the points allocated to each team will be reduced. What if other teams go there too? Rinzai asked. By then, it will not be a matter of 2 teams dividing the points, but a matter of multiple teams competing for the only best base and monopolizing the points. How many teams do you think dare to take this risk? Xu Xiang asked back. Rinzai answered quickly, about 100. 100 is not a small number, although there are 2,000 teams in the T arena. So far, many teams have been eliminated or lack teammates. The complete team is only 1,200 at most. According to what Rinzai said, it is equivalent to a probability of about 1 in 12. You can't let 100 teams divide up a place. Xu Xiang continued to ask, what about the actual situation? Dare and ability are different. Some teams may not come after comprehensive consideration. Rinzai looked at the map and made further guesses based on the location of the red dot and the enemy team's route of action. 20? Xu Xiang, almost. Rinzai. TSK. 2 times. You dare to go up. Xu Xiang, don't you dare? Rinzai, I always feel that the schoolgirl is using the method of provoking. The key is that he fell for it. Rinzai said, we can cooperate, but I have a condition. You say. You are not allowed to look for DCI this time. Rinzai recalled Xu Xiang's words and found the blind spot. Xu Xiang only said that points can be divided, and did not say how many teams will divide, so that they will not get a few points after working hard and doing a lot of things. Xu Xiang said, what if she comes to me? Rinzai refused. No. Why do you need her when you already have me? Xu Xiang, Although, according to her plan, she doesn't mind a few more people coming. Forget it. Even if she doesn't talk to DCI about cooperation this time, DCI will definitely go to that place. Xu Xiang and Rinzai can guess the alliance's plan, and DCI can naturally guess it. That place will definitely gather many strong teams. Okay. Finally, Xu Xiang agreed. Then it's a deal. Rinzai emphasized. You are not allowed to lie to me. Xu Xiang scratched her head. Why is this person so cautious? Rinzai stared at her, insisting that she respond. Xu Xiang, it's a deal. Well, it's only about dividing the points and the partners. Chapter 64 Explanation. Xu Xiang really didn't look for DCI. Even if DCI asked if she needed help, she would answer that she didn't need it for the time being. After talking with the 2 captains of other teams, Xu Xiang opened the team channel. It was late at night, and even if they took a short break for 2 or 3 hours, everyone was a little sleepy. But it was much better than the Monty Al Stadium. When do you go to bed? Auric stretched and asked. He went to bed late, but his work and rest schedule was relatively regular. Now was the time he usually went to bed. If it were before, he would definitely not ask such a question. But since he tasted the benefits of adequate sleep at the Monty Al Stadium, he always thought about sleeping. Sleeping. I don't have time for you to sleep these days, Xu Xiang said while sending the coordinates of a certain place. Let's go here. The edge of the Kula Grand Canyon. Converting the scale and adding the average speed to calculate. They will need at least 3 days to reach their destination. Auric forgot to protest when he saw the map and asked, do you want to go to the place where there are suspected Zerg? Xu Xiang nodded and told everyone her guess. Yinli agreed with this. I also think the Alliance has this plan. If so, the score coefficient of that place must be very high, and it is worth our trip. Xu had raised a doubt. What if there are no Zerg? Wouldn't they have gone there in vain? Xu Xiang told him affirmatively. There must be. This is the answer brought to her by years of experience. She can even roughly judge what kind of insects are hidden in that place by the movement just now. Woodworm? The first Zerg discovered by humans. Yinli Yanozu and Mengi Chen are both people who obey orders unconditionally. And Auric and Juan are convinced by Xu Xiang. So when she said this, no one expressed any objection. I also have a doubt. Yinli looked at the map and said, that place should be closer to the western edge of the Oslet Mountains. Why is our goal in Mu? The Kula Mountains are in the west, and the Oslet Mountains are in the east. The 2 mountains are closely connected, and the boundary is a river, namely Mu. Xu Xiang said, because we have 2 goals this time. A whole day has passed since the competition. The Maria Mountains, which have been sleeping for a night, gradually woke up. Natural light shines on the earth, and the sound of alternating cold and hot weapons can be heard everywhere in the mountains. The commentator has changed a group And today it is Lan Wu and Qingbi's turn. The contestants can find time to rest. And the audience can put down the light brain at any time. But the commentator must be present at all times. This competition lasts for 15 days. It is impossible for people not to sleep for 15 days. So there are two groups of commentators who take turns to work. Lan Wu is not a professional commentator, but the deputy team leader of the Alliance investigation team. She took the initiative to take charge of this work. Lan Wu sat upright, not changing her posture throughout the whole process. She was obviously smiling, but she always gave people a sense of oppression unintentionally. So far, Chung Bai said, the Golden Tower team ranked first with 1,800 points, followed by the Starry Sky team and the Dream team. The average score of the teams outside the top 10 fluctuated around 300. The Starry Sky team quickly caught up with the points, with 4 strongholds in one night, and was close to the Golden Tower team. The second stronghold of the Golden Tower team had passed the effective time and was later taken away by other teams. Fortunately, it did not affect the existing points. Calculating the time, the original stronghold with 1,500 points was also about to expire, although the expiration of the effective time did not affect the existing points. 1,500 points were easily taken away by others, which was a loss no matter how you think about it. Many barrages were anxious for the Golden Tower team. I see many teams looking for the base in Oslet Valley. If the Golden Tower team doesn't return to refresh the effective time, it will be a big loss. Looking at their route, it seems that they don't plan to go back. Real warriors never look back to see the critical rate. Don't be afraid. The location chosen by Xu Xiang is so hidden that few people can find it. Look at those teams. They are getting farther and farther away from the base. The best base must not only contribute a lot of points, but also ensure that it is not easy to be discovered. The audience has a god's perspective. At first, they thought that the location chosen by Xu Xiang was nothing special. Now it seems that this sister is really amazing. Lan Wu is obviously very interested in Xu Xiang. As long as the main station switches to the screen with the Golden Tower team, she will talk more. Chung Bai knows the reason. It is said that the Alliance is very interested in Xu Xiang, a student from the post-war star. Lan Wu is probably here for an investigation. At this moment, in the picture, Xu Xiang is leading the team to Mu. Lan Wu said, Mu is a very good location. It is connected to the Kula Mountains in the west by the Jinhe River and the Oslet Mountains in the east. By making good use of this, we can quickly travel back and forth between the two mountainous areas. Chung Bai, according to Xu Xiang, they want to deal with the woodworms in the Oslet Mountains. But the Jinta team did not rush there directly. It seems that Xu Xiang has other plans. Xu Xiang's idea is very strange. They may not be able to see it until the end with their god's perspective. Lan Wu thinks she is a very interesting student. Chung Bai, speaking of which, this is the first time that the Alliance allows Zerg to appear in the arena. What does Deputy Team Leader Lan think of the Alliance's decision? The movement last night made the students doubt the existence of Zerg. But the comfort of the person in charge made many people feel relieved. Only some people still insist on their original ideas. Of course, the audience also knows. But they just don't understand why the Alliance arranged it this way. Why? Don't you release any information? Aren't you afraid that students will be hurt? Lan Wu is a member of the Alliance investigation team. He is well informed and may be able to give everyone an answer. Lan Wu did not avoid this question. In recent years, Zerg has been evolving rapidly, but human research on them has stagnated. So the Alliance decided to gradually improve the capabilities of college students. Not only military school students, but also research institute students. This is just a small beginning. Lan Wu, please rest assured. The Alliance's move is to cultivate better students. And the staff in the arena will ensure the safety of students. Maybe some people are not used to it. It doesn't matter. Everything is the same as before. Just let those who can adapt move forward. Because these people also want to go further. As for why it was not explained in advance, Blue Mist paused. Because the Alliance wants to see the students' ability to adapt to changes. How will the students react when they suddenly see the Zerg? Crazy and afraid to move? Too scared to want to run away? Fight bravely? No one can give an accurate answer before the result comes out. On the front line, there are swarms of Zerg emerging anytime and anywhere. And they cover you like a giant net. At this time, coping experience and on-the-spot ability are particularly important. Considering that the students have little coping experience, the Alliance will only test their on-the-spot ability this time. The bugs left in the arena are wood bugs, which are not dangerous. The above is Blue Mist's simple explanation of what happened last night. When she said these words, the barrage was very lively, and everyone even forgot to watch the game. The barrage is mainly divided into 3 factions. One is support, believing that military academy students should pay more for the excellent treatment. The second is opposition, believing that students are just students and there is no need to embarrass them. The third is neutral, mainly watching for fun or waiting for follow-up news. Even so, they wouldn't reveal any information at all. Right? Yes. The students are unprepared. What if something goes wrong? The alliance is a bit radical this time. I know the Zerg are getting more and more rampant, but everything must be done step by step. Not all at once. Didn't they say that there are staff to protect the students? Nothing will happen. Why are you in such a hurry? The alliance will definitely improve the competition system. Don't underestimate the military academy students. They have been training for so many years. Isn't it a waste of time? The bullet screen is divided into 3 factions, and the same is true within the alliance. The army represented by the marshal supports it. The people in the research department oppose it, and the people in the historical issues department are neutral. Lan Wu is a supporter. She thinks it should have been like this long ago. Don't regard the military academy students as flowers that are cultivated in a greenhouse. Military academy students should have contact with the Zerg earlier. Thinking of this, Lan Wu couldn't help but glance at Xu Xiang on the screen. I don't know if it's her illusion. She always feels that this student knows the Zerg very well. The Jinta team marched against the river, resting when they were tired, eating when they were hungry, occupying good strongholds when they came across them. And they were leisurely, just like traveling. They didn't encounter any teams, and even if they did, the opponents would run away very fast. They probably didn't want to fight them. In the eyes of some new teams, they are already a strong team. Xu Xiang opened the hood of the mecha and sniffed. It's this smell. The direction is right. Xiang, Yenli said. I seem to see the Sakurazuma team. This team always appears unintentionally, really like a ghost. Mochizuki's alone was beaten badly by Xu Xiang, and the fuselage was damaged for more than half. Xiaodayu and Liuzhen probably helped the opponent repair the mecha, so their team's points are not high. Currently only 400, tied with many teams. The Sakura wife team will definitely go find that bug. But, did they also choose this path? Xu Xiang closed his head cover. Don't worry about them. As long as the other party does not take action, Xu Xiang will not take the initiative to attack. The Sakura wife team disappeared not long after. But at night, the two teams met again. Alric was irritable, and he turned on the speaker and complained, "Why are you following us? Do you think my mecha is too beautiful? So you want to appreciate it?" Everyone, what logic? Xiaodayu and Liuzhen also turned on the speaker. Yes, your mecha is very beautiful. But I actually like Xuanqing more. So everyone's eyes were on Xuanqing again. Xu Xiang, what does it have to do with her? Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, there was another violent movement in front. And the vibration this time was stronger than last night. And several light mechas almost fell down. In addition to the vibration, they also vaguely heard the hissing of insects. They were gradually approaching the bug. It may not be only, but it may be a group. No one can guarantee this until they see it with their own eyes. 10 seconds later, the vibration and the sound of insects disappeared. Keep going. Xu Xiang was the first to come to her senses. She ignored the people of the Sakuraza team and called on her teammates to move forward. Chapter 65 Cooperation. 3 days later, the Jinta team arrived at the source of the Mu River. The 6 people stood on the hillside above the river, overlooking the source of the river. This place is like a painting carefully drawn by nature, with bright and rich colors. At the end of the Mu River is a bottomless pit filled with clear water. Due to different depths, the color of the river water transitions from dark green in the middle to cyan on the periphery. Natural light sprinkles on the river water, dotted with fine silver light. So beautiful, Yonosu said. She was embarrassed to fight here. Can there be insects hiding in this place? Auric's fingers swiped across the screen, observing the surroundings. Not here. Xu Xiang clearly said where the woodworms were hiding. But Auric didn't hear it. The location has been marked on the map. You can see it yourself. You are fierce to me. Xu Xiang didn't fierce to him. But now she wants to scold him. Wasn't this man very arrogant before? Why is he getting more and more naughty? Auric took out the map and found the mark that Xu Xiang had marked for them, comparing it with the actual situation. And Ulrich looked up. It's quite close from here, Xu Xiang thought. Of course. And didn't want to think about who arranged the route. But she was too lazy to say anything. Yinli saw the red dot nearby and reminded everyone, there are 2 teams nearby. One should be the Sakura wife team, and the other is uncertain. In addition, there are about 18 teams in the Zerg location marked by Xiang. The Sakura wife team's points are not low, which means they are occupying the stronghold. They hang around in front of the Golden Tower team from time to time. But don't fight with them. Inexplicable. Ulrich couldn't help it several times and fired a few shots. But they hid and didn't fight back. This made Ulrich very irritable, and he didn't sleep well these days. He suspected that the Sakura wife team did it on purpose, just to mess with their mentality. Otherwise, it has come to this point. Why didn't the Sakurazuma team follow them instead of going to the location of the bugs? As for the other team, they didn't know who it was before it showed up. Xu Xiang knew. Starry Sky team. Ren's eye didn't follow her words and go to the location of the wood bugs. Instead, he followed them secretly. Heh. Forget it. She fooled him before. It's normal for him to be cautious. Whoever he wanted appeared. The next second, Ren's eye sent a call request. Xu Xiang accepted. Ren's eye face was projected in front of her. He asked knowingly, Schoolmate, why did you go to the source of the Wood River? Didn't we agree to meet near the bug cave? Who told him that? Xu Xiang, I only said that I would work with you to defeat the bugs. Ren's eye, that's about right. Don't lead me astray. Xu Xiang had to explain, it's close to the target. And the field of vision is good. The dozen teams should take the initiative to explore the bug caves. When the bugs are alarmed and the fight starts, we will take action. Ren's eye. Oh, said, then I believe it. How long do you think we have to wait? Xu Xiang looked ahead, very soon. More than a dozen teams stood outside the huge cave. Unlike in the past, these team members did not fight when they met, but stood in line and set their sights on the cave entrance. The leaders are the Dream Team, the R11 team, and the TTAR team. The TTAR team currently has 3,600 points, ranking 5th in the TIA division, tied with the Sakura wife team. It is also a very strong team. The captain of the TTAR team is the Commander Park Sun, who was the first person to take the initiative to propose cooperation. We know nothing about the cave. We don't know whether there are Zerg. What kind of Zerg? How many there are? So, I suggest that we work together to explore. Park Sun turned on the loudspeaker. Each team sends one person into the cave, and we share the risk. What do you think? The melee led by Xu Xiang made many people start to think. Since the score coefficient brought by the melee is so high, why not have a few more melees? Although there is only one team occupying the stronghold. Although the risk is very high. Although it is very likely to make waiting close for others. There are always people who want to try. For example, Park Sun. He thinks this is a good opportunity. If it is true as everyone guessed, the Zerg was deliberately arranged by the Alliance. Then the score coefficient brought by this battle will definitely be very high. Park Sun was slightly excited. He wanted to take a gamble. The Jinta team got 1,500 points by melee. And this time it will be more. Considering the number of participating teams and the coefficient bonus of the Zerg, Park Sun thinks it will be at least 5,000 points. 5,000 points. Park Sun was excited when he thought of this number. If their team can take this stronghold, they can jump from the current 5th place in the overall ranking to the 1st place, and even surpass the Starry Sky team by nearly 3,000 points. We can cooperate. Hashimi Hui was the first to respond to him. But the overall commander must be me. Her attitude was very tough, and she would not give in at all. But in the eyes of other teams, how could this be possible? Personnel dispatch and other aspects are arranged by the commander-in-chief. Whichever team gets the commanding power will basically belong to the winner. Small teams are fine. But the leading teams are all strong teams. How can they give up the commanding power? This is a score that can reverse the ranking. I refuse, Park Sun said. Then we also refuse. Xing Jianhui was very straightforward. In fact, I don't think we can reach a cooperation. It's better to act separately and rely on our own strength. Zhong Qiangqiang agreed with this. But a new problem arose. Which team entered the cave first? No one moved. People always have fear when facing unknown creatures. Not to mention that no one knows what kind of Zerg is hidden in the cave. let alone the corresponding response methods. Parkson proposed again, why not do this? We each send one person into the cave. But there is no need for a commander-in-chief. In this way, it can prevent a certain team from picking up leaks and ensure that the team is not controlled by other teams. It is not a solution to waste time. And some small teams agreed after discussion. After a while, Zhong Qiangqiang also nodded in agreement. The only team left was the Dream Team. I think we can give it a try. DCI expressed his opinion in the team channel. Instead of fighting here, it is better to take a step back and make plans after the Zerg is lured out. Xing Jianhui thought for a moment. Okay. I will calculate the coordinates of the best stronghold as soon as possible. And Jin Jihui will be responsible for occupying it at that time. The sneaky things are always done by snipers. But unfortunately the sniper of their team has been eliminated. And this task can only fall on the signalman. 18 teams. Each sent one person. TTAR team is the auxiliary Harry White. Our 11 team is the main attacker Clemens Schultz. Dream team is the auxiliary DCI. Each team entered the cave in turn according to the results of the draw. DCI was the first. She drove the Weiguang and walked in front. The cave entrance was very large. And the 9-meter-high mecha passed easily. And there was still a lot of space above and on both sides. This cave is much wider than DCI imagined. As if it was a natural place for giants to live. The further you go, the more this is the case. Even if there are several mechas running in parallel, it is more than enough. Wei Guang walked slowly. And the da-da footsteps echoed in the cave. The cave was dim. And there was no natural light in the depths. It was pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. DCI turned on the searchlight. And Wei Guang's eyes glowed white. The light faded as it went farther. And DCI could not see much. Time left moss and mottled traces on the stone wall. With an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. There was a very strange dark green liquid on the stone wall, which seemed to be dried up. Wei Guang stretched out his hand. His fingers deformed, and touched the dark green liquid. Wei Guang's detection system began to automatically analyze the characteristics of the liquid. DCI? How is it? Xing Jianhui's voice came from the channel. I found a liquid. And the Wei Guang system is detecting it. As soon as DCI finished speaking, Wei Guang gave the answer. There are indeed Zerg here. Wei Guang further analyzed. Which one? Hashimi asked. Different insect swarms have different characteristics and different ways to deal with them. DCI, woodworms? The first type of insect discovered by humans. After hundreds of years of evolution, woodworms have become strange and varied. According to books, woodworms can be divided into more than 50 species. And in the past 2 years, the Institute of Biology and the Research Department have discovered a new woodworm. Woodworms were discovered early, and humans have studied them thoroughly. Even if everyone faces it for the first time, it is not difficult. While ensuring your own safety, try to find the location of the woodworm. Hashimi said. This is an important factor affecting the points of the base. DCI, got it. DCI controlled the faint light to continue moving forward, not missing any details. The cave looked very safe, and many people gradually relaxed their vigilance. More than a dozen mechas walked around in the huge space, checking every corner. Harry White of TTA Art and Clemens Schultz of R11 both stared at DCI. DCI ignored them and looked for traces of the woodworms carefully. The dark green liquid is the blood of the woodworm. The worm may be injured. There are 2 values for the freshness of blood. Based on this, it is speculated that the woodworm was injured 3 days ago and today. It happened to be the time when the stadium shook. DCI was more certain that the woodworm was part of the game arranged by the Alliance. DCI conveyed all the known information to his teammates. I feel that you are getting close to the woodworm. Xing Jianhui calmed down and said, be sure to pay attention to safety. Don't worry. Before DCI finished speaking, the whole cave suddenly began to shake violently, and the gravel fell like raindrops, hitting the mecha and making a clang-clang sound. DCI sat in the cockpit, and the mecha drove her whole body to shake. The blue screen in the cockpit suddenly turned red, and several red triangular exclamation marks appeared. Warning. Warning. The presence of Zerg has been detected. Only 100 meters away from you. Not only DCI Glimmer. All mechas issued such warnings. Several mechas turned and ran, and the pilots rushed to escape from this extremely dangerous place. DCI steadied her body and mind. The woodworm seems to be coming. She was right. A gust of wind blew, lifting all the rubble and hitting Wei Guang. Countless stones, Clang, clang, clang. Hit Wei Guang's fuselage. And several of them hit Wei Guang's joints. Not good. She had to evacuate. The cave was unstable, and she had to go to an open place. However, the next second, a huge black shadow rushed out, hissing and covering Wei Guang. Chapter 66 Woodworm. When the woodworm appeared, the live broadcast room was in chaos. There really is a Zerg. It's a woodworm. Sister D, be careful. I'm still waiting for the dream team to win the championship and Sister D to get the auxiliary MVP. Look carefully. The woodworm seems to have been injured, with wounds on the abdomen and mouth parts. How could this happen? Did the Alliance do it? So is this woodworm really used by the Alliance to test military academy students? That's not bad. The mouth parts are an important attack part of the woodworm. And if this part is injured, the harm of the woodworm can be reduced by 1/3. I said, the Alliance will not mess around. DCI dodged as this barrage passed by. On the screen, DCI controlled the light to lean back and retreat, avoiding the attack of the woodworm's wings and coming to a safe position. The mouth parts of the woodworm are large, with a sharp tooth on each side, but they are all broken. Its body and 8 legs are slender, and its hands are like bat hands, which become wings when open to help it take off. DCI couldn't use hot weapons in the cave, so he could only call out 2 long swords. DCI, come out quickly. Xing Jianwei eyes flew around the screens. The indicators detected by the radar don't match the situation on your side. There may be more than one woodworm in the cave. Received. DCI cut off one of the woodworm's legs and retreated quickly. Green blood spurted out of the woodworm's legs, and the sounder in its abdomen made a sharp cry, which made people dizzy, as if their heads were pierced by needles. The woodworm moved very fast, and with its wings spread and raised, the insect body came in front of Wei Guang. Wei Guang was a light mecha with a faster speed, but it was slightly inferior to the woodworm. More than a dozen mechas withdrew from the cave, leaving only 3. Wei Guang, Athena and Black Avenger. Athena was a heavy mecha, driven by Clemens, the main attacker of the TTAR team. The Black Avenger was a light mecha, driven by Harry, the assistant of the R11 team. Clemens and Harry could have withdrawn from the cave, but they chose to stay. It seems that the main attacker has to play. Clemens showed off his muscles and smiled with a big white tooth. Let the commander decide on any strategy later. Let's work together to lead the woodworm out first. Everyone had no practical experience in dealing with the Zerg, and they couldn't leave her alone here. A game is a game, and when facing a common enemy, they will choose to cooperate. The cave will limit their combat intensity to a certain extent, so they must go out. Thank you. DCI turned on the speaker. Since I have been targeted, I will be responsible for retreating. Please attack the woodworm from behind. Clemens and Harry did not refuse. Wei Guang retreated faster, replaced the double swords with bows and arrows, aimed at the mouth parts of the woodworm, and shot. Athena and the Black Avenger stood behind the woodworm and attacked the woodworm from both sides. The woodworm was much more flexible than everyone thought. It screamed, retracted its limbs and wings, reduced friction with the air, successfully dodged the 3-way attack, and spun towards Wei Guang. DCI had to pull the power system to the bottom and retreat at full speed. The woodworm also accelerated, and soon came in front of Wei Guang and opened its arms. The originally thin and long thing, like a rope, suddenly became larger, like night falling, covering the entire sky and earth. Wei Guang's vision was blocked, and for a moment, DCI in the cockpit could not see anything. Crack. With a crisp sound, a part of Wei Guang was cut off by the woodworm's wings, and the abdominal shell was also scratched, revealing wires and sizzling electric light. DCI frowned. The left screen showed the fuselage status. At this moment, Wei Guang's left arm turned red and his abdomen turned orange. DCI remained calm, and his fingers tapped out after images on the keyboard. Wei Guang distanced himself from the woodworm, but he did not retreat. Instead, he threw away the arrow and raised his right arm, replaced his 5 fingers with the muzzle of a microgun, and aimed at the mouth parts of the woodworm. The two were very close, and Wei Guang's hit rate was extremely high. Boom! The micro cannonball rushed out of the muzzle and flew towards the woodworm. Seeing that the cannonball was about to hit the woodworm, the mouth parts of the woodworm suddenly became larger, and a stream of green mucus with a strange smell sprayed out, wrapped the cannonball, and flew towards Wei Guang instead. DCI was horrified. according to her understanding of the woodworm. The green mucus this time was not blood, but a corrosive liquid. This liquid can not only reduce the power of the cannonball to a certain extent, but also corrode the iron shell of the mecha. The mouthparts of the woodworm were injured, but they healed in a short time and regained their attack power. The self-healing speed of the Zerg is faster than DCI knew, but she didn't have time to sigh now. The mucus must not touch Wei Guang. DCI, retreat to the left, Clemens yelled. Okay. DCI controlled the light, dodged the slime, and braked to the left. The next second, 2 microshells caught up with the woodworm and exploded on it. The woodworm made an unprecedented sharp explosion, like a blade scraping on iron sheet, piercing the human ear along the mecha and piercing the eardrum. The roar of the giant was terrifying. This was the first time that the 3 students had officially fought against the Zerg. The woodworm was the most common Zerg, and humans had studied them thoroughly. Moreover, this woodworm had been injured. But even so, the woodworm made them in a dilemma. They were the best among the students, but when facing the Zerg, they still felt powerless. Don't be distracted, Clemens reminded DCI. Run! DCI immediately came back to his senses and retreated at full speed again. The Black Avenger and Athena followed closely behind. The woodworm was hit by the shells and was shaky in the air, temporarily unable to chase the 3 mechas. When the 3 mechas rushed out of the cave, the light outside replaced the darkness of the cave, and it was difficult for human eyes to adapt for a while. Clemens yelled, "The woodworm will chase out soon. Everyone pay attention to your position and attack it together." As soon as he finished speaking, the cave trembled again, and a black shadow rushed out from it. The woodworm hissed, spread its wings and flew into the air, looking down at the several mechas under its feet. Xu Xiang was still standing there, motionless. From her position, the woodworm and other teams were right in front of her. If you look from a god's perspective, you will find a strange phenomenon. The fight in the cave is in full swing, but the source of the wood river is calm. Renzizai was not in a hurry, but still asked, "We won't do it. Xu Xiang, you can go first." Renzizai refused. "Let's go together." Xu Xiang, when did this guy become so clingy? Doesn't he have his own things to do? Don't the others in his team urge him? Of course, no one in the star team urged Renzizai, because Renzizai had assigned tasks to his teammates as early as when DCI and others entered the cave. At this moment, the attackers and assistants of the star team were ambushed near the cave, and the snipers and mecha divisions were squatting, waiting for Renzizai to determine the coordinates of the best stronghold. As for Renzizai, he was naturally in the place with the best view to have an overview of the overall situation. "Junior sister, where are your teammates?" Renzizai only knew that her teammates left the game midway, but she didn't know where they went. Guess. Xu Xiang heard netizens say that these 2 words are easy to make people angry. She is very unhappy with Renzizai now, so she wants to make him angry. Renzizai really guessed. Will they ambush near the cave? After all, that's what he did. On the surface, it seems a bit unkind, but in fact, if DCI and others really can't hold on, Bongjia and others will help without him saying anything. But before that, the game must continue. Xu Xiang, don't guess. Can she let him guess so easily? Renzizai thought he guessed right, and was complacent, muttering, "Hey, let me see where your teammates are." Xu Xiang, She was wrong. Ulrich and Juin were not the most childish. Renzizai was the one who went to kindergarten. If we talk about being naughty, he is definitely naughtier than Ulrich and Juin combined. He actually dared to say such things in front of her. Did he forget that he and she were not teammates? And he couldn't beat her when alone. Xu Xiang stared at the happy Renzizai on the screen, and controlled Xuanqing with a cold face. The next second, Xuanqing raised his foot and kicked Qingye down the slope directly. Qingye reacted quickly, and after a few second-class moves, he landed smoothly without any injury. "Junior sister, this is campus violence," Renzizai shouted from below. However, when he looked up, Xu Xiang had disappeared from the spot, without even leaving a shadow. Renzizai, ? Oh, I lost her. It means he guessed wrong. And the junior sister has other plans. She is going to take action. 3 people from the Starry Sky team are ambushing near the cave. And so are the Golden Pagoda team. Yinli is alone in the east, and Yanoki and Juin are in the west. DCI and the others are going to win. Yenli observed the situation of the woodworms and said, "Didn't Xiang speculate that there are at least 3 woodworms in the cave? Why haven't the rest come out yet?" According to Xu Xiang, they need to wait until the other woodworms appear before taking action. Yunoki also felt strange. Aren't the insect swarms all together? How could it be? Before he finished speaking, the cave shook again. Everyone looked up. The cave began to collapse. And the sound was like thunder. Deafening. With a loud noise. Rocks and dust fell like an avalanche. Dust filled the sky, reducing visibility. 2 woodworms rushed up from the ruins to the sky, their figures looming in the dust. More terrifying than the demons in the abyss. "There are 2 more. Everyone be careful." DCI's shocked voice came from the loudspeaker. "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" Someone shouted. "Where are the people from the Alliance? I told you not to come. Why are you joining in the fun? Stop arguing." Zhong Qiangqiang's voice was as steady as ever. Stability was his innate ability. This word seemed to be tailor-made for him. "Everyone. It is dangerous to let the woodworms go out. Why don't we join forces to defeat them? At least until the Alliance's support team arrives here. At this time, someone needs to stabilize people's hearts. Whoever takes the lead will be the boss." Hashimi Hui directly put forward her own suggestions. "Everyone keep your distance. Control the woodworms in the encirclement. And bombard them with firepower. The woodworms have a strong self-healing ability, so they'd better kill them with one blow." The captains of the R11 team and the TTAR team took the lead and started to act. The first woodworm was attacked first, and after several bombardments, it was finally killed. Next, everyone focused their attention on the other 2 woodworms. But before they finished their positions, someone attacked first. A red flame mecha attacked and headed straight for the 2 insects. The mecha was magnificent, and it seemed to be on fire wherever it went. The woodworm's attention was attracted by this mecha, and it hissed a few times and flapped its wings to catch up with it. People looked at the mecha. It was Red Flame. Chapter 67 Range. Yenli was very calm. She ran away after the fight, following the route given by Xu Xiang, followed by 2 woodworms of the same size as Qi Yin. Dozens of eyes stared at Qi Yin, with different thoughts. Some people were glad that Qi Yin led the woodworms away. Some people thought that Qi Yin was trying to steal their points. And some people just wanted to watch the fun. So many of them were fighting hard. What did Yenli want to do alone? Xing Jianwei and Zhong Qiangqiang were ready to join forces to help. But before the 2 teams could set off, they saw 2 mechas catching up with Qi Yin. It was Qing Jian and Fei Yun. They were all from the Golden Pagoda team. Could it be that Xu Xiang was nearby? What plans did she have? Since the melee, everyone has become more vigilant against Xu Xiang, fearing that they would be used again. They stared at the 3 mechas of the Golden Pagoda team and discussed their next plans. Qi Yin ran in the front. Since it was a heavy mecha with a slow speed, it could only attack while running to distance itself from the woodworm. Fortunately, this place was open, and Qi Yin could attack at will, unlike DCI and others who were restricted in the cave. Fei Yun accelerated and came to Qi Yin's side. "Captain Xuan," Yunoki said in the team channel, "just move forward. Leave the rest to me." Yunoki controlled the light sickle and fired the most appropriate shot at the most appropriate time, perfectly locking the other actions of the woodworm, so that they could only move along the established route. Yunoki was considered the most aggressive auxiliary in high school. This is her style, and it is the same everywhere. The light sickle was like a life in her hands. All the movements were flexible and free, and all the shells were just right. Whenever the woodworm was about to get close to Qi Yin and Fei Yun, the light sickle shells would always appear in time, either blocking their way or hitting their bodies. 2 mechas were in front, 2 woodworms were in the middle, and 1 mecha was in the back. The Zerd's IQ is not that high. They don't know that they are gradually walking towards a trap. They only know to chase the enemy. 5 giants chased each other and moved forward all the way. Today's commentators are still Lan Wu and Cheng Bai. When seeing Qi Yin rushing out and attacking the woodworm, Lan Wu was puzzled. Humans are animals that seek benefits and avoid harm. In normal times, most people will not look for trouble, let alone when facing unknown enemies. Why did Yenli provoke the woodworm alone? Later, the people of the Golden Pagoda team led the woodworm to rush in one direction, and the route seemed to be predetermined. So Lan Wu understood a little. The people of the Golden Pagoda team were stretching the front line and using the Zerd to expand the area of the base. Is it Xu Xiang idea again? Then where is their destination? It's impossible to keep rushing down. Lan Wu glanced at the barrage in the live broadcast room. Sure enough, everyone was shocked and confused about this. What's the next move of the Jinta team? Where are they going? This support is quite powerful. The combo is so smooth. Qian and Feiyan basically don't have to stop to counterattack. Yunosu. He is the third in this year's High League. I believe it now. No one in the Jinta team is simple. No. Mengichin has doubts. Why does Xu Xiang always like to play unexpected games? I don't understand. But I am shocked. Where is the commentator? The commentator quickly explains, and guess what Xu Xiang is going to do? Not to mention the audience in the live broadcast room. In fact, Lan Wu is also a little confused. So far, she can only see that Xu Xiang wants to extend the battle line. But during the live broadcast, Yanli and others walked a long distance and still had no intention of stopping. If it is just to extend the battle line, is it necessary to be so long? Lan Wu, let's take a look at where the other members of the Jinta team are. She needs more clues to make the next guess. The director switched the screen according to Lan Wu's request, and the wind bearer and Yuzi appeared on the main screen. Judging from the background, the two are obviously in different positions and far apart. Needless to say, Auric is a sniper. So of course, he is in a sniper position with good vision, high terrain and good concealment. As for Mengichin, Lan Wu has seen the map of the Maria Mountains and quickly determined his location. Mengichin is where the Jin River and the Mu River are connected. The Jin River is low in terrain, and the Mu River can go down the river. In the video, Mengichin did not wait, but remodeled the abandoned items. Many people come to explore the Maria Mountains, and there are often many abandoned drifting boats in places with many streams. Mengichin transformed those drifting boats into surfboards. Lan Wu was stunned for a moment. Can a mecha master do this kind of thing? Well, it seems that the people of the Jinta team are versatile. Chung Bai also felt it was amazing and said it directly. Let's continue to watch the Mu Chung side. With too little known information, Lan Wu could not draw further conclusions. So he had to say, I am looking forward to Xu Xiang's final performance. Yanli and others rushed to the intersection of Jinha and Mu, and Mengichin was waiting for them. Mengichin contacted Yanli in the team channel. You guys go ahead. I'm going somewhere else. He was only responsible for modifying the surfboard. And after doing this, he had to rush to the next destination. To be honest, Mengichin was speechless during the modification. What did Xu Xiang mean? Did he treat him as a repairman? But he is just a mecha master. If it weren't for his wide range of knowledge, Mengichin really couldn't complete this task. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Yanli responded. Nothing. Mengichin retreated before the arrival of the woodworm. Due to the large drop, the water flow of the Jinha River was relatively turbulent. Qi Yan and Feiyan were a little bit unable to adapt when they first jumped on the surfboard, but they quickly found a way to keep their bodies balanced and go downstream. The Jinha River flows fast, which helps them keep a distance from the woodworm. Xuan thought it was really exciting and fun. Captain Yin, watch me. There was a protruding stone in front of Feiyan. With the help of water power, it jumped up from the stone, and then was pulled down by gravity and fell on the water. The fuselage was heavy, and it seemed to sink into cotton when it first fell. It took a while to recover. Qi Yin wiped away the river water that splashed on his eyes. Yanli was helpless. Don't relax. Be careful. The woodworm was still chasing. Xu had just tossed it that time, and didn't dare to make trouble for the second time. Okay. Qing Jian didn't get on the surfboard, but played auxiliary on the other side. The people of the other teams were confused. They thought they were hallucinating. What happened? 3 mechas and 2 woodworms were running in front, followed by dozens of mechas. What a joke. Where are the dangerous and terrifying woodworms? How come we are like toys when we get to the Jinta team? TTAR team captain Park Hoon's eyelids twitched. What are they doing? And that Tuan. Is he here for travel and surfing? Zhong Qiangqiang. I think we are from 2 different worlds in them. Hashimi Hui, It's just quite weird. From a third-party perspective, the Jinta team is just joking. In fact, Yanli, Yunosu and Juan are under a lot of pressure. And if they don't pay attention, all their efforts will be wasted. We are almost there. Everyone hold on a little longer. Yanli wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Qi Yin was almost hit by the mucus of the woodworm. If she hadn't used the flow of the Golden River to change direction, something would have happened. The mark of Xuxiang Mark is at the source of the Golden River, which is close to the east of the Kula Grand Canyon. We are about to reach our destination. People are always more nervous than usual when they are about to achieve their goals. And Yanli is no exception. Her heart is beating fast. But she has to keep a cool head. A few minutes later, Xuxiang, who had not spoken for a long time, finally issued a new order. The river is unstable. You can go ashore, she said. Be prepared for a fight. Fight? With the woodworm? Juan was excited. Then why don't you fight the woodworm outside the cave? Xuxiang asked back. Yanli couldn't help but laugh when she heard it. She found that Xuxiang, who didn't even want to talk much at first, would now make a small joke. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Yanli felt that she was not so nervous. Xuxiang always made people feel at ease, even if she was not with them now. Juan was careless and didn't hear that his boss was being sarcastic to him. He racked his brains to think and answered, Is it because other teams will compete with us for the head of the worm? Xuxiang, child, don't think about it. Killing the woodworms doesn't give you any points. So what if another team steals them? Xuxiang said, Zergs secrete hormones, and only Zergs can smell them. The hormones secreted by one worm may make another worm irritable. Have you heard of this? She had never seen this conclusion in university textbooks, and didn't know if there was any relevant theory in the textbooks of Alliance Middle School. This was what she heard from a folk researcher when she was wandering. The researcher was very powerful, claiming to have studied hundreds of species of insects. She also said that she was conducting a new experiment, but it was not going well recently. The second time Xuxiang saw the researcher was on the wanted list. They said the researcher was a human trafficker. Xuxiang didn't believe it because the other party didn't kidnap her. What? Yanli was surprised. No. Who told you that? Xuxiang was also surprised. Yanli was a good student, and she must remember the important knowledge that the teacher taught her. If she said no, she definitely didn't. But, is this normal? Aren't those things that Xuxiang just said basic information? Can the Alliance not tell the students? Or, the Alliance doesn't know either? We talk about it later. There's no time to think about it now. Xuxiang urged. Go ashore. Yanli and Juan did as they were told. Before they could ask why, the ground suddenly began to shake, and the water of the Golden River surged up like a fountain. Something is hidden under the Golden River. A group of unknown creatures came against the flow of the Golden River, stirring up white foam. The black shadow grew bigger and bigger under the Golden River. It's coming. Not only the members of the Golden Tower team, but also the people of other teams stared at the oppressive black giant. Splash. The black shadow rushed out of the river, making a hissing sound, piercing through the air and piercing people's eardrums. And several students' ears bled instantly. It's the Zerg. When the two woodworms saw the giant worm, they immediately gave up chasing their target and fled in panic. But the next second, the giant worm stretched out two long tentacles and pierced the heart of the woodworm. The two woodworms fell into the Golden River, creating a huge splash. Here they come, Xuxiang said. The flying insects of the ground furnace. Chapter 68 Fierce Battle. The size of the ground furnace fly is even larger than that of the woodworm. And it is really large. The woodworm has long limbs, but the ground furnace fly has a large torso. The eyes of the ground furnace fly are about the same size as the head of the mecha, with a white strip in the red, which looks very creepy. When this bug was seen, the live broadcast room was in chaos, and the number of bullet comments per second reached an all-time high. What is this? Heat-burning flies? Oh my god! The earth-burning flies seem to be a very ferocious type of insect. How come Xuxiang guessed that the earth-burning flies would appear? Don't. I guess she just said it casually. That's not the point. The point is what she said before. Hormones? What is this? Did the school talk about this? No. I just asked my best friend who works in the research department, and she said that everyone in the research department was confused and had never heard of this. She must be talking nonsense. Is this also arranged by the Alliance? Chungbai glanced at the barrage. In fact, he didn't know whether this was arranged by the Alliance. Although he was shocked, he still explained it seriously. But Lanwu got up directly, left the commentary room, and contacted the Alliance headquarters. Mingyu. Lanwu briefly explained the matter of the hearth flies, and said in confusion, I remember that there were only woodworms in this competition. How could there be hearth flies? I have asked the general manager of the Tia Star competition to deal with it. Mingyu did not know much more than Lan Wu. They will do a good job of protection and investigation. There is one more thing, Lan Wu said. Xu Xiang seems to know that there are hearth flies in the competition. From what Xu Xiang said, she seemed to be going for the hearth flies. That's fine. The key is, Lan Wu frowned. She said that there is a hormone in the Zerg group that only Zerg can smell. I have never heard of this. Mingyu, I am on my way to the research center and will reply to you later. Xu Xiang probably didn't know that her casual words caught the entire alliance and the Interstellar residents off guard. Mingyu had to go to the research department to understand the situation, and Lan Wu had to continue his explanation work. The topic was temporarily over, and the two did their own things. Mingyu arrived at the research center, took the elevator to the top floor, and met with Wang Jian, the director of the research department. Wang Jian was watching the playback, listening to Xu Xiang words over and over again. Zergs secrete hormones, and only Zergs can smell them. The hormones secreted by one insect may make another insect irritable. Have you heard of this? No. How could you have heard of this? After Mingyu finished speaking, he immediately asked Wang Jian, is this true? Wang Jian said, I asked someone to test it. They have studied the hormones secreted by Zergs, but have never found the kind that Xu Xiang said. Did that student say it nonsense? But she did guess that the hearth flies would appear. If she didn't say it nonsense, how did she know? Even the people in the research department didn't know about it. Can you ask someone to help us catch that hearth flies? Wang Jian said. The theory that the student said should be applicable to woodworms and hearth flies. There are Zerg samples in the experimental area of the research department, alive, and specially used for experiments. But they only have woodworms at present. If they want to verify Xu Xiang words, they must catch hearth flies alive. Logically, they didn't need to care about a student's casual words. But the situation was very special now. On the one hand, the ground furnace flies and woodworms did appear one after another, and the former violently killed the latter. On the other hand, the research department's research on the Zerg has reached a bottleneck, and it is necessary to broaden its thinking. The ground furnace flies and woodworms may be coincidental, but Wang Jian feels it is necessary to explore it in depth. At least it is necessary to make a preliminary judgment on whether Xu Xiang words are reasonable. This is his rigor as the director of the research department. I will tell the Tea Arena. Mingyu thought for a moment and said, I think I need to go there in person. The general manager of the Tea Arena sent a team to the scene as quickly as possible. However, this team did not help directly, but waited. They will only take action at the critical moment. So far, this group of students can still resist. The general manager said that if the contestants can defeat the ground furnace flies, they will receive points as a reward. Even so, many teams still choose to retreat, including the newly arrived Starry Sky team and Sakurazuma team. There are only 7 or 8 teams left around the ground furnace flying insect. The ground furnace flying insect mainly attacks with more than 10 long whiskers at the corners of its mouth. The long whiskers float with fangs and claws, and suddenly straighten up from time to make a fierce attack. The long whiskers look soft, but they are actually very sharp. The 2 woodworms died under the long whiskers. The long whiskers of the ground furnace flying insect are afraid of fire, so suppress them directly with firepower. Although Xu Xiang was not present, his voice was always there. Try not to use cold weapons. You can't cut it. Perhaps because of the bad signal. Xu Xiang words were intermittent, and everyone could only hear roughly. Got it. Okay. Boss. Qi Yan and Fei Yan adjusted the muzzle and moved along the curve of the Golden River, trying to hit every long whisker of the ground furnace flying insect as much as possible. The ground furnace flying insect had 2 long whiskers broken by the blast, and it seemed to realize that its weakness had been discovered. So it spread its wings and bounced the shells away. Qi Yan and Fei Yan only attacked, and the defense was left to Qi Jian. Yunoki flattened her mouth and stared at the screen seriously. She was familiar with the buttons of Qi Jian, and knew where her fingers stopped without looking. Every shell bounced by the ground furnace flying insect was detonated by Qi Jian in advance, and the attacker did not have to worry about the shells blowing themselves up. Tell the people in other teams that if they want to share points. Listen to me. Xu Xiang was not at the scene, so she could not use the loudspeaker to contact everyone. So her teammates had to do it for her. Her words were very domineering, but she could not feel it herself. She just needed obedient smart people. Since the general manager said that they would have a share if they defeated the ground furnace flies. Why not do it? The main player has come. Chuan talks a lot of trash. And he is the best at yelling while fighting. Hey! Our boss said that if you want to defeat the ground furnace flies, just listen to us. Many people responded by turning on the loudspeakers. Who wants to listen to you? Who is your boss? She said to listen to us. So we listen. Fight each other. I don't believe that so many of us can't beat a stink bug. Just when Juan was about to complain, another voice appeared. What does the junior sister want us to do? It was Ren Zizai. After Ren Zizai lost Xu Xiang, he came here to meet up with his teammates. Juan's eyes lit up, and he conveyed Xu Xiang words. The boss asked us to stand in different positions and try to make the ground furnace flies spread all their long tentacles. Okay. Ren Zizai agreed. Count us in. DCI also said. Hey. You all listen to her. So I will listen to her too. Xia Da Yuan's sixth formation joined in the fun. Everyone. Xuan coughed lightly and put on airs. The boss said. The Starry Sky team goes to the east. The Sakura Wife team goes to the west. The Dream team goes to the south. We are in the north. And the rest of the teams are free to do whatever they want. The 4 teams took their positions according to what Xu Xiang said. Xuan, the boss said. Start bombarding. The next second, several shells were ejected from all directions and gathered at the middle point. Each shell was accompanied by a deafening roar. Flame shot up into the sky. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and the entire area was shrouded in smoke. When the last shell exploded, the area fell into a brief silence. Everyone stared at the middle position. The smoke and dust were like a protective shield, wrapped in a ball. We won? Someone asked. Isn't it a little easy? How is it easy? I'm sweating all over. I'm so nervous. Wait a minute. Something's wrong. Look! As soon as the voice fell, the cloud of dust rushed up to the sky and was blown away by the strong wind in the air. At the same time, the long whiskers of the hearth flies also floated like exploded balls of wool. The hearth flies continued to scream, making people dizzy. It didn't die. Oh my god. What happened? It's unscathed? It used its long whiskers to withstand all our shells? Help. I will never say that being a soldier is easy again. The Zerg is not something that ordinary people can touch casually. Or we should withdraw and leave this to the professional army. Not to mention other teams. The people of the Golden Tower team were also shocked. Xu Xiang was talking about a full-strength attack. Everyone thought that this move could kill the ground furnace flies in seconds. But, is the ground furnace flies a little too strong? The ground furnace flies suddenly dived, stirring up strong winds and huge waves against the Golden River. Its slender long whiskers mixed in the river water, and could not be seen at all without careful observation. I don't know who shouted. Quickly retreat. And all the mechas began to retreat, away from the thorny river. However, several mechas were too close to the Golden River, and were cut in half after retreating a few steps. It was such a thin long whisker, but it could easily cut the heavy mecha in half. The team sent by the general manager quickly took away the upper part of the mechas to ensure the safety of the students in the cockpit. Yinli watched all this through the screen and frowned. On the battlefield, her father was also doing such things, driving the mecha, coming to the desperate humans, reaching out, taking them away, and protecting them. The rest of the people continued to devote themselves to the battle that had not yet ended. Yinli quickly came to her senses, because her battle was not over yet. No, we don't fight anymore. Let's retreat. I was so scared. That long beard brushed past my mecha waist. I thought I was done for this wave. Can Xu Xiang do it? Xuan was more anxious than them. He asked Xu Xiang what to do next. But the screen showed that there was no signal on the other side. At first it was just stuck. But now the signal was directly disconnected. There was no way. I could only take care of myself first. Xuan thought so, and accelerated the input of the code. The ground furnace flying insect flew to the bottom, then took off again, and launched a second fierce attack in the same way. But this time it did not follow the river, but rushed straight to the northwest, aiming the long beard at the Jinta team in the north, and the Yingqi team in the west. The Jinta team only had 2 attackers and an assistant, and the firepower was not as good as the Yingqi team, and the disadvantage was obvious. Yinli ignored the rapidly decreasing thermal weapon capacity value. Let Qi Yan stand in front of Qin Jian and Fei Yun, and counterattack with firepower. Qin Jian deflected the long whiskers around Qi Yan. The long whiskers were flying around. But Xingjian's shells accurately hit the key points of each long whisker. It's not a solution to go on like this. Yinli forced herself to stay calm and said, I can only fight in close combat. She recalled the content in the textbook. The ground furnace fly has 2 hearts. If you can smash the 2 hearts at the same time within a certain period of time, the ground furnace fly will die. This is just a theory. To be honest, Yinli doesn't know if she can succeed. Xuqi. Xuan. Cover me. Yinli said. Chapter 69 Counterattack. Xuanqing stood in the woods, with a sniper rifle on a branch. Xuanqing did not move. Nor did Xu Xiang. She was waiting. She was waiting for the signal to get better. The signal in the mountains was average. And she was in the dense forest. So the signal was even worse. To be honest, it would be very advantageous to have a signalman at this time. In fact, Xu Xiang asked those people to attack the ground furnace flying insects not to kill them with one blow, but to lay the groundwork for the next move. It's a pity that she couldn't contact them for the time being, and could only see what happened over there. The movement caused by the ground furnace flying insects could be felt even here, which shows its power. Many people retreated one after another. So far, there are only 6 teams left: Jinta, Xingkong, Mengxiang, Yingzhou, R11 and TTA Art. These 6 teams are in the top 10 in the Moni Al and T arenas. After fighting the Zerd to this point, only these 6 teams dared to stay. Xu Xiang saw Qian trying to get close to the earth furnace flies, and Feiyun and Qin Jian were assisting it at the same time. Be careful. This thought floated through Xu Xiang's mind. And when she reacted, she was stunned. What's going on? Why think so much? Boss. 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 Call the boss. Zhuan's voice was intermittent. But being able to hear his voice meant that Xu Xiang's signal was gradually recovering. Xu Xiang immediately said, Don't get close to the earth furnace flies. Zhuan heard Xu Xiang's voice, and his nervousness and urgency were swept away. Boss asked us to get close to the earth furnace flies. Did you hear it? Zhuan shouted. I heard it. Yinli dodged a long beard and said, But why do I feel that she said something else before? I don't know. The signal is not good on her side. Then let's fight first, Yinli said. My thermal weapon capacity is still 20%. I need you to help me clear the way. No problem. Okay. Team Yin. The 3 members of the Golden Pagoda team kept approaching the earth furnace flying insects, while the other team stayed on the edge and kept a safe distance from the earth furnace flying insects. The internal channel of the Starry Sky team was never quiet, and Ren Zizai said a lot of things in a row. Sun Che did what the commander said. When he saw the actions of the Golden Pagoda team, he was really puzzled. What are Yinli and the others doing? So reckless? Ren Zizai was also confused. From beginning to end, he did not completely obey Xu Xiang's command, but kept thinking for himself. Why did Xu Xiang ask them to bombard the earth furnace flying insects and kill them instantly? From the results, it was not, but it increased the aggressiveness of the earth furnace flying insects. At this time, it is necessary to jump out of the inertial thinking circle of attack is to cause damage to the opponent. So Ren Zizai came to a new conclusion. Angry. Xu Xiang wanted to anger the earth furnace fly. When creatures are extremely angry, their IQ tends to decrease. This is true for humans, and of course for Zerg. If this battle is compared to a game, the anger and attack values of the earth furnace fly are infinitely rising, but the brain power value is infinitely approaching 0. The earth furnace fly is prone to irritability, and now it is slowly being led by humans. This is Ren Zizai's speculation. But what Yinli and others are doing at this moment makes Ren Zizai feel puzzled. The schoolgirl has new instructions and ideas again? Weird. Ren Zizai. Just when Ren Zizai was lost in thought, Xu Xiang's voice suddenly appeared in his ears. Can you hear me? You're stuck there. Ren Zizai scratched his head. You're in the forest? What do you want to do? Let Yinli and the others retreat. Everyone give up attacking. Just hide and don't fight. Yinli and the others were fighting fiercely. Xu Xiang was afraid that he would affect them, so he had to find Ren Zizai. Ah? What did you say? Say it again. Just hide and don't fight. Just hide and don't fight. Just hide and don't fight. Xu Xiang repeated it 3 times in a row. Ren Zizai finally heard it clearly. Don't fight. Just hide? Xu Xiang, yes. Ren Zizai stared at the manic furnace flies on the screen, thought for a moment, and suddenly chuckled. Junior sister. We agreed to share the points equally. He knew what the junior sister was going to do. Renzizai, Wang Xinshu. Leave here. Go west. And wait for my follow-up instructions. Then, Renzizai turned up the volume of the speaker to the maximum. On the other side, Yinli's eyes looked back and forth between the several screens in the cockpit, and his hands never stopped. Qi Yan held a long sword in his right hand, and his left hand turned into a large cannon. Qi Yan waved the long sword with one hand, putting aside the dancing long beard, and aimed the other hand at the upper heart of the ground furnace flying insect, trying to find an opportunity to attack. No chance. This was the first time Yinli dealt with the Zerg, and he rushed to the front. At this moment, Yinli's father's back appeared in his mind again. What kind of mood did he have when he fought the Zerg for the first time? Yinli didn't know. She only knew that she was very nervous. The cockpit was originally kept at a constant temperature, a very comfortable temperature, but several drops of hot sweat dripped from her forehead. Yinli stared at the screen, looking for a gap. It was too difficult. The long whiskers of the ground furnace flying insect protected the heart, leaving no gap at all. Yinli, Renzizai said loudly. Junior sister told you not to fight. Retreat. However, it was too late. Qi Yan was too close to the ground furnace flying insect. The red mecha was surrounded by the white long whiskers of the insect in front of the black insect body. It could not move forward, and it was difficult to retreat. Yinli looked at the long whiskers that were intertwined like tree roots behind her, frowned, and clenched her teeth. Squeak. The long steel whiskers crossed the body of Qi Yan and stopped at its joints. It suddenly raised and bent like a cobra raising its head. Time seemed to freeze in this second. Yinli did not forget that several mechas were cut in half by such long whiskers. This thing looks soft, but its hardness is ridiculous. Don't let the long beard cut Qi Yan. But the next second, the long beard fell heavily and cut Qi Yan's left arm. Bang! The long beard collided with the mecha, making a crisp sound, spreading to the entire area like ripples. Qi Yan was unharmed. At the critical moment, Qi Yan replaced the barrel with a shield and barely resisted the attack of the long beard. Then, Qi Yan swung the long sword and cut off the long beard. But the sword body also broke. She heard what Renzizai said. So when she had the opportunity to retreat, she immediately chose to retreat. Her commander said to retreat? So retreat? What else did Xiang say? Yinli asked. Qi Yan withdrew from the encirclement of the long beard under the protection of Qin Jian and Fei Yun. She said. Renzizai's voice reached everyone's ears. Just hide. Don't fight. At the end, he deliberately added, you promised my junior sister before that you would follow her in this battle. Does it still count? He guessed Xu Xiang's plan. According to her idea, she needed the cooperation of other teams no matter what. It counts. When it comes to keeping promises, DCI is always the first to respond. Zhong Qiangqiang and Park Sun also agreed. They have no experience in dealing with Zerg, and subconsciously give the right to choose to those who know better. Even in their impression, Xu Xiang is also dealing with Zerg for the first time. Everyone agrees. So I agree too. The 6 formations of Shieda Academy are in a mentality of joining in the fun. Renzizai, okay. Then, everyone spread out and expand the battle area. Remember? Just hide. Don't fight. Just hiding, not fighting, is not only beneficial to the Golden Tower team, but also to the Starry Sky team. Xu Xiang looked at the screen. Renzizai is good at controlling the field, and he grasped the direction of the field so quickly. Xu Xiang did not contact Yinli for the time being, but found Meng Yichen and Ulrich. She always connected alone, trying not to affect others. Meng Yichen, Xu Xiang said, I sent you the coordinates. Go there first, and plant the flag after Yinli finishes fighting. Since Jin had transformed the surfboard, Meng Yichen disappeared, because he was sent by Xu Xiang to other places to hide himself and prepare to plant the team flag. The signal is better now, and Xu Xiang plans to end the battle as soon as possible. About when? Meng Yichen asked. 3 minutes later. So soon? The condition of the ground furnace flying insects looked good, but Xu Xiang said that it could be finished in 3 minutes. Meng Yichen was very surprised. Yeah. Okay, Meng Yichen said. I wait. After contacting Meng Yichen, Xu Xiang contacted Ulrich again. Ulrich couldn't wait any longer. You finally came to me. Xu Xiang went straight to the point. Do as I said before. The appearance of the furnace flies made all TV stations synchronize their images to this area, except for the point settlement time. The synchronization of each station is almost unseen. Humans care about the Zerg far more deeply than imagined. Especially because this is the first time in several sessions of the Tier League that the Zerg has been allowed to appear on the field. The bullet screens in the live broadcast room floated over and over, making people dazzled. It's moving. It's moving. These teams are all strong teams. And they are actually willing to listen to the command of a new team. The commander of the Golden Tower team seems to know the Zerg very well. You're just pretending. Why don't you fight? What are they doing? Why are they just hiding and not attacking? Lan Wu is the deputy leader of the investigation team. She rarely goes to the battlefield. But it doesn't mean she knows nothing. On the main screen, members of the 6 teams ran forward, expanding the battle area, and getting farther and farther away from the furnace flies. At the same time, the long tentacles of the hearth insect no longer gathered at the heart, but stretched out like seaweed entering water, tracking every target. The hearth insect had been angry and humiliated during the first wave of bombardment, and now it wanted to attack the enemy but couldn't, and its anger value was off the charts. The upper and lower hearts of the hearth insect gradually exposed to the field of vision. Seeing this, Lan Wu finally understood Xu Xiang's purpose. So that's how it is. She smiled and said, the fatal weakness of the furnace flies has been exposed. It depends on which team can seize this opportunity. Then she began to think again, including the time of using woodworms to lure out the furnace flies. The battle lasted for 6 hours. During this period, Xu Xiang was calm from beginning to end, and her expression did not change. I have to say that she is really a stable student. Very impressive. Lan Wu felt that she had made the right trip. Bang! The unexpected sound of bullets made people excited. On the screen, a bullet hit the upper heart of the furnace flies, and a ball of black sticky matter came out of its back. The director changed the screen, and Oryx Jade Porcelain had just completed the sniper action, as if he guessed that he would become the center of attention. He took out the comb he carried with him, and combed his golden hair elegantly. Many fans screamed in the live broadcast room, which really made him act so arrogant. Oryx completed the task assigned by Xu Xiang, and then it was up to others. The textbook said that the earth furnace fly has 2 hearts. If you want to kill it, you must attack the 2 hearts at the same time in a very short time. Otherwise, the powerful self-healing ability of the Zerg will give it a new life. The contestants must complete the attack on the lower heart as soon as possible. The earth furnace fly continued to scream, and it became agitated. Its long whiskers swung around in the sky and on the ground like messy willow branches in the wind, piercing through and cutting off 2 mechas. Ren Zizai was in control of the game. He commanded the whole field and adjusted the formation to ensure that the long whiskers of the earth furnace fly did not retract. The 3 mechas of the Jinta team rushed to the front. Once they found that the long whiskers were retracted, they immediately dispatched weapons to destroy them. If the sword is broken, replace it. And if the cannon is used, adjust it again. The earth furnace fly fell from midair, and the pressure caused by it drove the howling wind. And even the river became turbulent. The light mechas close to it were inevitably affected by the strong wind and fell into the water accidentally. If the support team had not pulled them in time, those mechas would have sunk into the river. The speed of the furnace fly falling was getting faster and faster, and the long whiskers were getting more and more messy, gradually covering its lower heart. Several mechas had to take the initiative to pull away the long whiskers of the furnace fly and disperse them as much as possible. Too fast. Too messy. In this case, the nearby snipers had no way to aim at the lower heart of the furnace fly. But the wound on its upper heart was about to heal. The people watching the live broadcast took a breath. And even the 2 commentators stopped their commentary, watching the live broadcast nervously, waiting for the support team to take action. However, bang! Another gunshot pierced the sky and startled the birds. The director reacted quickly and immediately magnified the details. The bullet hit the heart of the ground furnace flying insect. The drone flew at high speed in the opposite direction of the bullet, and the audience's scream changed the scene accordingly. The drone passed through the wilderness, entered the forest, and stopped near a black iron mecha. Xuanqing. After finding Xuanqing, the director connected to the internal monitoring of the mecha and called up Xu Xiang's face. Her usually calm face suddenly changed. Hey! She raised the corner of her mouth and laughed. Chapter 70. Take it down. The paralyzed man smiled. How can you say that about him? Xu Ji just has no expression. Not paralyzed. Ha ha ha. Oh my god. After so long in the tier league, This is the first time I've seen Xu Xiang smile. Stop joking. This is the first time she has an expression on her face. Oh my god. Oh my god. No one praises this hit rate. That kind of falling speed. Only professional snipers, who have trained for many years, can aim and shoot. Isn't Xu Xiang a commander? How did she do it? Thank you for the invitation. I am a commander. But I admit that I can't do this. I have goosebumps. Not to mention the audience. Lan Wu and Cheng Bai were so shocked that they were speechless for a while. And several teachers in the teachers' lounge stood up excitedly. The only sad ones were Mingyu and Ruanjian. In fact, when they saw the upper and lower chest of the ground furnace flying insect pierced by bullets, they were no calmer than others. But soon, they were stunned. Nom. Forgot to notify the general manager to capture the ground furnace flying insect alive. Mistakes. Mistakes. They didn't expect that this group of students could really kill the furnace flies. And so quickly. But on second thought, these students are very powerful. Aren't they? Ren Zizai didn't have time to praise her schoolmate for being so powerful, and immediately contacted Huang Xinshu and asked her to plant the flag of the Starry Sky team. Xu Xiang didn't have time to sigh that she was really powerful, but asked Meng Yichen to take action. Defeating the furnace flies does not mean the end of the battle. The most important part of occupying the stronghold has just begun. To be precise, it was over as soon as it began. Xu Xiang is very powerful, but Xing Jianhui and others are no worse than her in command. 5 seconds after the furnace flies were killed, Xing Jianhui and others successfully calculated the coordinates of the best stronghold and led the team to rush there. However, congratulations to the Golden Tower team for occupying the stronghold and obtaining 6,000 points, which are valid for 120 hours. The top message of the big channel repeatedly broadcast this information. Everyone. What's going on? Not to mention other teams. The people of the Golden Tower team were all confused. Juan stood up excitedly, but was pulled back by the safety belt. No. Wait a minute. Boss. What did you do? 6,000 points? 120 hours. They thought that the 1,500 points brought by the melee were enough. But 6,000 points were added here. What does this mean? It means that they have completed the overall ranking and are 2,620 points ahead of the second-place star team. It means that even if they play badly in the later period, they can get a maximum of 12,000 points by refreshing 6,000 points every 5 days. Zhuan dared not even think about it. Isn't it said that it is not easy for new teams to get a good ranking in the tier league? How come they? Zhuan felt like he was in heaven, and there were light clouds under his feet. Even Yanli was shocked, staring at Xu Xiang on the screen in disbelief. Everyone in the team clicked on Xu Xiang avatar at the same time, looking at her, waiting for her explanation. Xu Xiang was very calm and said, I asked Meng Yichen to go there in advance and put up the team flag after the fight here is over. The rest of the people, is this what they want to know? They want to know how she came up with this method. Xu Xiang saw their doubts and had to explain patiently. I noticed the existence of the ground furnace flying insects in Linghua Creek and contacted the woodworms I found later. So I came up with this plan. It's a very simple sentence, but it summarizes a lot of content. Others may not understand it, but Xu Xiang did it, because she has the biggest advantage. Other teams can only judge where the woodworms are by the movement of the mountain, but they can't determine where the ground furnace flying insects are by smell like she does. Other teams can only rely on woodworms to increase the points coefficient, but she can add a ground furnace flying insect. This is her experience and reward for fighting against the Zerg over the years. Boss. Zhuan's head was buzzing. He didn't understand. Really didn't understand. Awesome. Yeah. Xu Xiang responded and glanced at the public screen. Huh? Weird. Why didn't they push the score of the Starry Sky team? Xu Xiang checked the map and understood. The people of the Starry Sky team went late, and they were fighting with people from other teams for another key stronghold. There were many red dots at that location, and almost all the strong teams had gone there. 6,000 points. How could they not fight? Yinli Yano Suju and go to help the Starry Sky team. Xu Xiang stopped chatting and sent the new coordinates to his teammates. If they can't hold on after helping, this stronghold will also belong to us. Teacher's Lounge. There was a melee on each screen, fighting for the stronghold. Some small teams took advantage of the situation and placed team flags nearby, but only gained a pitiful few square meters of occupied area and single-digit points. Ji Xia took out the light board and took a look at the overall ranking points. Number 1, Jinta Team Points, 15830. If the Montiel Stadium allowed this dark horse team to be discovered, then the Tia Stadium was the place for them to run freely and officially show themselves. Ji Xia was happy for them. Especially Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang came from the post-war star. She was not educated any better than other students. But she was still able to shine in the tier competition. She would be the envy of many students from the post-war star, and would inspire them to follow the same path as her. Sister Xia, Yang Sanqian suddenly asked, are there 2 more students on the F2077 star who ranked first in the full mock exam? He admitted that his vision was not as good as Ji Xia, who told him not to go find Xu Xiang at the beginning. He also admitted that he was jealous. Who knew Xu Xiang was so good? Ji Xia put down the light board and raised her head. They don't really want to come to Rokalo's star. And, to be honest, Ji Xia always believed that Feng Yuebai and Bei Yanbo results were not necessarily achieved by themselves. She was not sure before. But now that she has watched Xu Xiang games more, she has gradually confirmed it. Xu Xiang is a substitute. The full mock exam is not as strict as the high school league, and many students will find substitutes. But it is useless because the league and each college will figure out who is the operator, and then decide whether to admit them. Feng Yuebai and Bei Yanbo accounts represent snipers and assistants respectively, while Xu Xiang plays the main attacker and commander, which is simply outrageous. Ji Xia subconsciously thought of Alanda, the dual-position commander. Is Xu Xiang going for a 4-position commander? As a commander, the Montiel and T arenas can prove her command level. As a main attacker, Xu Xiang has no actual defeats with Xuanqing. As a sniper, the extreme kill of the Earth Furnace flying insect just now is enough for her to be popular in the sniper circle for a long time. As a support, her support awareness is very good, and she is very good at cooperating with teammates. Playing every position is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also difficult to achieve. Ji Xia is thinking about whether to discuss with Xu Xiang to focus on 2 positions in the future. She hopes that Aurora, or rather, that StarCraft will have another dual-position commander. Just as Naya said, when that time comes, StarCraft will definitely be lively again. Sister Xia. Sister Xia? Yang Sanqian called several times in a row, but the other party did not respond. What are you thinking about? Ji Xia came back to her senses. Nothing. What's wrong? Yang Sanqian. The 3 frontline players of the Golden Tower team faced off against Xiao Di and the others. To be precise, they faced off against several strong teams. On the screen, Xian Qingjian Feiyan rushed into the mecha group, cooperating with the Starry Sky team to advance all the way, helping them get closer to the base. Just as Ji Xia was about to take a closer look, the optical brain rang, and the caller ID was Mingyu, the youngest major in the alliance. The members of the Golden Tower team had just fought a fierce battle with the Earth Furnace flying insects. They had no time to rest, and they had to help the Starry Sky team fight against dozens of mechas. They were a little tired. It was 2040 Tia time, and night fell. It should have been the quietest time in the mountains. But there were fighting sounds everywhere. The symphony of steel and artillery resounded through the sky, and the fire illuminated the entire mountain area. More than a dozen mechas flexibly shuttled between the trees and boulders, using the terrain to fight in a roundabout way, sometimes hiding and dodging, and sometimes attacking head-on. I can't do it. Captain Yin. Zhuan was chased and beaten by several mechas. These people are targeting us. If we continue to fight, we will definitely be defeated here. The Golden Tower team is now ranked first in the overall list. Many people want to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate them and reduce their points. Yinli had to report the current situation to Xu Xiang. Wait a little longer. Xu Xiang observed the battle scene and added, prioritize your own safety. If you can't win, retreat. After all, they are going to help, not to be killed. Got it. Yinli responded. Mengyi-chen. Xu Xiang called out. Mengyi-chen, eh? He was afraid that she would call out his name now. Go. Xu Xiang said. She didn't explain in detail what she was going to do, but Mengyi-chen understood. Several teams were about to approach the mountain. The one in the front was Mochizuki Zalong from the Sakurazuma team, followed by Feng Jie from the Starry Sky team. Mochizuki Zalong broke through the siege with the emergency device. Feng Jie was strong, but was targeted badly. The distance between the two was getting bigger and bigger. Mengyi-chen set off from the other side of the mountain. Xu Xiang started the noisy star. The battle on the mountainside was still going on. After fighting for so long, the drivers were a little tired. The hot weapons in the arsenal were about to be exhausted. And the mechas changed from long-range bombardment to close combat. And the sound of boom 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 became dang dang dang. At this moment, a black iron mecha suddenly appeared, like a ghost in the middle of the night. Xuanqing opened the pulley. It opened its arms and fired shells, rushing towards the mountain with unstoppable momentum. Boom! With a cannon shot, the shells chased Mochizuki Zilong in the front. Mochizuki Zilong was blocked, and Feng Jie took advantage of the situation. Ren Zizai was deeply moved when he saw it. He didn't expect that his schoolmate would come out for him personally. He cried to Xu Xiang, but not a single tear was seen. Xu Xiang ignored him and fought seriously. I'm at the top of the mountain. Meng Yichen's voice came. Wait. Oh! Xuanqing specifically bombarded Mochizuki Zilong's Feiyun. But unfortunately, he had activated the emergency device, and his back was as hard as a tortoise shell, so he could resist it. On the other hand, Feng Jie's giant elephant was targeted everywhere in the multiplayer battle, and was intercepted every time he was about to approach Feiyun. Feng Jie's teammates were in the middle and rear, and the support was not timely. The wind bearer on the top of the mountain was like an old man who was at peace with the world, silently enjoying the scenery. When he saw a mecha pop up, Meng Yichen suddenly woke up. Xu Xiang said that if it was the star team, let them plant the flag. If it was any other team, he would plant the flag. He wanted to make sure who was coming. It was dark at night, and he stared at the front. The mecha appeared bit by bit. At first, only the skull appeared. Then the eyes and nose appeared. Meng Yichen was a mecha master, and he quickly recognized the other party based on this. Feiyun? Xuan? No. Xuan was helping below, so it was impossible for him to rush to the front. It was Mochizuki Zilong from the Sakurazuma team. Meng Yichen reacted immediately. Mochizuki Zilong was very fast, and arrived in front of Meng Yichen in just 1 second. He did not attack Meng Yichen, but raised his hand, called out the team flag, and inserted it downwards. Crack! With a light sound, the team flag with the team logo was inserted on the top of the mountain by the mecha. The night wind lifted the team flag, revealing the pattern on it. A golden tower. Chapter 71 First. Congratulations to the Golden Tower team for occupying the base and obtaining 6,000 points, which are valid for 120 hours. This message was broadcasted in the main channel. So far, the Golden Tower team has obtained the points for the entire base. Mochizuki Zilong saw that the wind carrier had completed the flag planting before him, and he couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Just a little bit short. Feiyun hand had already been put down. Mochizuki Zilong was very upset. No. Don't collapse yet. He still has a chance. As long as the wind carrier is eliminated, the Golden Tower team will not only lose these 6,000 points, but also the points previously taken by Meng Yichen. However, Mochizuki Zilong looked up, and the wind carrier had already run away. The wind carrier was very fast. It was a light mecha, and was modified by Meng Yichen. As long as it wanted to run, Feiyun could not catch up. Mochizuki Zilong, he should continue to collapse. Not only Mochizuki Zilong collapsed, but also Ren Zizai Jr. Ren Zizai was like a little brat who was bullied outside and turned around to look for his parents. Mochizuki Zilong, that hateful guy. Xu Xiang silently turned off the channel and sent the rendezvous coordinates to her teammates. It's none of her business. She gave him a chance. Ren Zizai looked at the black screen and blinked. ? Oh my god. The Jinta team is the best in this arena. I calculated the time. The game will end at 10 o'clock in 9 days. Before that, they can only refresh the valid time once. It's a pity. If it's earlier, they can refresh twice. It's already very good. Refreshing once will give you 12,000 points. Other teams may not get so many in 15 days. Brother Ren cried. I didn't see any tears. Ha ha ha. Brother Ren's crying is fake. Yes. I feel really wronged. Although I was not deceived by Sister Shi. I am still miserable this time, ha ha ha. Doesn't anyone think Xu Xiang is too much? He didn't do what he said. Speak nicely. My friend. Didn't Jinta help Shinkong? And Ingqi's people are here. If Jinta doesn't take action, will he let the other party take action? The points of the Jinta team are mainly concentrated on Meng Yichen. The Mecha Master was eliminated so easily. What are you afraid of? His teammates will protect him. The barrage of comments floated by, all discussing the previous game and the points ranking so far. The Jinta team ranked first without any suspense. It is the first in the TIA field rankings. It is also the first in the overall rankings. The two commentators selected the highlights and took the audience to briefly review this 8-hour battle. From several teams gathering at the Woodworm Nest, DCI took the lead in entering the cave and fighting with the Woodworm, Tichiyen leading the Woodworm away. The ground furnace flying insect appeared, to Ulrich and Xu Xiang sniping the heart of the ground furnace flying insect one after another. And finally to the multi-party melee. The Golden Tower team occupied 2 strongholds. Looking back to the end, Lan Wu suddenly realized something. The above actions did not seem like coincidences, but more like established processes. And the driving force behind it might be Xu Xiang. She said that there would be a team that took the initiative to attack the Woodworm. She asked Yanli and others to lead the Woodworm to the Golden River and let the ground furnace flying insect take the initiative to appear. She asked Mengyichen to squat at the stronghold in advance. She conveyed the battle plan through Ren's eye, and joined forces with Auric to kill the ground furnace flying insect. She assisted the Starry Sky team in occupying the stronghold, even though it was disrupted by the Sakura Wife team in the end. The result was beneficial to the Golden Tower team. It's just weird. Putting all this aside, Lan Wu also wanted to have a good chat with Xu Xiang. She wanted to ask where he heard about the Zerg hormone. There were still 9 days left for the competition, and Lan Wu couldn't wait to see Xu Xiang. The appearance of the ground furnace flying insect was beyond the expectations of the general manager. Although the students joined forces to kill it, the process was not good, and the general manager had to send people to check the competition environment again. The big channel issued the latest notice, and the teams that participated in killing the ground furnace flying insects were each awarded 200 points. As the killing party, the Golden Tower team was awarded an additional 200 points. Zhuan shook his index finger, only 400 points. Their total score exceeded 10,000. And these 400 points were really nothing. Auric flicked his hair and said, "These 400 points belong to you. My handsome kill is priceless. Zhuan, TSK. If it weren't for the boss, your shot would have been useless. The Zerg's self-healing ability is very fast." Auric only hit the upper heart of the ground furnace fly, which was useless. If Xu Xiang hadn't caught up in a very short time, the battle would have been more troublesome. Speaking of this, Yanli remembered a rule of mecha battle. "Xiang, how many meters away did you finish the shooting?" Yanli asked. Mecha sniping is much simpler than real sniping. So the Alliance has a rule that the range of students in the mecha battlefield cannot exceed their real maximum range. For example, Auric's maximum range in reality is 1,800 meters. So in the field, his range must be within this range. Xu Xiang and Auric had a sniper battle, and everyone knows her sniping level. But the Alliance and the audience don't know. Are Xu Xiang points included in the 400 points? Yanli is different from Zhuan and Auric. For her, every point is important. 2,000. Xu Xiang recalled for a moment and said, "Auric was the first to make a fuss. How much did you say? His shooting range is the best among the freshmen. If the distance is farther, his hit rate will be greatly reduced. Let alone 2,000 meters. 1,850 meters requires him to practice hard. Calm down. Xu Xiang uses a mecha, and her real level may not be that high. Actually, how far can you actually shoot?" Auric asked. He, the dignified soul of Mesberg. How can he be compared with an amateur sniper? Auric recalled the sniper battle record with Xu Xiang. The opponent shot the farthest distance of 1,950 meters, which was their first battle. Xu Xiang thought for a moment and said, 2,500 meters. Auric was complacent. "I said I wasn't there." "Wait, what did you say?" He widened his eyes. Xu Xiang, 2,500 meters. Auric, Not only he was silent, but also other members, the audience who heard this, and the college teachers and Alliance leaders who were watching the live broadcast. Are you kidding? A student who is not a sniper major can complete a 2,500 meter sniper. If it were someone else, forget it. Everyone would casually say, "I'm kidding." But she is Xu Xiang, the person who reversed the situation several times and brought surprises. Oh my god. Zhuan's mouth twitched, and his smile gradually became dull. What other surprises do you have that we don't know? Xu Xiang said seriously. I am your treasure girl. Surprises and advantages. She really can't say them one by one. They will know later. Team members of the Golden Tower. Help. Who taught them to play these memes when they were commanding? No one taught them. Xu Xiang loves to surf the internet during her rest time. When she surfs the internet, inexplicable knowledge inexplicably enters her brain. Put this matter aside for now. Yinli coughed lightly, breaking the silence. I go back and find out about the situation with teacher Naya. If the Alliance needs Xiang proof, you may need to go with them. Xu Xiang, yeah. Anyway, teacher Jixia also said that the Alliance should investigate her, so it won't delay things to play with a gun by the way. Yinli, there is one more thing. Xu Xiang tilted her head, ? Yinli hesitated and gave up asking, forget it. It's not an important matter. Let's talk about it after the game. Yinli wanted to ask Xu Xiang about the Zerg hormone, but considering that it was a live broadcast and many people were watching, Xu Xiang would easily get into trouble if she said too much. So she had to suppress her curiosity for the time being. Okay, Xu Xiang said. Let's go get supplies. It's time to replenish supplies and fuel. Each arena has its brightest moment. The Montiel Arena is a melee on the second underground floor of Fengyi City. And the T Arena is a battle between multiple teams against the Earth Furnace Flies. Since several strong teams defeated the Earth Furnace Flies in Jinhe, there has been no larger scale battle in the T Arena. The Jinta team is leading in points, and many teams have to adjust their strategies and try to catch up. Other teams travel day and night to find and occupy strongholds. They are finally catching up with the Jinta team, but they refresh the effective time and their points jump up again. Of course, this time it only increased by 6,000. There is no other reason. The other stronghold was taken away by the Starry Sky team. The Jinta team has been targeted all the time, and it is easy to get into trouble if they act separately. And the two strongholds are far apart, so they can only choose one of the two. There is less than a day left in the game. After 14 days of survival in the wild, many students have become thinner and shriveled. Some netizens posted photos of students before and after entering the field for comparison. The posts were quite popular, and there were many jokes in the comments. This is not survival in the wild. This is simply a weight loss training camp. 14 days ago, a graceful girl/boy. 14 days later, a vicissitudes of life in the old world. A whole movie of wild weight loss plus haggard adventure. Thinness and haggardness are one thing, and unkempt hair and dirty faces are another. Some people hurriedly washed in the river, fearing that they would be sniped out if they returned to the Mecca one step late. Some people just wiped it casually to keep fresh. Some people are not used to taking off clothes in the wild, let alone taking a bath, and simply endured 14 days. Ulrich and Juin are not in the above three situations. The young master is not afraid of trouble. He fetches water and boils water. He has to take a bath once a day. When he takes a bath, he doesn't leave a piece of clothing. If the director hadn't cut the screen quickly, he could have given benefits to the audience. He was often dragged out by his mother for adventures. At first, he disliked this and that, but later he didn't care anymore. Juin was like a nimble monkey in the mountains, shouting, running, taking off his clothes, and then jumping into the river to swim. Actually, Juin was afraid of water when he was a child, but he stopped being afraid after being beaten by his father. There was no large water area in the Montiel underground city, and Juin did not think this skill was useful at first. But after he fell in love with interstellar travel, he found that this thing was simply a must-have. He traveled through mountains and rivers, rescued people in rivers, swam in bottomless lakes, and shuttled among schools of fish and shrimp in the sea. Now you can still play in the river and take a bath. It's pretty cool. At about 6 o'clock in the morning, Ulrich and Juin came back one after another, drying their hair. Juin often used hairspray, so his hair stood up high. After washing, his hair all drooped down, accidentally exposing his real height. Ulrich laughed at Juin, and Juin jumped up to hit him. The two of them quarreled more and more, and Yinli held them down with one hand each. Since the early morning, the members of the Jinta team have been standing guard in turns. They have each slept for more than half an hour. They are in a reasonable mental state now. No wonder they are making a fuss. Let's quarrel again when we get back, Yinli said helplessly. Let's discuss the arrangements for the last few hours. The captain spoke, and the two gave her face, but they had to kick each other a few times before sitting down. The commander was still looking at the map, and several people sat around the dying fire and chatted. The game in the T Arena ended at 10 o'clock this morning, and they only need to hold on for more than 3 hours, since the effective time was refreshed in Jinha. The Jinta team has entered the defense mode and tried not to participate in the battle as much as possible. They are now in the central area of the Kula Grand Canyon, and there are many enemy teams ambushing around. If they are not well hidden, they will fight many times. The game is about to end, and they need to fight another big game to ensure their leading position in points. Xu Xiang stared at 5 red dots on the map. If her guess is correct, it represents the Sakura wife team. Xu Xiang stood up and said, "Get into the mecha. We take the initiative." Perhaps because the Jinta team eliminated the opponent's main attacker and auxiliary, the Yingxi team kept a close eye on them. Like a ghost. Not fighting? Then they took the initiative. In the early morning, a ray of natural light peeked out from the horizon, gradually dispelling the cold night. The birds chirped in the forest, and the waterfalls and rivers in the Kula Grand Canyon flowed. The combination of movement and stillness in nature is always harmonious. What broke this harmony was a gunshot. The Jinta team found the Yingxi team in the valley, took the lead, and fired the first shot of the battle. Meng Yichen. Xu Xiang specifically called his name before taking action. "This one is for you. Watch carefully." Meng Yichen, who was walking at the end, was stunned for a moment, and then frowned. Chapter 72 Meaning. Everyone in the Jinta team is dazzling. Auric and Juan are born to be outspoken people, making noise wherever they go. Yinli and Yanosu are the first and third in the high league, and this ranking alone is enough for them to be discussed. Not to mention that they have a good performance in every battle, with highlights one after another. Even Xu Xiang, who came from the post-war star, gradually reversed her reputation by herself, regardless of their own personalities, whether they are noisy and cheerful or introverted and silent. They are the dark horse players that the audience is most looking forward to in this league. Only Meng Yichen is different. Meng Yichen has a low sense of presence from beginning to end. In the forest arena of the Olympic Academy midterm exam, he did nothing but run forward. In the Monte Al arena, he was the only one in the Jinta team who did not have a brilliant picture. In the T arena, his greatest contribution was to plant the flag. But this action can be replaced by anyone. He is a bit out of place in the Jinta team. Why is it like this? Meng Yichen also wants to know why. He can't find a strict and formal reason. He just thinks that doing those things is meaningless. What if he builds a powerful mecha? He doesn't need others' praise and admiration. What if he finds a way to deal with the emergency device of the Sakura wife team? He doesn't care about winning or losing. What if he wins the game? Maybe he will lose the next game. If his teammates didn't insist on him doing those things, he wouldn't want to use his brain at all. But sometimes he finds himself very contradictory. He took the initiative to design Winter. He hoped Xu Xiang will send him a video about the emergency device. He subconsciously ran to the place designated by Xu Xiang at the fastest speed. So annoying. Obviously think that everything is meaningless. Why don't you give up completely? Don't be distracted. Xu Xiang's voice rang in his ears again. The people from the Sakura wife team are here. Meng Yichen had to come back to his senses. He suddenly felt that Xu Xiang was annoying. She kept her eyelids drooping all day long, looking like a ruthless killer. But she could always poke his mind. She never complained about his slacking off. She seemed to have seen through his love for mechas, so she always liked to discuss mechas with him. She gave him the video materials he needed. Now, the game was almost over, and he was waiting to go home and play badly. But she said that the Jinta team wanted to fight for him. But he didn't mind this, and she contacted him alone. Was she afraid that other teammates would know and put more pressure on him? Meng Yichen gritted his teeth, raised his head, and looked at the screen. On the screen, several mechas were fighting on the flat ground of the canyon, breaking the tranquility of the early morning. The purpose of the Jinta team's battle this time was not to eliminate the enemy, but to force the opponent to use emergency devices. So everyone bombarded without any rules, and suppressed the Sakuraza team with firepower from the beginning. The Jinta team has a powerful attacker named Xu Xiang, while the Yingxi team lacks a main attacker and an auxiliary. It is very obvious who is at an advantage, and who is at a disadvantage. There is still 1 hour before the end of the game. You are not kind. Xiaodayu and Liuzhen complained about Xu Xiang. We didn't take the initiative to fight you. He didn't even drink the drink and threw it in the cockpit. Oh! Xiaodayu and Liuzhen couldn't beat Xu Xiang, and was suppressed all the time. He shouted, "You didn't kick Ren's eye so hard." Xu Xiang understood. He was there at that time. It's okay. Sooner or later. She meant that Jinta would officially fight against Shinkong sooner or later. And she would also fight against Ren's eye sooner or later. At that time, she would only be more ruthless. When Xu Xiang spoke, her hands did not stop moving. She quickly built a model in her mind, and then fired 9 shells in a row, catching Xiaodayu and Liuzhen off guard. Xiaodayu and Liuzhen could only be forced to use emergency devices to avoid the 9 consecutive shells. Meng Yichen did not forget to observe the scene while recording the video. The emergency device can only be transformed once. After watching the 6 formations of Xiaodayuan, Meng Yichen went to see other people. Xu Xiang threw the 6 formations of Xiaodayuan to Zhuan and Yanoki, and went to chase the next prey. Meng Yichen's brain was highly concentrated. Observation. Calm down and observe. The commentators on the last day were Lingyao Lingyin and Chu Yi. They thought that the Jinta team would continue to avoid fighting, but they didn't expect that they would take the initiative to attack. However, Suzuya Suzun, looking at the way the Jinta team plays, they don't intend to fight to the death, but to force the Sakuraza team to use the emergency device. Chui agreed, it seems so. Both teams are strong teams, and the cost-effectiveness and error tolerance of fighting alone are not as good as a mixed battle. Not to mention that the game is about to end. With the current points of the Jinta team, there is no need to take the risk of fighting head-on with the Sakuraza team. Pay attention to the Jinta Mecha Master. He has been observing the Sakurazu emergency device. The main screen plays the battle scenes between the Jinta team and the Sakuraza team. The Wind Bearer was the only mecha that didn't fight, but its presence was everywhere, which was different from previous games. The director cut the screen to the inside of the Wind Bearer. Meng Yichen frowned, staring at the screen, dismantling and analyzing the emergency device on the spot, and trying to crack the emergency device through modeling. Although all failed, there are still 20 minutes left before the game. Chui couldn't help but sigh. This should be the longest single game in recent years. Yes, being able to persist until now shows that the physical and mental qualities of military school students are very strong. 15 days. Half a month. Some people even finish their winter vacation homework. This game should be over. In the valley of the Kula Grand Canyon, Xuanqing and Qian cooperated, shuttling between the 4 mechas of the Sakura Wife team like needles and threads, and shells flew wherever they passed. The Sakura Wife team became more and more passive, and could only rely on the transformed emergency device to survive. There are still 10 minutes. Xu Xiang ignored Meng Yichen. Although this battle was mainly initiated by him, she could not be distracted during the battle. Xuanqing's screen displayed the battle scenes in all directions, and the small screen closest to Xu Xiang displayed the code running status. Alphanumeric characters popped up quickly, and rows of codes were constantly updated. When she first used Xuanqing, Xu Xiang would occasionally forget where the uncommon buttons were, but not now. She became more and more familiar with Xuanqing. She knew the data limit of this mecha, and also knew which actions this mecha was suitable for, and which were not suitable for. Xu Xiang felt that she was gradually merging with Xuanqing. There were still 5 minutes left before the end of the game. The people of the Sakurazuma team also began to bombard. They also had no intention of fighting to the death. And with their current situation, the best outcome was to hold on to the end without anyone being eliminated, except for the deputy attacker Mochizuki's alone. All the Sakurazuma team members used emergency devices. Mochizuki's alone was chased and beaten by Zhuan and Yanozu. Zhuan talked a lot of trash and kept shouting my Feiyun is the strongest. Mochizuki's alone finally dodged the attack of the two. When he looked up, Xuanqing jumped out from nowhere and came over like a mountain. Feiyun hadn't stood firm yet, so it was difficult to dodge. At this time, the emergency device should be used, but Mochizuki's alone didn't do it. The emergency device is not for show. Xiaodayu and Liuzhen reminded him in time. I know. Mochizuki's alone gritted his teeth. He knew. Even so, he didn't want to use the emergency device casually again. He saw that the other party was going for his captain's emergency device. If it was used frequently, it would be easy for the other party to see the flaw. Look at that mecha master. He was standing in the best view and staring at him. Also, after this battle, he gradually realized that they relied too much on the captain's invention. This can't be done. Even if their team values fun more, they can't put all the pressure on the captain. Hey, Zalone, wake up. Don't be distracted. Sayadayu and Liuzhen shouted to Mochizuki Zalong while retreating. A distraction caused the joint of the Black Avenger to be cut off by Ulrich. Mochizuki Zalong frowned and gritted his teeth. There are still 3 minutes. Xu Xiang controlled Xuanqing and fell down at the fastest speed. She observed that the opponent Fei Yun's center of gravity was unstable. She didn't believe that Mochizuki Zalong didn't use the emergency device. But Fei Yun knelt on one knee, raised his hands flat, and used the form of a shield to resist the weight and impact of Xuanqing. It seems that the emergency device was not activated. Boom! Xuanqing stepped on Fei Yun, and Fei Yun sank into the ground for dozens of centimeters. At the moment of collision, the air seemed to be torn apart, and a loud noise echoed in the broken space, mixed with dust and strong wind. 2 minutes. Everyone subconsciously looked over here. The dust gradually dissipated, revealing 2 mechas, one above and one below. The black iron mecha stepped on the blue and white mecha, as majestic as a winner. However, the blue and white mecha was not as embarrassed as everyone imagined. It had become oval since some time ago. The outermost iron shell was very hard, even if it was pressed by Xuanqing, which weighed more than 400 tons. The damage was only 40% to 50%. Fei Yun's current form was different from what Xu Xiang saw last. It seemed that Mochizuki Zalong still used the emergency device. 1 minute. Xu Xiang lowered her eyes and stared at the mecha below the screen. Something was wrong. Her hands on the keyboard suddenly moved. Back off. When she just finished this action, Fei Yun suddenly jumped up, grew hands and feet at the moment of standing up, and stabbed Xuanqing with a sword. The speed was too fast, and the 2 mechas were too close. Xuanqing was in danger. 20 seconds. Boss! Zhuan, who was closest to Xuanqing, exclaimed. Be careful. Don't worry. Xu Xiang's voice was as calm as ever. Xuanqing turned his hands into a big sword and resisted the attack head-on. This is fun. 10 seconds. Xuanqing suddenly soared into the air, and after escaping from Fei Yun's control, the big sword turned into 2 hands again, but the muzzle replaced the finger part. Boom! Boom! 2 cannons fired at the same time, hitting Fei Yun directly. 3 seconds. 2 small mushroom clouds exploded on the ground, and Fei Yun rolled out of the smoke. Time is up. Xuanqing landed and stepped firmly on the ground. Xu Xiang retracted his hands, slowly leaned back, leaned on the chair, and his eyelids were almost closed. It's finally over. So tired. Xu Xiang. Meng Yichen's voice appeared in the team channel. I seem to have discovered the pattern of the emergency device. Chapter 73 Test. The game is over. All fighting stops. Unlike the Monty Al Arena, which ended with a vigorous melee, the T Arena ended relatively calmly. Perhaps it was because the 15-day survival in the wild had dampened most of the students' fighting spirit and passion. Or perhaps it was because it was difficult to catch up in the later stages of this arena. In any case, when the time jumped to 10 o'clock Tia time, it meant that this arena was over. Kara Grand Canyon. Sayadayu and Liuzhen jumped down from the Black Avenger, came to Fei Yun's side, and took out Mochizuki Zalong. Captain. Mochizuki Zalong frowned and lowered his eyes, clenching his fists. What are you doing? No one is out of this wave. Sayadayu and Liuzhen bit his straw and drank his drink. And with our score, it's no problem to advance. It's a good result. That's right. But Mochizuki Zalong recalled the scene of Xuanqing falling from the sky. He wanted to fight on his own, and he thought he could. But when he saw Xuanqing so close to him, he regretted not using the emergency device. With his method, it seemed that he could not withstand Xuanqing. It was all his fault. The captain asked him to use the emergency device, but he did not use it. It would be fine if nothing happened. But what if he was out? Their team was already missing a main attacker and a support player. If he was out, it would basically mean that the Sakurazuma team would miss the tier league. Mochizuki Zalong thought it was too late, but Fei Yun automatically transformed under the drive of the emergency device, using 50% of the fuselage damage to exchange for his survival. After dodging the attack, Mochizuki Zalong found that the captain remotely controlled his emergency device. I should have listened to the captain, Mochizuki Zalong said. Ah. Don't. Sayadayu and Liuzhen opened his eyes wide, and his pupils, which were not big to begin with, became even smaller. Your method is not necessarily wrong. I interfered with your choice, and the problem is me. He just wanted to make sure his teammates were okay. and winning or losing was not that important to him. Mochizuki's alone. Captain, I think we rely too much on emergency devices. In this battle, the Jinta team obviously came for this point. What if they find a pattern? Isn't it? Xie Dayu and Liuzhen heard this, and turned to look at the other team. The Jinta team stood in a row. Xu Xiang stood in the middle. And the two people on the left and right followed her, and put their hands in their pockets, and looked at this side together. Yanli and Yano Qi were reviewing the game. Meng Yichen was looking at the blank board. Xie Dayu and Liuzhen smiled, and looked at Xu Xiang opposite him. And waved at her. So what? I don't know who he was saying this to. Xu Xiang's response was more ambiguous. She stretched out a hand, made a gun shape, pointed it at the energy center of the Black Avenger, and said, bang. The league staff led the students out of the stadium. The stadium where the fight took place was in a mess. The relevant personnel will clean and restore the stadium starting tonight. When they came out of the Monty Al Stadium, all the students were confused and fell asleep as soon as they fell to the ground. The Tia Stadium was a little different. Those who had slept were full of energy. Those who had stayed up all night hugged the pillars and dozed off. The Jinta team belonged to the former. They slept well, got points, and were promoted. It was a happy occasion. Auric whistled and felt that the surrounding scenery had become more beautiful. Many reporters came to interview them. Juan rushed to the front. Auric waited for others to ask questions, like an old man. Xu Xiang, Yanosu. Meng Yichen stood behind Yanli and turned his back. Suddenly, a group of staff members came out and asked the reporters who surrounded the Jinta team to leave. A woman in military uniform walked in front and came to Xu Xiang, looking for the captain. Xu Xiang was looking at the light brain. She thought it was a reporter and said without raising her head, "Hello. I'm Major Mingyu from the Alliance. I'm here to see you." Xu Xiang paused while swiping the screen and looked up. Xu Xiang was called away by Mingyu, and the other members of the Golden Pagoda team took the school bus back to the hotel. Why haven't the results come out yet? Auric kept refreshing the Alliance official website. Although they were definitely in first place, Auric just wanted to see the official news and then go to the official blog to comment. Come on. Come on. Praise him. Yanosu was also refreshing. And the circle turned, and a red dot appeared on the logo of the Alliance official blog. Got it. Yanosu excitedly threw the screen into the air. Look! On the first page, the 4 words Golden Pagoda team were firmly ranked first. Number 1, Golden Tower team points, 21,000. Number 2, Starry Sky team points, 15800. Number 3, Dream team points, 13,000. Number 4, R11 team points, 10,000. Number 5, TTAR team points, 8,000. Number 6, Sky Eagle team points, 7,000. Number 7, Sakurazuma team points, 6,800. Shuin jumped up excitedly when he saw this. Even though he knew the team rankings before, he was still very emotional when he saw the official documents. Shuin hit his head on the roof of the car, and he grimaced in pain but didn't cry out. Where's the overall ranking? Shuin rubbed his head and urged Yanosu. Look at the overall ranking. I want to see the scene of the star team being trampled under our feet. Ren's eye in the front row turned his head silently. Shuin seemed to have forgotten what he had just said, and waved at him. Senior, you are here too. Ren's eye, Yanli coughed lightly, reminding Shuin to be more restrained. Ren's eye looked around and asked, Where is my junior sister? Shuin said, Oh, she was called away by a major in the Alliance. I guess he took her to measure the actual sniping distance. After all, my boss can reach a range of 2,500 meters. Shuin is a single cell, and there are not many things he can think of. Yanli still remembers that incident. Zerg hormones. Otherwise, Major Mingyu, who should have been at the Alliance headquarters, would not have come to Tia Star. Yanli did not believe that the famous Major Ming would take a spaceship for several days to come to an alien planet to test the sniping distance of a student. Speaking of which, how is Xiang? Yanli sent a message to Xu Xiang, but the other party did not reply. How much did you say? Wang Xinshu in the other row also turned around. 2005. Yes. Shuin was proud, as if this was his own achievement. Our boss is amazing. If you don't believe it, wait for the Alliance to issue a notice, ha ha ha. In fact, Shuin did not know Xu Xiang's real range. Anyway, the boss said how much is how much. Wang Xinshu turned back in silence. Yunoki found the overall leaderboard and released it. They really completed the reversal, and opened up more than 3,000 points ahead of the star team. Number 1, Jinta Team Points, 26830. Number 2, Shinkong Team Points, 23210. Number 3, Dream Team Points, 19,000. Number 4, R11 Team Points, 16,000. Number 5, Ingzu Team Points, 9,600. Number 6, TTAR Team Points, 9,200. Number 7, Sky Eagle Team Points, 7,400. As long as no one from Jinta Team is eliminated, the more than 3,000 points can greatly increase their tolerance rate in the following games and help them compete for more points. It's worthy of us. Juin put his hands on his hips and looked up. Low-key. Auric stretched out his long legs and kicked him. The strong are always low-key. Don't you understand? In the school bus, people from other teams cast a faint look. Yenli quickly grabbed the 2 elementary school students who were about to quarrel. Sniper field. Xu Xiang was really brought in to test the real sniper distance. Mingyu played a live clip on the way, which was the process of Xu Xiang sniping the ground furnace flying insect. According to the league rules, the sniping distance of the mecha battle cannot exceed your real range, Mingyu explained, and then said, your sniping range to kill the ground furnace flying insect is 2 kilometers. If your real range can exceed this value, your team can get an additional 200 points. If Juin was here, he would definitely say that these 200 points are useless. Xu Xiang and Yenli have the same idea. It should be theirs. Not a single point less. Mingyu, please choose the target distance for your first shooting. Mecha shooting has various data assistance, which greatly reduces the difficulty of sniper operation. But Mingyu is still very optimistic about Xu Xiang. She has been on the battlefield and fought against many types of Zerg, so she knows that even with the data assistance of the mecha system, in the ever-changing battlefield, human individuals need to have strong comprehensive strength, data analysis, decomposition modeling, detail calculation, improvisation, final judgment. These are all abilities that snipers need to have. The advantages of mecha shooting are ultra-long range and data assistance. And the rest depends on the sniper himself. Before meeting Xu Xiang, Mingyu simply deduced Xu Xiang range, 2,200 meters. This is not a small number. You should know that the range of the best sniper in the Alliance is 6,800 meters. And the longest range of student snipers is 2,600 meters. They either have many years of practical experience or years of training. But Xu Xiang is neither a sniper nor has relevant training. Mingyu subconsciously compared Xu Xiang with the elites, but forgot that ordinary snipers only have a range of a few hundred meters. I set a static target for you for the first time. Mingyu came back to his senses and said, what is your choice? Xu Xiang, 2,500 meters. Mingyu, okay. I said it. She realized something was wrong. Please wait a minute. How much did you say? Xu Xiang found that these people always like to ask her to repeat herself. Obviously, she has practiced to the point where she can speak Mandarin fluently. 2,500 meters. Xu Xiang was very proud. Yes, she was such a patient and kind person. We don't have to shoot so far for the first time. We have plenty of time and can take our time. Mingyu reminded her. It's okay. She would of course finish what she could finish in one go. 2,500 meters was not her current limit, but the range she was sure she could complete 100%. Speaking of the limit, I shot a toad worm before at a distance of 3,000 meters. But I had a lucky bonus that time, and I don't know if it would work now. Mingyu couldn't persuade Xu Xiang, so she had to agree. She set the distance and static target on the light board, and asked the robot assistant to bring a sniper rifle with a range of 3,000 meters. The sniper rifle was assembled, but Xu Xiang still checked it. This action was very impressive in Mingyu's heart. Rigorous. Then, Xu Xiang sat on the ground, holding her left hand to support her right hand, with her right hand on her folded legs, and raised the sniper rifle in a sitting position without support. The sniper sight was surrounded by camouflage nets and bushes. 2,500 meters away, a static target automatically stood up from the ground. It was noon now. The blazing natural light was hanging high above the head, passing through the thin clouds and falling on the ground, adding a bit of heat to the tense atmosphere. Xu Xiang faced the target sideways, tilted her head, and put her eyes on the high-power scope. The target in the distance was just a blurry dot in the high-power scope, but in her eyes it became a giant with even details visible. Xu Xiang slowly adjusted the focus of the scope until the crosshairs coincided with the center of the target. Bang! With a gunshot. The bullet that was ejected from the barrel passed through the air and ran over a distance of 2,500 meters. If there was a special lens at this time, it would definitely be able to capture the air fluctuations around the bullet. Mingyu looked at the feedback on the light board. It hit the center of the bullseye. Mingyu stared at the light board for a long time and was silent for a long time. Chapter 74 Conversation. Mingyu estimated that Xu Xiang could shoot at a maximum distance of 2,200 meters. But Xu Xiang shot at 2,500 meters and succeeded. Xu Xiang stood up from the ground and put the sniper rifle on the table beside him. Mingyu, have you practiced? No. Mingyu didn't know what to say for a moment. You may not believe it, but Xu Xiang came from the post-war planet and has been wandering for many years, so he really didn't have many opportunities to learn. Believe it. Mingyu couldn't imagine that an untrained person could complete such a range of shooting. This is 2,500 meters. What concept? Let's make the simplest comparison. Some people feel that running 800 meters is so far away and they can't see the end. But Xu Xiang can easily complete a range of 2,500 meters. It's outrageous. Then how did you do it? Mingyu couldn't help asking. Mingyu played as a main attacker when she was a student. Her longest shooting range was less than 1,000 meters, while Xu Xiang was more than twice hers. She was too curious. There were coincidences at short distances, but there was no way at 2,500 meters. Xu Xiang, you get used to it after playing more. This is the truth. Xu Xiang started dealing with Zergs when she was 8 years old. At first, she couldn't even hold the gun steadily, and she didn't even dare to pull the trigger. Later, she could hit the Zerg's fatal point with a casual shot. Mingyu didn't ask any more. She always felt that asking more would touch on the other party's past. She was not a member of the investigation team, so there was no need to know too much about other people's private affairs. Mingyu, do you want to try a longer range? Not for now. Just get the points. The rest is not very important. Okay. Mingyu put away the light board and said, then let's talk about the second thing. Teacher's lounge. Don't be nervous. Just think of it as coming to drink tea. Mingyu personally brought 3 cups of tea and placed them on the table. Xu Xiang and Mingyu sat opposite each other, with Lan Wu beside them. Lan Wu was sent by the Alliance to inspect and investigate Xu Xiang. Although the Alliance has not yet determined whether Xu Xiang is needed, Lan Wu does not mind getting to know this student better. Xu Xiang met Ji Xia on the road, and Ji Xia also told her not to be nervous. In fact, she was not nervous at all, but many people thought she was nervous. Mingyu and Lan Wu formally introduced themselves and then went straight to the point. Mingyu said, it's like this. We heard you say a conclusion during the live broadcast. She took out the light brain and played Xu Xiang words. Zergs secrete hormones, and only Zergs can smell them. The hormones secreted by one worm may make another worm irritable. Have you heard of this? Mingyu, I want to know. Who did you hear this sentence from? Xu Xiang knew that the Major of the Alliance was looking for her, and it must not be just to test her range. It seems that her words really had a big impact. That's right. The information that the Alliance didn't know was said by her, a person from the post-war planet. It would be strange if no one felt strange. Stranger. Xu Xiang really didn't know the other person, and even gradually forgot the other person's name and appearance. Star Calendar 2848. The Star. The time and place I met her. That year, Xu Xiang was 14 years old and wandered to the Star with refugees. The Star is a place with extremely cold weather all year round. The surface is covered by glaciers, and the gray sky is often covered with heavy snow. The residents live in a cold-resistant base. It is useless to wrap up thick clothes when going out. They must take cold-resistant medicine. Xu Xiang had a fever on the first day she arrived. A high fever of 39 degrees Celsius, which lasted for 4 days. She didn't like to communicate with people at that time, and she looked normal, so no one noticed that she was sick. A group of wanderers huddled together, and Xu Xiang huddled in the corner to protect herself. It was a woman who found that she was not right. The woman was wearing a red coat, with a nameplate on her chest with her name on it. At that time, Xu Xiang was burning badly. Her whole body was limp like mud. She slowly shrank down from the wall. Her vitality disappeared, and she felt that she might die in the next second. Suddenly, her burning hand was patted by someone. Then, the person whispered her name. Xiang. How did the other person know her name? Bad guy? This was Xu Xiang's first reaction. She wanted to resist, but found that she couldn't move. Xiang. The other person called again. Such a gentle voice. It shouldn't be a bad person. This was Xu Xiang's second reaction. She tried to open her eyes, wanting to know who called her. But she was too uncomfortable. As if there was fog in front of her eyes. She couldn't see anything clearly, and could only vaguely see the red coat approaching her. You have a bad fever, she said with her face pressed against Xu Xiang's forehead. But don't worry. Have a good sleep, and you will be fine tomorrow. Xu Xiang didn't believe it. She had been sleeping for several days, but she really didn't have the strength to open her mouth or speak. Not long after, the woman took out a dose of healing agent from the medicine box and skillfully applied it on her arm. Xu Xiang was not afraid of pain, so she didn't take this action seriously. She closed her eyes drowsily. Before that, she saw the woman leaning towards her again and saying, "Good night." The last time she said good night was her family. Perhaps because she thought of her family. Xu Xiang subconsciously looked at the nameplate on the woman's clothes, and then vaguely saw two big words. Oh, yes. She knew why the other party knew her name. Every refugee had a nameplate on their chest with their names written on it. Xu Xiang, and the woman in red clothes, Sun Yan. Xu Xiang remembered the other party's name. Her name is Sun Yan. Sun Yan? A very ordinary name. A name that Xu Xiang almost forgot. If Mingyu hadn't asked, these two words would probably have gradually disappeared from Xu Xiang's mind. To be honest, Xu Xiang didn't know if this was the other party's real name. To Sun Yan, Xu Xiang was just an ordinary patient. To Xu Xiang, Sun Yan was just an ordinary passerby. But she seemed a little different because she had saved him. Sun Yan? Mingyu was silent for a moment when he heard this, as if he was thinking about whether he had heard this name before. Lan Wu asked Xu Xiang, "Do you still remember what she looked like?" "I don't remember." In Xu Xiang's mind today, Sun Yan's image is a ball of red, with her face blocked by a watercolor mosaic. It's been so long that she has forgotten even the appearance of her parents and siblings. So how could she remember a person she barely knows? Lan Wu asked again, "Did she say which planet she came from?" "No. Their relationship is doctor and patient, so there's no need to talk too much about personal matters." Anyway, Xu Xiang didn't say anything, except for her age and name. Sun Yan did mention some, but it's been so long that Xu Xiang has long forgotten them. The more Lan Wu listened, the more she felt something was wrong. "From what you said, you don't share secrets. So why did she tell you about the Zerg hormones?" As the deputy leader of the investigation team, Lan Wu is very keen on details. Zergs secrete hormones that only Zergs can smell. This is something that even the Alliance doesn't know, regardless of whether it is true or not. This sentence alone is enough to shock people. Isn't Sun Yan afraid that the little kid at that time would say something casually and cause unnecessary trouble for himself? Xu Xiang, I don't know. When saying those words, Sun Yan was giving Xu Xiang the second dose of medicine, and the Zerg happened to appear. So Sun Yan casually said something similar. Xu Xiang can't remember the details. Probably, the hormones secreted by grass insects attract their own kind. If humans can also smell it, can we avoid many risks? Xu Xiang now knows that Sun Yan is not a simple person. So did Sun Yan say that on purpose? What's the reason? Also, if that was Sun Yan's affirmative conclusion, why didn't she tell the Alliance? Xu Xiang had so many questions for the first time, and she might not be able to get the answers in a short time. Can I ask you another question? Lan Wu took out his own light brain and searched for the video he saved a few days ago. Yes. Xu Xiang and Mingyu waited for Lan Wu together. Mingyu was supposed to investigate Xu Xiang, but now Lan Wu was the leader. Whether to say it or not, the investigation team's analysis of the truth has become a habit. Lan Wu is suffering from an occupational disease. Lan Wu found the video and played it for the two of them. It was a picture of Xu Xiang alone overlooking the Kula Grand Canyon at Lihua Creek. At that time, the people of the Jinta team had just finished dinner together. And then Xu Xiang walked to the Lihua Creek alone and looked into the distance. It was a very inconspicuous picture. A very dull video. If it was thrown into a video website full of highlights, it would soon be submerged. But Lan Wu felt something was wrong. I walked in the direction you were looking at. There was a map on the table. Lan Wu's finger moved along the Lihua Creek on the map and finally stopped at the end of another river. Jinhe. After she finished speaking, She looked up at Xu Xiang. Mingyu frowned and looked at Xu Xiang. Jinhe is where the ground furnace flies appear. In connection with the subsequent events, everyone knows that Xu Xiang knew in advance that the ground furnace flies would appear. Could it be that she knew it from that time? This is impossible. How could she know this? Xu Xiang was the calmest of the three, as if she was not the person involved. Did you know that the ground furnace flies were at the end of the Jinhe River at that time? Lan Wu wanted to verify. Yes. Xu Xiang admitted it readily. Lan Wu and Mingyu looked at each other. Lan Wu asked, "How did you know?" Xu Xiang, "I smelled it." She always said something surprising lightly, and Lan Wu and Mingyu were surprised and amused at the same time. This student is really not afraid of getting himself into trouble when he said such things honestly. Xu Xiang was certainly afraid of trouble, but she wanted to know more about why she could smell the zerg. Yes, this was something that even she herself was confused about. Isn't it said that only zerg can smell zerg hormones? Lan Wu had a feeling of discovering a shocking secret. Why can you smell it? Xu Xiang glanced at Lan Wu. She actually believed what she said. Xu Xiang thought Lan Wu would think she was joking. She said, "I don't know. Otherwise she would just hide these things to avoid being bothered by investigators from time to time." In the final analysis, it was because she wanted to find out the truth herself. She felt that the people of the Alliance could help her find the answer. Lan Wu thought for a moment and said, "If what you said is true, we will do our best to help you find the truth." Xu Xiang looked at her and said seriously, "It's true. She doesn't lie." Lan Wu, "Okay," she said to Mingyu. "That's all I want to ask." Mingyu then said, "After we return to Rokalo, we may need you to go to the Alliance headquarters with us." Xu Xiang asked, "What for?" "Don't be nervous," Mingyu explained. "We just want to give you a comprehensive physical examination. Xu Xiang can smell something that others can't smell. This is definitely a genetic factor, and further examination can only be done through blood samples." Xu Xiang was not nervous. She just simply asked what the other party wanted to do. Physical examination. She had just escaped from Jixia some time ago, but she didn't expect to have to do it again. "Okay," Xu Xiang agreed. Mingyu and Lan Wu talked to Xu Xiang for more than 3 hours. Xu Xiang had just finished the 15-day game, and it was time to let him go back and rest. Before that, Mingyu repeated the important content. Sun Yan. Visited V in 2848. Likes to wear red clothes. Professional doctor but doubtful. After confirming with Xu Xiang that there was no problem, she extended her hand to the other party. "If you remember anything related to her, please tell me at any time." Xu Xiang shook hands back. "Yes." She added the contact information of the two, and then was escorted out of the building by Lan Wu's assistant. Mingyu looked at the content she had written on the optical brain and felt a headache. It's not easy to find someone with this information alone. And Xu Xiang's memory is so vague. If she said something wrong, it will be even more difficult to find someone to work. Mingyu couldn't help asking, "How credible do you think her words are?" Lan Wu was able to become the deputy leader of the investigation team at a young age. Her observation of people and her judgment of whether a sentence is true or false are absolutely perfect. Lan Wu was a little amused, to be honest. "I can't tell." Xu Xiang had no expression on her face, and her tone was calm. She couldn't tell whether Xu Xiang was lying by observing his words and expressions. Mingyu sighed, "That's right." "Lan Wu, by the way, why did you come to Diastar in person? It's not just because you want to see Xu Xiang, right? I originally wanted to catch the earth furnace flying insect alive. In the end, it was a step too late." Mingyu reluctantly told her experience. Lan Wu laughed twice, then calmed down and said, "What a great and interesting student." Xu Xiang. What a great and interesting student. Chapter 75 Eat. Xu Xiang's optical computer was not confiscated, but she turned off the network during the conversation and could not receive any information. She walked out of the lounge and reconnected to the network. The information bombarded, and the optical computer kept shaking. Xu Xiang almost lost her grip. "Soul of Meseberg, why haven't you come back yet? Are you oppressed? Do you want me to ask my mother to save you?" Montiel's first deputy attacker, "Boss. Boss. Boss. Come back soon. Otherwise we will have no food to eat. Yinli, send a message after you come out. Yuan Yi, Xiang. How is your situation? Meng, are you back? People should be free. Junior sister? I heard that you were called away by Major Ming and Deputy Team Leader Lan. Are you okay? I just asked Teacher Jixia. And she said not to worry. So it should be nothing. Why haven't you come out yet? Are you out? Do you want me to pick you up? I'm coming. Xu Xiang had just replied to the previous message when the optical computer popped up the latest message sent by Ren Zizai. Xu Xiang, there's no need to worry about her. She just went to have some tea. Ren Zizai came to pick up Xu Xiang as expected. He rented a flying car and waved to Xu Xiang as soon as he arrived. Xu Xiang sat in the passenger seat as before and fastened her seat belt. Did Major Ming and Deputy Team Leader Lan make things difficult for you? Ren Zizai pulled the control lever and stepped on the accelerator. And the flying car took off. Whoosh. And flew out. No. These are all basic questions. I watched your video. He meant that he watched the video mainly featuring Xu Xiang perspective. Junior sister. You found the ground furnace flying insects in Lihua Creek. Right? Xu Xiang raised her eyes slightly. He found it too. Ren Zizai was very serious at first. But he was serious for only 3 seconds. And then he smiled again. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the competition is over. Oh. Yes. I forgot to say that the Alliance arranged for someone to delete the relevant videos. And no one should find them again in the future. This greatly reduced unnecessary trouble for Xu Xiang. The investigation should be done by the Alliance officials. And other messy organizations don't need to intervene. In short, she doesn't have to worry too much about this matter. Did Ren Zizai mention that specifically to reassure her? Okay. Xu Xiang thought this news was very useful. Her gift to the Alliance was information related to Zerg hormones. And the Alliance's protection of her was a return gift. Not a loss. Xiang. Ren Zizai changed his name. He called her name, turned his head to look at her, and said seriously, in the next game, we will definitely overtake you and take the first place again. Out of courtesy. Xu Xiang also turned his head to look at him. The car flew over the mountainside, and the setting sun between the two mountains backlit his outline, making him look confident and flamboyant. Xu Xiang didn't say oh, okay as she did at the beginning. She turned her head, looked straight ahead, and said, don't think about it. Then you just wait. He smiled smugly. No. You look so cool when you snipe the ground furnace flying bug. He changed his compliment to her. You look pretty when you smile. Xu Xiang subconsciously wanted to say no, but when she heard him complimenting her, she nodded, yes. It's just that your smile looks naughty. I'm a good person. The good person, Xu Xiang reminded him. Watch the road. Ren Zizai bared his big white teeth and turned to look at the road. When he saw a pine tree protruding from the tall stone pillar in front of him, his face changed immediately. Ah! He stepped on the brakes and turned the steering wheel. He was busy adjusting the speed and direction of the car, and didn't hear Xu Xiang mutter a word. Stupid. Back at the villa, Xu Xiang and Ren Zizai said goodbye at the elevator entrance and went up to the second and third floors respectively. Xu Xiang pushed open the door and entered the living room. Bang! Colorful small pieces of paper floated down like snowflakes, landing on Xu Xiang's hair and shoulders. Boss! Xu threw away the props in his hand, slid down to his knees, took out the origami from his pocket, and handed it to Xu Xiang. You are the Commander MVP in our minds. Xu Xiang looked down. The golden origami was in the shape of a trophy, and it was only the size of a palm. But Xu handed it out with both hands. Ulrich shook open a poster, and it turned out to be a picture of Xu Xiang smiling. He said shyly, Xu Xiang, you can laugh. Before Xu Xiang could respond, Xu spoke first. Yes, boss. Xu was particularly surprised. More surprised than discovering a new world. If we hadn't seen that screenshot on the internet, we wouldn't have known that you laughed. Xu Xiang always had droopy eyelids, coupled with her sleepy eyes and thick dark circles. She looked like she hadn't woken up yet. Everyone who has been with her knows that she either has a cold face or is born with a sense of decadence. Xu Xiang's face is almost expressionless, and everyone thinks she really can't laugh. In the end, she smiled, and her smile was so obvious that she looked naughty, as if her conspiracy had succeeded. That was a smile of victory. Xu Xiang seemed to have guessed that someone might have some wild thoughts, so she emphasized this point. Oh, okay. Xu really thought so. He scratched his head. Ulrich said he thought you didn't like to laugh. Ulrich kicked him. What do you mean I thought? Don't you think so? Xu pushed Ulrich away and asked Xu Xiang. Boss, do you really not like to laugh? Smile more and be happy. In fact, Xu Xiang is very happy every day. After all, she never dared to think of such a life where she could study well without worrying about food and clothing. I don't dislike laughing, she said. It's too tiring to laugh. If gravity is on top of my head, I will laugh 24 hours a day. When Juan and Alric heard this, they couldn't help but imagine the weird feeling of Xu Xiang mouth corners raised every day. TSK. They both shuddered. It's better if gravity is under the feet. Xu Xiang walked forward. A colored strip fell from her hair. She stopped again and shook the trophy in her hand. Thank you. She felt that she could bring them a real gold trophy. Juan and Auric were so moved by Xu Xiang's thanks that they stopped fighting. Meng Yichen, wearing an apron, walked out of the kitchen, looked at them speechlessly, and reminded them, get ready to eat. It was past 3 in the afternoon, but they hadn't eaten lunch yet. On the one hand, they were waiting for Xu Xiang, and on the other hand, the 15-day TIA competition made them feel day and night upside down. They didn't feel hungry at noon, but now they feel a little hungry. Lunch was prepared by Yanli herself, and Yanosu and Meng Yichen were responsible for helping. Yanli is a good cook, and ordinary ingredients can burst into special flavors in her hands. The raw materials of the main course steak are very special. It is said that the cow comes from a planet that is about to be swallowed by a black hole. Under the influence of the special force field, the beef becomes more tender and juicy. It is easy to get sick of eating too much meat, so Yanli specially paired it with salad. The crystal blue sauce is spread on the green leaves, with white granules dotted with stars on it, which makes it rich in taste. And delicious fruits are hidden underneath. Delicious. Juan felt his soul ascend to heaven. Captain Yin, you must have been a chef in your previous life. Yanli smiled. My father likes to cook, and I learned from him when I was a child. Juan, then I must try my uncle's cooking if I have the chance. Yanli's expression did not change. As if chatting with a friend, I'm afraid there is no chance. Juan was about to ask the reason, but was glared at by Auric on the opposite side. So he wanted to change his words and scold Auric. When the words came to his lips, he finally realized the implication of Yanli's words. Yanli's father passed away? Yes. I'm sorry, Captain Yin. Juan suddenly became embarrassed. It's okay, Yanli said. It's been many years. When someone very close to you dies, people will always feel sad for a while. But after that time, the sadness will be diluted and the shadow will disperse. No one will stay in the past forever. Even now, Yanli still thinks of her father, but she is more yearning than sad. She hopes to be like her father. The unyielding warrior rushed to the front line and fought against the huge Zerg. Very cool. But not just cool. This is what she got when she faced the Zerg in person at the Tia Arena. Eat. Xu Xiang spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. Teacher Jixia said in the group that she would return in a few days. So let's go camping in the mountains tomorrow, Auric suggested. He had wanted to show off his cooking skills for a long time, but there was no chance during the competition. This time he must prepare well. Yanli is good at making exquisite food, and Auric is good at roasting game, with a main skill of dispersion. Juan was feeling depressed, so this time he had to replace Yanosuli and Auric. Sure. Yanosuli nodded. It will be very interesting. Auric snapped his fingers. Okay. Let's set off tomorrow evening. Everyone ate and chatted. Juan was open-minded, and Yanli really didn't care about what happened just now. As they chatted, the atmosphere became joyful again. After dinner, Juan took the initiative to help wash the dishes. He did this at home, and it was a professional match. Xu Xiang called Meng Yichen to the balcony. The balcony was very large, and there were parasols and beach chairs. Xu Xiang lay on the beach chair, and Meng Yichen sat obediently. You said you found a pattern of the emergency device? Xu Xiang asked. When the Tia game was about to end, Xu Xiang deliberately launched an attack on the Sakura wife team to create more observation opportunities for Meng Yichen. Meng Yichen did it. He said that he seemed to have found the pattern of the emergency device. Meng Yichen nodded. I've started designing the blueprints for the response device. Meng Yichen doesn't like to procrastinate, and he finished it as soon as possible. This afternoon, he was pestered by his teammates and asked questions a lot. But none of the other teammates knew the structure of the mecha as well as Xu Xiang, so it was useless for him to say too much. Xu Xiang, can I come with you? Meng Yichen knew that Xu Xiang was learning about mecha-related content. He was not very surprised. Nor did he persuade Xu Xiang not to waste his time. Instead, he said, with your current knowledge reserve, it may be a little difficult to understand. At the end, he added, but if you want to participate, you can come to me. Xu Xiang was waiting for this sentence. Okay. The hotel booked by Mishima University is in the mountains. It is said that it allows students to experience the fun of climbing and exercise at the same time. But in fact it is just to let them feed mosquitoes. Okay. The above is just the idea of the Sakurazuma team. They live in a small wooden house. The area of the small wooden house is not large, but it is enough for 4 people. Xie Dayuan Liuzhen scratched his body while drawing, scratching here and there. Itchy. Itchy. Annoying bugs. Why are you biting him? Captain. Little bird Yu Yunhai knocked on the door outside. Come in. Captain. I watched the video from the perspective of the Jinta team. Xiao Niao Yu Yunhai frowned. It seems that their mecha master has discovered the pattern of the emergency device. There are many drones following the game. After each game, each team will watch the videos of other teams to analyze the behavior logic of the opponent to help win the next game better. For the Sakurazuma team, this year's strongest opponent is not Renzazai of the Starry Sky team, but Mei-chan of the Jinta team. The mecha master, who looks very silent, actually said that he seems to have discovered the pattern of the emergency device. So what? Xie Dayuan Liuzhen replied to Xiao Niao Yu Yunhai with the words he replied to Mochizuki Zilong. After saying that, he laughed. He remembered Xu Xiang's movements and mouth shape at that time. She made her hand into the shape of a gun, pointed it at his Black Avenger, and said, bang. Huh. He won't be so easily destroyed by her. Don't worry. Xie Dayuan Liuzhen waved his hand. I will modify the mecha for you when I return to school. He has a new model. Can Mei-chan come up with any new ways to deal with it? Xu Xiang discussed the design with Mei-chan all afternoon, and continued the discussion after dinner. In the middle of the night, the two were hungry, and went to the refrigerator to find food. They didn't turn on the lights, and their figures were like ghosts. Arik, who had to go out to the bathroom, was suddenly awakened. Mei-chan was surprised at Xu Xiang's progress. It had only been a short time, and she could keep up with his thinking. There were some places that Xu Xiang couldn't understand, but Mei-chan understood them at once, and occasionally she could come up with new ideas that he couldn't think of. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Xu Xiang and Mei-chan finished discussing an important note, put away the drawings, and went back to their rooms to prepare for bed, planning to continue the discussion tomorrow. Before leaving, Xu Xiang asked him one more question. Do you like designing mechas? Mei-chan was stunned at first, and then frowned. What did she want to do? She was not allowed to poke his heart again. It's okay. Xu Xiang didn't need his answer. Let's go. Mei-chan really couldn't give her an answer, but he subconsciously thought about it instead of avoiding it like he used to. Does he like designing mechas? I don't know. He only knows that sometimes he feels that doing these studies is meaningless. No matter how powerful a mecha is, it will be replaced by later ones. Even if he designs and builds a mecha like the giant elephant, it doesn't matter. When a person dies, everything is gone. He has no ambitions. He has never thought about being famous in history or leaving something for human history. He suddenly wanted to hear Xu Xiang's thoughts. She is so powerful. She must have a perfect answer. Xu Xiang lay down on the bed after washing up. She was very tired today and wanted to take a little time off and didn't want to play a simulated battle. It's not because she was tired from the competition. Not because she was invited by Mingyu to have tea. Nor because she was tired of discussing mecha design with Mei-chan. But she suddenly thought of Sunyan, and she was a little tired. When she was busy, she didn't have time to recall the past. Now that she relaxed, her mind was full of Sunyan. 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 Xu Xiang looked at the ceiling. The ceiling was white, and it became even whiter when illuminated by the white light. Just like the sky of Istar. Xu Xiang closed her eyes. She couldn't think about it anymore. Xu Xiang had a dream. In the dream, it was icy and snowy. Looking out, it was all white. Nothing. Suddenly someone called her name from behind. She turned around and saw a red figure that was particularly conspicuous. Xiang, we will meet again, Sunyan said. Chapter 76 Shishiyuin. Rokalo Star. Alliance Mecha Department. Miao He, the head of the Mecha Department, sat opposite a young man. Miao He raised an eyebrow and told the young man, Shishiyuin has returned from this year's feast. The feast she was talking about specifically refers to the Feast of Geniuses, a banquet specially held for top talents from all walks of life. Geniuses from all over the galaxy gather and chat at the banquet, and have the opportunity to see the digital image of the founder and get guidance from each other. It's a bit funny and second year, but there's nothing I can do about it, because the founder is a person with second year syndrome. The galaxy is very large, and there are many geniuses. Only 100 people are invited to each feast, and those who can be invited are geniuses among geniuses. Shi Siyuan has been invited for 10 consecutive times. She is a mecha master, and Xuanqing is one of her many works. Come back if you want to. It's none of my business. Yuan Heng didn't care much. He leaned on the sofa with his arms around his chest, his legs crossed on the coffee table, and looked nonchalant. Yuan Heng also went to the banquet twice, last year and the year before, but not this year. He and Shi Siyuan are childhood sweethearts and also competitors. Both graduated from Aurora College. Shi Siyuan joined the Alliance Mecha department, and Yuan Heng stayed in the school. When students talked about who had the most experience in Aurora College, Yuan Heng was definitely one of the people who was nominated the most. Aurora College has produced many outstanding people, including geniuses who were regarded as freaks. The geniuses all went to the bigger Interstellar stage. Only Yuan Heng stayed. The students thought that senior Yuan Heng wanted to spend his days in the college. In fact, only he himself understood that he just didn't dare to leave the college. Miao he knew that Yuan Heng was talking nonsense, and said to himself, she didn't go back to Rocalo Star, but went to Tia Star. Yuan Heng was silent. Tia Star just finished the competition recently. What was Shi Siyuan doing there? One of the freshmen in this year used Xuanqing, and she should want to meet the other party. Miao he guessed. Yuan Heng knew about this. When he doesn't have classes, he will watch the Tier League. That student is really amazing. Xu Xiang. I heard that it was teacher Ji Xia who found the person from F2077. I have to say that teacher Ji Xia vision is still as good as ever. Just meet her. Yuan Heng looked up. What does it have to do with him? He is not here to see him. TSK. Aren't you going to find her? Miao he pinched her nose. She couldn't stand this guy, who posted some sad posts on her account every day. She came back and made you feel cold again. Miao he was Yuan Heng and Shi Siyuan teacher. She could see that Yuan Heng liked Shi Siyuan, but Shi Siyuan was devoted to his career and didn't care about Yuan Heng. Yuan Heng usually had a bad mouth and a high heart. When Shi Siyuan called him, he would definitely run over. No. If she wants to find someone, she should find me, Yuan Heng said. Okay. Miao he ignored him, took the documents and left. She kindly reminded him. This kid. Wait a minute. Yuan Heng had already noticed the file bag. He stopped Miao he and asked, is your file sent by the Historical Issues Legacy Department? Why? Have they made any discoveries recently? Miao he was about to say that it had nothing to do with him. But then he remembered that Yuan Heng had spent a year in the Historical Issues Legacy Department and even helped solve many problems related to the research of ancient mechas. This discovery is also related to mechas. Maybe he can help. Miao he sat back down. Remember the Blue Sea Star? Yuan Heng raised his eyebrows. The planet that Ian messed up? Ian Aurora, the founder of Aurora College, is known as the Berserker and the Gambler General. He is a very controversial figure. Ian's combat style is wild, and no grass grows wherever he passes. The Blue Sea Star was originally a planet covered by the ocean. Humans built cities on the seabed and lived under the ocean. Later, Ian used extreme measures, causing the surface of the planet to become dry. There is not much water to be seen so far, but cracks can be seen everywhere. Yes, Miao he said. That place has always shown no signs of life. But half a month ago, people from the Historical Issues Department detected a signal from a mecha there, although it only lasted less than a second. Considering that the monitoring target is related to mechas, the talents of that department came to Miao he. Yuan Heng, what are the details? Miao he, I can't reveal too much for the time being. If you are interested, you can write an application report, and I will tell you the details at that time. Write a report again? Then I won't go. By the way, Shi Siyuan mentioned to me that he wanted to go to Bai Haixing to find samples. After Miao he said this, he really didn't care about Yuan Heng and went out directly. Yuan Heng saw Miao he going out and immediately took out his light brain to check the information. His conversation with Shi Siyuan stopped 3 days ago. The last dozen messages were all sent by him, either asking her when she would come back or saying that he would pick her up at that time. As luck would have it, as soon as the dialog box opened, a message popped up. Shi-Yun, sorry, I didn't have time to look at the optical computer a few days ago. I'm on Star. No need to pick me up. Do you want to come? The operator of Qingye Unit 01 also participated in this competition. Xuanqing was very popular when it came out, but it was too difficult to operate, so people put it away after using it for a while. Xu Xiang brought Xuanqing back to life, so Shi-Yun wanted to meet him. Qingye Unit 01 was the one operated by Ren Zizai, and it was also built by Yuan Heng himself, which is more meaningful than those factory products. Shi-Yun invited Yuan Heng to meet Xuanqing and the operator of Qingye Unit 01. Yuan Heng would definitely not go, as he said it was time for her to come back to find him. Fang Shu, no. Shi-Yun, okay. Yuan Heng, Why is she so straightforward? Yuan Heng wanted to wait for Shi-Yun to continue sending messages, but unfortunately she didn't. Shi-Yun is like this. Unless she ends with a question, she generally won't reply to unimportant things. Fang Shu, where is the specific location? Shi-Yun, location information? Fang Shu, okay. I come then. Then Shi-Yun didn't respond again. Fang Shu, can you pick me up then? Shi-Yun, it depends. Fang Shu, okay. Yuan Heng stood up, swung the flying car keys on the table, and went out. While walking, he contacted his assistant to arrange a private interstellar spaceship for himself, and searched the internet for the template of the application report. Tia Star. The people of the Jinta team agreed to go camping together. It's time to go. Juan excitedly asked Ulrich, where is the place you arranged? Camping was proposed by Ulrich. He should determine the route and prepare the relevant items. Ulrich was playing with the optical computer, and he was stunned when he heard this. Huh? I arrange it? Isn't it me who proposed it? And you arranged the details? Huh? Juan's eyes widened. Who told you so? Then the two of them started arguing again. Xu Xiang put her hands in her pockets and stared at Ulrich with a gloomy look. It's over. What's the point of playing this game? Although Xu Xiang didn't mean to blame him, Ulrich was afraid that she would look at him for no reason, and couldn't help shouting, is it okay for me to look at her now? Fortunately, his savior came. Yinli called and asked everyone to go downstairs, saying that they had prepared the things needed for camping. Ahem. Ulrich scratched his head and looked at the sky. That? Go downstairs. Xu Xiang didn't believe that he could spit out any ivory from his mouth. I'm coming. The 1.95-meter tall man followed his boss downstairs obediently. Yinli and Yanoki were loading things into the trunk of the flying car. Mengichan and Juan habitually went over to help. Ulrich knew he was wrong, and it was rare for him to take the initiative. Have you determined the destination? Yinli asked Ulrich. Ulrich, laughed twice. How about going to Mingshan? Yinli said. I looked at some alternatives yesterday, and I think they are all the best places. Mingshan is very safe, not crowded, and relatively quiet. She actually didn't know whether Ulrich had prepared it or not. As a habit, she always prepared a lot of backup plans. Now, it came in handy. Ulrich was the first to agree, and the others didn't care. So everyone set off for Mingshan. A flying car can seat 6 people. Just a small team. Xu Xiang received a call from Ji Xia as soon as she got in the car. Xiang, Ji Xia said on the other side. Do you have time now? No. Did you go out to play? It's like this, Ji Xia said. Shi-Yun came to Star. She wants to meet you, and asked if you can. You know her. She is a designer of Xian Star. Xu Xiang sat in the co-pilot, and the 2 elementary school students in the second row heard the incredible name and pricked up their ears to listen. Sure. Wait till I come back, Xu Xiang said. Juan couldn't help but give the boss a thumbs up. He actually made the famous senior Shi-Yun wait. He is worthy of being his boss. Ji Xia, Shi-Yun asked. Can she come to see you? Xu Xiang turned to ask his teammates. Seeking their opinions, Teacher Ji Xia said that Senior Shi-Yun wants to come to see us. Is that okay? Mengichan was far away from her and didn't hear what they were saying. When he heard the word Shi-Yun, he unconsciously raised his head and looked at Xu Xiang. Juan and Ulrich were the most excited, saying in unison, okay. Yinli and Yanochi also said yes. Okay. Xu Xiang said. Then I add her as a friend and send her the coordinates. Okay. The call was hung up. And the car suddenly became noisy. Xu danced with joy. Oh my god. That's Xu Xiang. You know, the Feast of Geniuses. She has participated in 10 consecutive sessions. What a concept. She seems to be only 26 years old this year. Which means that she was already so arrogant at the age of 16. Even Auric said, Xu Xiang, you have made it. Xu Xiang didn't know Xu Xiang very well. She only knew that he was a designer of Xuanqing. Ji Xia sent a message saying that Xu Xiang had applied to add her as a friend. Xu Xiang accepted the application, and the other party sent a message soon. Xu Xiang, hello? I am Xu Xiang, a student of the 354th Mecha Department of Aurora College. Teacher Ji Xia taught me. If you like, you can call me Senior. Xu Xiang is a student of the Mecha Department, and is also Mengqian Direct Senior. SXY, hello. Senior. SXY, location information. Xu Xiang, okay. See you later. SXY, yes. Xu Xiang and Xu Xiang are not talkative people. The conversation ended with 5 simple messages. Boss, why don't you talk to me more? Xuan was excited. I didn't expect to meet the legendary boss. I have to post a post to show off. Auric calmed down at this time. Snorted and said, look at your achievements. Xu Xiang ignored them, and searched for Xu Xiang information on the internet. The official website of the Alliance has an introduction to Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang, female. Born in 2826. Mecha Master. Mainly built heavy mechas such as Xuanqing, Pejuan, and Saber Margaret. The transformation of the giant elephant has greatly enhanced its attack and defense capabilities. In addition, Xu Xiang is also a biological research scholar. It is said that the main purpose of her participation in the feast this year is to expand her knowledge in this area and develop new methods to deal with the Zerg. Xu Xiang is 18 years old this year, and Xu Xiang is only 8 years older than her. Xiaoming, Auric deliberately said earnestly, I have a chance to discuss the emergency device with Xu Xiang. Juan agreed with this. Mengqian didn't say anything. He wanted to ask the big guy for advice, but he came to find Xu Xiang and might not be willing to pay attention to him. After a while, Yanoki pointed to the scenery outside the window and said, we seem to have arrived. In midsummer, Meishan is lush and green, and all kinds of trees on the mountain stretch far away like waves. Yanli parked the car in an open area. This is the hillside of Meishan, with green grass and colorful wildflowers dotted in between. I set up the tent. Juan likes to stay outdoors when traveling, so it's easy for him to set up a tent. Auric didn't say anything, but his hands kept moving, and he glanced at Juan from time to time, insisting on being faster than him. Yanli and Yanoki went to get water, and Mengqian set up the barbecue grill. Xu Xiang was still thinking about what she could do. A gust of wind blew, and she looked up and saw another car slowly parked nearby. The car door opened and a young woman walked out. She had bangs and a princess cut. Her hair was dyed white, and even her clothes were silver white, like an artificial intelligence entity. Unlike the sloppy scientist image that Xu Xiang imagined, Xu Xiang was quite fashionable. Hello, everyone, Xu Xiang greeted as she walked, and the setting sun shone on her in the opposite direction, making her look very mysterious. I'm Xu Xiang. Chapter 77 Communication. The other 5 pairs of eyes shot over at the same time. Congratulations to everyone for being ranked first in the tier league overall ranking, Xu Xiang said with a smile. I may bother you in the future. Please forgive me. She is very beautiful, with delicate features and fair skin, and she looks like a porcelain beauty when she smiles. Auric and Juan shouted the loudest, and they were too embarrassed to speak when they met the main character. Thank you, Senior. Yanli saw that no one said anything, and took the initiative to say, we just arrived, and are still setting up the tent and grill. Senior and Xiang can chat first. Do you need my help? Xu Xiang asked. It's okay. Not for now. Thank you for your hard work. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. Okay. Xu Xiang walked toward Xu Xiang, extended his hand, and smiled. Finally I meet you. Junior. Hello. Handshaking seems to be the standard for these people. Xu Xiang gradually got used to it, and extended her hand to shake back. Hello. At the outermost side, there were tables and chairs that Juan had just put in place, and the 2 of them sat there. I heard from teacher Ji Xia that you have only been using Xuanqing for 3 months. Shi Siyun quickly got to the point. I have seen your games. And you are getting more and more proficient in Xuanqing. Yeah. How do you feel? Are there any obstacles in using it? Shi Siyun asked. The super 5-star difficulty of Xuanqing is recognized by the Interstellar residents. But Shi Siyun has not changed the configuration. She thinks Xuanqing will wait for the most suitable owner for itself. Now it has come. Xu Xiang told the truth. There are too many buttons. And some commonly used buttons are too far apart. So it's hard to coordinate when doing combos. For example, rolling over and then standing up to swing the sword is a very common action. Other mechas can complete it in a very short time. But Xuanqing can't. There's no way. Xuanqing has a complex structure and many buttons. It can take care of this but not that. Shi Siyun originally thought that Xu Xiang would not make suggestions. But she didn't expect that she really did. And she had a reason and evidence. She asked many juniors who used Xuanqing. But she didn't know whether it was because those people were not familiar with Xuanqing or because they were embarrassed. Anyway, no one gave her suggestions. Xu Xiang was the first one. I think it can be changed like this. Xu Xiang now has her own opinions on mecha design. She took out the light board and painted on it. Shi Siyun took the light board handed by Xu Xiang and was slightly surprised after reading it. She only knew that Xu Xiang was a commander. And that he had good combat and sniping skills. How come? Xu Xiang seemed to have his own ideas about mecha design? Did you change it according to your own habits? Shi Siyun saw it. Xu Xiang changes were not conventional, and would even increase the difficulty of operation for most people. However, combined with her own operation situation, it was very applicable, and could indeed reduce the operation time. Xu Xiang nodded, yes. Shi Siyun thought for a moment and said, you like to attack by force. If you adjust the position of these keys, it will be of great help. But there is a disadvantage. It is easy to cause the body to overload. Mechas are like all smart devices. If they are operated too frequently, they are easy to cause the body to overload, then heat up, and crash. These conditions are very fatal at critical moments. Yes, Shi Siyun said. Can I see the explosion-proof system design of your Xuanqing? Xuanqing explosion-proof system has been greatly modified by Mengyichen, and there has been no problem so far. The design of the mecha system cannot be shown to others casually. If it is revealed, the operator will be easily targeted. Shi Siyun is not in the category of others. She asked me to call her senior sister. So we are sisters. So we are family. Yes, I am sure. And Xu Xiang thinks Shi Siyun is not a person who talks nonsense. My teammates helped me to change. Xu Xiang said as she took out the blank board and handed it to Shi Siyun. It's him. She pointed at Mengyichen, who was peeking not far away. When Mengyichen saw Xu Xiang and Shi Siyun looking at him, he turned his head away quickly. Shi Siyun smiled. She heard that Xu Xiang mentioned Mengyichen deliberately. Xu Xiang hoped that she would take care of the mecha master, but it shouldn't be necessary. Shi Siyun said, I know him. Mengyichen from the Ming family of Jizhaoxing. Ming family of Jizhaoxing? Shi Siyun actually used this name. Is the Ming family very famous? Xu Xiang asked when she had questions. Is their family very powerful? Shi Siyun. The Ming family is a family of main attackers. Every generation is a main attacker, including Mengyichen mother Meng Shui. Mengyichen is the only mecha master in the Ming family. Mengyichen has the support of the Ming family, and should have a lot of resources. It turns out that Mengyichen has such a little story. I remember there was a recent article called Deformation Research of Explosion-Proof Devices of Xuanqing Power System. Did Mengyichen refer to the theory in it? Shi Siyun didn't talk about other people's things anymore, but returned to the topic. Yeah, Xu Xiang said. The report recommended by teacher Ji Xia. Mengyichen made a second revision based on that theory, which is more in line with your requirements. It can be seen that he put a lot of thought into it. Shi Siyun finished speaking and added, it's a very novel modification method. I don't know the details. You can ask him if you are curious, Xu Xiang said. Shi Siyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't know that Xu Xiang would actually be so thoughtful for his teammates. Shi Siyun returned the blank board to Xu Xiang. I am indeed very curious. And I will definitely talk to him when I have the chance. Okay. The two talked a lot afterwards. Mainly about Xuanqing in the first part, and then about the competition experience in the second part. Shi Siyun won the MVP of the Mecha Division, and the first place in the overall team rankings. The second time, because the schedule of the league and the feast conflicted, she chose the latter. Xu Xiang, awesome. Although there was no expression or tone. Her praise was sincere. Shi Xiyun smiled lightly. Thank you. A few minutes later, Yanli invited the two to come over for dinner. There was barbecue grilled by her and Yanosu. And there were also roasted rabbits and roasted pheasants made by Ulrich. 7 people gathered around the grill and ate meat. This time, with the seasoning, the roasted game Ulrich made was indeed more delicious. And he was so proud. Cheers! Juan raised the cup of drink and said excitedly. Celebrate that we are temporarily ranked first in the overall list. Everyone clinked their glasses together. And the glasses made a crisp sound of collision. Juan and Ulrich always set their eyes on the same piece of meat. Not for anything else, but to compare their hand speed. To ensure the fairness of the game, they specially invited Xu Jiwei to be the referee. The rule is to start from different angles and the same distance. And whoever picks up the meat first will get it. Xu Xiang stood in the middle. And she started when she said start. The 2 elementary school students held chopsticks and stared at the roasted meat on the rack, ready to reach out and pick it up at any time. Xu Xiang also prepared chopsticks secretly. Come on! Juan was eager to try. Ulrich didn't say anything, but his face was serious. Start. Xu Xiang gave an order. I'm here. One yelled and the other was cold. And the meat was picked up by Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang chewed the pork belly and raised her hand expressionlessly. I won. Xu Xiang. I fight you. Ulrich shouted. Boss. You heard me. Xuan was in pain. How can a referee still participate in the competition? Xu Xiang looked up at the sky. Ulrich, come again. Xuan, Captain Yin. You will be the referee this time. Xu Xiang took the bowl and lay down to eat. The mountains are very lively. Today the weather is clear, and the clouds are thin. Since night fell, the mountains have become colder and colder. Yanli found the sweater she had prepared in advance. One for each person. She has the habit of backing up. So she brought a total of 7. And Shi Xiyun also brought some. The 5 people lay on the beach chairs and looked at the sky. The stars flickered in the night. And occasionally a meteor streaked across, leaving a gorgeous tail. Meng Yichen was not interested in watching the stars and chatting. So he went into the big tent after dinner. The big tent was in the middle, with food, drinks, and toiletries inside. If it weren't for the loud wind outside, it would have been like being at home. Shi Xiyun was a little afraid of the cold, so she didn't stay outside for long. She went into the big tent to find hot water, and happened to meet Meng Yichen. Meng Yichen was drawing a picture. And when she saw Shi Xiyun coming in, she suddenly got restless. Xuanqing explosion-proof system. Shi Xiyun took the initiative to talk, saying, You modified it very well. Meng Yichen was praised by the big boss. And he was so nervous that his whole body was hot. And his ears and face turned red all of a sudden. He stammered, saying, Yes, it was the paper given by teacher Ji Xia. And I referred to it. Shi Xiyun smiled. That theory is not completely suitable for Xiang's style of play. And your modification is most suitable for her. Modifying the mecha device according to the needs of the attacker is also the meaning of the existence of the mecha master. Meng Yichen did it. Thank you. Meng Yichen bowed his head. Can I know why you chose to become a mecha master? Shi Xiyun asked. Your family members are all main attackers. Shi Xiyun has modified mechas for Meng Shui several times. And the two have a good relationship. Meng Shui mentioned her children to Shi Xiyun. And every time she was disappointed with them. But she also said that if Shi Xiyun could meet Meng Yichen, please give Meng Yichen some help. Some parents are like this. They have a very awkward way of education. As if they don't understand their children's minds at all. Or they don't want to care even if they understand. Meng Yichen looked up and looked at Shi Xiyun. This was not the first time he heard this question. But he had a different feeling when the big guys in the same industry asked him this. Meng Yichen said, My parents want me to take the main attacker exam. But I don't want to. My father always said that it was good for him, so that he could make better use of family resources. But for Meng Yichen, good or bad, whether there are resources or not, it doesn't matter. Their family is a family of attackers. And every generation has a very powerful main attacker. Meng Yichen doesn't want to be that kind of person. He feels very boring. Or rather, he felt that his whole life was quite boring. Because he wanted to go against his parents. He chose to become a mecha master. A position with the biggest barrier with attackers. He didn't hate being a mecha master. But he didn't like it either. Boring. Because he wanted to be an ordinary person that no one cared about. He deliberately didn't get high scores throughout his middle school years. No one paid attention to him except for family factors. Boring. Because he wanted to live a leisurely life. He was unknown in every game and didn't need any highlights. Boring. Do you regret your choice now? Shi Siyun asked again. Regret? No. After all, since he made this choice, his parents didn't care about him much. And he was quite free. Most importantly, Meng-Chen said, if I don't become a mecha master, I don't know what else I can do. He is a strange person. He obviously has no life experience. But he has no motivation to do anything since he was a child. He feels that everything a person does is in vain. Because everyone has to die. Everything in his life will disappear. And even the soul will no longer favor the world. So he didn't do anything else except the things at hand. He didn't even have any interest. He just wants to live a lazy life. It sounds a bit hypocritical and exaggerated. But this is what Meng-Chen thinks. To be honest, Meng-Chen does not expect the team to achieve good results. That would be too troublesome. On the one hand, he would be noticed by many people. And on the other hand, he would have to put in more energy. It's too tiring. He doesn't want to. But his teammates are working so hard. He can't be lazy at all. Or rather, he is a little unwilling to be lazy. So he prays to be eliminated quickly. And on the other hand, he stays up late to modify the mecha. Look! He is so contradictory that he is tormented and even painful. It doesn't matter. Don't think too much. Just be a good mecha master first. And do the things at hand. Shi Siyun smiled and said. Slowly. You will find what you want to pursue. Meng-Chen is puzzled. Is she so sure? Shi Siyun, besides, you have a group of good teammates. You will be happy when you team up with them and fight with them. For sure. Humans are always pursuing something. Some people feel happy when they get the results. And some people feel happy in the process. The former is too difficult. So try the latter first. Meng-Chen was silent. The tent was quiet. And the noise outside was infinitely amplified. Ulrich and Juan were still fighting for meat. Yinli kept shouting to start. Yanoki was laughing. And Xu Xiang was probably eating meat. Meng-Chen subconsciously looked in that direction. Is he happy? It seems. Okay. His teammates have a strong sense of boundaries. Even if Xu Xiang occasionally pokes his heart and lungs, she never crosses the line. Yinli and Yanoki know that he is introverted and doesn't talk much. So they won't bother him. But they will care about him. Xuan is carefree and always brings a lot of joy. Ulrich always asks him to do work. And there are a lot of trivial things. But the rewards are always rich. Even if Meng-Chen doesn't have any material needs. Let's talk about something interesting. Shi Siyun said no more and changed the subject. It can be seen that you are quite knowledgeable about Xuanqing explosion-proof system. I want to know. Shi Siyun led the topic. And Meng-Chen couldn't help but think. Chapter 78 History. At 6 o'clock the next day, Ulrich, who loved to kick his blanket when sleeping, was awakened by the cold. When he tossed and turned, rows of tents all moved. In the mountains in the early morning, the air was cool and fresh. Taking a deep breath, the whole body felt as if it was purified. It's so cold. This was the 12th time Ulrich complained about the cold. He rubbed his arms and curled up into a ball. When are you going back? Yinli picked up the garbage and replied, I leave after I'm done. They didn't bring a cleaning robot. So they had to clean up everything by themselves. Xuan and Meng-Chen moved the heavy objects into the flying car. The two of them deliberately passed by Ulrich. Ulrich sneezed and didn't realize what they meant. Shi Siyun replied to the message. And then asked Xu Xiang next to him, do you know where your next competition venue is? Xu Xiang slowly packed the unfinished food. Hearing this, he looked at Shi Siyun. Do you know? Otherwise, Shi Siyun wouldn't ask this. Yeah, Shi Siyun said. A friend of mine said it's at by Haixing. Is it true? The league originally said it would announce the next venue at 8 p.m. last night. But at around 7 p.m., it sent a notice saying it was postponed. Is there any reason for this? Shi Siyun, should it? Yuan Heng told her that the third venue of the tier league was originally Kaixing. But later due to a special situation, it was temporarily changed to by Haixing. I will go to by Haixing in a while, Shi Siyun said. We will meet again. Oh, Xu Xiang added. Okay. After everything was packed up, Shi Siyun boarded his self-driving flying car and said goodbye to the members of the Golden Tower team. Shi Siyun waved and smiled. Sorry to bother you all. I've been very happy these 2 days. I wish you all good results in the next venue. See you later. She see you in return direction was different from Xu Xiang and others, and the two sides separated. Xu Xiang went back to her room and took a good bath. She sat at her desk and looked through her notes, reviewing what she had learned some time ago. At 2 p.m., Ji Xia held a great meeting, reviewing and summarizing as usual. At 7:50 p.m., Xu Xiang finished her review and went out to find food with her growling stomach. As soon as Xu Xiang opened the door, she saw Juan raising his hand to knock on the door. Boss, what a coincidence. I was just looking for you, Juan said excitedly. The location of the next competition will be announced soon. Come quickly. Xu Xiang followed and saw that she was the only one missing. Ulrich and Yano Qi were constantly refreshing the official website of the Alliance. Xu Xiang went to a corner and sat down, next to Meng Yichen. Meng Yichen saw Xu Xiang sitting next to him, opened his mouth, but didn't say a word. Xu Xiang, she see you and has talked to you, right? Meng Yichen looked at her sideways. How do you know? Of course. Xu Xiang said the arrogant words in a calm tone, and then said, remind me after returning to Rokalo Star, and I will give you a gift. Gift? Xu Xiang gave it to? Meng Yichen found it difficult to connect the two, but still said, okay. At 8 o'clock, Xu Xiang raised her hands to cover her ears. Ah! Juan screamed and stood up. I refreshed it. I am the first person to refresh it. Right? You are not as fast as me. I won. What are you bragging about? I just went to check other information. Ulrich pulled him down. Where is it? By Haixing. Others refreshed one after another, and saw the three most critical words. By Haixing. Xu Xiang thought to herself. She see and really got it right. For sure. Yinli was about to search for relevant information online. But when she heard about the Blue Sea Star, she put down her laptop and said, I think everyone should know about the Blue Sea Star. We talked about it in a history class some time ago. The founder of Aurora College once led the army to fight against the Zerg on the Blue Sea Star. So the Aurora College talked about that period of history in more detail. However, history class? What is that? Juan and Ulrich looked up at the ceiling at the same time. Captain Yin smiled helplessly and shook his head. The original Blue Sea Star was covered by the ocean, and humans lived in the underwater city. Later, the sea worms invaded, and General Ian led the troops to meet the enemy and protect the residents of the Blue Sea Star. Yinli told the story slowly, and while talking about the Blue Sea Star, she also popularized Ian's past. Ian showed amazing fighting talent since she was a child. Her fighting style was wild and had the element of gambling to win or lose. So people at that time called her Gambler General and Berserker. Ian led the army to fight at the age of 18. And at the age of 25, he led the army to station on the Blue Sea Star. And it lasted for 26 years. Whenever the underwater city was attacked by sea worms, Ian could rescue them in time and minimize the casualties. In order to let the researchers develop weapons to deal with sea worms, Ian went deep into the nest several times to bring back the King of Worms. After entering the nest for the last time to capture the King of Worms, Ian was seriously injured and in danger. Her left arm was completely infected. She immediately cut off her arm and installed a prosthesis. The Worm King brought back that time was very typical. The researcher studied it and invented a medicine. The researcher said that throwing that kind of drying medicine into the sea can make the sea worms fall into temporary dormancy. Perhaps sensing the crisis, the sea worms began to attack the underwater city, and Ian had to evacuate everyone and put the drying medicine into the sea, because the medicine is still under development and very unstable. Side effects appeared after use. The ocean evaporated on a large scale. 1 day later, the Blue Sea Star dried up into a wasteland. The land was all cracked and no grass grew. The only thing to be thankful for was that the sea worms that relied on water to survive were completely extinct. After this battle, the name of Gambler General became more popular. There are many special substances in the sea water of the Blue Sea Star. After the sea water evaporates, the special substances almost dissipate, and Ian was severely punished for this. Then, Ian led the research team to the Blue Sea Star for restoration research. 10 years later, the land-sea ratio of the Blue Sea Star reached 100 to 1. Later, Ian lived in seclusion, and the researchers left the Blue Sea Star one after another. When the last person evacuated on a spaceship, the Blue Sea Star became a truly desolate planet. At the same time, The battle between humans and Zerg did not stop. At that time, the war was tense, and the army was in a period of weakness. In order to break the state, the Alliance had to ask the Gambler General to come out. Ian agreed. Ian's fighting style remained the same. She won repeatedly with her swift and wild strategies. In the war known as the First Full-Scale War, her army swept across major planets and was undefeated wherever she went. Of course, in addition to victory, she left behind the desolation after the war. 9 years later, when the First Full-Scale War ended and the Alliance was discussing how to reward and punish Ian, the 70-year-old Ian took the initiative to retire and founded Aurora College on the Rocalo star. Aurora is not only Ian's surname, but also means goddess of dawn, new beginning and hope. It represents Ian's wish for the future. 20 years later, Ian passed away at the age of 90. Ian opened an era, and her death heralded the end of that wild era. This is why the blue sea star dried up. Yenli realized that she had gone off topic after she finished speaking. Sorry. I subconsciously talked a lot about General Ian. Yenli liked Ian very much, and her fighting style was greatly influenced by Ian. However, Yenli's parents were gentle people, and she could not fully accept Ian's wild ideas. Wild and calm are two styles, but Yenli successfully combined the two. Juan and Auric were dozing off, and when they heard Yenli's voice stop, they gradually woke up. This is how they missed every history class. What time is it? Juan wiped his face. Is it time to go to bed? Shu saying, yes. Juan got up, stretched his waist, and walked towards the room. Okay. Then you should go to bed early too. Yenli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yanoki was holding back his laughter. Juan found something wrong while walking. His movements froze, and he turned his head slowly. Aren't we discussing the blue sea star? Auric also reacted and complained. It's all Yenli's fault. Her teaching style is the same as our history teachers. It's too boring. Sorry. Yenli was still immersed in the feeling of wanting to laugh just now. Go on. Shu Xiang got back to the topic. She still remembered what Yenli said. The history exam of the Olympic Academy liked to ask about events related to General Ian. Ian was a very powerful main attacker. Shu Xiang liked to watch her videos when she had nothing to do. It has to be said that it is not unreasonable for her to be remembered in history. After so many years, Ian's fighting style is still applicable today. It is useful to Shu Xiang anyway. Then I will continue. Yenli said. Let me first talk about the purpose of this competition. The staff of the Historical Issues Legacy Department discovered the existence of a mecha signal on the blue sea star. After preliminary analysis, they suspected that the mecha was General Ian's Da'in Shisheng. Da'in Shisheng was Ian's commonly used mecha, which was damaged in the last battle, due to special circumstances at the time. Da'in Shisheng was permanently left on the blue sea star. It is estimated that except for General Ian himself, no one knows the specific location of Da'in Shisheng. The Alliance doesn't want us to look for Ian's mecha. Right? Auric no longer cares about his image. His face twisted. Abstract. Is that necessary? Yenli, it is said that there is some important information inside. Xuan asked, what are the rules of the game? Yenli, looking for Da'in Shisheng. When a team completes this task, it will directly receive 10,000 points. And the remaining teams will receive extra points based on the distance from the final destination. For example, Team A finds Da'in Shisheng at location A, and Team B, Team C, and Team D are 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, and 30 kilometers away from location A at the end of the game. Then these 4 teams can get 10,000, 8,000, 6,000, and 4,000 points respectively. Of course, the above statement is just for ease of understanding, and the specific scores are calculated and released by the Alliance. Where is the approximate location? Juan asked. Although the blue sea star is only a small planet, it is also very large. The Alliance can't let a group of students run all over the planet. Right? It's not written on the official website, Yenli said. Many people asked in the comment section, but the Alliance didn't reply. Huh? Juan was confused. What if we can't find it? Yanosa didn't understand. Mengichin didn't understand either. This was simply a waste of time and meaningless. Yenli, if we can't find it, it means there is no winner, and the game is over. Huh? Auric was also confused. Spending so much time, energy, manpower, material resources, and financial resources just to let us find a missing mecha on the desolate star. Is the Alliance crazy or am I crazy? Xu Xiang was also surprised. It feels so sloppy and hasty. Not as rigorous as the previous venues. It's like gambling. Full of uncertainty. Someone asked a similar question. And the official account of the Alliance replied. Yenli read it out word by word. Then consider it a tribute to the gambler General Ian Aurora. Chapter 79 Origin. Tribute to Ian Aurora. Well, they can accept this reason. The game will be on January 20th. And we have 10 days to prepare. Yenli continued to talk about the game. Today is January 10th. The League Spring Festival is on January 1st every year. Speaking of which, they still spent their Spring Festival at the T Arena. After the game, they received a lot of messages from relatives and friends. Some with holiday wishes, and some with game wishes. Xu Xiang also received them. Feng Yuebai and Bei Yanbo sent her a lot of messages. They told her about the recent situation of F2077 Star, and said that the principal cried after watching her game. Teacher Ji Xia sent a message in the group. Yanoki reminded everyone. Xu Xiang came back to her senses, and looked at the light brain. The light brain was still the one given to her by Renzizai. But she applied for the phone card herself. Ji Xia issued a notice saying that the team that successfully advanced this time did not need to return, and would set off directly to Baihaisheng in 3 days. The Tia Star is roughly located between the Rokalo Star and the Blue Sea Star. A straight line can save some round-trip time. After the selection of the Monte Al Stadium, 2,000 teams advanced to the Tia Stadium. The Tia Stadium eliminated 3/4 of the teams, and only 500 teams successfully advanced. Yanoki couldn't help but sigh, it feels so fast. From the initial tens of thousands of teams to now only 500. Yenli, the schedule is almost halfway through. There are 5 stadiums in each TIL league. The Monte Al Stadium and the Tia Stadium have ended, and the Blue Sea Stadium is about to begin. Yanoki, it's so fast. Yenli, I'm very happy to fight side by side with everyone. Xu Xiang became more and more confused. Why did they suddenly become sentimental? Xu had also noticed it. He jumped up and said in a long voice, Captain Yin. Sister Qi. Why do I feel that you two are sad? We are now the first in the overall ranking. We should be happy. Yenli smiled, yes. Yes. We should be happy. As soon as Yuan spoke, Auric followed suit, and the atmosphere became joyful again. The 6 people chatted while looking for relevant information about the Blue Sea Star. And then Xu Xiang summarized and analyzed it. Not long after, Ji Xia sent a message to the new group of the Blue Sea Arena to tell everyone the departure time. 10 o'clock in the morning on January 17th, which is 1 week later. Since the establishment of the Alliance, there have been no major wars within the human race. So the cause of the desolate star is mostly related to the Zerg. The Blue Sea Star is no exception. It's just that compared with the destruction of the Zerg, human destruction has a greater impact on the Blue Sea Star. In an office in the administrative district of the Tia Star Alliance, several people sat around a long table and talked about things about the Blue Sea Star. The general manager of the Bihai Arena is Ping Ryu, who is also the deputy director of the Department of Historical Issues. The third arena of the Tier League was originally Kalinko Star. But because the people of the Department of Historical Issues discovered the movement of Bihai Star, the top management discussed and temporarily changed the venue to Bihai Star. It was a very sudden decision, and the investment and return may not be proportional. But as the official website of the league replied to netizens, it should be regarded as a tribute to the gambler General Ian Aurora. The people of the Department of Historical Issues have been observing Bihai Star. They are the people who know the planet best. So the general manager this time is Deputy Minister Ping Ryu. In addition to Ping Ryu, there are other backbone members of the department, the main workers of the league, as well as Mingyu and Lanwu. Mingyu is looking for the earth furnace flying insects recently, and will not return to Rokalo Star for the time being. Lanwu is here to investigate Xu Xiang, and will follow the large group to Bihai Star. Is it really impossible to confirm the approximate location of Da'in Shisheng? Lanwu said. We can't let those 500 teams search the entire planet in a carpet-style manner. Right? It can't be confirmed. Ping Ryu was also helpless and felt strange. The signal of Da'in Shisheng only appeared for less than a second. We jointly conducted detection and analysis with the people from the technical department and the mecha department, and came to dozens of completely different conclusions. In other words, if the location of Da'in Shisheng is determined by the signal, Then it exists in dozens of places at the same time. It's outrageous. Ping Ryu put on the screen. And a planet rotated slowly. The planet was brown as a whole. And only a small part was light blue. The planet, that was originally covered by the ocean, is now full of dry land. There is no sea in the blue sea star. We have made marks. Ping Ryu clicked the screen. And several red dots appeared on the blue sea star. When the time comes, we will synchronize these marks to the students, which should help them find Da'in Shisheng. Then, Ping Ryu discussed the safety inspection with the representatives of the army. Lan Wu stared at the marks and fell into deep thought. I have a question. Lan Wu retracted his gaze and asked Ping Ryu, why are you looking for Da'in Shisheng? Is it just to find General Ian's mecha? It does have meaning. After all, it is one of the few physical relics of General Ian. And the ancient mecha of that era has certain research value. But Lan Wu always feels that things are not that simple. She is from the investigation department. Her intuition is always more sensitive than others. And she thinks more than others. Ping Ryu chuckled, as expected of Deputy Team Leader Lan. You are really sharp. Let me put it this way. If you find the big sound, you may find the reason for the existence of the Zerg. This sentence made the quiet office suddenly noisy. Like boiling water, shouting non-stop. The people sitting next to him talked about it, and couldn't believe it. Is this news a bit explosive? The reason for the existence of the Zerg? Isn't Ping Ryu's words too exaggerated? Since humans discovered the woodworm on the Rongmu binary star in the year 2177 of the star calendar, the Zerg has become the biggest enemy of humans. While humans are fighting against the Zerg, they have been looking for the reason for the appearance of the Zerg. But for nearly 700 years, they have no clue. Now, Ping Ryu actually said that if we find the great sound, we may find the reason for the existence of the Zerg. This is too fake. This is impossible. Most people are skeptical. Lan Wu asked, why? What is the relationship between the great sound and the Zerg? Ping Ryu explained, 12 years ago, we found General Ian's diary. Just last year, we successfully restored the damaged diary. The diary records General Ian's experience in the Blue Sea Star. She said she was looking for the reason for the appearance of the Zerg. After entering the Interstellar era, people no longer like to use paper items. No one knows why Ian uses a paper diary. But that is not important. What is important is the content of the notebook. Ping Ryu, we found a keyword. Everyone quieted down and listened carefully to Ping Ryu's speech. The origin of the Zerg. Ping Ryu was very calm and said, there are many types of Zerg, but General Ian suspects that they have a common mother. The mother reproduces the Zerg, and the Zerg mutates on different planets and becomes a new population. The mother is what General Ian said about the origin of the Zerg. At first, someone refuted it. But now, no one in the entire office said anything. General Ian's specific report is in the storage of Da'in Shisheng. So we have to find it. This is the most important factor for the Alliance to temporarily change the venue. Ping Ryu finally said, I think I need to remind everyone that gamblers value interests very much. And gambler generals also value rewards. Since the Alliance wants to pay tribute to General Ian, of course we have to follow her habits. She stood up and smiled. This time the feedback is definitely worth our risk. After the meeting, representatives from various departments left one after another, looking dazed. This matter is temporarily kept secret from the public, and only relevant personnel can know. After all, Ping Ryu also said at the beginning that it was possible. Before the results come out, everything is unknown. They can't let the Interstellar residents see hope and then be disappointed. So they should wait until the dust is about to settle before considering making it public. Mingyu and Lan Wu did not leave for the time being, and only the two of them and Ping Ryu were left in the office. Do you have any other questions? Ping Ryu asked when she saw that the two did not leave. Who will follow the team at the Alliance headquarters this time? Lan Wu was curious. I will follow up our department. Shi Siyuan will follow up the mecha department. And Yuan Hung from Aurora may also come. Ping Ryu mentioned a few people Lan Wu was familiar with. And then said, I thought you would want to know more about why the Alliance gave such an important thing to students. Lan Wu didn't want to say anything about this. She felt that the Alliance should have let the military academy students contact the Zerg as soon as possible. Look at the T arena. Several teams have such a hard time dealing with woodworms and ground furnace flies. What if they face a more ferocious swarm of Zerg? Thinking of this, Lan Wu couldn't help but secretly praise Xu Xiang. Perhaps because she has lived on the post-war star for many years, she has a greater chance of encountering Zerg. So Xu Xiang knows more about Zerg than other students. She decided that if Xu Xiang's performance on the Blue Sea Star is still outstanding, she will formally ask Xu Xiang to investigate and investigate. This time is a training for the students. Our professional team will follow up at any time. It would be best if the students can find it. But if not, we will be there to cover it, Ping Ryu said. Lan Wu, very good. By the way, when will we leave? Tomorrow. Okay. Lan Wu wanted to play for a few more days. But now it seems that he has to go back and pack up early. It takes less than a week from Tia Star to Blue Sea Star. Students can wait a few days before going. But the staff need to prepare in advance. This competition is really rushed. And the staff are under great pressure. The Blue Sea Star has been dry for hundreds of years. And no signs of life have been detected so far. But for safety reasons, Ping Ryu still has to have people do a good job of investigation. After Ping Ryu left, Mingyu and Lan Wu chatted for a while. It's nothing but the origin of the Zerg. Is there really a reason for the emergence of the Zerg? Where is the origin of the Zerg? How did General Ian find it? Can they find the Great Sound and the Sound? Is there really relevant information in the Great Sound and the Sound? Even if there is, it has been hundreds of years. Can the Great Sound and the Sound still be activated? Can they still find the information in it? Mingyu and Lan Wu stayed to ask the above questions. They had too many questions to ask. But they knew that Ping Ryu could not answer them for the time being. So they held back and did not ask. Everything can only be answered after finding the Great Sound and the Sound. Chapter 80 Conversation. According to Mingyu's request, Xu Xiang needs to go to the Alliance headquarters for a comprehensive physical examination after returning to Rokala Star. But the situation has changed. So the physical examination has to be postponed. Mingyu contacted Xu Xiang and said that he would contact her later. Xu Xiang had nothing to do except study. She spent a fulfilling week on Tia Star. She studied from morning to night, and went to the rescue base to chat with her aunt after dinner, and occasionally brought her daughter to play, and asked Xu Xiang about study. Xu Xiang was already able to disassemble and assemble mechas skillfully, and Meng Yichen once again sighed that her progress was really fast. Shitsuan occasionally came to guide his juniors, and talked to Xu Xiang and Meng Yichen about mechas. To be honest, Shitsuan was very confused about why Xu Xiang wanted to listen. The key is that she understood. Until one day, Shitsuan accidentally ran into Xu Xiang dismantling Xuanqing. And after asking clearly, he knew that the other party was learning mecha design. Shi Siyuan was surprised. She remembered that her junior sister's major was command. And she was good at fighting. How could she also know about mechas? But she was relieved soon. She could master both mechas and biological knowledge. So why couldn't her junior sister master both command and mechas? Meng Yichen was shy. And he dared to ask questions after spending several days with Shi Siyuan. He didn't ask questions about emergency devices. After all, he had found a way to deal with it. A week later, Meng Yichen completed the transformation of his teammates' mechas. A red button was added to the cockpit of each mecha to deal with the emergency device. Chuan was very excited and shouted that he would wipe out the Ingchi team in the Bihai Arena. Auric pretended to be calm and said that there were only 4 people left in the Ingchi team. So there was nothing to be afraid of. The two of them started to quarrel. And it didn't stop until 10 o'clock in the morning on January 17th. They were going to set off for Bihai Star. A total of 103 teams from Aurora College successfully advanced this time. And the number of advanced teams was tied with that of Shiloh University. Judging from the number of teams in the top 10, the 2 universities each have 3. And they are tied. However, the first and second places are both from Aurora. The students boarded the interstellar spaceship in order. Juan and Auric still waited for Xu Xiang and Yenli to get on first. Yenli entered the spaceship, and Xu Xiang was about to go in when she was called. It was Ji Xia. Xiang, come here for a moment, Ji Xia said. I want to talk to you about something. Okay. Before Xu Xiang left, he deliberately saluted Juan and Auric with 2 fingers. The 2 brothers, Xu Xiang followed Ji Xia to board the teacher-only spaceship, which was the previous one. Shi Siyuan was also inside. She was doing research in a single room. When she came out to get water, she happened to meet Xu Xiang and Ji Xia. The few people greeted each other and did their own things. Ji Xia took Xu Xiang into the single room last time and brought 2 bottles of mineral water. Actually, I've wanted to find you for a long time. But I've been busy with the academy and the competition recently. Ji Xia sat down opposite Xu Xiang, looked at her, and asked, Xiang, have you heard of Ilanda? The first and only dual-position commander in the Interstellar. Ilanda was born in the year 2655 and died in the year 2700. Even after more than 100 years, her influence has not diminished. Xu Xiang, I've heard of it. She probably knew what Ji Xia was going to say to her. Ilanda is a mecha master and a commander. She has played these two positions to the extreme. Ji Xia got to the point. I think you can do it too. Xu Xiang didn't say anything for the time being. Ji Xia continued, you play both the command and the attacker positions very well. If you want, you can take both paths at the same time. The barriers between mecha masters and commanders are relatively thick, and both are very brain-intensive positions. Otherwise Ilanda would not have worked so hard and died young. Although Ji Xia likes to cultivate good seedlings, she doesn't want Xu Xiang to become the next Ilanda. It's too painful. Commanders and attackers are much better. They have something in common, which is analysis. Needless to say, commanders are positions that require data processing and battlefield analysis. The main attackers need to pay attention to details when fighting. When to attack. How to move. What moves to use. These are all things they should think about. Many commanders are not good at fighting, and many main attackers are not good at in-depth analysis. Xu Xiang is the best at fighting among commanders, and the best at analysis among main attackers. So Ji Xia prefers to let Xu Xiang choose these two positions. Of course, Ji Xia added, if you want to choose other positions, or just want to be a commander, I will support you. The right to choose is always in the hands of the students themselves. In fact, Xu Xiang has never considered this issue. She is a wild learner. She has no systematic understanding of each position. Even when Ji Xia asked her how long she had been playing the main attacker position, she said she didn't know. Xu Xiang only learned what she thought she should learn. She wanted to survive, so she learned to attack and defend. She wanted to become stronger, so she studied mechas and tactics. She didn't consider becoming a dual-position commander or a multi-position commander. She just wanted to become stronger and live well. However, since teacher Ji Xia has said this, if Xu Xiang raised her head, looked at Ji Xia, and said, what if I want to be a full-time commander? Ji Xia was silent. Shi Xian finished his work, left the single room, ran on the treadmill, and cleared his mind. Naya came out of another single room and walked over with mineral water. Long time no see. Xiao Xiyun. Teacher Naya? Shi Xiyun stopped running and responded with a smile. Long time no see. Naya knew that Shi Xiyun came to Jestar, but the two of them were busy with their own things in net now. Naya pointed to the single room where Ji Xia and Xu Xiang were. Have you seen that child? She was referring to Xu Xiang. Yeah. Shi Xiyun nodded. She is a very special and powerful junior. Have you seen her competition? She has good command, wild fighting style, good auxiliary ability, and, Naya chuckled, some time ago, Mingyu measured her real range. 2,500 meters. At least, Xu Xiang overall strength is terrifyingly strong. If she didn't know her basic information, Naya would have suspected that she was not a freshman. Ordinary soldiers in the regular army may not be better than Xu Xiang. Naya wished that Lanwu would investigate Xu Xiang as soon as possible. She really wanted to know how the student did it. Does teacher Ji Xia want Xiang to take the route of a dual-position commander? Shi Xiyun quickly guessed what Naya meant. Yes. Xiang combat level is very strong, and the barrier between commanders and attackers is not deep. I think she can try this route. Ji Xia has trained many commanders, including those with strong combat capabilities, but none of them can reach the level of Xu Xiang, including the latest Renzizai. For now, Xu Xiang is absolutely unique. Naya, I hope she chooses this. Then she will go to poach people. Ji Xia is not the only teacher who likes good seedlings. Actually, Shi Xiyun leaned on the handle of the treadmill and suddenly smiled. I have a feeling that she will choose a more difficult but more interesting path. That is, Xu Xiang will choose a more difficult dual position. Like Ilanda, commander plus mecha master? After all, Xu Xiang is indeed learning mecha knowledge. Or, a more difficult path. What did you say? Full-time? Ji Xia listened to Xu Xiang's words, and came back to her senses after a long while. She hasn't been so uncalm for a long time. Military academy positions are not only main and secondary attackers, assistants, snipers, mecha masters and commanders, but also signal soldiers, etc. The full-time positions mentioned by Xu Xiang and Ji Xia only refer to 6 basic positions. Xu Xiang said, yeah. Full-time. She thinks she is doing very well now. Ji Xia doesn't know what Xu Xiang thinks. But she also thinks Xu Xiang is doing quite well. It's just a little outrageous. For so many years, there has only been one commander with 2 positions in the Interstellar. And he died early in his 40s due to illness. Islanda's efforts can never be summarized by a simple sentence. Very hard. Both positions are hard enough. And Xu Xiang still wants to work full-time. Very tiring. Ji Xia didn't ask if it was possible. But sighed like this. Xu Xiang's current grades are definitely outstanding among students. But in the entire Interstellar, leaving aside the professional bigwigs in the army, some interstellar cowboys or bounty hunters can make her far behind. Why is there only one Islanda in the Interstellar? Those who work harder than her are not as talented as her. And those who are more talented than her are not as hardworking as her. I'm not afraid, Xu Xiang said. Ji Xia frowned slightly and looked at her. Xu Xiang had a calm face, and the dark circles under her eyes made her look a little decadent. Ji Xia struggled in her heart for a moment, sighed, and said, the full-time commander's statement will be kept secret for the time being. I will help you find a suitable professional teacher. I hope it will be useful to you. If you have other needs, you can always find me. This is not against Xu Xiang's idea. Xu Xiang nodded. She understood what Ji Xia meant. If she told others that Xu Xiang wanted to become a full-time commander at this time, she would not only fail to get recognition and encouragement from others, but would be ridiculed and mocked. In the hearts of many people, Islanda is a godlike existence, and few people hope that ordinary people will defeat this god. Xu Xiang felt it was quite funny. People who have been passed down through the ages are always easily suppressed when they are alive. The Interstellar is so big, and there are many people who can't stand others doing well. Islanda was like this at the beginning. Xu Xiang had heard people say before that when Islanda was alive, she was often complained about being too ambitious and ambitious. Now, Islanda has become a god in other people's hearts. It seems that heroes only have the opportunity to prove their worth after they die. Xiang. Ji Xia's voice pulled Xu Xiang back to her thoughts. Don't feel pressured. It's good to have goals, but it's not shameful to fail to achieve them. Ji Xia is like this. She will give pressure when necessary and give guidance when necessary. Xu Xiang nodded. I know. She is a process-oriented person. She always thinks that it's enough to try her best. The result is not important. She is still young and has plenty of time and energy to take this path. Xu Xiang was not idle for a few days on the spaceship. Physical training, mecha simulation exercises, mecha disassembly and assembly. She did not miss any of the homework. Just like usual. The only difference is that she went to bed earlier than usual. There was no way. Teacher Ji Xia supervised her and asked her to go to bed at 12 o'clock in the evening and get up at 8 o'clock in the morning. However, Xu Xiang was lying on the bed with her mind on the board, and her brain did not stop turning. The main attacker teacher that Ji Xia found for Xu Xiang was Naya, whose fighting style and teaching ability matched Xu Xiang. It would take some time to find teachers for other positions. A few days later, the interstellar spacecraft approached a planet, indicating that they were about to reach their destination. Xu Xiang stood by the window, looking at the brown sphere. By Haixing. She's here. Chapter 81 Dry Land. One after another, interstellar spaceships docked at the Blue Sea Star. When the hatch of the spaceship opened, Xu Xiang was frightened by the 2 resentful faces in front of him and took 2 steps back before he could take a deep breath. Boss, can you take us with you next time? When Juan saw his boss, his resentment disappeared and he pretended to be weak. You are not righteous. But if you become rich, don't forget us. Understand? Auric pointed. Xu Xiang, I don't know why these 2 idiots have such a deep obsession with the teacher's spaceship. Xu Xiang walked down, and the 2 subconsciously made way. The gravity of the Blue Sea Star is similar to that of the Rocalo Star. Xu Xiang is used to staying on the Dia Star, but he is a little uncomfortable here. He feels that his whole body is light, and he can jump very high. Yinli came over and told Xu Xiang, we are going to the area near the Sea God City in New Atlantis. New Atlantis. A lost underwater city. Atlantis is a legendary country in ancient times, founded by the sea god Poseidon. It is rumored that Poseidon married a girl on an island, who gave birth to 5 pairs of twins. So Poseidon divided the entire island into 10 areas, ruled by 10 children. with the eldest son Atlas as the supreme ruler. Later, Atlantis was submerged by a flood and became a place that even ships could not reach. The blue star was once a place covered by sea water, and humans built a city on the seabed and named it New Atlantis. Of course, it is not new now. After the seawater evaporated, the underwater world was completely revealed. From the sea basin to the trench, everything was visible at a glance. New Atlantis retains the architectural style of Atlantis, with concentric circles as the shape, gold, silver, brass and ivory as decorations, and harbors and elevators everywhere. How prosperous it was once. How dilapidated it is now. Atlantis was flooded, and New Atlantis was drought defeated. The drought of Bai Haixing was beyond Xu Xiang imagination. No wonder this planet is uninhabited. Looking around, the earth is full of dry gullies, and even the hills are gray and dead. The air is filled with the smell of dust, and the throat seems to be cut by a knife between breaths. Poseidon City is the only place with water. The water bodies of Bai Haixing are basically concentrated there. Yanli saw that the teammates were all there, and took everyone to gather, saying as they walked, in the first few years when Bai Haixing dried up, many elderly people were reluctant to move away. But soon, they really couldn't stand the environment here, so they left. That generation of elderly people have been dealing with sea water all their lives. They are used to the existence of water, and can't adapt to drought at all. No wonder people have mixed opinions about Ian. This kind of annihilation of the natives of the Blue Sea Star is terrifying. And what Ian did not only brought about drought, but also the evaporation of resources. Seawater contains many rare elements, but now they are all gone. Yanli, I heard some gossip that there are rare materials in the system of Dangsishing. Perhaps recording content related to the Zerg Mother. Yanosu was surprised. Such an important thing. The Alliance gave it to us for competition? Yanli, there should be a professional team to cover us. Zerg appeared in the T arena. Blue Mist briefly explained the reason in the live broadcast. Later, the official website of the Alliance also issued a related notice. The overall meaning is to strengthen the training of military academy students to deal with Zerg. The Zerg in the T arena have been screened, and the number and types are controlled within the range that students can deal with. It's hard to say about the Blue Sea arena. Anyway, the students will fight first, and if they can't beat them, the professional team will go. Of course, the situation at the Beehive venue is special. The professional team not only has to protect the students, but also has to find Dain Shishing. Everyone has their own things to do. We are here. Yanli stopped. Except for Xu Xiang. The four people behind Yanli looked at the scene in front of them with complicated expressions. Auric, what is going on? Several tents were neatly pitched on the ground, like mushrooms after rain. The pots and pans were very primitive, and even the stove was newly built. No one lives on Beehive Star, and the signal tower was built a few days ago. What if I want to go to the toilet? Juan is most concerned about this now. Ahem. Yanli coughed lightly and said, there is a specific location. There is no wind on Beehive Star, but Juan feels messy in the wind. Yanli got back to business. 2 people live in one tent. Our team has 3 men and 3 women. We need 1 girl and 1 boy to live with students from other teams. I go to the girl's side, and the boy's side. Before she finished speaking, Juan and Alric pushed each other out with a palm, and the 2 of them moved forward a few steps together. Mengichin was afraid of being implicated, so he quickly retreated. I want to live alone. Alric made a fuss. I can pay for the tent. The college and the Alliance will not agree. Yanli poured cold water on him. Unless Auric comes up with a legitimate reason, the academy teacher will just let him overcome it himself. It's not a big deal. Not even a difficulty. Why are military school students so squeamish? Xuan took the opportunity to say, then I go with Mengichin. Auric will go out. He doesn't care who he lives with. He just wants to trick Auric. Although Auric is arrogant and noisy all day, he is actually a little shy. Unless both sides have extroverts, it is difficult for him to quickly integrate into the environment. I don't agree. Auric really objected. Yanli began to have a headache and looked at Xu Xiang for help. Xu Xiang was proud. Hee. She had to come forward. Scissors, paper, scissors, she said. 1 round determines the winner, and the winner decides where to sleep. No cheating. Boss, you really care about me. Xuan was moved. How do you know I'm the boxing champion? Boxing champion? Auric's ears moved. He understood. Xuan likes to punch. Okay. Alra agreed. Just don't deny it. Juan. I should say that. Xu Xiang, let's start. Juan and Alrek are ready to go. Rock. Paper. Scissors. 1 scissors and 1 paper. Scissors was chosen by Juan. And paper was chosen by Alrek. Alrek, Juan laughed. I knew Alrek was a fool. Ha ha ha. I'm so smart. Ha ha ha. He deliberately said that he was the king of fighters. Successfully fooled Alrek into playing paper. And then he played scissors to win. There were many people watching the fun around. And they regarded the 2 elementary school students playing rock paper scissors as single cells. Childish. Go ahead. Go ahead. I won't see you off. Juan waved his hand. Before Alrek finished speaking, Xu Xiang looked at him leisurely. Don't play dirty. Alrek shut up immediately. Come with me. I take you to find the tents. Yinli found the corresponding tents according to the documents sent by Ji Xia, and pointed them out to the teammates one by one. Alrek was still very upset, and deliberately kicked a stone to Xu Xiang's heel, secretly complaining that she didn't stand on his side. Xu Xiang, how could she know that Alrek really believed Juan's lies? She is a neutral person. Okay. A neutral person. Everyone put the things in the tent first. And then we will go to the side to discuss the matter of the Blue Sea Arena. Yinli said. There is a water source in Poseidon City. And this place is close to Poseidon City, which is the most suitable place to be a base. The Alliance originally planned to take students to live in Poseidon City. But the buildings there are too old and may collapse at any time. So they had to give up. The 6 people put away their luggage and gathered in the dining area. At noon, they had a box lunch. 3 dishes and 1 soup. All basic meals. Alrek stared at the food and was silent. Juan ate with big mouthfuls, and had to say in Alrek's ear that it was delicious. Xu Xiang ignored them, and asked Yinli, Did the Alliance tell us the approximate location of Da'in Shisheng? Yinli, it will be sent out at 2 o'clock this afternoon. According to previous practice, this kind of coordinate information is known only after entering the stadium on the same day, such as the flag mark of the Monte Al Stadium. But this time the situation is special, and the response method has changed accordingly. Not only students, but also people in the Alliance are unfamiliar with Bai Hai Xing. They need to get familiar with Bai Hai Xing as early as possible. Yinli continued to talk about the special rules of this game. This time the game has opened a large channel, and all teams can contact each other. Bai Hai Xing's signal is unstable, and one more contact person is safer. Juan became more and more excited as he listened. The challenge of the Bai Hai Stadium is very great. I like it. Yanosu raised his hand. I agree. Yinli said some important things again, and everyone listened and ate while asking questions, and Yinli answered them one by one. After lunch, the 6 chatted some more. When it was close to 2 o'clock, everyone took out their light computers to refresh, waiting for the official website of the Alliance to release new news. Xu Xiang never really understood what they were brushing. Every time they brushed it out, they didn't look at it. So Yinli had to explain it. It's out. This time, Mingyi-chen was the first to brush it out. The points are very scattered. Xu Xiang also took out the light brain and checked the map and coordinates sent by the Alliance. There are 36 blue dots on the map, all of which are possible places for Da'in Shisheng to appear. Does this mean that they have to search for all 36 blue dots on such a big planet? Outrageous. Everyone saw this information, and the dining area suddenly became noisy. This is unscientific. Is there something wrong with my memory? Isn't there only one Da'in Shisheng in Bai Hai Xing? Why are there more than 30 blue dots on the map? You will be punished to read the notice again. The Historical Issues Department said that they don't know why. But there are so many locations anyway. They also screened and kicked out the overlapping and adjacent coordinates. No. Huh? Do we have to go to every point? That's too much luck. Maybe the first point a team goes to is the location of Da'in Shisheng. And some teams are the farthest away. Yes. This is unfair. I am not a rich man. Shouldn't the competition be based on strength? I think the competition system this time is unreasonable. Luck is also a part of strength. It can't just depend on luck. People are discussing this matter everywhere. Some students are not convinced and go directly to the Alliance's camp to make trouble. But they are all asked to leave. Ping Ryu, the general manager of the Bihai competition, personally came forward to assure the students that this competition was not just about luck, but also about the performance of each team, so that everyone could rest assured. Ping Ryu also said that before the game started, Each team could not look for the marked area. For this reason, she specially asked people to strengthen the supervision of the students' mechas. Those who could advance to the third competition were not just complaining. Everyone was cursing and discussing the competition strategy with their teammates. The people of the Jinta team were also confused. Where should they go first? The 5 people looked at their own commander in unison. Xu Xiang was looking at the map and said calmly, "Don't worry." She felt that there must be a pattern, but no one has discovered it yet. Chapter 82 Metaphysics. Xu Xiang gave up. Well, to be honest, she didn't see the pattern either. Go to the 18th mark first. Xu Xiang chose the most suitable place. Huh? Why? Yunoki scratched his head. This place is far away from other marks. If Da'in Shishing is not here, we have to go to other places. Wouldn't it be very time-consuming? This is a good question. The other marks are distributed relatively evenly. But the 18th mark is the farthest away. Juan, I know this question. Unique places often hide surprises. The most unlikely place may be the destination. The others looked at Xu Xiang. Really? They all felt that this competition was a bit metaphysical. Just like movies and TV series. Surprises always happen inadvertently. You are so smart, Xu Xiang said. You guessed it very well. Juan was proud and stroked his nose with his thumb, saying, "It's all because of the boss's good teaching." The other 4 were surprised. Really? Xu Xiang, don't guess next time. Juan, ? Alric burst into laughter. Ha ha. People without brains don't need to use their brains. Xu Xiang pointed at the map. Don't just stare at the mark points. Look at the terrain and infrastructure. Everyone looked in the direction of her finger. The terrain of the number 18 mark point is higher, similar to the plateau on the mainland. There is a track here, which is definitely abandoned. But it does not mean that it is completely unusable. The other end of the track is close to the number 24 mark point. And there are many mark points in front of number 24, which are connected like a fan. Xiang, do you mean that we should check the number 18 mark point first, then follow the track to the number 24 mark point, and finally check other places one by one? Yunosa asked. Yeah. According to normal logic, most teams will first check the places with dense markers, and then consider other places. Xu Xiang did the opposite. Juan knew how to do this question again. At the beginning, in the competition field of Aurora College, Xu Xiang relied on this method to retain his strength, burst out at the right time, and finally won the victory. But this is also very time-consuming. Yunosa asked whenever he had a question. Will the probability of finding Da'in Shisheng be greater in the denser the place? The signal is chaotic, but it is not so chaotic that it is concentrated. At least there is a concentrated place. Alric became more and more annoyed as he listened. He stretched his legs and lay on the stool without moving. Isn't this just based on luck? That minister said it's not purely based on luck. Juan rarely didn't argue with him. Yes. Let's go to the 18th marker. What if Da'in Shisheng is at the 15th marker? The serial number of the marker is arranged according to the time of discovery, which has nothing to do with other factors. Mark point 15 is the farthest from mark point 18. If Da'in Shisheng is found at point 15, and the Jinta team happens to be at mark point 18, they will lose badly in the Bihai arena. Although Ping Ryu said that the team's performance would be referenced for points, they did not know the specific criteria. If they were too far from the target, it would be difficult for them to get high scores no matter how well they performed. The team that found Da'in Shisheng can get 10,000 points. What's the concept? If the Starry Sky team and the Dream team get the 10,000 points, they can surpass the Jinta team. If the top 20 teams get it, the points advantage that the Jinta team opened up in the T arena will no longer exist. Does it really depend on luck? Don't worry. Xu Xiang knocked on the table and pulled everyone back to their thoughts. The top-ranked teams will most likely not choose mark point 15 because the probability is not high. The teammates were just scared by Juan's guess. In fact, the probability of number 15 having Da'in Shisheng may be lower than number 18. The number 15 mark is unremarkable. If Xu Xiang hadn't mentioned the number 18 mark, they might not have noticed it. Why do you say that? Yinli asked. If Xu Xiang is right, then their pressure will indeed be less. As long as the team with high points does not go to the number 15 mark. Even if other small teams find Da'in Shisheng, it will not affect the ranking of the Golden Pagoda. Zhong Qiangqiang and Xing Jianwei are playing it safe. They will start from the number 17 or number 13 mark in the middle and gradually expand the range. Xia Dayuan 6 formation likes to join in the fun. And the number 30, or so with dense mark points, is his first choice. Xu Xiang analyzed the direction of several strong teams and finally said, Renzizai has a changeable style. If it's him. Here. Xu Xiang pointed to an empty space with no mark points on it. This is the center surrounded by number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 16 marks. Xuan, ah. Alric, what do you mean? Are you saying that the star team will go to this place? There's not even a mark here. It's impossible. Xu Xiang, high probability. She is not a fortune teller. Nor does she have a god's perspective. And what she said before is all speculation. But she was confident that the opponent would most likely act that way. Anyway, Xu Xiang said, after the game starts, we will go straight to the 18th mark, and then move north through the track. First check one by one. And then, I will adjust the plan according to the actual situation. Are there any other questions? No one asked. Forget about other places. Relevant information can be found more or less on the internet. And Bai Haixing is really not good. Everyone has no idea about the current situation of Bai Haixing. And they can't do much before getting more clues. Then listen to the command first. The TTAR team of Fersetti College and the Suanio team of Shilo University chose the 28th and 29th marks respectively. Because these two marks are close and are at the southernmost end of Bai Haixing. They planned to check from south to north. The R11 team had a disagreement on the starting point. But after the battle in the forest of Tia Stadium, everyone defaulted to listening to Zhong Qiangqiang. They lost their sniper in the Tia arena. Not only did they lose 1,400 points, but they didn't even have anyone to ambush them at the subsequent match points. So sneak attacks and key sniper kills became a problem. The R11 team is still upset, and always says that they should have listened to the command at the beginning. Zhong Qiangqiang comforted his teammates, don't worry. We can just play an overwhelming advantage in the front field. And this time the field is very large. It is the entire planet. We may not encounter strong enemies. Try to find Da'in Shisheng. We can at least get back the second place. His playing style is stable. And his mentality is also stable. Captain Zhong. So why did you choose the 17th mark? A teammate asked. Zhong Qiangqiang just said the starting point. Without explaining the reason. Zhong Qiangqiang. The 17th mark is close to Poseidon City. And Poseidon City is the only place with water. I think this place is more reliable. Teammate, It feels a bit metaphysical. What's going on? Zhong Qiangqiang said seriously. Why did the researchers only restore the water near Poseidon City after working so hard for so long? This shows that this place is spiritual and worth our search. Teammate was even more speechless. When did their captain believe in these things? And starting from the place in front of us is the safest way. Zhong Qiangqiang said at last. Teammate finally heard a reliable explanation. Yes. This is their captain's style. On the other side, the Dream Team also decided on the starting point. Hashimi Hui chose the 13th mark. According to her idea, the Dream Team will search from near to far, while the team that chooses from far to near will go back, so that they can shorten the distance between them and Da'in Shisheng as much as possible, ensuring that the distance score and performance score are not low. The Sakura Wife team chose the 33rd mark. The reason for the 6th formation of Xiaodayuan is very simple. There are many marking points in that place. And there are many people. It is suitable for joining in the fun. And it is not easy to make mistakes if you follow the main force. The star team is the most special. They don't plan to go to any marking points. It's really crazy. Feng Jia commented on this. Of course. He didn't refute Renzizai's arrangement. After all, the people in their team have long been accustomed to their own commander's nonsense. And Renzizai didn't miss it anyway. Just as Feng Jia said, Renzizai is just a little crazy. Everyone chooses the marking points according to the rules. But Renzizai chose a place without marking points. A place surrounded by marking points 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 16. Why is only this place vacant? Renzizai argued. It must be because it is special. Why is it special? It must be because something is hidden. What is hidden? The great sound is silent. In short, trust Zizai and get points. Teammate, crazy. Only Sunche praised. What the captain said makes sense. Treasures are often hidden in the most hidden places. The more impossible, the more likely it is. Teammate, it's over. There is another psychopath in the team. Captain, where do you think the Jinta team will start from? Sun Che asked after praising. They are now ranked second. Second only to the Jinta team. If they can find Day and Shishing before Jinta, or get closer to Day and Shishing than them, they will have a chance to overtake. Rin's eyes smiled. Xiang also likes to make exceptions. She will probably choose number 18. Sun Che looked at the map. Isn't that diagonally below us? If we meet them at that time, let's find a chance to eliminate their mecha masters. Meng Yichen scored more than 8,000 points in the Tia arena. If he can be eliminated, Shinkong can also overtake Jinta. This can be their second-hand preparation. I think it's okay. Wang Xinchu agreed with this. The others also nodded. Okay. Rin's eyes smiled. When the time comes, no one should let down their guard and show the momentum of seniors. He told Xu Xiang that Shinkong would surpass Jinta. This is a good opportunity. If the members of Jinta team had a god's perspective, they would find that Xu Xiang's speculations were all correct. And her style is more or less the same as hers, with a bit of metaphysics. The Beihai competition will officially start on January 20th. In the past few days, there have been a lot of related posts on the Star Network, including prediction posts, analysis posts, highlight videos, etc. There are all kinds of them. The signal of Beihai Star is unstable, but it does not prevent the residents of the starry sky from watching the major TV stations. The brand new and unfamiliar competition field makes many people so excited that they can't sleep. The exciting time is coming. On the evening of January 19th, Ji Xia held a short meeting, telling the students to get enough rest and wishing everyone good results. In the early morning of January 20th, a few hours before the start of the competition, the Beihai Star camp became lively, and many contestants were eager to try. At 9 a.m., the students received their mechas and prepared to set off. At 10 a.m., the competition started at the Beihai Arena. Chapter 83, Cave. The starting point this time was self-selected, because each team chose a different mark point. The Golden Tower team set off from the west-southwest direction of Poseidon City, heading for the 18th mark point with a clear goal. Along the way, dry land was everywhere. The new Atlantis was built with iron plates, but the exterior retained the style of Atlantis, with huge stones piled up. The stones were exposed, modeled and dried by natural light, and the surface was full of patterns finer than fish scales. The former marine life and mysterious patterns were printed on the collapsed walls, becoming more and more blurred year by year. But they still made people feel their mystery and antiquity. Supplies are always available, but the signal of the Blue Sea Star is unstable. It's best for us to send a message a few hours in advance to request supplies to reduce waiting time as much as possible. Yinli told everyone about the precautions. Although the temperature and humidity are constant inside the mech, I really want to drink water when I see the wasteland on the screen. Xuan was in pain. I want to go to the toilet as soon as I drink water. Xuan felt very embarrassed just after the game started. The game lasted for 15 days. If they could find Da'in Shisheng, the game would end early. If not, they would have to endure 15 days. The Maria Mountains on the planet Tia at least had game and water, and the air quality was good. There was nothing on the planet Beihai. Not even a weed could be seen, and the air was so dry that it made people bleed from the nose. Beihai was definitely more difficult to endure than the planet Tia. The natural light hung high above their heads, stinging their eyes, and everyone had to change the screen perspective frequently. 6 mechs advanced on the land. The steel giant was set off by the empty land, small and like a toy. A few hours later, the sky gradually darkened. We were about to reach our destination. Yinli reminded everyone, it's time to start the detection. The Alliance has equipped each mecha with the latest detector, which is specially used to find the big sound. Several mechas stretched out their arms and turned out the detector from the inside of their arms. There is a small light on the detector, which is now all red, indicating that there is no signal. The screen inside the mecha can check the detection situation at any time, and there is nothing at present. Separate detection. Keep a distance, and don't exceed teammates by 10 kilometers. Xu Xiang said. The Blue Sea Star is not big, smaller than Mercury, the smallest planet in the solar system. But the small size of the planet is small, and it has nothing to do with humans. Even if there are mechas, it still takes a lot of time for humans to walk through the entire Blue Sea Star. What's more, now a carpet search is being carried out. The mark point number 18 selected by Xu Xiang was indeed temporarily ignored. There were only 6 people from the Golden Tower team in such a large area. Xu Xiang walked out of the noisy star, squatted on the ground, and touched the ground. It was too dry, and the fine sand and gravel did not stick to his hands. Xu Xiang looked up and looked into the distance quietly. The mountains in the distance were endless, bald and monotonous, like chestnuts. Xu Xiang sniffed again. The air pressure in this place was very stable, and there was no wind. The air was full of dry smells. And taking a breath, my throat seemed to be cut by a knife. It was really uncomfortable to not smell it. Xu Xiang hated it in her heart. Boss! Boss! Xu turned on the horn and called her from 1,000 meters away. I found a cave. Come quickly. The quiet world roared. And it sounded weird. Xu Xiang got up and entered the Mecca. The cave Zuan found was a little different. It was better to say that it was a cave than a cave. The entrance of the cave was parallel to the person. But if you look at the route carefully, the further you go in, the more the slope goes down. The dark cave can't be seen to the bottom at a glance. Like a bottomless pit. Xu Xiang walked out of the Mecca again and looked closer to the cave. The air humidity in the cave seemed to be a little higher than outside. At least it didn't smell so bad. Do you want to go in? Yanosa asked. Yes. Before Xu Xiang could answer, Xuan had already jumped out of the Mecca and came behind Xu Xiang, eager to try. Boss, let me in. Adventure is a man's romance. Xu Xiang, wait a minute. She took out the lamp and shone it down. The land was still very dry, but many particles were stuck together, as if they had been wet. Strange. Is there water? Yanli, Mengyi-chen, come in with me, and the rest of you will stay outside. Xu Xiang stood up. The cave was not big, so only people could pass through it. There was no one at the number 18 mark for the time being. But there might be someone coming later. Just in case, they had to leave a few people outside to guard the Mecca. Xu Xiang divided the groups according to combat power to ensure that both sides could go smoothly. Mengyi-chen had the worst combat level, and she and Yanli were the best. The other three together would not be weak. Xuan refused. Boss, I want to go too. Xu Xiang patted his shoulder, although it may not be fun inside. The Mecca outside needs you to guard it. Come on. There is no causal relationship between these two sentences. But it doesn't matter, as long as Xuan likes to hear it. Sure enough, he stopped making trouble. Boss, I knew you valued me. Xuan returned to the Mecca happily. Then you guys come back early. Okay. Yanli and Mengyi-chen walked out of the Mecca, picked up their equipment, and followed Xu Xiang into the cave. There was wind in the cave. A very subtle wind, which could not be felt at all without careful feeling. Everyone had a light on their head. But the cave was too dark and visibility was very low. The downhill slope was very shaky, almost 60 degrees, and it was difficult to walk steadily without holding on to the wall. The wall was very dry, and the protruding stones fell off with one grab. The three of them walked very hard. Xu Xiang took the lead. Yanli followed closely behind, and Mengyi-chen followed slowly behind. This environment was a bit difficult for Mengyi-chen, and he began to pant soon. What can be in here? Mengyi-chen wanted to be angry, but he was so tired that he couldn't be angry. Don't worry, Xu Xiang said. Yanli held the detector in her hand, and it made a sound from time to time, and the cave was full of echoes. The detector light was still red. Going further in, the road finally became flat, and the space became much larger. I don't know if it's because they have adapted to the dark environment. The three people feel that visibility has improved. Wait, that's not right. There seems to be light ahead. The three people quickened their pace and walked through a long corridor. Sure enough, there was light. Unknown amethysts were flashing in the huge open space. The amethysts themselves were glowing, and the purple light was more dazzling than the detection lights on the heads of the three people. So beautiful. Yanli couldn't help but sigh. What kind of ore is this? Xu Xiang asked Mengyi-chen. Mengyi-chen is a mecha master, and he should have seen a lot of precious materials. I don't know. Mengyi-chen frowned. I don't remember this kind of ore. Xu Xiang walked to a piece of amethyst and observed the ground nearby. How could it be? Several pieces of amethyst were broken, but there were no fallen amethysts nearby. This piece of land is not flat, and there are unnatural traces in several places. It's like miners have mined here. Isn't there anyone in the Blue Sea Star? Could it be other teams? Impossible. Xu Xiang has been observing the number 18 mark. No team has been here except them. Xiang. Yanli came over. What's wrong? Xu Xiang told her guess. Yinli was surprised. Do you suspect someone is mining amethyst here? That shouldn't be the case. There shouldn't be anyone in the Blue Sea Star. Could it be interstellar pirates and bounty hunters? The Blue Sea Star has been abandoned for more than 100 years. Even the Department of Historical Issues has only observed this place, and has not sent anyone here. It is even more impossible for other interstellar residents to come. There is no signal and no resources. Coming here is tantamount to seeking death. Interstellar pirates and bounty hunters are a group of people who have left the jurisdiction of the Alliance. They like to wander around and make trouble. However, Yinli quickly denied this statement. Baihashing seems unprofitable. So they shouldn't come. Even if they come, they will definitely take away all the minerals they see. So, are there really people on Baihashing? Impossible. Impossible. Mengichin, take some back, Xu Xiang said. Yinli, continue to move forward with me. There is still a way ahead. Mengichin took a rest on the spot, took out tools, and started working. Xu Xiang and Yinli entered the opposite passage. Both of them are brave people, and they are not afraid of danger even if they are in a strange planet and a strange cave. They have walked very deep. Xu Xiang touched the wall from time to time. It's a bit sticky. Is there a water source inside? No. Wait a minute. Xu Xiang suddenly stopped. There was a wind blowing in front. Chilly. Colder than the mountain wind. Not only cold, but also underworld. This place is like the underworld. Maybe you can see the ox-headed and horse-faced gods as soon as you turn around. Xu Xiang said that the wind can bring a smell that you can't smell normally. She seemed to smell it. Zerg? Not sure. Smell it again. Xu Xiang has encountered many kinds of insects. Woodworms, vinegrass insects, floor furnace flies, yellow lizards. Each insect has a different smell. Fortunately, she has a good memory and can basically remember the smell she has smelled once. This smell is unfamiliar. Completely unfamiliar. Xu Xiang rarely feels bad, and now it belongs to the category of rarely. Before she could shout to retreat, the whole cave began to shake slightly, and the sound of rustling and insects screaming came from the depths of the passage. Xu Xiang didn't even say a word, and pulled Yinli back. What's wrong? Yinli was a little confused. There are Zerg. What? Yinli was surprised. The Blue Sea Star has no characteristics of a living body, and there should be no Zerg. How could it be? Don't worry about it. Run first. Xu Xiang speeded up. The two ran at the fastest speed. When people are returning, they always feel that they are going faster than when they are going to their destination. But at this moment, they don't feel that way at all. Faster. Faster. The disgusting rustling sound is getting louder and louder. And it feels like the brain is covered by countless ants. And the scalp is numb. Xu Xiang and Yinli took out their pistols, ready to fight at any time. The guns of the Tier League are specially made, harmless to the human body, and only mark who is killed and eliminated. This time is different. In order to ensure the safety of the students, the League specially gave them real guns for self-protection at critical moments. Is it going to come in handy? Xu Xiang, Yinli, Mengichin's voice suddenly came out, and he was more panicked than ever. There is a time bomb here in Amethyst. Let's retreat quickly. Chapter 84 Escape. This is a terrible scene. There are unknown Zergs behind them, and a timer in front. Bombs? If they don't escape early, they will die. They are coming. Yinli pulled the trigger and killed a bug flying in front. This bug is dark blue all over. Small in size, about the size of a human head, but extremely fast, appearing in front of the two in the blink of an eye. Xu Xiang can now be sure that she has never seen this kind of bug. Bang bang bang. Xu Xiang fired 3 shots in a row. 3 bullets penetrated 3 rows of bugs, but there were too many bugs, and it was impossible to shoot them all with a pistol alone. Mengichin didn't know what happened here, and shouted outside, "Timer. The bomb shows that there is 1 minute left. Hurry up." Xu Xiang and Yinli couldn't spare the energy to respond to him. They didn't bring many bullets, and they were soon used up. Behind them, the swarm of insects made a rustling sound, like the whisper of a devil, and they were bound to devour the enemy. The two had no choice but to take out their daggers to deal with the bugs. They were almost at the exit. As they fought, Xu Xiang found something wrong. The bugs did not attack them. Even though she and Yinli killed their kind, the living bugs did not launch a fierce attack. The swarm of bugs flew out with a clear goal. as if something was attracting them. Stop fighting. Run! Xu Xiang called Yinli. There was a timer outside. Bomb? They couldn't waste time with a swarm of bugs here. Yinli was puzzled, but still did it. Xu Xiang's guess was indeed correct. The bugs just flew forward and did not stop to attack them. In the dense swarm of bugs, Xu Xiang and Yinli protected their heads and ran as hard as they could. Meng Yichen was waiting for them outside. Seeing them come out, he breathed a sigh of relief. There are still 30 seconds. Hurry up. He really wanted to ask the two what was going on with the swarm of insects. But now was not the time to discuss it. They had to escape from the cave within 30 seconds. Otherwise, they would be blown into powder like the swarm of insects. Xu Xiang ran and ran, subconsciously looking back. The light of the amethyst became fainter and fainter because it was blocked by the swarm of insects. The swarm of insects surrounded the amethyst layer by layer like paper, more than the water mosquitoes surrounding the light. Slowly, the light of the amethyst was blocked. What's going on? The target of the swarm of insects is the amethyst? Xu Xiang was puzzled. Is there something in the amethyst that attracts them? Meng Yichen, run faster. Xu Xiang made way and let Meng Yichen run in front. Meng Yichen had the amethyst in his arms. If the swarm of insects really came for that thing, then Meng Yichen was the most dangerous and had to leave first. Yinli calculated the explosion time of the time bomb in her mind. 15 seconds left. I don't know if they noticed that Meng Yichen also had amethysts. And several bugs flew towards them. Give me the pistol. Xu Xiang reached out to Meng Yichen. Take out the hook. The three of them didn't say anything nonsense, and each of them performed their duties. Xu Xiang only shot the bugs at medium distance, and handed the close-range ones to Yinli, who was holding a dagger. Meng Yichen put the amethyst into his backpack, and then searched for the hook inside. They were about to climb a 60-degree slope, and using both hands and feet might not work well, so they had to find props to help. 8 seconds left. Yinli wiped the sweat from her forehead and reminded the two. Bang! Xu Xiang used up the last bullet and took out the dagger again. The shell of the swarm of bugs was very hard, and they had to stab a bug every time, which consumed a lot of physical strength. Correspondingly, the dagger also had a lot of gaps. It's almost there. It's almost there. Don't hesitate. Don't stop. Meng Yichen finally found the hook. There are 3 hooks. Meng Yichen pulled them all out, but found that the elastic rope on the hooks was knotted. Don't worry. He can untie it. Meng Yichen gritted his teeth and calmed down. 3 seconds later, Meng Yichen finally separated the 3 hooks and handed 2 of them to Xu Xiang and Yinli. The daggers in the hands of the two were all broken, but the swarm of insects behind them were still chasing. Run! Xu Xiang punched a bug away, and his fist turned red directly due to the reaction force, and the skin of the bug scratched the bones. The 3 rushed forward desperately. Boom! Time is up. Timed. The bomb exploded violently, and the smell of gunpowder and the sea of fire filled the entire cave in an instant. 10 seconds ago. The noise down there is getting louder and louder. What's going on? Xuan was a little uneasy. Boss, are they going to run into something strange? No. I want to go down and take a look. Yanoki quickly grabbed him. Don't. If something happens, they will definitely run away. And if you go, it will be easy to block the road. This entrance and exit can only allow one person to pass through. If Xu Xiang and others encounter Juan on their way back, it will definitely delay the retreat progress. Yanoki believes that her teammates will come back. Xu Xiang and Yinli are so powerful. Once they sense a crisis that they cannot deal with, they will definitely retreat. But waiting like this is not a solution. Juan controlled Fei Yun to step on the ground. The ground is shaking. Is there a giant beast underneath? Auric, you are stupid. How can there be living things on the blue sea star? But, before he finished speaking, a violent bang came from the ground. Something exploded. The teammates haven't come up yet. The 3 people in the mecha had their hearts pounding, and they subconsciously jumped out of the mecha and rushed to the front of the cave. Swoosh! A hook popped out and grabbed the ground tightly. The next second, 2 figures rushed out and were bounced into the air by the elastic force of the rope. It was Meng Yichen and Yinli. Yinli grabbed Meng Yichen's arm and brought him out. Where's the boss? Juan asked anxiously. The next hook answered him. Xu Xiang was also ejected. She fell to the ground and rolled, sitting on the ground and gasping for breath. Before everyone had time to ask what happened, flames burst out of the cave like a volcanic eruption. Fuck. What's going on? Why is there no view from Xuxiang and the others? I want to see what's in the cave. It feels like an extreme escape. My god. The fire came out just after I came out. It means that the underground is really dangerous. There shouldn't be such large-scale weapons in the stadium. What happened down there? The confused netizens sent out confused comments. Ping Ryu immediately sent someone to find the Jinta team to inquire about the situation. Lan Wu stared at his light board. And the more he looked, the more wrong he felt. There are living things in the cave. This is a declarative sentence. How is it possible? Ping Ryu frowned. We completed the latest round of testing at 8 o'clock today, and did not find any signs of life. Look! Lan Wu enlarged the screen and pointed at dozens of fragments in the sea of fire. It's the shell of some kind of insect. Lan Wu's observation ability is very strong, and she can also find this. It is indeed an insect shell, but it is relatively rare, and most people don't think of it as an insect shell. Ping Ryu stopped talking about whether it was possible or not, and asked someone to bring equipment for manual inspection. The Baihaxing is not big, and its size is below the average of interstellar planets. But if you want to check it thoroughly in a short time, you can only use computers. But the details still have to be done manually. I think this competition will exceed everyone's imagination. Lan Wu's intuition told her. The content, difficulty, significance, scale, all levels of the competition are beyond imagination. The explosion finally stopped, and the flames gradually became smaller. But the smell of gunpowder lingered. Oh my god! Boss, what did you encounter down there? Juan looked at Xuxiang and asked with a complicated expression. Xuxiang was the last one to come out. Her face was covered with black smoke, and her clothes were also burned by the fire, especially her back, which was all rotten. If her clothes were not thick, her back would definitely be burned. Yinli and Mengqichen were not much better than her, but their bodies were not so hot. Yunoki took out wet wipes from the mecha storage box and handed them to the three people. There is no water in the Blue Sea Star, so they have to save water even for washing their faces. Xuxiang wiped her face while saying, Zerg and timer. Bomb. A very concise answer. Juan's eyes widened, and he was even more surprised. Can these two things be found in the Blue Sea Star? The common sea worms in the Blue Sea Star had long been exterminated by General Ian, and the Blue Sea Star has been barren for more than 100 years. So how could there be Zerg? Forget it. Timer. What about the bomb? It can't be placed by the Zerg, right? Have interstellar pirates or bounty hunters really come to the Blue Sea Star? Juan asked blankly. He couldn't think of a second possibility. Xuxiang wiped her face, asked Ulrich to borrow a mirror, and after making sure her face was clean, she stood up. She said, maybe there are still indigenous people in the Blue Sea Star? Quiet. Half a minute later, Ulrich scratched his head angrily. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could there be natives on the Blue Sea Star? Not to mention that the Alliance has not detected any signs of life. It is impossible just to think about it. Humans cannot live without water, and Poseidon City is the place with the most concentrated water sources. Some people have visited it these days, and found nothing. If there is no one in Poseidon City, it is even more impossible for other places to have it. He said impossible many times, completely denying Xuxiang's guess. The Alliance did not detect any life on the Blue Sea Star, but there are sea worms under this cave, which means that the Alliance is not 100% correct. Xuxiang also refuted him. Ulrich was not convinced, even if you were right. Who would put a timer in the cave for no reason? Bomb. Xuxiang, bomb the bugs. Amethyst can obviously attract the group of bugs. What a coincidence that there is a time bomb near the amethyst. After the explosion, no bugs flew up, as if the bomb was a natural enemy of that kind of bugs. Of course, these are still Xuxiang guesses, and they are not true. Mengqichen. Xuxiang called out before Ulrich spoke. Keep half of the amethyst and give the rest to the Alliance. The drone was still shining on them. With such a big commotion here, the Alliance people would definitely arrive soon. Xuxiang was a bit arrogant. She didn't give all the things she got to the Alliance, but kept half for herself. Live broadcast. Sister. Yeah. Mengqichen didn't care about that. She just followed the command. The Alliance people really came very quickly. They asked about the situation, and Yinli reported in detail. All the drones were turned off, and this conversation was kept secret. I understand, the team leader said. It's good that everything is safe. Please be careful next time. We will hand over the amethyst to the research department. Okay. Seniors, thank you for making a trip. You're welcome. After the team leader finished speaking, he handed the supplies he brought to Yenli to ensure that each team had sufficient supplies. In addition, she also had someone check on several people to ensure that they were not seriously injured. After the team leader left, Juan and Auric asked Yenli questions again, and even asked Mengichin to take out the amethyst to look at it. Don't look at it. Xu Xiang entered the mecha. Let's go to the next place. They wasted some time here, and it was dark now. They had to rush to the new destination as soon as possible. Xu Xiang started schwanching and said, find the track and go to the 24th mark. Chapter 85 Attack. The track was built in a trench. This road was originally used to transport goods. It can bear a lot of load. There is a train on the track. It has more than 200 carriages. The carriages have long lost their former luster and are covered with thick rust. Like a rusty iron dragon that has been dead for hundreds of years. Natural light shines on the train, and the light passes through the air and dust, leaving mottled spots of light on the rusty iron. Auric's first reaction when he saw the train was, Xiao Ming. Go and check if it can be driven. Mengichin, I said he is a mecha master, not a repairman. Before Mengichin protested, Yenli came from the front of the train. The train's power supply system is fine, but we're not sure if the power equipment along the way is intact. Yenli said, I suggest adding our backup energy to the train's energy storage to prevent it from being unable to operate midway. One carriage can hold 6 mechas. We cut off the rear ones and only leave the front and the first carriage. The capacity of this freight train is much larger than that of a passenger train. Perhaps this train was originally used to transport mechas. Very suitable. Captain Yin. It's reliable, Juan said. Then let's set off quickly. Qi Yin held a big knife with both hands and cut the heavy iron chain with one knife. The train's intelligence system had long been broken, and this train could only be driven manually. Yenli has driver's licenses for dozens of means of transportation, so she is the most suitable driver. 6 mechas were parked neatly in the carriage in groups of 3. Yenli walked out of Qi Yin and entered the driver's seat. The cab was dirty and messy, and Yenli was full of dust when she entered. She found a wet wipe and wiped off the thick dust on the equipment vigorously. It was all old dirt, and it couldn't be wiped clean, so she had to make do with it. Yenli started the power system, and the equipment emitted a faint glow. The carriage moved. Great. Let's go! Xuan saw the scenery outside start to move, and said excitedly, Yenli drove, and everyone was relieved. The others chatted, and Xu Xiang analyzed the map. This time, the map was updated in real time. The Alliance was constantly exploring and synchronizing the latest situation to students. The previous map was incomplete and only had the surface layer. Now it is not only gradually improved, but also has some underground conditions. Xu Xiang first looked at the 24th mark point. It has been updated. The 24th mark point was just an ordinary mountain in the previous version of the map, but it has become complicated in this version, and the entire underground is like a maze. Xu Xiang couldn't help but sigh that the changes are really big. At 12:30 in the evening, Jinta completed half of the journey. Fortunately, they were lucky. The quality of this train was excellent. It could still be used after being abandoned for more than 100 years. It not only saved them energy, but also accelerated their speed. It was just that the friction of rusty iron was too great when running. When it was running, the whole train was clanging. The people were trembling with fear that the high-speed train would suddenly fall apart. Stop in front. Xu Xiang pointed the way to Yenli and said, rest for a night, and continue to move forward at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay. Yenli did as he was told. The train stopped, and the 5 people left the train, leaving one person in the mecha to guard in case of any unexpected incidents. Auric jumped out of the mecha and stretched his waist. He was tall, and when he raised his hands, his whole body became bigger. Auric stretched his waist and slumped down again. It's so far. How long will it take to get there? Yenli was in the mecha, looked at the map, calculated the time, and said, if we set off at 6 in the morning, we will arrive at least at noon. Auric was sluggish. Xuan was also tired, but he did not forget to laugh at Auric. After rushing for most of the day, everyone was very tired. There was no need to persuade them to quarrel. Anyway, they would not quarrel. Yenli called up Qian Detector and tried to find Da'in Shisheng. As expected, there was no result yet. Xu Xiang took the food and sat down at the outermost edge of the hill. The resting places she chose were all places with excellent views, very suitable for observation. Xu Xiang took out the purple crystal to look at it. This was what they found in the cave. Xu Xiang initially judged that it could attract Zerg. Can it attract all Zerg? Or only a certain type of Zerg? Recalling the experience in the cave this afternoon, Xu Xiang felt that everything was strange. In her opinion, there are probably people living on the Blue Sea Star. Otherwise, how can we explain the timing? What about the bomb? In terms of power, the timing is right. The bomb doesn't seem to have existed 100 years ago. Moreover, as Xu Xiang said in the afternoon, the amethyst attracts the Zerg from afar. And the timing is right. The bomb destroys the Zerg. These two are too coincidental. Too coincidental. So, now assuming that there are residents on the Blue Sea Star, Xu Xiang wants to ask a new question. Why? Why do they live here? The Blue Sea Star has long been deserted. There is no food, no natural resources, and even the infrastructure is almost rotten. Who would live here for no reason? Or rather, what is the purpose of their living here? Xu Xiang looked down at the purple crystal. A few hours have passed. How is the Alliance's research going? Xiang? Yunosu suddenly came from the middle of the hill and interrupted Xu Xiang's thoughts. Do you think we can find Da'in Xisheng? She sat next to Xu Xiang and handed over a bottle of warm water. She felt that this game had too many uncertainties. If it was Mengqichen, he would definitely say that it didn't matter whether it was true or not. It was really meaningless. And it was better to go back to sleep. But Yunosu was different. She didn't care whether it was meaningful or not. She just didn't want to lose. Yunosu, I mean, can this game be decided? Xu Xiang put away the purple crystal and took the water, and asked casually, why not? As long as Da'in Xisheng is on this planet, they will definitely find it. It's just a matter of time. Oh, well, what if Da'in Xisheng is not here? Not really. General Ian's lost mecha on the Blue Sea Star is a content in history books. And the people in the Historical Issues Legacy Department did receive the corresponding signal. Da'in Xisheng must be there. Do you really want to win? Xu Xiang asked. She remembered that when she played a two-man mecha battle with Yunoki before, Yunoki had a similar performance. Even if it was just a small simulation battle, Yunoki would choose a more cautious way of playing and take out the mecha he was more proficient in. Of course I want to. Yunoki tilted his head. Don't you want to? Xu Xiang looked up at the sky. The sky is full of stars, and places without light pollution and clear weather are most suitable for stargazing. What a beautiful starry sky. At this moment, it is suitable to recite a poem. Xu Xiang sighed. It's just that my neck hurts a little. She lowered her head to look at the map for a day, and her neck turned. Click. It made a sound. Yunoki didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't care about winning or losing. Xu Xiang returned to the topic. For her, winning is proof and upgrading, and losing is reflection and summary. Either way, it can make her go further. Yunoki rested her head on the ground and looked at the stars. If only I could be so open-minded. Xu Xiang said nothing. People's habits and thinking are difficult to change. If there is no fundamental blow, these two may accompany someone's life. So she didn't intend to persuade Yunoki, just as she didn't persuade Mengqichen specifically. Rest early. We have to continue our journey tomorrow, Xu Xiang said. I will guard until 3 o'clock, and then you will guard. Okay. Yunoki stood up. Before she took a few steps, Yenli's voice suddenly came from the headset. Everyone returned to the mecha. Yenli was very serious. Someone is coming. As soon as the voice fell, a cannon sounded like ripples on the empty land. The smoke rose and spread, and the fire instantly illuminated the whole world. Shidian rolled out of the mushroom cloud, blocking his teammates, giving them time to enter the cabin. Xu Xiang glanced at the mecha figure in the distance. Xingye? Giant elephant? Xu Xiang's first reaction was, the star team. Why are they here? After the Tia competition, Xu Xiang and Ren Zizai hardly spoke to each other, and at most, they said hello when they met in the hotel. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for a few days, Ren Zizai was so bold that he dared to hit her. Xu Xiang quickly entered the cockpit and started the schwanching. Those who disturb my sleep deserve to die. Ulrich was the first to fight back. His eyes were red, and he roared and fired. I just fell asleep. Xuan was also very unhappy, although he wanted to fight. He hated being woken up when he was sleeping. The people of the Jinta team rushed for most of the day, and they were highly focused along the way, fearing that they would be attacked. They were already exhausted. They had just lain down and slept for a few minutes when they were attacked by the star team. The good time was ruined. Even if the king came, he would be scolded and beaten. The two people played the firepower of two teams. Qian and Qin Jian fired key shots from time to time, putting pressure on the other side. The people of the star team were a little confused. They shuttled through the hail of bullets and had to be careful of the sudden shells. They were obviously the party that attacked by surprise. But now they were in a more embarrassing situation. Can't afford to provoke. Can't provoke people who are angry when they wake up. Don't fight. Go west. Xu Xiang saw that the star team concentrated its firepower on the wind carrier and immediately understood the other party's purpose. The star team wanted to eliminate Meng Yichen. Zhuan and Ulrich fought red-eyed, until the two mechas were hit by Xuanqing each and woke up. Zhuan was puzzled. Why go to the west? Boss, we should fight back. Xu Xiang, the mecha models of the star team are mostly light, and the terrain here is narrow, so we are easy to be kited by them. The kite she mentioned refers to the combat strategy of controlling the rhythm and direction by pulling distance, positioning, and speed advantages. Light mechas are fast, and are very suitable for kiting heavy mechas. The terrain in the west is relatively simple. Almost all of it is flat desert. When they get there, Xuanqing and Qian can kill without any scruples. Xiang, don't run. Rizai turned on the horn and shouted loudly. The polite classmate Xu Xiang responded to every request. After a sudden break, he suddenly turned around and boom 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 3 consecutive artillery fires, making Rizai scream non-stop. Meng Yichen goes first. Xu Xiang took the opportunity to say. The opponent's target was Meng Yichen, so the wind bearer ran the fastest, and the others followed. To reach the place, Xu Xiang said, you must pass through a group of caves. The passage in the cave is very simple, straight, and may have been developed 100 years ago. Most caves are sloping downhill, leading to underground passages. Meng Yichen was scared when he saw the tunnel, and he didn't forget what happened this afternoon. Go in. Xu Xiang didn't have time to think about what he was thinking. Xianxing kicked the wind carrier into the cave. Chapter 86. It was already late at night, and there was no other light source except the stars. Once they entered the depths of the cave, they seemed to be blind. The 6 mechas turned on their eye lights, and finally saw the surroundings clearly. As luck would have it, the 6 mechas formed a circle and faced their teammates in a state of alert with weapons. Ahem. Zhuan coughed lightly, and Fei Yin obediently retracted the muzzle aimed at Xuanqing. This cave is so big. Yonosu observed the surroundings. The cave seemed to be tailor-made for the steel giant. Without considering other factors, a dozen mechas could easily fight here. Xu Xiang, go forward. It is not convenient to fight in the cave, and they have to get to the open desert area as soon as possible. This passage is northwest-oriented. If we keep going, we will be farther and farther away from the 24th mark. Yanli said. Xu Xiang, it's okay. Then don't go to the 24th mark. Plans are not as good as changes. Change when necessary. After dealing with the star team, they can go to the 6th or 27th mark first. If there is no harvest at those 2 marks, then move back to the 24th mark. Yanli was about to respond, but saw Xuanqing suddenly pounce, and the 2 heavy mechas dodged to the left together. A bullet passed by the energy center of Qian. The star team is chasing. Without waiting for Xu Xiang's reminder, the wind carrier slipped away first. The other 5 mechas all called out cold weapons and were ready to fight at any time. The giant elephant and the black scorpion arrived at the same time. The operator of the former was Feng Jia, and the operator of the latter was the deputy attacker Konishi Fanya. Konishi Fanya attacked Qian as agreed before. Feng Jia aimed at Xu Xiang, and as soon as the giant elephant appeared, he swung the plasma sword to slash at Xuanqing. The giant elephant has a special weapon, plasma sword cannon, and the form of the sword and cannon can be switched at any time, depending on which one the operator needs. The flashing plasma sword fell heavily and hit Xuanqing's left arm joint directly. Xuanqing turned sideways in time and popped out the shield to block, and with the other hand, he called out the sword and chopped the giant elephant's arm joint from bottom to top. Dang! With a crisp sound, the giant elephant's plasma sword was retracted and blocked the knight's sword. The 2 mechas were very fast, and everything happened within 2 seconds. Xu Xiang and Feng Jie had fought on the 10 islands of F-2077. With a few simple moves, both sides wanted to have a good fight with each other again. The two waited for 3 stadiums, and finally came. Ren Zizai told Xu Xiang that Feng Jie had been studying strategies to deal with Xu Xiang for a long time. In turn, Xu Xiang also studied Feng Jie's combat style and habits. Feng Jie is good at playing against the wind and protracted war. He is used to observing the opponent before counterattacking. He will not do any small moves. But there are many details. It depends on whether the opponent can quickly discover and respond. Within a few seconds of thinking, the two exchanged 3 moves. Xu Xiang wanted to retreat, and the battlefield was moving northwest. Xuanqing and Giant Elephant are both heavy mechas. There are many traces of past battles on the heavy steel, scratches, and paint peeling, all of which witness the past of the mecha. Crack. With a sharp friction sound, sparks exploded where the sword and the fuselage slid. Xuanqing has a relatively low center of gravity. When rushing towards the Giant Elephant, it lowered the fuselage in time, raised the knight sword with one hand to block the Giant Elephant's field of vision, and took out a knife with the other hand to slash at the Giant Elephant. When the Giant Elephant saw the knife, it immediately retreated. Although it was a little slow and scratched, it did not hurt the joints. Xu Xiang did not expect to seriously injure the Giant Elephant with this move, and immediately changed his mind and launched the next attack. Xuanqing took back the knife, shook his hand, and turned it into a soft whip, which was wrapped around the waist of the Giant Elephant. The Giant Elephant waved the plasma sword, trying to cut off the soft whip. The soft whip changed at this time. Countless rotating dart-like iron pieces emerged from the gaps in the soft whip, spinning at high speed, constantly stabbing the waist of the Giant Elephant. It's not over yet. When Feng Jie realized that he couldn't fight in close combat at this moment, he immediately controlled the Giant Elephant and rushed towards Xuanqing. The steel giant ran, causing the entire cave to shake, and several broken stones fell down and hit the fuselage. Xuanqing didn't hide. As soon as he tightened his hand, the soft whip changed its shape again, and the fish-scale iron pieces quickly closed, clicking, and finally turned into a long sword. The long sword was close to the Giant Elephant, and it could cut off its waist with a light scratch. The live broadcast room became lively. Oh my god! Xu Xiang is suppressing Feng Jie. It must be fake. What? When Feng Ge was a freshman, you also questioned him for suppressing the seniors. And now you question Sister Shi again. Are newcomers not allowed to emerge? Xu Xiang combo is so smooth, and the second-class moves are one after another, just like the real person fighting in real time. Feng Jie is the same. I feel that knowing the second-class moves is worthless now. This league is worth watching. Ji Xiao was watching the live broadcast on the big screen in the lounge of Aurora College, and glanced at the comments in the live broadcast room. Before, there were many people mocking Xu Xiang, but as the game progressed, such remarks became less and less. Ji Xiao turned off the computer and watched the big screen carefully. Naya and Lisa were discussing the battle between Xu Xiang and Feng Jie. They both said that Xu Xiang had met an opponent. Shi Xiyun walked in from outside, sat on a chair, and watched the live broadcast as well. She always combined work and rest, resting when she was tired, and never tired herself. Is Yuan Hum coming to buy Haixing too? Ji Xia asked Shi Xiyun. Yes. To see you? Ji Xia had taught the two of them, and they had a lot of interactions later, so she knew them well. No. I'm going to see Ren Zizai, Shi Xiyun said, the driver of Qingye Unit 01. Okay. Ji Xia didn't believe it, but didn't ask any more questions, and changed the subject. How is the research on Amethyst going? After taking the Amethyst back from the Golden Tower team, the people in the Alliance Research Department immediately started researching it, but they had no idea. So they asked Shi Xiyun to help. Shi Xiyun happened to be expanding in this area recently, so he went to take a look. Shi Xiyun, I plan to study from the smell aspect, but the people in the research department refused. I'm trying to convince them. Shi Xiyun is a mecha boss. In terms of biotechnology, the people in the research department feel that they have more say. Smell? Ji Xia was puzzled. According to the captain of the support team, the Zerg in the cave seemed to be attracted by the amethyst, in connection with what Xiang said about the Zerg hormone before. I guess there is a similar smell in the amethyst. As expected of Shi Xiyun, his idea is very bold. What are you two talking about? Naya turned around and let them watch the live broadcast. Feng Jie started to fight back. Feng Jia's counterattack was so sudden that Xu Xiang almost didn't react. The soft whip turned into a sword and didn't cut through the giant elephant. Instead, it was bounced off by the giant elephant's shield. The giant elephant pounced on Xuanqing, and the sound of boom boom under its feet was heart-shaking. The combat power of Jinta and Xingkong was comparable. The teammates consumed the opponent, giving Xu Xiang the opportunity to concentrate on dealing with Feng Jia. They were very close to the exit. As long as they left the cave and went to an open place, Jinta would not have to worry about being kite, but would fight hard. Dang dang dang. Xuanqing and the giant elephant were extremely fast. The Knight's sword and the plasma sword collided again and again, and they chopped the important joints of the opponent's mecha. If they were a step slower, they might be hit by the opponent. The sparks were constantly splashed, like a welder doing welding work. The giant elephant was heavier and more powerful. Whenever it punched, a wind field formed around it, and the airflow was very unstable. Xuanqing was slightly tilted by the airflow, and the giant elephant's fist took the opportunity to attack. Just as Xu Xiang was preparing to meet the fist suddenly turned into a palm and raised up, blocking Xuanqing's vision. Then, the giant elephant swung the plasma sword and slashed at Xuanqing's chest. Xu Xiang's screen was blurry, and she couldn't see anything clearly. She turned up the volume and listened carefully to the sound from the outside world. It's coming. Dang! Xuanqing reached out in time and used the Knight's sword to resist the plasma sword. The plasma sword is the exclusive weapon of the giant elephant, and its power is naturally greater than the Knight's sword, especially since the giant elephant found a good position and directly cut off the Knight's sword. Crack! With a sound, the Knight's sword broke. Xu Xiang decisively discarded the Knight's sword, retreated to distance himself, and tried to regain his sight. Feng Jia was difficult to deal with when he was serious, and he acted one step ahead of Xu Xiang. The giant elephant held Xuanqing with both hands and pressed him back. The giant elephant was more than 10 tons heavier than Xuanqing, and at this time it was on the upper side, pressing Xuanqing down bit by bit. When Xuanqing was forced to bend to a certain extent, the giant elephant suddenly retracted its hands, put them together, and smashed them down violently, hitting Xuanqing's head. Xu Xiang in the cockpit was affected and dizzy. Feng Jia's counterattack was not over. The giant elephant sometimes called out the plasma sword to chop Xuanqing, and sometimes swung his fists, making it difficult to defend. Xu Xiang fell into a passive position and had to speed up the retreat. Yanli reported the position at this time. She and Yanozu had already led Xiao Shifanya and Sun Che out of the cave, and Arik also found the sniper Huang Xinshu. You go out first. I cover you, Xu Xiang told his teammates. Got it. Qingye and other mechas also left the cave one after another. There were fewer and fewer mechas in the cave, and finally only Xuanqing and the giant elephant were left. As early as when they were in Shidao, Feng Jia said that he was looking forward to a formal battle with Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang didn't expect it to come so suddenly. Fortunately, she was always ready. Xu Xiang finally found an opportunity to get out of the passive state. At this time, Xuanqing mecha had a damage rate of 20%. But the giant elephant was intact. Xu Xiang only glanced at the data and was not affected by it. Feng Jia could fight back. So could she. Xu Xiang looked up at the top of the screen, and then calmly operated, letting Xuanqing hold a long sword in one hand and punch forward with the other. Feng Jia was also very calm in the giant elephant. Sword and fist. Which one is a feint, and which one is a formal attack? Feng Jia has watched Xu Xiang battle videos many times, and he has had a simple fight with her, so he has some understanding of this schoolmate's style. Xu Xiang attacks are often unexpected. Don't analyze Xu Xiang with the thinking of analyzing ordinary people. Feng Jia stared at the screen and used the mecha's combat system to disassemble Xuanqing actions. The long sword stabbed at the right arm joint of the giant elephant, and the fist swung at the center. Where was Xu Xiang's target? The fist is easier to control than the sword, and it is most suitable for feinting. So the long sword is the real attack? No. Look carefully at the action breakdown results. The Knight's sword is changing its trajectory. It's a fist. Feng Jia shouted the answer in his heart, but soon he denied it. It said not to analyze Xu Xiang with the thinking of ordinary people. Feng Jia observed the surroundings, and when he looked up and saw a protruding boulder, he finally realized that something was wrong. Boom! Xuanqing retracted his fist and threw out the long sword. At the moment the long sword was thrown out, His right hand changed into a microgun muzzle, aimed at the boulder, and fired a micro-cannonball. After the firing, Xuanqing turned around and ran. The boulder fell with a loud bang. Chapter 87 Wasteland. Xu Xiang knew that this action could not stop Feng Jie, and the other party would definitely discover her purpose. So what she wanted was not to intercept Feng Jie, but to delay time. Feng Jie had to find a way to avoid the boulder when he chased him out. When he put his center of gravity on the boulder, it created an opportunity for Xu Xiang to leave the cave first. Xuanqing rushed out of the cave. Outside the cave was a wasteland, and several mechas were fighting fiercely, with cold weapons and hot weapons all aimed at the opponent's mechas. As soon as Xuanqing came out of the cave, he opened the arsenal, and 4 large gun muzzles grew behind him like wings. With a flash of fire, the shells hit Xiao Zifania's black scorpion directly. Xiao Zifania was attacked from both sides, with Qian in front and Xuanqing behind, and she was in trouble all of a sudden. If it weren't for Renzizai's timely support, she would have a high probability of being eliminated. It's a bit of a pity. Keep going northwest. The more open the terrain, the better for us, Xu Xiang said. She had no time to feel sorry. The most important thing now was to occupy the dominant position in the battle. The Jinta team had 2 heavy mechas with more powerful firepower than the Starry Sky team, suitable for launching a fierce attack in an open area. There were still many hills in this place, so it was best to avoid them. The teammates responded one after another. Soon, the giant elephant also rushed out of the cave and accelerated to chase the mecha in front. Feng Jie. Renzizai's voice came. Don't think about defeating Xiang first. Just hold her back. Xu Xiang was a bug-like existence in the Jinta team. She chose a heavy mecha, which perfectly made up for the lack of heavy mechas in the Jinta team. She was obviously a commander, but her combat level was no worse than that of the main and deputy attackers. Although Renzizai was always forced to train by Ji Xia, he did not fully agree with Ji Xia ideas in his heart. Now facing Xu Xiang, he really realized the importance of fighting for the first time. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Let's talk about the content of the review after the battle is over. Renzizai came back to his senses. The attack power of the Golden Pagoda team is very strong, and we cannot let them gain the upper hand. I will try to hold Yanli back, Renzizai continued. Sun Che will cooperate with Huang Xinshu to eliminate Ulrich, and then set the target on Mengyichen. Low defense is the weakness of the Golden Pagoda team. Once the Starry Sky team becomes the dominant force, the Golden Pagoda team will easily collapse. Of course, Renzizai knows very well that this process is not easy. Yanli combat power is comparable to Xu Xiang. The former belongs to the school style, while the latter takes the wild road. The two just have different habits. Coincidentally, Renzizai is best at dealing with the school style. Renzizai controls Qingye and comes to Qian. Qingye is one of the fastest moving light mechas, and Qian is one of the slower moving heavy mechas. Moreover, Qingye weight is less than half of Qian, and its flexibility is also higher. So if Qingye wants to deal with Qian, it is best to rely on speed and flexibility to win. The Starry Sky team has strategies, and the Golden Pagoda team also has them. Xu Xiang was entangled by Feng Jie, and noticed that Qingye was scurrying around Qian like a mosquito, and immediately understood Renzizai's plan. Xu Xiang, Ulrich, pay attention to hiding. The sniper on the opposite side may snipe you. Mengyichen, don't stand there stupidly. Go find Huang Xinshu position. Yanoki assists Xuan to protect them. Yanli, don't worry about the mosquito. Come and help me. Yanli didn't react for a while. Mosquito? Xu Xiang, Renzizai. Yanli, question mark. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but her hands didn't stop moving. Qian fired a few shots, shook off Qingye for 2 seconds, and ran towards Xuanqing. Qingye quickly caught up, and the scene went from 1-on-1 to 1-on-2, and then to 2-on-2. Qingye did not join the battle directly, but assisted the giant elephant on the side. Those 3 heavy mechas were so big, Qingye's small body should not join in the fun. Dang! With a crisp sound, the giant elephant raised its 2 hands and blocked the attacks of Xuanqing and Qian at the same time. Qingye took advantage of the 2 enemy mechas to stop and immediately fired 2 shells. Xuanqing and Qian dodged in time, fired a few shells at the same time, and then retreated quickly. Let's go! Xu Xiang has been moving the battlefield. Renzizai saw it and tried to stop Jinta, but it was a pity that the Jinta team had no intention of fighting here. So they ran away if they could. Shinkong had no choice but to chase if he wanted to fight. The venue was getting wider and wider. The wasteland was endless. And there were almost no shelters around. At 2:30 in the morning, the wasteland was shrouded in deep darkness. And the faint light of stars cast a veil on the surface. The night that should have been quiet was turned upside down by 12 mechas. The wasteland here was full of fine sand. And the mechas would sink into it from time to time when they stepped on it. The two sides were still fighting. And the battle had lasted for nearly 3 hours. Lan Wu and Ming Yu were watching the live broadcast in the lounge, switching back and forth between several channels, and finally stopped at channel 1 to watch the battle between Jinta and Shinkong. Ming Yu said, Jinta's combat power is indeed good, and he can fight Shinkong back and forth. It's been 3 hours, and the winner is still unclear. When the Jinta team won the 4th place in the Monty Owl competition, some people thought that this team was a dark horse. Of course, there were many voices of opposition, but they began to decrease gradually in the Tia competition. At the Baihaixing, the audience was accustomed to Jinta's excellent performance. Who do you think will win? Xu Xiang or Feng Jie? Ming Yu is the main attacker, and she is more interested in combat ability and winning or losing. But Lan Wu is different. Lan Wu is used to observing details. Her eyes have always stayed on the wasteland. She looked so seriously that she didn't hear Ming Yu's questions. It's very strange. Those fine sands seem to be flowing to a certain center? Something's wrong. Lan Wu frowned, stood up, and immediately called Ping Ryu. Ming Yu didn't even have time to ask what was going on. Ping Ryu was probably busy, and answered the phone when the ringing was about to end. What's wrong? Lan Wu, send someone to pick up Jinta and Shinkong. There is a problem with the environment over there. As soon as the voice fell, the picture in the live broadcast suddenly changed, and the fine sand on the ground rolled up like a tornado. And more than a dozen mechas were swept into the eye of the storm. Sure enough, something happened. 20 seconds ago, the Jinta and Shinkong teams were fighting fiercely, and the area was lit up by the mecha's artillery fire. The people of the two teams were busy attacking and defending, and temporarily ignored the surrounding environment. When Xu Xiang noticed that Xuanqing was pulled by some kind of gravity when retreating, they were already in the core area of the initial storm. Everything happened unexpectedly. The speed of the dust and sand suddenly increased, and they rotated at high speed, as if opening a counterclockwise door to hell, to swallow up everything at the door. 12 mechas were pulled by the gravity of the vortex, and the tall steel giant had no advantage when facing the fine sand. The wind and sand were all over the sky, and sand and stones flew and collided in the air, hitting the fuselage, and the fuselage made a clanging sound. The mechas near the eye of the storm ran out, but unfortunately their speed was not as fast as the changes in nature. Soon, they were caught by the center of gravity and sank little by little. The heavy mechas sank the fastest, especially Xuanqing Qian and Giant Elephant. They were close to the center of gravity, and 1/3 of their fuselages sank into the sand. Xiang, Yanli, Yanoki, who was not far away, tried to pull Xuanqing and Qian. Don't come over. Xu Xiang stopped her. Go if you can. Don't worry about us. This was also said to the other teammates. Not to mention such a strong gravity. Just talking about the weight of Xuanqing and Qian. The medium-sized mecha Qingjian could not pull them. The screens in Xuanqing all turned red, and alarms sounded one after another. Warning. Warning. The balance system has been damaged by 30%. Joint friction is increasing. Please evacuate your location in time. Xu Xiang has always been at ease. Even if she encounters a strong enemy, she can use appropriate logic to predict the future. But this time, the situation is completely different. She doesn't know what she will face next. Xu Xiang felt like she was back to her childhood when she knew nothing. When facing the Zerg, she could only wait for death, or wait for someone to rescue her. She hated this passive state of helplessness. Xiang, don't be distracted. Yanli found Xu Xiang in a daze through the screen and hurriedly woke her up. Xu Xiang immediately came back to her senses. Yes, don't be distracted. She is no longer the Xu Xiang of her childhood. Now she has the ability to change her fate. Xu Xiang wiped the sweat from her forehead and tapped quickly on the keyboard with both hands. Under Xu Xiang control, Xuanqing pointed his hands downward and quickly fired 2 shells. The fuselage moved upward due to the reaction force, and Xuanqing took the opportunity to move forward. A little bit. A little bit. Boom! The gravity was getting stronger and stronger, pulling Xuanqing back again. Other mechas were no better than Xuanqing, except for a few light mechas of the star team that successfully withdrew from the gravitational field. Almost all other mechas were pulled into the vortex gate. The signal has been disconnected. Trying to reconnect. After losing the signal, everyone turned on the loudspeaker. But the wind was too loud, and the voices were drowned in the wind. Only half of Xuanqing's head was left on the ground. One eye was covered by dust and sand, and Xuanqing lost most of his vision. He could not see anything except the sand and mechas nearby. Reconnection failed. As the alarm was broadcast, Xuanqing completely sank and fell into darkness. Xu Xiang thought it was over, but the coordinates of Xuanqing on the screen were still changing. Xuanqing was falling uncontrollably. Is there nothing below? The feeling of overweight became more and more obvious. Xu Xiang felt that a whole piece of wasteland was pressing on his head, and he felt uncomfortable both physically and mentally. Not to mention Xu Xiang's body. Even Xuanqing metal components began to make noises under this pressure, and parts could break at any time. Xu Xiang's consciousness and vision became increasingly blurred, and the scene in front of her was filtered into a distorted and chaotic pulp by her brain. Boom! Rustle! The sound of the mecha falling did not stop, but Xu Xiang could no longer hear it. She fainted. Camp. What happened? Ping Ryu looked at the live broadcast and felt a thump in his heart. All drones in that place were shut down to prevent viewers on the Star Network from seeing too many unnecessary scenes. Only the top leaders of the Alliance can see the live broadcast for the time being. The rescue team has set out, and when they arrived, almost all the mechas were trapped. All members of the Golden Tower team were not spared, and Ren Zizai and Feng Jia of the Star team also went down. The captain of the rescue team is Bu Sui, who is responsible for leading the team to conduct field investigations and report the results. Deputy Minister, gravity has stopped, and we are conducting a survey mission. We have not yet determined the cause of the vortex. Bu Sui replied. The 4 surviving members of the Star team have been brought back, and we will start the rescue mission immediately. Even if they have to dig 3 feet into the ground, they will dig out the mecha. Ping Ryu said okay, hung up the communication, and asked Mingyu and Lan Wu to help together, and he was ready to go. The vortex formed too suddenly, and no one expected that such a thing would happen in the silent Baihixing. Ping Ryu's light brain kept ringing. Leaders, colleagues, friends, students' parents. Everyone came to ask her about the situation, but she didn't know much, and could only reply after confirming the situation. Those 8 students were in danger, and they had to be found as soon as possible. Chapter 88 Base. Ice and Snow. In the silvery white world, the colorful base and the red shadow are particularly eye-catching. The base is colorful. On the one hand, it is easy for residents outside to find it. On the other hand, this color can raise people's psychological temperature and make people feel warm. The trace is very blurry, and Xu Xiang can't see it clearly, but she can guess who the other person is. Sun Yin. In the V-Star Wanderer camp, only Sun Yin wears such conspicuous clothes. This is not the first time Sun Yin has appeared in Xu Xiang's dream. The last time she appeared, the other party said that they would see each other again. Will they see each other again in the dream? Xu Xiang walked towards Sun Yin. Xu Xiang knew that this was a dream. Dreams are always strange. If there is no new trick, it is not a dream. This dream is like an endless road. No matter how Xu Xiang walks or runs, the distance between her and the base and Sun Yin remains constant. Xu Xiang simply stopped moving. Let it be. Xiang, Sun Yin said at this time. You should wake up. Xu Xiang also wanted to wake up, but her head was dizzy, and the pain left by the overweight was still swirling around her body. This time it was Sun Yin's turn to walk towards Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang should have walked towards the other party like before, but she subconsciously stepped back. But unfortunately her legs and feet were out of control, and she couldn't move at all. Sun Yin was getting closer and closer. Xu Xiang stopped struggling and stopped to look at the other party's face. It was still very blurry. Xiang, wake up. Sun Yin stretched out her hand, and her palm became infinitely larger, completely covering Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang fell into darkness and chaos again. Xiang, wake up. A soft voice came from her ear. Xu Xiang felt that her eyelids were heavy, and she opened her eyes little by little, and the light came in little by little. The eyes were still hazy, and she seemed to see a red shadow, just like in the dream. Xu Xiang finally opened her eyes. She was motionless, staring blankly ahead. There really is a woman in red. The woman sat on a stool not far away. Smiling, Xu Xiang opened her mouth and wanted to sigh deeply. But she really didn't have the strength to make any extra movements. So she closed her mouth again. Goodbye. Really? Sun Yin. I didn't expect her to be alive. And to appear at this time and in this place. How do you feel? Sun Yin's voice seemed unchanged. As kind and gentle as before. Not bad. In fact, Xu Xiang was not well. She felt heavy all over her body. As if she was crushed by a mecha. However, there was no need to say these words to someone you didn't know well. Sun Yin saw Xu Xiang's condition, smiled, and said, I just injected you with medicine. You will recover soon. Just bear with it. Anyway, they were all lying down. Xu Xiang didn't care about this, and changed the subject. Why are you here? Sun Yin, it seems that you still remember me. Xu Xiang didn't say anything. If Lan Wu and Ming Yu hadn't asked, if he hadn't happened to dream about her, Xu Xiang might not have remembered Sun Yin so quickly. Where are my teammates? Xu Xiang asked. She tried to move her fingers. Perhaps the potion took effect. Xu Xiang felt that she was in a much better condition. I thought you wouldn't ask. Sun Yin said. Don't worry. They are all alive. Where is this? Xu Xiang asked again. Base number 1. It was not an important matter. Sun Yin answered every question. Of course. It's not the number 1 mark you detected. What do you mean? Sun Yin knew about the mark? Base number 1 has a network. We are always observing the comments on the star network. Sun Yin explained. So they knew that the Alliance came to the Blue Sea Star to find Dai and Xixing. But this is not the point. Xu Xiang, why are you here? In Xu Xiang's memory, Sun Yin was wanted as a human trafficker. She originally thought that Sun Yin was either arrested or fled to various planets. As a result, Sun Yin was on the Blue Sea Star and seemed to be living well. Moreover, from Sun Yin's tone, Sun Yin seemed to be very aware of the Alliance's movements. Why? Why does she care about these? Wait, there is one more important thing. Xu Xiang slowly stood up and leaned against the bedside. She no longer looked up at Sun Yin, but looked at him at eye level. There is a time bomb on Baihixing. Did you set it? Before meeting Sun Yin, Xu Xiang had suspected that someone lived on Baihixing. Now that she saw Sun Yin, her guess was confirmed. If Sun Yin lived on Baihixing, did she have anything to do with the time bomb? Sun Yin smiled and responded, to be precise. It was my people who said it. Sister Yin, you said I am your people? The door was suddenly knocked open, and a boy rushed in, shouting excitedly, Ah! I heard this sentence when I passed by. It's fate. Sister Yin. Xu Xiang glanced at the boy, then looked at Sun Yin. Who is that person? My assistant. Bien Bai. Sun Yin said. Bien what? Xu Xiang's mind was still a little unclear. Constipation? Bien Bai. The boy bared his teeth and clawed. Don't think I don't know what you were thinking. You dirty-minded human. Xu Xiang, There was no reason. Xu Xiang felt that this person should be able to talk to Zhuan. Sun Yin stood up and said, When you recover, I will take you to see someone. At that time, she will answer all your questions. Bien Bai. She called the boy's name, and then said, Take Xiang to meet her friends. Bien Bai stood up and saluted. Got it. Sun Yin opened the door and left, and Bien Bai watched him go. Xu Xiang clenched her fist. Well, she recovered. Hey, let's go. Aren't you going to meet your friends? Bien Bai suddenly became indifferent, like a peacock closing its screen. Xu Xiang followed behind Bien Bai and observed the surroundings. Base number 1 is very clean and tidy, and the light-colored buildings with a sense of technology make people feel cold, even colder than the colorful bases on Star V. Bien Bai led Xu Xiang forward and stopped after turning. That's it. Bien Bai scanned his irises and the double doors opened. Go in. I pick you up to meet Sister Yin and the boss later. Boss? Who? Isn't Sun Yin the highest-ranking person in base number 1? Bien Bai left and Xu Xiang went in. This room is very large, with more than a dozen identical beds arranged neatly. They don't look like hospital beds, but more like experimental spaces. And the people on the beds are all mice. The double doors have a good soundproofing effect. There is no sound before the door opens. Once the door opens, the noise inside makes Xu Xiang's head hurt. We must have been caught by a mad scientist as experimental mice. Zhuan's voice. This place looks very high-end. They have a team. Ulrich. Why isn't Siang here? Come and save us. Ren's eye. Stop yelling. If you want to save someone, save us first. Ulrich was proud. And then shouted, It's all your fault for chasing us and beating us, causing me to not sleep well and accidentally walk into a wolf's den. 3 people were arguing, and Yanli and Fengjie didn't stop them, but were discussing the current situation. Yanosu was the first to find Xu Xiang, and shouted, and everyone's eyes were cast over. Boss! Xuan jumped up, stood on the bed and waved. You're here? Come here. They were in good spirits and seemed to have recovered. Xu Xiang walked over and got straight to the point. Get up. Go meet 2 people later. Sun Yan, and the real owner of this base. Ah? Ren's eye was confused, and then said, By the way, there are enough beds here. Why are you alone? It's impossible for people in this place to know you. I really know you. Just not familiar with you. We've met a few times before. Xu Xiang was afraid that they would ask more questions, so she changed the subject. Can we contact the ground? They were sucked into the ground by the dust vortex, and they are probably still underground now. Yanli and Fengjie were just discussing this. Hearing this, Yanli responded, The optical brain has no signal. We suspect that the magnetic field here has been controlled. Magnetic fields have a great impact on radio communications, and GPS humans were often interfered with in this aspect during early interstellar exploration. Later, humans used metals to change the electrical coupling between single atoms and nearby metals, and successfully controlled the magnetic field. Sun Yan and his team should have used this method to hide base number 1, making it impossible for the Alliance to find it. Moreover, Yanli continued, I found that our coordinates are very messy, and the situation is similar to the 36 marking points of Da'in Shisheng. Xu Xiang sat on a chair nearby and briefly stated the information he knew. Sun Yan has been observing the Alliance's movements. It may not be a coincidence that the people in the history department found that Da'in Shisheng had a signal. This base does not look newly built. If it has existed for many years, it means that Sun Yan and others have been rooted here for many years. The Blue Sea Star has been silent for so many years, and suddenly there are messy signals. Xu Xiang doesn't believe it's a coincidence. But why? Why did Sun Yan bring the Alliance here? Who is Sun Yan? Yanli asked. Someone I met on V-Star. The question that should be answered still needs to be answered. Xu Xiang can't escape. I caught a cold at the time, and she gave me a few injections. Fortunately, Sun Yan knows medicine. Otherwise Xu Xiang would have died of illness. Ulrich, what a coincidence. You can actually meet again. Ren's eye, you have also been to V-Star. I heard that place is very cold. Xu Xiang was about to respond, and the sound of the double doors opening was heard, and Bian Bai walked in from outside. Bian Bai said, Everyone is awake. Hurry up and don't let the boss wait too long. He pointed and said, They are military school students. They just fell from a building and fainted. What a bunch of little trash. Xuan didn't even put on his shoes, pulled up his sleeves and rushed over. Who are you calling a little trash? Yanli grabbed him and looked at Bian Bai. Please lead the way. Xuan was not convinced. Captain Yin, this little trash scolded us. Yanli was helpless. You can scold later. Let's go to see the owner of this base first. The Alliance must be looking for them, and they must get out as soon as possible to avoid worrying their parents and teachers. Since the base owner saved them and was willing to see them, it means that he doesn't mind letting people know about their existence. If so, maybe they can ask the other party for information that the Alliance doesn't know. For example, the exact location of Da'in Shisheng. Come with me. Bian Bai made a face at Xuan and turned to lead the way. A group of people followed. Xu Xiang walked at the back with her hands in her pockets, speculating what might happen next. Sun Yan said that the time bomb was placed by Bian Bai. What do they want to do? What kind of person is the base owner? What is their purpose in staying in Baihixing? Is the other party really willing to tell them the truth? She has too little information and can't get an answer at all. Must meet that person first. The base is very large. Bian Bai led the 8 people around and went up 2 floors. I don't know if it was the illusion of the 8 people. The air temperature was getting lower as they walked forward. Finally, the group stopped in front of a circular gate. Bian Bai input the latest command said by Sun Yan, and the circular door opened counterclockwise. Go in, Bian Bai said. Yanli took the lead, and the others followed. It was very cold inside the door, like a freezing room, which meant that the coldness just now was not an illusion. And the cold air was transmitted from here. There is a strong sense of technology here. High-tech equipment can be seen everywhere, and even the paintings are electronic. There is a rectangular table in the middle of the house, and an old man with white hair is sitting there upright. You are here. The old man smiled, showing his few remaining teeth. Welcome to base number 1. I am Su Biqing. Surname Su? What is the relationship between this old man and Su Nian? This was Xu Xiang's first reaction. The old man looked more than 100 years old, with a strong body, but a slightly tired expression. Su Nian was next to Su Biqing, and she asked the 8 people to take a seat. The seat was just right, and it was specially prepared for them at a glance. Hello. Even with the 2 people from the star team, Yinli still became the person in charge of communication. We are students of Aurora College. She introduced herself, and Su Biqing also introduced herself. I heard from Xiaoyan. Su Biqing smiled. She said that you performed very well in the tier league, and you are worthy of being students of Aurora College. From what Su Biqing said, she seemed to have a good impression of Aurora College. Su Biqing, speaking of which, I am also a student of Aurora College. My teacher is Ian Aurora. Chapter 89 Monster. Ian Aurora has 26 direct disciples, each of whom inherited her will. When they were still alive, they were active in various battlefields, leading humans to victory after victory, and were called the 26 Stars by later generations. But, let alone Juan and Ulrich, Yinli didn't remember anyone named Su Biqing among the 26 Stars. And putting this aside, General Ian has been dead for more than 300 years. According to age, her students are almost all dead now. Right? My situation is special. Su Biqing guessed that they would have such doubts, and explained, I am not a student openly recognized by teacher Ian. Why? Xu Xiang asked. Because my research will bring her reputation trouble. Xu Xiang felt that she was overthinking. The world's evaluation of General Ian was mixed, and it was probably nothing to have another Su Biqing. Could it be that Su Biqing had done something terrible? Xu Xiang didn't remember such a person in history books. She didn't know what he had done, but it couldn't be more exaggerated than General Ian drying up the Blue Sea Star. Right? Juan couldn't help asking, how old are you? If General Ian's youngest student was still alive, he would be 266 years old this year. But unfortunately, he had already passed away, and even his descendants had passed away for several generations. I am 258 years old this year, Su Biqing said. How much? Juan couldn't help rubbing his arms. Is this really a freezing room? The place where the thing is placed. The environment here has greatly slowed down the loss of my vitality. I am living here with a miserable body in the hope of fulfilling my teacher's wish, Su Biqing said. In addition to the low-temperature environment, transplantation of cloned organs and other means also helped Su Biqing survive. She has lived for more than 2 centuries, witnessing the rise and fall of generations of talents, and almost forgot that she was also a rising star at the beginning. 88-year-old Ian took a fancy to 12-year-old Su Biqing, so he accepted her as his apprentice. Su Biqing was not good at fighting, but Ian was attracted by her talent for biological research. Su Biqing's research was not right, and she was very grateful for the resources Ian gave her. In order not to cause trouble to Ian, she declined Ian's idea of revealing her identity. What wish? Xu Xiang went straight to the point. What research are you doing? Have you succeeded? What exactly did Su Biqing want to do after spending more than 200 years? Su Biqing did not hide anything and answered one by one. Teacher hopes to eliminate the Zerg. I have done too many studies. In recent decades, I have been specializing in the topic of human-insect combination. I have not succeeded, but I have not failed either. Silence. No. Wait. What did Su Biqing say just now? Human-insect combination? What new term is this? Why haven't they heard it before? Yes, you heard it right. Human-insect combination, Su Biqing said. It's cruel. Right? More than cruel. Yinli and Yanosa frowned. This is simply inhumane. In the past, some people tried to merge humans and animals, but it was later exposed. When the Interstellar residents saw the images of human faces and dog bodies, horse appearances with human organs, lion heads and human bodies, etc., the condemnation on the internet and the parades on the streets could cut the lunatics into pieces. The combination of humans and animals is a blasphemy against life. The lunatics completely violated the basic rights and dignity of human beings. This is a trampling and insult to human beings. From a social perspective, the combination of humans and animals may produce new viruses, which seriously threatens the health and safety of the entire interstellar. Scientific research should follow the laws of nature. Once they lose their humanity and only seek novelty, scientists will degenerate into monsters. Now, at this moment, 8 students are communicating with a human who is suspected to be a monster, and they hear the other party admit that he is conducting a human-insect combination experiment. The torpedo fell into the sea, causing a violent storm. This is the current situation in everyone's mind. I'm not afraid of being criticized, but I don't want the teacher to be criticized because of me. So I have always refused to make our relationship public. Sue Beeching continued. Everyone, They suddenly felt that General Ian's actions were not so terrible. At least General Ian did not harm humans. But Sue Beeching was inhumane. She had white hair and a gentle face, looking like a kind old lady, but her actions were simply unscrupulous. She was calm and didn't care. She really didn't consider humans at all. Look, how angry you are. Sue Beeching looked at their faces. Even though she knew that several students wanted to rush up and kill her, she was still calm. This is why I hide my identity. The eyes of several students could kill her with a knife. If the Interstellar residents and the Alliance knew about this, would she still be able to carry out her research? She said that she wanted to fulfill her teacher's wish. Bihexing was an experimental base that her teacher accidentally created for her. She used the resources given by her teacher to create a team here and conduct research. Juan rushed out and swung his fist. Xu Xiang immediately grabbed Juan and pulled him back. Xu Xiang had no expression on her face, but that didn't mean she was calm. She thought she could control her emotions well, but after hearing Sue Beeching's words, she still felt angry. She hated what Sue Beeching did. She hated this monster who didn't treat people as human beings. She felt sick. Xu Xiang had been rescued from the Zerd many times. At that time, she was just an unknown little character like countless wanderers. But the warriors did not give up the little character. They regarded everyone's life as the supreme treasure. To be honest, Xu Xiang was afraid of death. She wanted to live. If there are difficulties, then keep getting stronger. Then defeat the difficulties and continue to live. Human life is fragile, and that is why it is precious. As a result, when it came to Sue Beeching, humans became guinea pigs, consumables and experimental subjects. You said, no failure. What do you mean? Xu Xiang grabbed Xuan, and the strength of her hand increased subconsciously. Xuan grimaced in pain, but was embarrassed to interrupt Xu Xiang at this time. Sue Beeching said, I have a successful example, but it is still in the clinical stage and needs further observation. Xu Xiang, why tell us? The current progress is very successful. It's time to let you know. Besides, I'm dying soon. I want to see the day when the Zerg is extinct as soon as possible. Theoretically, if a person lives forever, the brain can survive for 200 years. Sue Beeching lived for 258 years, which is completely beyond this limit. She has already run out of energy and may die at any time. She can't wait. Back on V-Star, Xu Xiang looked at Sun Yan this time and asked, why did you save me? The two questions before and after are very jumpy. Perhaps only Xu Xiang and Sue Beeching and Sun Yan can understand the relationship between them. Sun Yan had been leaning on the windowsill, seeing Xu Xiang asking her a question. She smiled and said, I didn't save you. She explained. I told you that the Zerg can secrete hormone A, which makes the Zerg emit a certain smell that only the Zerg can smell. Remember? Xu Xiang, I remember. Not only did she remember, she also told Lan Wu and Mingyu. My dear children, Sun Yan was helpless. I wanted to pass this information to the Alliance through you at that time, but the other children died, and only you survived. But you are the most tight-lipped. Children are one of the groups that are most likely to talk nonsense. Sun Yan mentioned that matter to many children, but she didn't expect that the news was not leaked at all. Xu Xiang, Sun Yan did not take any further action later, because the experiment that year suddenly went wrong. If the Alliance had discovered them that year, base number 1 would definitely be gone. Thank those children for dying. Thank Xu Xiang for being tight-lipped. Of course, there is no need to tell Xu Xiang about this. Sun Yan, do you know why I was considered a human trafficker? Xu Xiang sneered in her heart. Sun Yan also knew that she was wanted. Xu Xiang, You kidnapped the stray children to the Blue Sea Star as research subjects? Sun Yin nodded, smart. Then, the next question. Xu Xiang looked at her expressionlessly and asked, Am I also an experimental subject? This question connected the previous two topics. Su Biqing was responsible for research, and Sun Yin was responsible for finding young and fresh experimental subjects. This is how base number 1 operates. Sun Yin heard this, and shook his head helplessly. Look, you are so smart that I couldn't trick you away at the beginning. Otherwise, you must be the most successful experimental subject. After the voice fell, the other 7 people in Jinta and Shinkong looked at Xu Xiang together. What does Sun Yin mean? Xu Xiang. Is she a test subject of the human-insect combination experiment? One last question. Xu Xiang is much calmer than them. If Su Biqing and Sun Yin are really monsters, then any response she gets is normal. When I had a fever, was the medicine you injected into me an experimental medicine? On Star V. Sun Yin injected medicine into Xu Xiang for several consecutive days. Xu Xiang recalled it carefully. Since then, she seemed to be able to smell the scent of the Zerg. Sun Yin made no secret. Yes. All the questions were answered. And Xu Xiang stopped talking. So that's it. No wonder she can smell the smell that only the Zerg can smell. She is also an experimental subject. Xu Xiang was sighing. And 2 figures rushed over together. She looked carefully, and found that they were Ren Zizai and Yanli. They were too fast, and Xu Xiang couldn't stop them. Ren Zizai and Yanli attacked Sun Yin and Su Biqing respectively, with their fists blowing in the wind. And the blue veins on the back of their hands were proof of their anger. Young man, don't be so angry. Sun Yin was faster than them. He dodged sideways, bypassed Yanli, and came in front of Ren Zizai. He blocked Ren Zizai's attack with one hand to protect Su Biqing. The fist fell and hit Sun Yin's arm, and the strong wind blew the hair of the 3 people. Su Biqing's expression did not change, and even her posture did not change. Everyone, please be patient. She raised her head slightly and looked at Xu Xiang. I can tell you the specific location of Dayan Shisheng. Dayan Shisheng is General Ian's relic. Since Su Biqing admires and respects him so much, it is not difficult to understand that she took the trouble to find his relic. But she was willing to tell them? Xu Xiang, speak. Su Biqing, you can say it. But I have a condition. If you can complete it, I will not only tell you the location of Dayan Shisheng, but also let you leave here. Once the people of Jinta and Shinkong leave here, they can not only get Dayan Shisheng, but also tell the Alliance that there are 2 monsters here. A good harvest. But what will they pay? What will they pay? Xu Xiang said, your terms. Chapter 90 Sea Worms. Xu Xiang was thinking while asking questions. What would Su Biqing ask them to do? As laborers? Or as guinea pigs? We have a war to fight, and my team lacks a leader. I need your help. Su Biqing's attitude was very sincere. If she hadn't said in advance that this was a deal, everyone would have thought that they were the dominant party. Ren Zizai was closest to Su Biqing. He lowered his eyes and looked at her unkindly. You don't think? Okay. Xu Xiang interrupted Ren Zizai and said to Su Biqing, but we want full command. And we don't do anything else except command. Ren Zizai looked back at Xu Xiang with an abstract look on his face. How could he interrupt him to say something harsh? Xu Xiang felt that there was no need to fight Su Biqing to death. They were in someone else's camp, and the mecha had gone somewhere. A head-on confrontation would be a loss. Okay. Xu Xiang was straightforward. And Su Biqing was also very straightforward. Xu Xiang asked again, who is the enemy? In her opinion, this deal is very cost-effective. They don't need to provide troops or resources. They only need to use their brains to easily leave base number 1 and bring back the things and information needed by the Alliance. Of course, the premise is that Su Biqing keeps his word. If not, that's when it comes to a head-on confrontation. Our enemies are the same, Su Biqing said. Zerg. That's right. No matter how the world views Su Biqing, they have something in common with her. That is, they hope that the Zerg will disappear. Zerg is their only enemy. And Zerg connects Su Biqing, a monster, with humans. Xu Xiang was thinking about the other side. Are there really Zerg on the Azure Starfish? Sea worms? Before the Azure Starfish died, sea worms were the most common Zerg, and other types of Zerg were very rare, either destroyed by humans or eaten by sea worms. Yes, Su Biqing said. To be precise, it is a mutated sea worm. Tell me more. Xu Xiang needs to know more about the mutated sea worms. so that it will be easier to deal with them. Let Xiangyan tell you about these contents. Su Biqing said. She is too old. She sleeps 20 hours out of 24 hours a day. She talked a lot today, and looked more tired than at the beginning. Su Nian heard the old ancestor mention her. Stepped forward and said, since Xiang promised us, we don't mind sharing the information we know with you. Everyone, please follow me. Xu Xiang was the first to move. And once she moved, others were willing to follow. Inside and outside the house are two different worlds. Like ice and snow inside, and warm like spring outside. Su Nian led the way in front, and Xu Xiang followed beside him. We found this kind of amethyst in a cave. Xu Xiang handed out the amethyst she carried with her to Su Nian. Can this thing attract Zerg? It is known that the time bomb was placed by Su Biqing team. So what about the amethyst? Is it also part of their plan? Yes, Su Nian explained. We coated the surface of the amethyst with a layer of fireworm saliva. The smell of the fireworm saliva can attract mutant sea worms. It turned out that the worms seen in the cave were mutant sea worms. The worms were not big, and the size was about the same as an adult's head. It was estimated that they had not evolved for a long time. Xu Xiang threw the amethyst to Meng Yichen behind him. There is saliva. I should have known not to carry it with me. Why can't the Alliance find you? Xu Xiang asked again. Su Biqing talked about the content of the human-worm combination. But Xu Xiang had other questions, and could only ask Su Nian. Su Nian was very friendly to the temporary ally. When Xu Xiang asked, she answered truthfully, there are many excellent technicians in our team, led by the Dai family, who have been managing this matter for us for generations. The existence of the Dai family completely concealed the number 1 base on the Beihai star, giving Su Biqing more than 200 years of research time. Are there any other questions? Su Nian smiled. I'll be in the meeting room soon, so I won't chat then. No more. Then, Su Nian stopped at the door of a meeting room, scanned his iris, and opened the circular door. Come in, everyone. Su Nian went in first, and Xu Xiang was about to follow, but was stopped by Yanli. Xu Xiang, what's wrong? Yanli frowned. Xiang, do you really want to cooperate with them? It's not cooperation. It's just a deal. Xu Xiang looked around, and everyone's expressions were complicated. They all frowned, as if they were seeing a villain boss. Don't worry. She couldn't help but comfort him. We will go back safely. Go back with the mecha and useful information. Yanli looked at Xu Xiang. Her expression had not changed from beginning to end. But Yanli felt that she shouldn't be like this. Yanli suddenly took 2 steps forward and hugged Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang didn't move, but was a little confused. ? You're right. Yanli let go of her hand and stepped back. We will go back safely. And you will be safe too. Xu Xiang finally understood that Yanli was sad for her, because she knew that she was an experimental subject of a human-insect hybrid. It's okay. Apart from being able to smell the stinky smell of the Zerg, she is no different from ordinary people. Moreover, as a military academy student and a future warrior, it is a good thing to be able to smell the smell of the Zerg. Well, it will be safe, Xu Xiang said. Go in. Yanli nodded and entered the room first. Xu Xiang wanted to follow, and Yanochi also came to hug her. Then it was Zuin, who was short and wanted to hug her on tiptoe. Auric looked reluctant, but still hugged Xu Xiang with both hands. Even Meng Yichen, who didn't like physical contact, hugged her gently. Feng Jia passed by and patted Xu Xiang on the shoulder to comfort her. After they hugged, they entered the room one after another. Xu Xiang was stunned. ? What are you doing? She's not going to die. Why are you so sentimental? Xu Xiang looked at Ren Zizai. Ren Zizai was also looking at her, and when he met her gaze, he avoided it unconsciously. Xu Xiang turned around, faced him, and slightly spread her hands. Hurry up and hold her. She still has to go in and listen to Su Nian's speech. Ahem. Ren Zizai touched his ears. I won't hold her. I'm not as hypocritical as them. It's strange. He could pull her as he pleased before, and he didn't mind contacting her when he went to the amusement park. Since when did he feel embarrassed? Is it just because he sympathizes with her experience? But this doesn't affect him holding her. Forget it. I can't figure it out. I don't want to think about it. Xu Xiang stared at Ren Zizai and took back her hand. Okay. Don't be hypocritical. It will save her trouble. Ren Zizai said, go for another physical examination after you go back. I accompany you. When Xu Xiang first arrived at Aurora College, Ren Zizai also accompanied her to do the physical examination. Oh, sure. Xu Xiang did not refuse. Anyway, she had to accept the physical examination arrangement of the alliance, with Ren Zizai accompanying her. He could also help her with chores. When Xu Xiang and Ren Zizai entered the room, everyone was seated. Sun Yan was at the front of the long table. She took out the light board and projected a holographic screen. The mutant sea worm appeared on the screen. As Sun Yan swiped, the full picture of the mutant sea worm appeared. The mutant sea worm had a thick and long mouth, and its dark blue body was covered with dense bumps, which looked particularly disgusting. After the drying up of the azure sea star, we haven't seen Zerg for more than 200 years. But in recent years, we have discovered this mutant sea worm. Sun Yan compared the sea worm with the mutant sea worm. The size of the mutant sea worm is less than 1,000th of that of the sea worm, but it is more numerous, faster, and its saliva is highly toxic. Zerg are generally large, so there are mechas. The mutant sea worms don't look big, and it seems that they can be dealt with by humans. Don't think about dealing with them yourself. Sun Yan guessed that the 8 people would have such thoughts, and said, their venom will kill you if you touch it. This is the result of our experiment. Needless to say, it is probably another human experiment. Juan silently said in his heart, so scary. Boss, you are fine. Thanks to the mutant sea worms at that time who were only concerned with the purple crystal. Otherwise Xu Xiang and the other 3 would probably be dead. The venom is also very corrosive, so we will apply a protective film on the surface of the mecha. Sun Yan said, when you leave base number 1, we can give you the formula. No one responded. Su Biqing and Sun Yan have been passing on information that the Alliance does not know yet, which will give them the impression that they are good people. This won't work. They are monsters who are conducting human experiments. The mutant sea worms are very dangerous. But there is a solution. Sun Yan didn't care what they thought, and said to himself, just like other insect swarms, just pierce their hearts. If it is a protracted war, try to cut off their mouths, so that the venom in the mouth sac will not work. The above is the main information about the mutant sea worms. Do you have any questions? Xu Xiang and Ren Zizai will be responsible for the command of this operation. They have to know as much as possible. So the 2 asked a few questions, and Sun Yan answered them one by one. After finishing the content of the mutant insect race, Sun Yan wanted to talk about something else. The core of base number 1. Our mechas are unified as silent walkers, which may be a little different from the ones you usually use. Sun Yan said, silent walkers are sensor mechas. Meng Yichen, who had been distracted, suddenly raised his head and looked at Sun Yan. Sensor mecha? Others were also surprised. It was not the first time they heard of sensor mecha, but they had never seen one. The mecha they often used were all hand-operated, which was very demanding on hand speed. If they were a little slower, they might die on the battlefield. Sensor mecha was different. According to the Alliance, sensor mecha could synchronize the movements of humans and mecha, which was much simpler than hand-operated mecha. Unfortunately, it had a big disadvantage, which was brain damage and nerve damage. Sensor mecha needed to use instruments to connect the human brain and mecha, and establish a connection with the mecha system through ganglia. Humans were too small. A person who was at most 2 meters tall had to drive a mecha that was as high as 10 meters. If the mental state was a little worse, they might be backlashed and brain dead on the spot. So in recent decades, the Alliance had made almost no new progress in sensor mecha. But base number 1 actually did it. Everyone was a little stunned. How come there is a base number 1? They seem to have entered the future world? Are the people in base number 1 so powerful? Forget it. It must be another human experiment of his uncle. The experimental results of using human lives. They would rather not have such power. We have 2 war zones, East Zone A and West Zone B. Sun Yan ignored the complicated expressions of everyone and continued. Xiang is in charge of East Zone A, and Zizai is in charge of West Zone B. When you arrive at the command center, there will be corresponding docking. 2 war zones, 2 commands. Xu Xiang suspected that the dust vortex was caused by Sun Yan, just to get them down. If there is no problem. Sun Yan stood up. Please take your positions. Chapter 91 High Wall. By Haixing Haitian City. Temporary office area of the Alliance. Ji Xiao asked Naya and Lisa to watch the live broadcast, and went directly to the office area to find Ping Ryu. Is there no news about Jinta and Shinkong? Ji Xiao asked straight to the point. No. Ping Ryu had just returned from the scene of the incident. Looking tired. We dug very deep. But we didn't find their mecha. The tier league is still going on. But the current discussion topics are focused on emergencies. Fans of Jinta and Shinkong team didn't even watch the live broadcast, squatting on the Star Network waiting for the Alliance to send a notice. The 4 surviving members of the Shinkong team continued the game. But unfortunately, without the commander and main attacker. They performed mediocrely, and almost had someone eliminated. Ji Xia asked, "What is the situation underground?" She remembered that the underground layer in that area was very complicated, and Xu Xiang and others might have fallen into a cave. It had been nearly 2 days since the day of the incident. There was no food in the cave, and it was easy for students to get into trouble if they stayed there for too long. The detector shows that there is a large space underground, but we haven't found the connection, so we can't go down for the time being. What if we start from the area where they fell into the ground? Ji Xia suggested. I have asked someone to try, and the results will be out tomorrow morning at the latest. Please tell me as soon as you have news. Don't worry. Ping Ryu pinched the bridge of his nose and relaxed his sore eyes. This time we were not well prepared. When we find them, we will give corresponding points as compensation. Ji Xia didn't say anything. She could guess why Ping Ryu promised so much. Good news came from the Sakura wife team. They found the signal of Da'in Shisheng at the 25th mark, and the detector that had been on red turned green for a short time. The place where the Golden Pagoda and the Starry Sky had accidents was not far from the 25th mark. If the Alliance discovered and eliminated the hidden dangers in advance, perhaps the 2 teams would also be able to find something. This is the Alliance's problem, so the Alliance will give them performance points. Let's find them first. Ji Xia did not refuse. She valued the honor of the school, but also hoped that the students were safe. We will do it as soon as possible. Base number 1. Xu Xiang and Ren Zizai were taken to 2 war zones respectively, and the rest of the people stayed inside the base temporarily. Sun Yin said that as long as they did not cause any damage, they could visit the base freely, and if they were curious, they could directly ask the relevant staff. Xu Xiang got on the still car and headed to Dongjia district. The driver was Bian Bai, who was talkative and kept muttering all the way. If Sister Nian hadn't asked me to drive, I wouldn't drive. I warn you, don't play tricks. If you can't win this battle, you're done. Bian Bai kept mumbling. I really don't know why you must come. I should have suggested Sister Nian to train commanders earlier. His thoughts were very jumpy, talking about this and that. But it had nothing to do with Xu Xiang, and she didn't listen anyway. It's all Dai Li's fault. If she had detected the sea worm nest earlier, there wouldn't be so many mutant sea worms. The eggs hatched into primitive sea worms, which evolved into mutant sea worms. If they had discovered the 2 nests earlier, they could have eliminated the mutant sea worms before their peak reproduction period arrived. Xu Xiang came back to her senses after hearing the topic of interest. She asked, "Who is Dai Li?" Xu Xiang remembered that Sun Yin mentioned the Dai family. Is Dai Li from the Dai family? Oh, let me say it first. It was Sister Nian who asked me to answer your question. Not because you are the commander, Bian Bai said. Dai Li is our chief technician, responsible for leading the team to monitor the entire Bai Haixing and preventing the vital signs and signals of Bai Haixing from being discovered. Oh, hey, I said so much. And you only have one O? Bian Bai was unhappy and complained. You are so rude. Xu Xiang was too lazy to pay attention to him and asked, how long will it take to get there? 5 minutes. Bian Bai also became arrogant. People in your army? Xu Xiang suddenly thought of a very serious question. Are they all human-insect combinations? Bian Bai, who was driving in the front, suddenly stepped on the brake and looked back at Xu Xiang in the back seat. Bian Bai, you can guess this? Xu Xiang, do you need to guess this? Yes. Bian Bai started driving again, although she had the answer in her mind. Xu Xiang was still unhappy when she heard this answer. She just looked expressionless. But her emotions fluctuated no less than others, and her past experience told her that as long as she could be open-minded, troubles and pain could not catch up with her. I tell you, after a short while of being cold, Bian Bai started scratching his head again, grumbling. Don't just think that the boss and Sister Nian are cruel. The results they led the team to achieve are more meaningful than your alliance. Apart from the cruel process, Base number 1 discovered Zerg hormones, invented a protective film to deal with venom, and researched and built sensor mechas. No matter which one, It can play a huge role in the human race's resistance to the Zerg. But, can we really put aside the process? They are doing these things under greater pressure than the top leaders of the Alliance. Bienbai felt that he had said too much and ended the topic. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. Xu Xiang looked at the Gobi Desert and boulders outside the car window and remained silent. She didn't know the exact coordinates of this place. But she couldn't see the sky when she looked up. So they were probably still underground. Are the people in the Alliance looking for them? What's the progress? How is the game going? Can other teams find Dain Shisheng? Xu Xiang couldn't get an answer for the time being. We're here. Bienbai stopped the car and called Xu Xiang. Get off. Xu Xiang walked out of the still car and looked up. There was a tall wall in front of him, guarding it like a Yellowstone giant, protecting the rear. The wall should have been built temporarily, and it looked very simple, with only the most basic wall structure and nothing else. Bienbai took Xu Xiang into the high wall and introduced the way inside. Canteen, lounge, conference room, training ground. The buildings are simple, but the basic facilities are all there. Here, Bienbai stopped at a door. Command room. The command room is more advanced than other places. The door is made of iron, and you have to scan your iris or enter a password to enter. Bienbai gave Xu Xiang a piece of paper, saying that it was given by Sun Yan, and it had the password to open the door. I won't go in. You go and take a look first. If you have any questions, come and ask me, Bienbai said. Xu Xiang entered the password and entered the command room. The command room is not big. It is a small space filled with advanced equipment, such as communication stations and large screens. I don't know if it's because the equipment is all cold machines, and the screen is still glowing blue. Xu Xiang feels chilly inside. Xu Xiang walked to the command desk and sat on the chair. The screen automatically lit up, showing the situation of each mecha on the front line and the mental state of the driver. Sensor mechas are different from hand-operated mechas. They consume too much mental energy. Even if they survive on the battlefield, they probably won't live long. The Alliance has not made much progress in the research of sensor mechas. So what will the sensor mechas of base number 1 be like? Hello? Suddenly, a female voice sounded, cold and a little impatient. Commander? Xu Xiang came back to her senses. Hello. A face appeared on the screen. A very delicate girl, who looked younger than Xu Xiang. Probably only 15 or 16 years old. She had a stinky face, just like an ordinary rebellious girl. The mutant sea worms didn't come, and there is no war at the moment. What do you want? The other party obviously didn't want to waste time with Xu Xiang, but she couldn't take the initiative to hang up the communication, so she could only hint Xu Xiang to hang up. Nothing. Xu Xiang didn't expect the communication to be automatically opened. Since they were talking, she asked a few more questions. What's your name? Knowing the name will make it easier to call the other party in the future. There should be teammates near the girl. And several heads came to see, but they moved away as soon as they appeared. Codename. Grey Keeper. The girl said. It's a very dangerous codename. Just hearing these 3 words makes me feel that there is a ghost holding a sickle behind me to take my life. Xu Xiang, it's not a codename. I'm asking for a name. The Grey Keeper frowned. Why do you care about this? Xu Xiang, name. The Grey Keeper, This person is sick. The Grey Keeper glanced at Xu Xiang and said, Shan'in. What a nice name. But he had to choose such a deadly code name. My name is Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang said. Nothing else. See you later. Shan'in was speechless. Oh. Xu Xiang hung up the call, familiarized himself with the various operation keys according to the manual, and walked out of the command room. Then, the door of the command room closed automatically. Bienbai leaned against the fence and played on his computer. After he finished the game, he looked up and said, It's out now? Any questions? Yes, Xu Xiang said. Can I go to the front line? Huh? Bienbai's face wrinkled. What are you talking about? You definitely can't. Why? No reason. Anyway, Sister Nian won't let the commander go to the front line. Base number 1 doesn't have a professional commander, but it needs one, in order to protect the staff who temporarily serve as commanders. Sun Yan prohibits them from going to the front line. That's why there is a command room in the rear. Xu Xiang doesn't understand Sun Yan's approach. What's the difference between this and Diego's idea? Tell her to arrange for me to go to the front line. Xu Xiang knew that Bienbai couldn't make the decision. so she could only let him convey it. Bien Bai opened and closed his mouth. And after a long struggle, he said, "Okay. I go ask first. Any other questions?" "No more." "Okay. Just to remind you, according to the rules, the mutant sea worms will launch an attack at 6 o'clock tonight. You should eat early, and then come to guard," Bien Bai said. "By the way, you can establish contact with the West 2nd Division to facilitate communication." "Okay. Nothing else. I'm leaving." Bien Bai put away the light brain. "I hope you are really useful. Don't let the boss and Sister Nian down." After Bien Bai left, Xu Xiang walked around the high wall again. Almost all the team members went to the front line. Only a few people patrolled inside the wall, and they couldn't help but look at Xu Xiang when they saw him. Xu Xiang ignored their gazes and went to the cafeteria to eat on time. The food here is good, and some of the ingredients are new to Xu Xiang. The light brain can be used. Xu Xiang received a lot of messages as soon as he opened it, all from teammates and Ren Zizai. After Xu Xiang replied, he sent a message to Jixia, but failed. It seems that Dai Li blocked the signals between the ground and the underground, and only the 8 people underground can communicate with each other. The Star Network can be viewed, and even the live broadcast is real-time, but it is impossible to comment and send any information. To achieve this, I have to say that Dai Li is quite powerful. Xu Xiang refreshed the Star Network post. The Sakurazuma team detected the sound of the Great Sound at the 25th mark. Although it was only for a moment, the detector did turn green. The 25th mark is just north of the 18th mark. If the Jinta team successfully reaches the 24th mark, they will go to the 25th mark. Maybe they will find something at that time. Unfortunately, there is no if, since the deal has been made with Su Biqing. Then complete it seriously and return to the ground with the results. Alarm! Alarm! The broadcast suddenly sounded, and the red light illuminated the entire wall. What's going on? Zergs have been detected on the front line. Please return to your workstation immediately. It's only 17:08 now, and the mutant sea worms appeared nearly an hour earlier than Bien Bai predicted. Xu Xiang didn't have time to think too much, so he got up and went to the command room. Chapter 92 Command. It is true that Xu Xiang plays the command position, but she has never been a commander. The commander in the arena only needs to be responsible for a few teammates, but the commander on the battlefield is responsible for all soldiers. To be honest, Xu Xiang is not very sure about this operation. Everything here is too unfamiliar to her, even if she is as familiar with the surrounding terrain and the command room as possible. Even if she remembers all the characteristics of the mutant sea worms, when she officially faces the enemy, she still can't be completely calm. Xu Xiang calmed herself down. She told herself that she now has 2 tasks. First, defeat the mutant sea worms. Second, protect the frontline combat personnel. The method is very simple. That is to come up with the most appropriate way of fighting. 3 minutes ago, Shen lay on the earth wall, with her head resting on her head and her legs crossed, thinking about what happened not long ago. It's strange that someone actually asked her name, not to mention the few useless commanders who came some time ago. Even her teammates called her codename. Greykeeper. Greykeeper. She was so used to hearing this codename that she almost forgot her real name. Greykeeper. Fei Miao came to the wall and looked up at Shen. We should go to training. No. You guys go. Shen refused without even lowering her head. And Sun Yan said that they were free. They could eat if they wanted to, and they could not train if they didn't want to. They were all human-insect combinations. Not very old. The youngest was 15 years old. The oldest was 20 years old. And they were all very lively boys and girls. They were taught to contribute to humanity since they were young. And the kind Aunt Sun Yan would tell them that you are warriors who fight against mutant sea worms and protect humanity. Children are easy to coax, especially adolescent children, who all want to be great heroes and fantasize about saving the world. Even now, many children have grown up and still feel that they are contributing to humanity. They volunteered to be experimental subjects and were willing to stay here to fight. Some children said they didn't want to fight, so Sun Yan let them go. Just like she said at the beginning, they were free. Shen was also free. She didn't want to train today, so she didn't go. Fei Miao didn't force her, and turned away silently. Just then, the ground began to shake, and familiar alarms sounded one after another. The harsh sound and red light reminded the young people on the front line that it was time for you to enter the mecha and prepare for battle. Shanine cursed. Damn it. Turned over and climbed down the wall. Before he took a few steps, a not-so-familiar voice came out of the headphones he carried with him at all times. Can you hear it? It was the new commander. Shanine looked unhappy and said in a bad tone, Speak. The next second, the headphones flashed, projecting a blue transparent screen, and Xu Xiang's face appeared on the screen. Xu Xiang said, I have connected to your mecha, and there are points marked on it. That is where you are going. Shanine frowned. We used to fight together. Do you want to separate us? She felt that this new commander was unreliable. There were so many mutant sea worms. Wouldn't it be easy to let go of the fish that slipped through the net if they were to fight separately? Yes. Xu Xiang told her very confidently, and then said, I have watched your combat videos and arranged places suitable for you as much as possible. For example, if Shanine is good at strong attacks, then go to places with open terrain to suppress firepower. For example, if Fei Niao is good at roundabout operations, then go to places with many hills and deserts. There are so many things, Shanine said as she walked. Go. Xu Xiang didn't care about her complaints, but reminded Shanine as Yanli often reminded herself in combat. Be careful in everything. Shanine frowned even more tightly. This was the first time she heard such words from the commander. Some of the previous commanders were arrogant, and some were timid. Their personality traits were very obvious, and could be seen through at a glance. Xu Xiang was different. Xu Xiang had a calm attitude and indifferent expression. Shanine could not see Xu Xiang's mind. She thought that this kind of person, who could not be understood, was cold and ruthless. But she told her to be careful in everything. Don't say these meaningless things. Shanine responded to the other party fiercely, and habitually gave people nicknames. Do your own thing. Face paralysis. Well, you go too. Xu Xiang's expression and attitude did not change. Shanine thought this person was really strange. Dang would be furious when she called him slug. Fei Niao would blush when she called him turtle. Even Su Biqing, who was as gentle as her, would sternly tell her to be polite when she called him old bald man. Only Xu Xiang had no reaction. Shanine was very angry and pulled the bird hard to speed up. Xu Xiang adjusted the screen page and converted it to the frontline scene. Mutated sea worms emerged in groups and moved at full speed with the force of a storm. The dark blue color was very thick, densely blended together, and was even darker than black. Countless sea worms flapped their wings, and the sound of rustling lingered in the ears, making people's scalps numb. There were more than 300 guards on the front line of Dongjia district. They were divided into 6 teams, each with a team leader, and the overall captain was Shanine. The 6 teams were divided into 2 groups, A and B, with 3 teams in each group. Considering that the sensor mecha is more harmful to the human brain, one team usually rests for a while after the battle, and the 2 teams A and B take turns to fight. It's a reasonable arrangement. Xu Xiang watched the combat videos of the key guards at double speed and chose the route suitable for them according to their habits. Shanine's team was in the middle. She used the number 0 silent walker and ran at the forefront. Xu Xiang couldn't help but observe the sensor mecha carefully. Shanine wore a helmet, and the wires on the helmet connected Shanine's brain on one side, and the silent walker's host on the other side. The silent walker's cockpit was very simple, not to mention Xuanxing. It was not even as complex as ordinary hand-operated mechas. It's very convenient to look at. A large transparent screen with cold colors surrounds Shanine, showing the scene outside the mecha without blind spots. Shanine runs among the silent walkers, raises his left hand, presses the button of the hand sensor, and the silent walker number 0 raises his left hand synchronously and fires a shell. Xu Xiang has seen the power of the sensor mecha. I have to say that this is really useful. As long as the mental state is good, and as long as you maintain a high degree of concentration, the human body's movements and the mecha's movements can be consistent. The current goal is to repel the mutant sea worms, and there is no need to just stare at other people's mechas. Xu Xiang shifted his gaze to the swarm of insects in the distance. The densely packed little insects look disgusting, and they can gather together to the extent that people with trypophobia will faint immediately. The swarm of insects advances in a fan shape, starting from a certain point and dispersing like a mudslide. Shanine. Xu Xiang observed the situation and asked Shanine, "Have you been to the wormhole?" Sun Yin said that there are 2 wormholes in the East A district and the West B district respectively, and mutant sea worms pour out from them. Xu Xiang felt strange. Why didn't Sun Yan let people sneak into the wormhole directly to fundamentally solve the mutant sea worms? Shen was dealing with the worm swarm, and answered impatiently, I haven't been there. Why? Was it Sun Yan and Su Biqing who didn't let them go? Or the previous commanders who didn't let them go? How should I know? Asked those commanders. The old bald man and the crazy woman. Xu Xiang stopped talking. That's right. Shen and the others just followed orders and didn't think so much. Xu Xiang decided to lead the team to the wormhole after repelling this wave of worms. Hoped Sun Yan would let her drive Xuanqing. Shen slapped a group of mutant sea worms to death with one palm. The Silent Walker's palm wind was strong, disrupting the mutant sea worm's forward direction. This was not the first time the Guardians dealt with the worm swarm. They controlled the Silent Walker and were at ease on the battlefield. The command was useless for a while. The mutant sea worms continued to come, more than ever before. Shen faced it calmly. It doesn't matter. She can kill them no matter how many there are. The mutant sea worm's long mouth sprayed venom, which was black and sticky. If you look closely, the venom was still bubbling. The sticky venom stained the mecha and flowed down little by little. Each Silent Walker has a protective film on the surface, which greatly reduces the harmfulness of the venom. According to past experience, a battle lasts at most half an hour. This time, they fought for 20 minutes. And the number of mutant sea worms increased instead of decreasing. What's going on? Commander. Fei Niao contacted the command before Shen. We are reaching our limit. The sensor mecha is very laborious. And Sun Yan said that they had better control the battle time within half an hour to avoid brain damage. In addition, many Silent Walkers have been wrapped in venom. If they don't go back to repair it in time, the mecha will be easily corroded. Are you useful? Shen is more straightforward than Fei Niao, and says whatever he thinks. Shen looked at the densely packed bugs on the screen, and her already tired brain became even more uncomfortable. She lost her mind and almost hurt her teammates by mistake. Don't worry. Xu Xiang was very calm. I'm confirming something. Shen frowned. What are you going to do? Xu Xiang did not answer but asked, how long is your limit? Half an hour. Then retreat. Xu Xiang said. Switch to the next batch. What? Shen was shocked. You want us to escape from the battle? Shen led the A team this time. They had not reached the critical point of the battle time, and the battle was not over yet. Logically, they could not retreat. But Xu Xiang forced them to retreat. It's not to escape from the battle. You have another mission, Xu Xiang said. Group B is ready to go on stage. Group A rests for 12 minutes, and then takes a detour to the wormhole. The mutant sea worm spread in a fan shape. When Xu Xiang was not speaking, he kept staring at the source of their spread. That place is wrong. Carefully observing and analyzing the spatial state of the diffusion source, it is not difficult to find that the space there is distorted. Xu Xiang suspected that the source was a wormhole, and a normal wormhole could not have such a deformed space. So she reasonably guessed that there was some special object there. I go with you. Xu Xiang stood up. Just at this time, Sun Yan personally called Xu Xiang. Sun Yan agreed to let Xu Xiang drive Xuanqing to provide support. Chapter 93. The Insect Lair. Bianbai transported Xianxing to the East Jia district, and stood next to the black iron giant to look at it. Although he didn't want to admit it, the fact was that Xianxing was really handsome. In comparison, the Silent Walker, who only focused on sensor sensitivity and attack power, seemed a bit sloppy. You, a commander, actually dared to go to the front line. Bianbai. TSK. Twice. He had watched the live broadcast, and he knew that Xu Xiang overall strength was very strong. But the competition field was different from the battlefield. Xu Xiang actually dared to face such a large group of sea worms. Is she not afraid of death? We have to face it all, Xu Xiang said ambiguously. She had been to the front line a long time ago, but unfortunately she was very weak at that time, and could only wait for others to rescue her. Later, she learned to protect herself, and could even use a sniper rifle to snipe the Zerg from a distance. Maybe she will face more powerful Zerg in the future. Okay. Bianbai didn't care about other people's business. He said, we added a protective film to Xuanqing, but it's a one-time thing. It won't last long. You only have 40 minutes at most. The protective film of the Silent Walker is the result of their meticulous work. Xuanqing is definitely not comparable. It was too sudden. No one expected that the commander would go to the front line in person. He also had to go deep into the wormhole. Bienbai grew up listening to the stories of General Ian. General Ian went deep into the wormhole many times to bring back the Worm King. Every time he heard this, Bienbai admired him very much. General Ian is really amazing. However, Xu Xiang, I wish you good luck. Bienbai disdained it. But he really hoped that Xu Xiang would be successful. Su Biqing and Sun Yan spent a lot of effort to eliminate the Zerg. Bienbai prayed every day that the day of the Zerg's demise would come soon. Not to mention the distant. If Xu Xiang can completely solve the mutant sea worms of the Blue Sea Star, it would also be good news. Well, thank you. Xu Xiang glanced at the time. Then I set off. Group B delayed the swarm. Leaving little time for Xu Xiang and Group A, Xu Xiang came under Xuanqing. And Xuanqing's gravity system sucked her into the cockpit. Soon, Xuanqing's eyes brightened. And the tall mecha moved forward. Sun Yan stared at Xuanqing on the screen and chuckled. What are you laughing at? The woman eating snacks next to her crossed her legs and glanced at Sun Yan. She was Dai Li, the chief technician of the Dai family, responsible for leading the team to manage the network signals of the entire Beehive Star. Sun Yan said, nothing. I just think that the sensor mecha may not be able to replace the manual mecha in the next 50 years. Dai Li, nonsense. Sensor mecha is too harmful to the human brain. According to their tests, a mature and well-conditioned brain can only withstand 1 hour at most. If it is longer, the brain will die slowly because it cannot withstand the load. And after each battle, the driver needs a long rest. Their team is still researching. And maybe there will be greater progress in the future. Hey, Dai Li was curious. Why did you let Xu Xiang go to the wormhole in person? Aren't you afraid that she will resist after entering the mecha? The two of them saw Xu Xiang control over Xuanqing. To be honest, Dai Li didn't think that the group of children in base number 1 could suppress Xu Xiang. The endurance of the hand-operated mecha is much longer than that of the sensor mecha. As long as Xu Xiang can hold on for a long time and help her friends get their mecha, base number 1 will lose half. She won't. Sun Yan always thought that Xu Xiang was a very good child. She will keep her promise. She will not change the agreed deal. In fact, Sun Yan was still confused. Xu Xiang originally said that Jinta and Xingkong would not participate in the war. But soon Xu Xiang took the initiative to propose to drive Xuanqing to the wormhole. Even Ren Zizai next door did the same. But Ren Zizai asked Sun Yan not to tell Xu Xiang about his choice. I guess he didn't want Xu Xiang to worry about him. After hearing that Xu Xiang was their human-insect hybrid experiment, the child rushed over with another girl to beat people up. Not only that, but other people also stared at them angrily. At that moment, Sun Yan was happy for Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang had many people who cared about her. For Sun Yan, Xu Xiang was the most special experiment. Xu Xiang was the only survivor among the foreign experiment subjects. And unlike the group of children on the front line, Xu Xiang was not by her side. She could only observe her physical condition through the chip that had been implanted in Xu Xiang's body. By the way, Dai Li put down his legs, kicked his legs, and turned the swivel chair in front of Sun Yan. Looking at her, the people from the Alliance are about to find the entrance and exit. Since the incidents in Jinta and Xingkong, the people from the Alliance have been looking for the missing 8 students. And now they are very close to base number 1. They can come down in half an hour at most. Sun Yan, it's okay. Let them come. After half an hour, Xu Xiang and Ren Zizai should be able to explore the insect cave. According to the deal, she should let them go. Alas, Dai Li suddenly felt that the snacks had become unpalatable. Our Dai family has worked for you for so many years. And my ancestors lived peacefully until they died. As a result, when it came to me, trouble came. What is going on? Sun Yan smiled and comforted her. I am here. Sun Yan's parents died a few years ago, and she was forced to accompany her ancestors on this thorny road. Dai Li shook his head and suddenly asked, what are your plans after the Alliance takes over the affairs here? Sun Yan's eyes began to wander. Who knows? Dai Li was about to speak when the screen next to him came out with the voices of Xu Xiang and Shen Yin communicating. Shen Yin, Xu Xiang said, I can't meet up with you. You follow the route I gave you, and I will take another route. Sun Yan and Dai Li looked at the screen at the same time. Xu Xiang underestimated the power and number of the swarm. It was true that the screen looked dense, but before experiencing it personally, the viewer felt that he could handle it. Xu Xiang went on the field with a cautious and bold mentality. Before he could fire a few shots, He was stopped by the sea worms that kept flying over, so he had to change his route. The 10-meter-tall Xuanqing could hardly move in the swarm of insects. The disgusting little insects stuck to the mecha like moths to a flame, making a rustling sound that made people's scalps numb. Xu Xiang looked at a blurry screen and quickly entered the code with both hands. The next moment, Xuanqing mecha shell suddenly emitted a large amount of gas. The gas temperature was very high. The mutant sea worms in the front row screamed and fell to the ground, and the ones in the back row were overturned. Xuanqing took advantage of this gap and hurriedly ran forward, firing while running, and forcibly cut a bloody path for himself. Looking from above, the dark blue swarm of insects was like a black sea in the night, and the tallest Xuanqing eyes glowed, becoming a sea opener. Xuanqing's shoulder muzzle suddenly lit up, and the shells drew perfect parabolas and exploded accurately in the swarm of insects. Explosions followed one after another, leaving fire and mushroom clouds all over the ground. The flames burned, and a narrow road was opened by Xuanqing. Xuanqing crushed the sea worm corpses on the ground with his feet, and waved his swords with both hands to cut all obstacles. Xu Xiang, we can't get through either. Shen gritted her teeth, dodged a large ball of venom, and said, there are more and more swarms of insects here. The closer to the wormhole, the more mutant sea worms there are. For smaller silent walkers, it's like bumping into a cotton ball, and it's hard to struggle. Then stay where you are. Xu Xiang looked at the road ahead that was gradually becoming clearer, and said, I go into the wormhole. Xuanqing approached the wormhole and was about to reach the destination. Can you do it? Shen frowned. I can do it. Oh! Shen glanced at the air. Then be careful. Don't die. No! Xu Xiang responded to her, and the movement of his hands did not stop. Xuanqing moved forward all the way and was about to reach the destination. Countless mutant sea worms poured out of the wormhole, and the dark blue monomers merged into a ball like black water, with bumps of skin squeezed together. Ugly and disgusting. And frightening. Some mutant sea worms were still rushing out, while others blocked the entrance of the cave, stopping Xuanqing. Huh? Xu Xiang was puzzled. Why did the mutant sea worms stop her? Logically speaking, this kind of incompletely evolved worms have no consciousness. They will only rush forward mindlessly and stop to attack when encountering obstacles. Xu Xiang did not actively attack the mutant sea worms, and even deliberately gave way. But the mutant sea worms came to attack her. What's going on? Xu Xiang didn't have time to think about these. The most urgent thing was to enter the wormhole. Xuanqing retreated a few steps, went around to the side, and fired a few shells parallel to the entrance of the cave, blowing up a group of mutant sea worms. Black blood mixed with venom erupted, and burnt insect skin fragments fell from the air like black rain, and the entire entrance of the cave became dirty and messy. Xu Xiang took advantage of the short blank period and quickly moved forward and entered the tunnel. The tunnel was dark, and the mutant sea worms were still gushing out, but fortunately, they were visibly reduced. The Zerg had long since left natural reproduction behind, and they only needed to copy and paste DNA to complete mass production. If the Zerg King was really here, then it could produce worms indefinitely. Why did it stop? The Zerg King is more intelligent than ordinary worms, and the older it is, the more intelligent it is. The Zerg King of each swarm usually produces worms continuously when the enemy comes to protect itself. But this one is different. Where are you? Shen's voice came. At most 8 minutes. Group B will not be able to hold on. Commander, please hurry up. The Eagle roared at this time. I am the captain of the first team of Group B. Eagle. And my team has suffered casualties. Casualties. A distant but familiar word. 3 years ago, after meeting Bai Yanba and Feng Yuebai on Alpha 199 and going to F2077 with them, Xu Xiang lived a poor but peaceful and normal life. Students are rarely injured in the tier league, and death is even more impossible. I have to say that Xu Xiang has lived a really good life in the past few years, especially after being taken to Rokalo Star. It has been a long time since I heard the word casualties. Xu Xiang almost forgot that she used to deal with this word frequently. I went into the wormhole. Xu Xiang did not dare to dwell on the memories. She immediately came back to her senses and quickened her pace. If I am not out in 8 minutes, you will evacuate immediately. She looked at the dark front and added, don't worry about me. Chapter 94 Singles. Xu Xiang stopped talking after she finished speaking, and ignored the complicated expressions of Shen and Deng. The harm that the sensor mecha brings to the human body is too great, and Xu Xiang can't let others take that risk. But she can use the hand-operated mecha. She has seen the system data. Xuanqing energy is very sufficient. Even the explosion of the shells. The equivalent is also at the battlefield level. And most of them are replaced by Sun Yan team. Mechas often use different explosions in the arena and battlefield. The equivalent of thermal weapons. From a numerical point of view, the shells used on the battlefield explode. The equivalent is more than twice that of the arena. Take Xuanqing as an example. In the arena, the shells have a TNT equivalent of 300 to 600 tons. But on the battlefield, this number is 600 plus. This is also one of the reasons why it is more difficult for teams to fight against Zerg in the arena. Insufficient firepower. Xu Xiang was originally ready to fight with Xuanqing original equipment, but Sun Yan changed it for her. This is good. She should have met the Zerg in this way a long time ago. The cave was getting wider and wider, and Xu Xiang guessed that the king of the mutant sea worms was also very big. However, when she came to an empty open-air venue, and saw a mutant sea worm the size of a human head flying in the center, she was silent. No. It's just such a small thing? It looked injured. No wonder it couldn't produce worms while dealing with her. The king of the mutant sea worm had stopped producing new worms, and was staring at Xuanqing, ready to fight. Xu Xiang felt that Xuanqing could step on it to death. Commander, Deng contacted Xu Xiang again. The number of mutant sea worms has decreased. How is the situation on your side? You retreat after the fight, and have a good rest. Xu Xiang said. The situation on my side is unknown. The king of worms is not easy to deal with. Even if the little worm in front of him is not as big as Xuanqing head, Xu Xiang still dare not relax easily. Sure enough, the next second, the insect king changed. It was like a deflated balloon being blown up by an air pump. Its originally small body expanded into an extremely huge insect in a short time. The insect king's mouthparts turned into a thick iron pestle, and black venom continued to overflow. Its body was full of bumps of different sizes, all over the body. If you look closely, those bumps are still wriggling, as if new mutant sea worms will grow in the next second. So ugly. So disgusting. The righteous messenger Xu Xiang just wanted to destroy it as soon as possible. However, the second before Xuanqing took action, the insect king launched an attack first, flapped his wings, raised the yellow sand all over the sky, and flew over with a roar. Sun Yan and others were at the entrance and exit connecting the underground and the ground. It was very dry and primitive here. There was nothing except an iron door. Dai Li asked someone to bring him a beach chair and lie on it to play games. You are so brave. You are here to welcome them in person. Dai Li said. Why don't you bring anyone with you? Aren't you afraid that they will catch you first and then threaten your ancestors? Sun Yan smiled and said nothing. The ancestors will not be threatened by anyone. Besides, she doesn't think the Alliance will catch her. She is a wanted criminal. But she has never shown her face. As long as she doesn't admit it, no one will know who she is. How are you going to explain to them? Dai Li asked. What do you want to explain? The human-insect hybrid experiment. Dai Li looked at a fool. Those students wanted to kill people after hearing it. Not to mention the people in the Alliance. In Dai Li's opinion, the Alliance is full of people who claim to be righteous. And most importantly, they are all naive idiots. They don't know how to adapt. Humans have existed for thousands of years. Do they really think that positive research alone can promote human progress? Stupid. Without villains like them, humans will have to keep going in circles for many years. Tell the truth. No need to hide it. Sun Yan said. Our results are already very mature. It is not impossible to give them to continue research. Dai Li, I don't understand. Why didn't base number 1 do the work of eliminating the Zerg and saving humanity? They have paid so much, and they may have to bear a lot of infamy in the future. Why should the Alliance take all the good things? Sun Yan, it's not a matter of understanding or not. To put it bluntly, we don't have the ability. Dai Li frowned. Ability? Well, she probably understood what Sun Yan meant. The combat effectiveness of base number 1 is indeed not good. Otherwise, even if it was to realize General Ian's wish, the ancestor of the Su family would do it himself. The simplest example is that they don't even have a decent commander. Bai Haixing is still too small. And base number 1 is still too small. Compared with the Interstellar Alliance, they can't do much. That's the reason. But, a little unwilling. We are villains. Sun Yan comforted Dai Li. Since I can remember, Our elders have told us this. Have you forgotten? She looked up at the closed iron door and sighed. How can a villain be a savior? Diley was completely silent. In the huge underground space, two people, one standing and one lying, waited quietly. After dozens of seconds, the closed iron door was suddenly blown open, and the mushroom cloud did not dissipate for a long time. Instead, the advanced team of the Alliance ran out of the smoke first. They are here, Sun Yin reminded Diley. Diley reluctantly stood up and stood shoulder to shoulder with Sun Yin. Neither Sun Yin nor Diley moved, and the advanced team surrounded the two. Then, three women came over. Sun Yin had visited the Star Network a lot, and she recognized them. The one in the middle was Ping Ryu, the deputy director of the Department of Historical Issues. The one on the left was Ji Xia, a teacher in the command department of Aurora College. And the one on the right was Bu Sui, the captain of a team of the Alliance. Welcome everyone to base number 1. Sun Yin stretched out a hand from his pocket. I am Sun Yin. Ping Ryu knew that there were people underground, but she didn't expect to see people as soon as she came down. She frowned, came to Sun Yin, and stretched out her hand. I am Ping Ryu. Sun Yin, you have worked hard. Please follow me to base number 1 to rest. Ping Ryu, we are here to find someone. Sun Yin said, I know. I will tell you everything you want to know. Base number 1. Rest room. You are crazy. After listening to what Sun Yin said, Bu Sui slammed the table and stood up. His face flushed and his chest stuffy. Do you still have humanity? You actually used a group of children as experimental subjects. Every group of people who heard these things would say similar words and have similar attitudes. Sun Yin and Diley were used to it. Diley crossed his arms, sneered, and yawned. Sun Yin said calmly, if necessary, I can give you all the experimental data. Bu Sui was very angry. Who wants you? Captain Bu. Calm down. Ping Ryu was also in turmoil. But she was the leader of this action team, and she had to keep a cool head at all times. Ms. Su, we can talk about the experimental data later. We need to find 8 people now. She is the deputy director of the history department, a high-ranking official, but she still can't decide on the experimental data. This matter must be discussed with the top leaders of the Alliance. Human nature is complicated. Some people insist on opposing human experiments, while others are eager to move because they see the hope of experiments. It depends on which side has the advantage. Especially, the experimental results of base number 1 are too tempting. Zerg hormones, sensor mechas, anti-venom protective membranes. These are the experimental results that the Alliance needs but has not completed. Ping Ryu can already foresee the bloody storm of the meeting at that time. She can't make decisions on major matters alone. What she can do now is to find and bring back the 8 students from the Golden Pagoda and the Starry Sky. They are in base number 1. They are safe, Sun Yin said. I promised them that after they help me complete a task, I will let them go and tell them the location of Da'in Shisheng. Da'in Shisheng? Ping Ryu's heart beat rapidly. Did she hear it right? Sun Yin knows where Da'in Shisheng is. The Alliance spent a lot of money to set the 3rd venue of the Tier League at the Blue Sea Star, just to find Da'in Shisheng. The Yingzhou team is getting closer and closer to the goal, and everyone sees hope. Now, Sun Yin said that she can give a specific location. Is it true or false? What's the matter? Ji Xia, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke and asked. We found 2 insect nests. Xiang and Zizai are responsible for leading the team to deal with the insect swarm. Xu Xiang originally said that they were only responsible for commanding, but she asked Xuanqing and went deep into the insect nest to find the insect king, and that ran Zizai. In order not to let Xu Xiang worry, he repeatedly emphasized to Sun Yin not to tell Xu Xiang that he also went to the front line. TSK. Young man. Ms. Su, Ji Xia said, please allow me to remind you solemnly that the 2 of them are still students and have never been to the front line. It's not that Ji Xia doesn't believe in their abilities, but the competition field and the battlefield are far from comparable. Why did Sun Yin give them a hard time as soon as he arrived? Mutated sea worms. They have never heard of them. However, the only thing to be thankful for is that the 2 are only responsible for command. Sorry, we really can't find a more suitable person in our base, Sun Yin said. Where are they now? I want to see them. Ji Xia's attitude was very tough. Sorry. Sun Yin apologized again, saying, I'm afraid it's not possible now. They are already in the worm cave to deal with the Worm King. Bang! With a loud bang, Xuanqing was pushed away by the wings of the Worm King and collided with the cave. Xu Xiang in the mecha was dizzy and unconscious. It was too fast. Even if he was injured, the speed of the Worm King was still too fast. She could never keep up. The Insect King opened his mouth and spurted out black poison like a swamp. The Insect King shook his head, and the poison was scattered everywhere. Xu Xiang endured the pain and quickly controlled Xuanqing to stand up, dodging left and right in the disgusting mucus, trying to avoid the poison as much as possible. Xuanqing's body was flowing with sticky liquid. If it weren't for the protective film, the fuselage would have been corroded long ago. Xu Xiang was still at ease when dealing with the ground furnace flying insects, because she was familiar with the ground furnace flying insects and knew how to deal with it most appropriately. The mutant sea worm king was different. On the one hand, Xu Xiang didn't know enough about the Insect King. On the other hand, the Insect King was the Insect King after all, and its aggressiveness was much higher than that of ordinary insects. Xu Xiang frowned. No solution? ZZ. While Xu Xiang was thinking, the venom corroded Xuanqing's sword, and the sharp sword turned into mud in an instant. Xuanqing immediately threw away the sword to avoid his hands being affected. No. There is no unsolvable problem. Xu Xiang looked at the venom all over the ground, and an idea popped up in her mind. Didn't Sun Yan say that if it was a protracted battle, try to cut off their mouths, so that the venom in the mouth sacs would not work? So she did it. Xu Xiang relaxed her brows and typed on the keyboard with both hands. Xuanqing dodged the Insect King's attack while moving around to find an opportunity to counterattack. If you look closely at the code in the code library, you will find that Xu Xiang has entered a lot of extra content. This is the move she learned from Yanli. Chapter 95, Fighting Alone. Xuanqing did not look for opportunities to counterattack as he did at the beginning, but only dodged to reduce the number of times he was hit. The Insect King is different from ordinary insects. Although there are not many of them, it does have a brain. It spread its wings and expanded its body area, using this method to chase and intercept Xuanqing. Xuanqing is a heavy mecha, not flexible enough, and relies purely on fierce attacks. Xu Xiang tapped the keyboard, using one pair of hands as two pairs of hands, arranging two things at the same time. The Insect King flew in front of Xuanqing, roared, looked down at Xuanqing from a high place, and then swooped down, relying on the weight of his body and gravity to suddenly overwhelm him. Boom! Xuanqing was suppressed by the Insect King, raised his arms, and resisted the Insect King with his bare hands. The size of the Insect King increased again, 1.5 times that of Xuanqing. Xuanqing half knelt, lowered his center of gravity, and used the weight of his whole body to fight against the Insect King. It pushed the Insect King little by little, and the steel arm creaked, made a sound. The Worm King screamed, as if all its output depended on roaring. After it roared, its body expanded further, to the point where it could completely cover Xuanqing. Boom! Another loud noise. Xuanqing's power was suppressed, and it had to lower its center of gravity again. It knelt on its knees, and the proud giant was slowly controlled by a worm. All the small mutant sea worms had been cleared. Shanine walked out of the number 0 silent walker, dragging her tired body, and personally counted the number of people. This was the task assigned to her by Sun Yan. Sun Yan said that she was a great keeper, and she had to recognize every teammate who died and bury them in the corresponding grave. Each guard had his own grave, which was prepared for them in advance by base number 1. Their names and dates of birth were on the monument. After a person died, the gravekeeper was responsible for carving the date of death. Speaking of which, the code name of gravekeeper was given to Shanine by Sun Yan. Shanine was originally a cheerful girl. When she first came to base number 1, she could not accept this ugly and unlucky code name at all. Moreover, everyone could freely choose their own code name, except her. Shanine was not convinced, so she proposed to change it. You can't change it. Sun Yan, who has always been gentle and kind, showed a strong desire for control in this matter. I need someone to remember every sacrifice. Then, there is no need to use this code name. Shanine pouted. You have to rely on this code name to remember your mission. Sun Yan said. Sorry. I can promise you other things, but not this. Why don't you remember it? Shanine couldn't persuade Sun Yan, so she had to ask another question. Because Sun Yan's expression was very vague when he explained. We are not qualified. Villains are not qualified to remember the names of heroes. To this day, Shanine still doesn't like this codename. But she has never protested again. Especially when she sees teammates leaving her one by one. Sun Yin said that Shanine best met the expectations of the number one base for the Guardian. They believed that she could live the longest. So they gave her this task. Greykeeper. Thanio came to Shanine and asked her, "How is the situation? Owl and Bluebird are dead." Shanine took out the list and crossed out the two code names. Her expression was cold. And she was no longer crying like she did at the beginning. "Have you contacted the commander?" Thanio lowered his head and said, "I can't contact her." "Why contact her? Didn't she say that you don't need to care about her?" But Thanio had just arrived for a few months and was a little afraid of this captain with a bad temper. It's very dangerous for the commander to go deep into the insect cave alone. Most commanders have little combat power, which is a fact recognized by Interstellar residents. Xu Xiang went into the insect cave alone. If she met the insect king, she would be in danger of death. Thanio tried to contact Xu Xiang, but failed. There was a signal, but the other party didn't connect. "Is the commander okay?" Asked the eagle to bring the owl and the bluebird back, and everyone will return to the team. Shanine put away the notebook and walked towards the silent walker number 0. She had only rested for 10 minutes, and her mind was still confused. But it would not have any effect if she did not fight. "Where are you going?" Fei Niao asked. "Looking for someone." Shanine was impatient. "You are all annoying. Is the commander okay?" The commander said he was not well. The insect king pressed Xuanqing under his body, and his long mouth was in close contact with Xuanqing. The disgusting venom began to flow down from Xuanqing's head and continued to spread. The insect king opened his mouth, approached Xuanqing's head, and tried to bite off Xuanqing's neck in one bite. In Xuanqing's cockpit, the screen was full of the ugly appearance of the insect king. The insect king was getting closer and closer, and his sharp black teeth and bottomless mouth were like hell, trying to swallow Xuanqing. "Alarm! Alarm! The aircraft is overheating. Please leave the location as soon as possible and go to a cool and ventilated place." A red triangle appeared in the cockpit, and a bright red exclamation mark in the triangle frame reminded the driver to leave the place as soon as possible. Crack! Suddenly, Xuanqing raised an arm, and the arm instantly transformed into a machete. The machete collided head-on with the insect king's long beak, cutting off its long beak. Snap! The long beak was hard, and the machete shattered with it. The iron shells mixed with the broken lumps of the insect king, soaring into the air together, and then falling rapidly. The first to land was the poisonous long beak of the insect king. The next second, the insect king let out a heart-wrenching roar. Its voice became hoarse, and the sounder was probably rotten. A black shadow rolled out of Xuanqing's cockpit, moving flexibly, trying to avoid the venom on the ground. The insect king slapped Xuanqing angrily, and the hands on his wings pulled Xuanqing's body, and the iron shells were violently dismantled and then thrown away casually. Xuanqing was sparking, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Xu Xiang felt her heart bleeding. Her baby was destroyed by the insect king. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to curse the heavens and the earth. She just wanted to click and kill the insect king as soon as possible. Xu Xiang, who had left the mecha, was very small in front of the insect king. She was small in size and strength, and was more dangerous than an ant encountering an elephant. Elephants would not deliberately step on ants, but the insect king would attack her. Xu Xiang's eardrums were broken by the roar of the insect king, and blood flowed from her ears. Her head was buzzing. Find the angle, and you must find the right angle. She was too small. If she couldn't kill the insect king in one shot, she would be the one to die. Hiss! The insect king tore Xuanqing into pieces. It turned its head and noticed Xu Xiang on the side. "Here it comes!" Xu Xiang stopped, neither hiding nor running. She couldn't hide or run away. Xu Xiang turned sideways and picked up the special sniper rifle for killing insects prepared by Sun Yin. She looked indifferent, letting her calm mind suppress her manic heart. The speed of the insect king was extremely fast. It arrived in front of Xu Xiang in less than a second. It leaned back and stabbed Xu Xiang's body with its feet. Bang! A gunshot sounded, and a bullet hit the heart of the insect king. The insect king fell down with a bang and fell on Xu Xiang's body. The cave that had been noisy for a long time finally fell into silence. If it weren't for the venom and debris on the ground, if it weren't for the smoke, It would be as if nothing had happened here. The insect king died. Before he died, he pressed the enemy under him. And he would not let go of the enemy, who cut off his long mouth. Shan'in's legs never stopped. She usually didn't run so hard during training. Hiss! The unpleasant screams of sea worms suddenly came from the cave not far away. And Shan'in frowned when she heard it. From this sound, it seems that the one being pressed down and beaten is a sea worm. Is it true? Isn't Xu Xiang the commander? Is he so powerful? The silent walker number 0 stepped on the corpse of the mutant sea worm and accelerated his speed. Sun Yan looked at the light board. And when the two largest red dots disappeared one after another, she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. The two insect kings in the East A district and the West B district died. Xu Xiang and Ren Zizai succeeded. You can go pick them up now. Sun Yan stood up and said to Ji Xia and others, please follow me. West B district. Ren Zizai came out of the green leaves and stretched his body. Good cooperation. Ren Zizai circled a boy and praised him. If you hadn't helped me with the last blow, I would have died. The boy pushed Ren Zizai away calmly. Well, you've worked hard. His code name is Crow. And he is the captain of the West B district. When he received the notice that the commander of the West B district had changed, Crow had no waves in his heart. Anyway, the commanders who had taken office in the past 2 months were all useless. So it was better to let them fight freely. This time, the commander surprised him. Ren Zizai not only took the initiative to go to the front line, but also formulated a perfect combat strategy, which made their mortality rate appear 0 for the first time. Crow asked, returning? They have eliminated all the mutant sea worms. And even the Worm King died under the knife of Crow. The mission was completed very well. The Worm King is dead, and they can live in peace for a while. Wait a minute. Ren Zizai took out the light board he brought from the command room, and saw that the space form on it had not changed, and said, integrate the team, and let those who are in good condition go into the cave with me. They lured the Worm King out for a group fight, so they did not go into the cave. Ren Zizai was sure that there were bigger secrets waiting for them in the cave. The Worm King with a broken beak died, and there was a person under its body. Suddenly, the wings of the Worm King swelled up, and a pair of human hands stretched out one after another. Xu Xiang broke away from it. She was covered with wounds, and there was a cut on her forehead that kept bleeding. She had no strength to raise her hand to wipe it. The blood flowed through her eyes, and she closed her eyes in pain. Xu Xiang leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. She was almost crushed to death by the Zerg King. Fortunately, she survived again. Xu Xiang couldn't help laughing. She was very happy. She defeated the Zerg by herself. And her opponent was such a powerful mutant sea worm king. She was no longer the weakling who was played by the Zerg at the beginning. She could not only protect herself, but also protect others. Look! At least Shan'in and the others were not dragged into the water. Xu Xiang. Shan'in's voice suddenly sounded. Where are you? Here. Xu Xiang wanted to raise her hand, but couldn't, thanks to Shan'in's good eyesight. She soon found her. Shan'in walked out of the Zero Silent Walker, avoiding the venom on the ground, and came to Xu Xiang's side. Are you crazy? How did you get out of the mecha? But when she noticed the tattered Xuanqing, this sentence seemed very embarrassing. Well, it might be worse if you don't come out. Don't die. Hold on. I take you back. Shan'in reached out to help Xu Xiang. You can't go back yet. Xu Xiang was helped up by her and said, there is still space in the cave. Let's go and see. She observed the deformed space of this cave in the command room. She didn't think the Insect King had the ability to deform space. This place must have a bigger secret. I will report to the crazy woman. You don't have to care so much. Shan'in frowned and said, no. Xu Xiang was very firm. I want to know. I want to know. Are you sick? Shan'in wanted to curse, but when she opened her mouth, she saw Xu Xiang's embarrassed and insistent appearance. She snorted and stopped. Shan'in suppressed her anger and irritability and said, don't look for me when you die. I won't remember you. Xu Xiang didn't say a word. Shan'in helped Xu Xiang walk deeper into the cave. Xu Xiang glanced at Shan'in's profile. She suddenly remembered Sun Yan's words. Sun Yan said that Xu Xiang was the best experimental subject she had ever seen. She said if she was deceived by Sun Yan to come to Baihexing, would she be the gravekeeper identified by Sun Yan? The coincidence of the world made Xu Xiang feel wonderful. And Xu Xiang felt that she seemed to be a little different from before. She no longer rejected the approach and kindness of others. She had teammates who fought side by side and competed together. Seniors who were not on the same team, but had a pleasant cooperation. And strangers who met by chance, but understood each other. Her mecha was designed by Shi Siyuan and modified by Ming Yichin. And her winning blow was learned from Yinli. She was no longer the person who could only fight alone. Why are you looking at me? Shen-Yin really wanted to roll her eyes. Look at the road. Oh! Xu Xiang turned back honestly. Shen-Yin pursed her lips and stopped being fierce to the wounded. The closer the two got to the depths of the cave, the more depressed they felt. Inexplicably depressed. What do you think can be inside? Shen-Yin realized that something was wrong. This atmosphere was too strange. The real Worm King? No. Xu Xiang suddenly stopped and his mind was open. It's a wormhole. Chapter 96 continue. Wormholes, also known as Einstein-Rosen bridges, spacetime holes, are narrow tunnels that may exist in the universe and connect two different spacetimes. Using wormholes, humans can achieve short-term spacetime travel. Wormholes may connect black holes and white holes, so they are also considered gray paths. Of course, the above is just a theory. This theory existed as early as the Blue Star, but to this day, humans have not discovered a real wormhole. Theoretically, as long as you approach and enter a wormhole, you can complete a spacetime jump. But unfortunately, the wormhole is not a physical entity and cannot be used specifically. You think too much. Shen-Yin didn't believe it. No one has encountered that thing until now. Maybe the people who have encountered it are no longer in this galaxy. Xu Xiang said. The universe is infinite. After thousands of years, humans have only conquered 3 galaxies. They cannot go further for the time being. What if someone really goes to other galaxies through a wormhole, but just can't come back? Unknown things. Everything may exist. Shen-Yin asked, even if you are right. Why is there a wormhole here? Why do you think this place has become a wormhole? Why do you think that after the sea worms were exterminated for several years, mutated sea worms suddenly appeared on the blue sea star? Xu Xiang asked and answered herself. Because a certain creature has placed a wormhole here to transport the worms. There are only a few possibilities for space distortion. And the existence of wormholes is one of them. In the boundless universe, the power of wormholes can be imagined. It is not a problem to distort space a little. If the dimension is higher, the time around here can also be disrupted. Shen-Yin, you are really bold to guess. Xu Xiang, bold guesses and cautious verification. Her knowledge reserve is limited. And what she can do is also limited. She will have to find a real big man in this field in the future. Shen-Yin frowned, then tell me again. Where is the wormhole? Xu Xiang let go of Shen-Yin's hand, holding a light board in one hand and a pen in the other to write something. Shen-Yin waited for a long time, but didn't get Xu Xiang's answer. Seeing her scribbling on the light board, she couldn't help but lean over to take a look. Xu Xiang adjusted the page to see the test results while calculating data and modeling in the draft area. Thanks to the advanced technology of base number 1. Even if the instrument is far away from here, it can get relatively accurate values and graphs. Otherwise, Xu Xiang really can't take the next step. In just over 10 minutes, the draft area became densely packed, and Shen-Yin's eyes were dizzy with complex formulas and models. Are you studying physics? Shen-Yin didn't understand and stopped reading. I learned a little. Xu Xiang is very interested in celestial bodies. She thinks her talent in this area is better than mecha. Shen-Yin was silent. Billions of points? Xu Xiang finished the calculation and got a coordinate range. That's not enough. She threw out a sphere. And the sphere turned into a spider-like instrument when it landed. Shen-Yin had seen this. Did you bring it from the command room? Xu Xiang, yes. She herself didn't have any good stuff, so she brought everything she saw useful in the command room. Now, it came in handy. After a while, the light board updated the data. Xu Xiang used the second method to calculate, and got a more detailed coordinate range than the first time. You control the mecha. Stand here, and cut off this place. Xu Xiang pointed to the light board and corresponded to the specific position. Telling Shen-Yin, are you really not kidding? Shen-Yin didn't read much, and she was already fooled by the complex data written by Xu Xiang. Really? Shen-Yin hesitated for a moment and compromised. Then you wait for me here. After 5 minutes of back and forth, Shen-Yin drove the number 0 silent walker to come. Number 0 silent walker stood at the position designated by Xu Xiang, raised the big knife, and was ready to fall at any time. I feel stupid, Shanine said. I'm cutting the air. The 6-meter-tall silent walker raised the big knife to the air, like an art statue. Xu Xiang also teased, you are making a contribution to mankind. If she is right, the wormhole is a tool used by some creatures to transport the Zerg. Then cutting off this tunnel is equivalent to isolating the Zerg from the Blue Sea Star. If there is one, there will be two. This discovery may allow humans to calculate more wormholes. If the wormhole is cut off, the humans on that planet will be basically safe. After hearing Xu Xiang's words, Shanine suddenly became dazed. Since she came to the Blue Sea Star at the age of 8, she has heard similar words too many times. She believed it but felt it was ridiculous. Why did humans need their experimental subjects to save them? But she was not convinced that she was an ordinary person. Even if there was little hope, she wanted to make herself a savior. So she stayed until now. What are you thinking about? Xu Xiang saw that Shanine was hesitant to take action, and couldn't help asking. Shanine came back to her senses. Nothing. Xu Xiang, are you expecting yourself to be a savior? She was a little bit mean, and she didn't know who she learned it from. Shanine choked and scolded her. You are sick. Xu Xiang, cut it. At least you are the benefactor by Haisheng. Shanine was silent, holding the big knife tightly, and chopped it down hard. Boom, boom, boom. The cave suddenly began to shake violently. Get out of the cave. Ren's eyes sneezed, and didn't even guess who was talking about him behind his back, and shouted, the cave is going to collapse. He calculated 3 coordinate ranges, and the first 2 did not respond. When he chopped to the 3rd place, the cave suddenly shook. Countless broken small stones fell from the top of the mountain, snap, and hit the ground or the fuselage, like the whispering death urging them to die. The silent walkers ran out one after another. Even if they were panicked, they had to stay calm and orderly. Ren's eyes stayed behind and urged the others to leave quickly. The huge rock fell to the ground suddenly, shaking the whole cave. Fortunately, they were all in the mecha and were not knocked down. Everyone went out. Ren's eye looked back at the depths of the cave, and without thinking any more, he rushed out. Boom! The huge rock at the entrance of the cave fell down. Ren's eye accelerated Qingye forward speed, lowered his center of gravity, and slid over. Bang! Snap! The huge rocks fell one after another, blocking the entrance of the cave. Qingye barely escaped from the cave. Ren's eye put down his hands, fell on the seat, and breathed a sigh of relief. Safe. Safe. Xu Xiang was released from the barrier by the silent walker. The cockpit of the mecha could only accommodate one person, and the incident happened suddenly, so Shanine couldn't let Xu Xiang enter the mecha. The cave began to collapse. At the critical moment, Shanine asked the silent walker number 0 to pick up Xu Xiang and protect her all the way. Finally, she escaped at the last moment. When she walked out of the barrier, Xu Xiang was still a little dazed. The last time she encountered this situation, it was Wen Wing who rescued her from the Zerg. Are you okay? Shanine saw Xu Xiang in a daze and asked. Nothing. Xu Xiang came back to her senses. Let's go back. Is the wormhole solved? Yes. Xu Xiang took out the light board in the barrier and looked at it. The space nearby returned to normal, and the wormhole was successfully cut off. Shanine was quiet for a moment and asked, what should I do with your mecha? Xuanqing had rotted a long time ago, after the baptism of the cave collapse. It is estimated that even a dregs of it will be difficult to find. Xu Xiang was silent. Xuanqing was her first mecha. She had a high degree of fit with it. She liked Xuanqing very much. If possible, she wanted to keep using it. But Xu Xiang looked at the cave that was getting farther and farther away and lowered her eyes. After a while, the light brain rang. Xu Xiang took it out and saw that the caller ID was actually Ji Xia. What happened? The signal was connected? Or did the Alliance find them? Xu Xiang immediately pressed the answer button. It was connected. Ji Xia glanced at Ping Ryu and Bu Sui, nodded, and then said to the other side, Xiang, this is Ji Xia. Are you okay? Fine. Xu Xiang's voice sounded tired and weak. We will pick you up right away. Okay. I don't know if it was because he heard a familiar voice. Xu Xiang fell asleep after saying this word and didn't say anything. Ji Xia had to cut off the communication. Ji Xia, I pick up Xiang. Renzi is over there. Please ask Captain Bu to take someone to check. Bu Sui nodded, understood. The two acted separately. Ping Ryu met the other 6 people under Sun Yin arrangement. When he saw the people from the Alliance, Juan excitedly did several jumping jacks and jumped high in front of Ping Ryu without caring about his image. Ping Ryu was helpless. But she finally found the missing students. She was relieved and indulged them. Yinli looked at Sun Yan behind Ping Ryu and asked, "Where is Xiang?" Sun Yan smiled, "Don't worry. They are all alive. Your teacher has gone to pick them up and will be back soon." Everyone relaxed. Juan, Deputy Minister Ping. I tell you how vicious the people in this place are. The Alliance must bring them to justice. Ping Ryu, I will report this matter to the headquarters first. We will be responsible for the specific matters. Don't worry. Ulrich reminded Sun Yan. Don't forget the coordinates of Day and Shishing. I have sent it to Xiang and Zizai. When the boss comes back, we will set off to find Day and Shishing immediately. Juan was very anxious. Don't let the Inchi team get there first. 10 minutes later, when Juan saw his boss lying on the hospital bed, he became even more anxious. Juan was angry. Didn't we agree not to let the boss fight? Why did the boss get hurt? You don't keep your word. He was about to beat him up. Sun Yan, I'm sorry. She didn't explain the reason in detail. Yinli held Juan and stared at Sun Yan. If Xiang gets hurt, we should be the ones to say sorry. They got the mecha and could cause a big commotion at base number 1 at any time. Sun Yan did not respond. The medical team of base number 1 treated Xu Xiang, and the rest of the people were waiting outside the ward. Ren's eye was distracted by the coordinates on the optical computer. When do we leave? Feng Jie asked him. His friendship with Xu Xiang was limited to the stage of rivals who admired each other. He felt sorry and sad for her accident. But he did not plan to stay here and wait for her to recover. The game was not over yet. He had to find Day and Shishing. Ren's eye forwarded the coordinates to him. You go and meet up with Sun Che and the others first. I will come later. Feng Jie frowned. You want to wait for Xu Xiang? Ren's eye, I am worried. Why? Ren's eye, I don't know. Feng Jie said. Inchi is very close to Dai and Shisheng. If they find her first, our early points advantage will be gone. Inchi has an emergency device, and you are the best to deal with it. If you don't go, what should we do? Ren's eye. What are you thinking about? Ren's eye, Brother, don't torture him. He can't answer. Because Xu Xiang is your schoolmate who you personally brought from F2077. So you have to take care of her? Feng Jie answered for him. Yeah. Ren's eye found the steps and went down. What else? Feng Jie didn't let him go. Ren's eye was speechless again. Think about it again. Feng Jie looked at the time. I give you 1 minute. After Feng Jie said that, he left the corridor. Ren's eye occupied several positions by himself, lying and flopping like a dead fish. Yinli finished talking to the doctor and came over. Xiang is fine. The doctor said that Xu Xiang was very good at hiding and almost avoided all the heavy blows. She had many wounds on her body, but fortunately none of them were fatal. If you want to leave first, we won't mind. Yinli thought that Ren's eye had a guilty conscience, so he was embarrassed to leave. Where did Ren's eye get his conscience? Actually, it's okay if you mind. If he wasn't worried about Xu Xiang, he would run faster than Feng Jie. He didn't know what Xu Xiang encountered during the battle, and he didn't talk to her. Yinli, ? Ren's eye stood up. After she wakes up, can she contact me? The channel of the Baihaisheng Arena is fully accessible. Even if they are not in the same team, they can still contact each other. Yinli, okay. Ren's eye finally chose to follow Feng Jie. He said that he would surpass Xu Xiang in the Baihai Arena. How can a senior not be better than a junior? Ren's eye told Ji Xia about the wormhole, and said that he would write a detailed report to her after the game. After saying these things, he left with Feng Jie. The Jinta team still had a lot of things to deal with. Xu Xiang was still unconscious, and Xuanqing was gone. Sun Yan also sent a coordinate to Yinli. After weighing the pros and cons, Yinli decided to take his teammates ahead and leave Mingyichen to take care of Xu Xiang. Xuanqing was dug out by Sun Yan people. The broken copper and iron energy cinder was still good, worthy of being Shixiyu in work. Mingyichen repaired Xuanqing before Xu Xiang woke up. He repaired it for 10 hours, and complained in his heart for 10 hours. 10 hours later, Bian Bai came to tell Mingyichen. Xu Xiang woke up. Chapter 97, Explanation. Xu Xiang stared at the ceiling in a daze. It hurts? It hurts too much. Her head felt like it was cut by a knife. Blood got into her left eye, and the doctor cleaned it to prevent infection. It was still wrapped in a white bandage. If Bei Yanbo saw it, he would definitely say that Xu Xiang also had the eyes of a god. Xiang, are you awake? Ji Xia, who was sitting at the side and working, noticed that Xu Xiang was moving, and stood up to help her. How do you feel? Xu Xiang leaned against the head of the bed to get her brain working again. She was still alive. What was she doing before she fainted? Oh! She and Shen dealt with the wormhole in the wormhole together, and received Ji Xia communication after escaping successfully. Hearing teacher Ji's voice, she relaxed for a rare time and fainted. Xu Xiang did not have a nightmare when she was in a coma like in the movie. She slept well, and when she woke up, there was nothing special except pain all over her body. Her mental state was not bad. Not bad, Xu Xiang said. How long have I slept? Ji Xia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She actually called her unconscious state sleep. Ji Xia said, 10 hours. Do you need me to tell you about the current situation? Xu Xiang nodded. Ren Zizai and Feng Jia went to look for Dai and Xishan. Everyone on your team except Meng Yichen also went. So there is no need to worry about the game. Ji Xia hoped that Xu Xiang could recover well. Deputy Minister Ping is writing a report on base number 1 and may talk to you then. Su Nian said that Xu Xiang was also an experimental subject, and Ping Ryu should ask Xu Xiang about her physical condition. Su Nian also said that Xu Xiang had a data chip implanted in her body, which recorded Xu Xiang's physical condition over the years. She shared the contents of the chip, and Ji Xia had already seen it. Your body is no different from that of a normal person. On the contrary, your physical fitness and 5 senses are better than those of ordinary people, Ji Xia said. Ji Xia asked Su Nian to take out the chip. She didn't want Su Nian to monitor Xu Xiang in this way. Xu Xiang asked, is my ability related to the experiment? No. She thought she could get to where she is today by herself. Ji Xia was a little helpless when she heard this. To be honest, although Xu Xiang has a dull face all day, she is sometimes very humorous and arrogant. Among Ji Xia's students, Xu Xiang is probably the only one who brags about herself. Except Ren Zizai. That's just a small factor, Ji Xia said. I think so too. Take the simplest example. Commanding requires thinking, and the human-insect combination experiment will not improve her IQ. Moreover, the Zerg has no brains, which may lower her IQ. She is still good at it. Yeah. Ji Xia, Xuanqing has been found, and Meng Yichen is repairing it. Xu Xiang looked up. She had been planning to change her mecha, but she didn't expect that she could still drive Xuanqing. As soon as someone came, the door of the ward opened and Meng Yichen walked in from outside. Meng Yichen greeted Ji Xia first, then looked at Xu Xiang. You? I'm fine, Xu Xiang said. Oh! Meng Yichen breathed a sigh of relief. How is Xuanqing? Speaking of this, Meng Yichen had something to say, very bad. He looked a little angry. What did you do to Xuanqing? It almost fell apart. Xu Xiang scratched his head. I didn't do anything. Ji Xia took the initiative to withdraw from the topic and do her own work. Meng Yichen moved a small stool to sit over. Many parts of Xuanqing were corroded by venom, and the power system was completely damaged. I can only use new materials to replace the original. Meng Yichen described the situation of Xuanqing from head to toe. Xu Xiang admitted her mistake honestly. Then I will be more careful next time. Meng Yichen wanted to sneer. Xu Xiang is careful? He didn't even believe it. Where are Yanli and the others? Xu Xiang looked at the coordinates Su Nian sent her and asked Meng Yichen. Dangsishing is very close to the number 6 mark, and the number 1 base is close to the midline area of the number 21 and number 24 marks. At the speed of the mecha, as long as there are no accidents on the road, it can reach the destination in 3 days. They are resting at the number 21 mark, Meng Yichen said. Look at the group message. Xu Xiang found the group, Zhu and Wudi, and searched the historical messages. Their group name keeps changing. Today it is called Zhu and Wudi, and tomorrow it will be called Auric is the most handsome. The 2 elementary school students should have agreed to change it for 1 day each. Yanli, we are at the number 21 mark. Yanli, we met the star team on the way, and they have completed the reunion. We didn't fight. They went in another direction. Yuanya, is Xiang awake? At Meng. Meng, no. A few minutes later. Meng, she's awake now. Montiel's first deputy attacker, boss. When will you come to see us? Yanli, Xiang. Take a good rest first. We are here. Montiel's first deputy attacker, Oh, yeah. Boss. Take care of yourself. SXY, you go first. I find you at dawn. It's past 5 in the morning now. And it takes until 6:30 for this place to get light. Which means Xu Xiang and Mengyichen can still rest for an hour and a half. Mengyichen silently looked up at Xu Xiang. He thought he could be lazy. But Xu Xiang was going to roll again. And took him with her. Meseberg's soul, why are you in such a hurry? You can't catch up with us anyway. So take a rest. We are not incapable. Only Jinta and Shinkong know the exact location of Dai and Xishan. As long as the Jinta team is a little faster, they can avoid fighting and win the game. Yuanya, wow. Xiang. It's most important for you to rest well. There are still 2 venues to go. SXY, it's okay. Go back and rest slowly after the game. Yanli, be safe on the road. After Yanli sent this message, no one in the group persuaded Xu Xiang anymore. It's probably Yanli who persuaded others over there. Xu Xiang would not change what she insisted on. And they could not persuade her. Fortunately, Xu Xiang had a sense of propriety and would not do anything too reckless. SXY, I will. Yanli, Senior Ren said that you should send him a message after you wake up. SXY, oh? Xu Xiang sent Ren Zizai an emoji of a big red rose with the 4 colorful words. Get well soon. Flashing on it. Ren Zizai replied with a question mark in seconds. What a weird aesthetic. He is indeed a good student of teacher Ji Xia. Moreover, get well soon. Shouldn't he say that? People should be free. You woke up. People should be free. How do you feel? Xu Xiang chatted with him casually for a few words. And Ren Zizai asked her to have a good rest. And the topic stopped there. Xu Xiang put down the laptop, leaned against the head of the bed, and looked at the ceiling. Mengyichen had been repairing the mecha for more than 10 hours. And he had to travel soon. So he didn't want to endure it anymore and went to sleep. Xu Xiang slept well. And she wanted to take this opportunity to finish the matter of base number 1. Teacher, Xu Xiang said, I want to ask, how many explanations do you have for the appearance of the Zerg so far? It would be best if it has been confirmed. Ji Xia heard this, stopped the work in her hands, and turned around. To be honest, there is only one confirmed. They have many speculations, but they are just speculations, not confirmed. What? Insect eggs carry and spread. Ji Xia gave an example. Just like cockleburrs attach to animals, insect eggs may attach to organisms or objects and move with the movement of the attached objects. When the insect eggs grow into adults, they can copy and paste new insects based on their own DNA library. Xu Xiang got straight to the point. I found a wormhole in the wormhole. She initially speculated that the wormhole was formed not long ago. Yes, if it had been formed for a long time, the blue sea star would not have just a few mutant sea worms. And it would not have been possible to build a high wall to resist the sea worms in the last 2 or 3 months. Moreover, Xu Xiang suspected that the number of wormholes in the entire interstellar space was small, and the time was not long. Otherwise the Alliance would definitely have noticed it. It should have only started to appear recently. Ji Xia Ren Zizai had briefly reported the matter of wormholes. But she was still shocked and moved when she heard similar things again. Wormholes only exist in theory. When they really appear, humans will still sigh and say that they really exist. Maybe there were none before, but now there are. Which means that the Zerg are still evolving, and they are strong enough to use wormholes. Xu Xiang said. Ji Xia was silent. Xu Xiang, maybe we will find their new mode of transportation soon. Ji Xia sighed lightly and suddenly asked, Xiang, I am very curious. What do you think of what base number 1 has done? The evolution of the Zerg is getting faster and faster, while humans have been standing still for nearly 50 years. If this continues, it is not impossible for the Zerg to replace humans to dominate the universe. The Alliance invests a lot of resources in scientific research every year, but it is a pity that the return is not great. Don't think that the universe is very peaceful now. This is only on the surface. Negative emotions in humans can be easily ignited, and a random spark can cause riots among interstellar residents. The Alliance must produce some practical results. For example, base number 1. I'm thinking. Xu Xiang has been thinking a lot these days. In the short term, they hurt a lot of people. In the long term, what they did is indeed beneficial to human progress. The universe itself has no definition of time. The meaning of time is given by humans. So from a human perspective, I would hate this experiment and be even more afraid of becoming an experimental subject. I have not experienced or understood the initial experiments, so it is difficult for me to empathize with the first few generations of experimental subjects. I became an experimental subject without knowing it. The drug I was injected should be the latest generation, so the side effects are not great. I did not suffer much physiological damage, but rather some benefits. I hate this experiment. I'm very angry, but I feel I'm not qualified, because I seem to be the beneficiary of the experiment. To put it bluntly, Xu Xiang has not come up with her own answer yet. She knows very well that she has considered too much. A person only needs to have his own ideas, and there is no need to pursue everything. Some people are emotionally rich and full, and have strong empathy. They can't understand the practices of base number 1. They just want the unscrupulous people to die quickly. Some people are too rational. They don't care about the process, as long as the result is good. Some people are very open-minded. When things don't happen to them, they think it's nothing. Anyway, base number 1 didn't hurt them, and they can enjoy the results of the experiment. But Xu Xiang can't do it. Teacher, Xu Xiang couldn't figure it out. So she asked Ji Xia, "What do you think?" For Xu Xiang, Ji Xia is a very good life mentor. Her professionalism and thinking, her tolerance and gentleness have had a great impact on Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang wants to hear the teacher's thoughts. Ji Xia told the truth. If it were me, I would announce their bad consequences, take over their achievements, and give them corresponding punishments and rewards. Ji Xia never thinks things too complicated. 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. And what lock corresponds to what key? Xu Xiang scratched her head. She understood what Ji Xia meant, but she couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. She always felt that the achievements of base number 1 were dirty. Xiang, don't think too much. At least you don't have to now. There are tall people to support the sky when it falls. The Alliance will handle this matter. If you are interested, you can pay attention to the follow-up. Believe me, the Alliance will not let you down, Ji Xia said. Just treat it as the final question in the exam, and refer to other people's answers after the exam. Ji Xia's answer is for reference, and so is the Alliance's. Everyone has his own answer, and Ji Xia believes that Xu Xiang will have one sooner or later. Xu Xiang nodded blankly. Well, don't think about things that you can't figure out. Maybe you will see more in the future and suddenly get it. Also, Ji Xia told her, none of the experimental subjects is a beneficiary. You have every right to be angry. Xu Xiang was stunned for a moment. I'm going to a meeting. Ji Xia smiled and said, you should take good care of your injuries. There are 2 more games waiting for you. Xu Xiang said. Okay. Xu Xiang sat on the bed and surfed the internet. The Alliance issued a notice saying that the 8 missing students had been found. The fans of Jinta and Shinkong were the happiest. They re-entered the live broadcast room and gave a lot of gifts. Feng Yuebai and Bei Yanbo sent messages frantically, but they were covered by new messages. When they sent messages again, Xu Xiang noticed it. Feng Yuebai, after you finish this game, we will go to Luoka Luo Star to find you. They didn't want to come before, but this time, they actually took the initiative to come to visit her. SXY, okay. After replying the message, the door of the ward opened again. It was Shanine. Chapter 98. Xu Xiang and Shanine haven't had a good conversation yet. When they first met, Shanine's impatience made Xu Xiang not want to say too much. Later, the mutant sea worms broke out, and everyone was busy fighting and had no time to talk about him. In the wormhole, the 2 solved the wormhole and escaped, and Xu Xiang fainted soon. Now they can finally say a few words. Hey. Face paralysis. Shanine crossed her arms and stood aside with a cold face. Not approaching. The crazy woman said, you are leaving? She just came from the cemetery and saw 2 new death dates on the tombstone, which made her irritable. Less than 3 months after fighting the mutant sea worms, the number of deaths exceeded 4 digits. The number of casualties this time was 2, which was very few compared with the past. But Shanine still couldn't stand someone dying in this way. Shanine bit her lip, replacing the psychological pain with physical pain. Shanine just heard from Sun Yen that Xu Xiang was also an experimental subject, which made Shanine feel an inexplicable sense of sympathy for Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang was special to Shanine. Xu Xiang, yeah. Shanine didn't know what to say for a moment. What else could he ask at this time? You are also an experimental subject? Why didn't you get tricked by the crazy woman? Forget it. There is no need to pry into other people's past. Usually Xu Xiang took up the topic, But this time she became the one to find the topic. Base number 1 should be taken over by the Alliance. What are your plans for the future? This matter has spread in base number 1. And many people are preparing to run away. Yes, after living peacefully for so long. No one wants to be caught by the Alliance. However, Sun Yin and Su Biqing did not react. And their lives and work continued as usual. As did several backbones of the base. I don't know. I talk about it later. Shen Yin never had a plan. After my game is over, Xu Xiang said, come to Rokalo Star. I treat you to dinner. If she had been tricked by Sun Yin to come to Bihai Star, perhaps she could have known Shen Yin earlier. And perhaps she would have been the Great Keeper. Shen Yin was special to Xu Xiang. Shen Yin mouth corners slightly raised, but soon put down, glanced at Xu Xiang, and said, it depends on my mood. Xu Xiang, okay. Shen Yin, Crazy women often say that more persuasion can express their enthusiasm and sincerity. Why doesn't Xu Xiang persuade her again? Xu Xiang didn't know what Shen Yin was thinking. The alarm she set rang. She got out of bed, put on her shoes, and said, I'm ready to go. Shen Yin didn't say anything and followed Xu Xiang. The matter of base number 1 was very complicated. But Ji Xia said that Xu Xiang didn't need to worry about it. So she planned to find Dai and Xixing as soon as possible. Xu Xiang drove the newly repaired Xuanqing away. And Sun Yin and Shen Yin watched her go. Before leaving, Sun Yin whispered something in Xu Xiang's ear, then smiled and stepped back. Xu Xiang didn't understand what she meant, but still subconsciously said thank you, and then rushed to the direction of his teammates with Meng Yichen. The following progress was very smooth, while other teams were still groping in the dark. The Golden Tower team and the Starry Sky team were getting closer and closer to the target. The Sakura Wife team was second. Their detector was always green, and they had now reached the 27th mark, which was closest to the 6th mark. Then came the Dream team, the R11 team, and the Sky Eagle team. Also nearby were the Blackbird team and the TTAR team. These two teams explored in a straight line from south to north, and were the teams closest to the target except for the above teams. 2 days later, Yinli led the team to base number 6. And a few minutes later, the Starry Sky team also arrived. All the members of the Starry Sky team were there, and the Golden Tower team was short of 2 people. Yinli did not intend to confront them head-on. However, the Star team didn't think so. As soon as Feng Jie saw the Golden Tower team, he joined forces with the deputy attacker and the assistant to launch an attack, and asked the rest of the team to quickly find Da'in Shisheng. The giant elephant came to UCI with a thunderous force. Auric quickly retreated, adjusted the position of the sniper rifle, and aimed at the faint light behind the giant elephant, which was the mecha driven by Sun Che. Yan Li, Auric shouted. Here it comes. The giant elephant launched a second attack on UCI. This time, UCI didn't need to hide. Qi Yen came to UCI, raised his big knife, and slammed with the giant elephant's plasma sword. Dang! Zheng. The crisp collision sound spread like ripples, and people's heads flew away when they heard it. Yinli officially faced this senior for the first time. Feng Jie was the number 1 main attacker in their class, and the best main attacker in the previous class. A very good opponent. Yinli asked Auric to retreat to the left, while she controlled Qi Yin to retreat quickly, distanced herself from the giant elephant, and at the same time deployed the 4 gun ports on her shoulders, firing a series of shells in 4 directions while running. The giant elephant did not dodge, but turned the plasma sword into a plasma cannon, stretched out its hand, and the plasma cannon shot out, perfectly covering Qi Yin's shells. Qi Yin moved diagonally, leaving mushroom clouds behind him. Qi Yin retracted the muzzle on his shoulder, and brought out the giant muzzle on his abdomen, aiming at the giant elephant. S-class mechas often have special weapons. The giant elephant has one, and Qi Yin certainly has one too. The blue electromagnetic cannon emerged from the fiery red mecha, and sizzle, rushed towards the giant elephant. Qi Yin electromagnetic cannon is a reconnection cannon, a type of shell that requires multiple levels of acceleration. Qi Yin has a special structure, so its designers further improved the structure and made the electromagnetic cannon its special weapon. The electromagnetic cannon rushed towards the giant elephant, and the huge sound was terrifying. Facing the powerful electromagnetic cannon, the giant elephant not only did not hide, but also stabilized its center of gravity and raised its hands. The hands turned into plasma swords again. The plasma sword was raised high, and when the electromagnetic cannon approached, it fell. Boom! The heat wave rolled, and the scorching air caused the temperature of the mecha's surface to soar. The giant elephant emerged from the smoke, and the blue and white mecha was very conspicuous on this yellow land. Yinli was shocked. He is indeed Fengjie, and he is indeed the most recognized main attacker in Aurora. He is bold, skilled, and detailed. If Xu Xiang is not included, he is definitely the strongest opponent Yinli has ever encountered. Yinli adjusted her mentality and responded quickly. Their commander was not there, so they could not formulate a suitable combat strategy and could only fight hard. Yinli is the captain, and she has to create a better combat environment for her teammates. Yinli held Fengjie back. Yunosu and Zhuan dealt with the opponent's secondary attackers and assistants, and Auric looked for opportunities to snipe the people of the Starry Sky team outside the battlefield. The battle gradually became tense and white-hot. The commentator hasn't been so excited for several days. The Beihai Arena is too large, and it takes half a day to wait for several teams to collide. Even if a team starts fighting, they can run away quickly. It has to be Jinta and Shinkong. The two commentators chatted with each other, and the live broadcast room became lively. Even the TV ratings rose. Wow! Is Yinli so powerful that she can fight with Fengjie? Nonsense! She is the first in this year's Galleon. The strength of the Jinta team is so terrifying, with Xu Xiang in front and Yinli in the back. If these two work together, do other teams still want to win? Other teams can also cultivate such an all-round commander. He plays well in the command position, attacker and sniper positions. Now that you mention it, I doubt that Xu Xiang is the reincarnation of Islanda. Goodbye. Islanda is not that easy. Thank you for the invitation. Our Xiaoshu is Xiaoshu, and Islanda is a senior. We don't compare with her. Xu Xiang is quite comprehensive, but she has not yet reached the top of the industry. Islanda's command and mecha are not good enough. The title of teacher was one of the best at that time, so Xu Xiang could only show off among the students. Speaking of which, what happened to Jinta and Shinkong underground? Why did they go straight to the number 6 mark right away? Wow! It's like a script. An underground opportunity? Hidden boss? It means that Da'in Shisheng really exists. That's General Ian's relic. I'm looking forward to them finding Da'in Shisheng. No matter who finds it. The Jinta team is short of people, and the Shinkong team probably won this wave. Hey! Look! Xu Xiang seems to be chatting with Rinzai. Rinzai was so surprised. He didn't expect Xu Xiang to contact him at this time. Xu Xiang sent him a message after waking up, and the two chatted for a few words, and then there was no follow-up. After all, Xu Xiang had to recuperate, and he had to travel. He could send her a message during his rest time, but he was afraid of disturbing her rest, so he gave up. Xu Xiang made a video call. Judging from the background, she was not in base number 1, but in a mecha. Rinzai, you left base number 1? Why don't you take care of yourself? Xu Xiang should be observing the environment. She answered him briefly, saying, I came to find you. She meant to find the star team and prevent them from finding Da'in Shisheng first. Rinzai opened his eyes. Come to find me? Really? He didn't wait for Xu Xiang to give an accurate answer, and immediately changed the subject. Wait a minute. What's wrong with your eyes? Xu Xiang's eyes were wrapped in white bandages, and her vision became narrow. She had to look left and right to see the road. Xu Xiang retracted her gaze and looked at Rinzai to prevent infection. I applied some medicine. Rinzai, nothing wrong? No. Are you going to find Da'in Shisheng? Rinzai didn't intend to tell her, but then he thought that Xu Xiang would leave at least 10 hours after them, and would definitely not be able to make it, even if Xu Xiang tells his teammates. It doesn't matter. Fengjie and the others will definitely be able to stop Yinli and the others. Thinking of this, Rinzai didn't mind saying it. Soon, Rinzai glanced at the map. 5 minutes at most. Oh, Xu Xiang said. That's good. Rinzai, question mark. What does that's good mean? In 5 minutes, he will reach the destination. When he turns over the big sound and sends out a signal flare, the game will be over. The Starry Sky team will win. The only pity is that the Golden Tower team is also very close to the goal. The Starry Sky can only tie with the Golden Tower at most. It will have to wait until the next game to overtake. Because, Xu Xiang said, I'm here. Rinzai, question mark Rinzai, what are you talking about? Saying, how can you be faster than me? The next second. Swoosh. Bang. A signal flare rose from not far away, exploding colorful smoke in the air. Xu Xiang narrowed her eyes and smiled. Hee hee. There is a small road. Go find it. This was the last sentence Sun Yan said before she said goodbye to Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang didn't react to her meaning at first, until she entered the Mecca and saw a route map set by Sun Yan, and suddenly realized it. The path that Sun Yan mentioned was the path to find Da'in Shisheng. For Sun Yan, this was her partiality to Xu Xiang. Or rather, a trivial compensation to Xu Xiang. For Xu Xiang, Sun Yan helped a lot. She hurried and hurried, leaving Meng Yichen behind, not eating, drinking, or sleeping, and finally won the time difference by following the path, and found Da'in Shisheng before the Star team. Then, when the game, after the flare was sent, the battle between the Golden Tower team and the Star team stopped immediately. Yinli fell back in her seat and closed her eyes. Still a step too slow. If she was a little more powerful. If she could get rid of Feng Jie. It's nice to fight you, Feng Jie said. You are a good opponent. Yinli opened her eyes and responded politely. Well, thank you. You too. Yinli felt guilty and was about to apologize to her teammates. But a drone that was filming came over and broadcast a message. Congratulations to the Jinta team for finding Da'in Shisheng and winning the game. The game is over. Please wait to leave. Everyone, ? Chapter 99 Mecha. Renzizai cried violently, saying, you have no heart. She was about to win. Not only did she have to come and spin in front of him, and she said she was here when he was determined to win. I'm just a little happy, Xu Xiang said. Renzizai stared. Then why don't you find your teammates? She actually found him to celebrate. Haha. Although he himself has nothing to celebrate. Xu Xiang, you are more emotional. What? Renzizai looked abstract. I have something to do now. See you later. I don't know what Xu Xiang is busy with. As soon as she finished the sentence, she cut off the communication without waiting for Renzizai to respond. Renzizai wanted to contact his teammates to roar, but he opened his mouth and laughed. It doesn't matter whether the emotions are rich or not. Anyway, Xiang was the first to find him to celebrate, and said she would see him later. Foolish smile. He realized that he was foolishly smiling. Renzizai is not a particularly slow person. He probably knows the reason. I know why he is so silly and worried about Xu Xiang. After Xu Xiang hung up the call, she did not leave Xuanqing directly. She was thinking about what happened just now. Why did she look for Renzizai as soon as she won? Maybe it was because her teammates would only be happy. But Renzizai would not be willing to give up. Xu Xiang now likes to observe or experience other people's emotions. She is like a child who has been reborn and is integrating into society for the second time. Xu Xiang came to her senses and walked out of Xuanqing. In front of her, a mecha with similar specifications to Xuanqing was tilted, and half of its body was buried in the loess. Da'in Shisheng. Da'in Shisheng was originally purple. After more than 300 years, this mecha has long lost its former color and luster, and is covered with thick rust and an ancient sense of time. Natural light penetrates through the small hole, leaving mottled light and shadow on the mecha. Xu Xiang passed through the light and dust particles and stopped in front of Da'in Shisheng's head. What is there? The Alliance has made a big bet. It is definitely not just to find Da'in Shisheng and pay tribute to General Ian. There must be something meaningful in the mecha. But, is there something? A physical object or virtual information? Xu Xiang found Da'in Shisheng's external start button. After pressing it, there was no response. She had to rely on tools and brute force to open the cockpit door of the mecha. Bang! The old metal rust was thrown aside by Xu Xiang, making a dull sound. The sand was then raised into the air and jumped in the light. Xu Xiang's wound was torn and bleeding due to excessive force, and her mind became blurred. She wiped off the cold sweat and entered the cockpit. The cockpit was not in good condition. All the precision instruments were damaged. Xu Xiang tried to turn it on, but unfortunately, there was no usable screen, and the communicator and other items were all broken. It's not that there is nothing to find. Right? Xu Xiang heard the movement outside the cave. The people of the Alliance will soon take over the affairs here. By then, even if there is a discovery, it has nothing to do with her for the time being. Xu Xiang was very curious about this, and always wanted to know more. I didn't expect that this group of students would really find Dayan Shisheng. It's the most shocking thing that Dayan Shisheng really exists. It's a pity that the Jinta team won this time. There are still 2 more games to go. I don't know if other teams can overtake. I'm still waiting for the dream team to win the championship. You are a fan of DCI. Then stay away from me. I'm a fan of the Jinta team. TSK. Didn't you like the Inchi team before? The voices of the staff were getting closer and closer. Xu Xiang listened to a few words, and continued to look for things. She asked Sun Yin. Since Su Biqing admired General Ian so much, and knew the location of Dayan Shisheng, why didn't he take Dayan Shisheng directly to base number 1 for maintenance and placement? Because the ancestors felt that Dayan Shisheng did not belong to her, let alone base number 1. Sun Yin replied. But to the Alliance and the Interstellar residents. Xu Xiang felt far-fetched at first, but later thought that Sun Yin probably had something else in his words. Why does it belong to the Alliance and Interstellar residents? It's not just because of the ownership issue. There are also secrets. Su Biqing and Sun Yin may have known what was inside the Great Sound and Sound, but they gave the opportunity of first discovery to the Alliance. Just like the various research results of base number 1. Xu Xiang came back to his senses and continued to search. File cabinets, material boxes, food boxes. Xu Xiang opened and closed them one by one. But there was nothing. The last small cabinet. Open. Xu Xiang raised an eyebrow. A box. Xu Xiang picked up the box and pressed the button. The box was not locked and opened at once. There was a small bottle in the box. And there was an unknown liquid in the bottle. The bottle was very old. But the box was very new and well sealed. It was probably added by the people of base number 1. Hey. I saw Dayan Shisheng. Walk faster. The people behind? Follow up. Prepare tools to move Dayan Shisheng. Xu Xiang heard the voice close to her ear. Put the bottle box back. Restored everything. And left Dayan Shisheng's cockpit. Just as she was about to enter Xuanqing, the team leader arrived. Hey. Why did you come out? The captain saw Xu Xiang. To get some air. Why is Dayan Shisheng's cockpit door broken? Someone noticed this. The captain looked at Xu Xiang subconsciously. Xu Xiang had a blank expression on her face. And she didn't look like someone who had done bad things. The captain guessed, it was originally like this. After all, General Ian escaped in a hurry. And with her personality, she could have kicked the door open with 1 foot. The team nodded. That makes sense. The captain, little classmate. You go out first. We are going to transport the mecha back. Congratulations on winning the game. Xu Xiang, thank you. She entered Xuanqing and left here first. Yinli and others sent messages to Xu Xiang in the team channel. But Xu Xiang was not in the cockpit just now, and could not reply to them. What's wrong? Xu Xiang called back. Where are you? The game is over. It's time to meet up with teammates and leave one by one. Every time the game is over, the Jinta team will celebrate. Xu Xiang didn't feel anything in the first 2 times. But she is looking forward to it this time. This time she is very tired. She wants to celebrate with her friends, and then have a good rest for a while. Friends? Friends? Xu Xiang thought about it, and suddenly realized that she used this word. Ah. Not good. If the game is over. If she graduates from the senior year. If they work separately. She may not see them again. When that time comes, she will have to. Boss. Why didn't you answer the call just now? We thought you fainted. Juan's voice interrupted Xu Xiang's thoughts. We're here to find you. Yinli said. Please open the coordinates. Teammates' coordinates can be seen by each other. But Xu Xiang locked the coordinates to base number 1 before leaving, so that teammates would not worry about her running around. Okay. Teammate was very close to Xu Xiang, and as soon as she opened the coordinates, they arrived in a few minutes. Only Meng Yichen, who was abandoned by Xu Xiang, was still on the road. Alric caught Xu Xiang and asked, Tell me, is there any secret in base number 1? Why can you flash? Xu Xiang, no. I came here by myself. Su, you are still injured. Don't always force yourself. It's okay. Xu Xiang said. I know my limits. You don't look very good. Yinli looked at Xu Xiang in the video and frowned. The wound is split? Let's leave the mecha first. We are going to return. Xu Xiang took some effort to open the cockpit door. The wound was very painful when it first split. But she didn't feel it now. Regardless of the wound, it is not good. It is easy to get infected. Xu Xiang left first accompanied by Yanli, and the others waited for Mingqian. Xu Xiang and Yanli went straight to the infirmary. The doctor bandaged Xu Xiang, and Xu Xiang took the opportunity to play with the light computer. The results of this game will be announced later, because the league leaders need to spend a lot of time to assign points according to the performance of each team. In this way, to improve the fairness of the game. The live broadcast of the game has ended, and the Star Network is all discussing the matter of the Blue Sea Arena. Look at my homepage. Sister Shi's latest battle damage photos. Jinta and Shinkong turned a disaster into a blessing this time. They disappeared for a while, and it was like they had turned on a cheat. They easily found Day and Shishin. The most miserable one is Ingqi. They were almost at the destination, and Jinta and Shinkong suddenly came back and overtook them. No one found out that Xu Xiang and Ren Zizai had problems. Ah, I thought I was the only one who found out. But I'm not the only one. You are so cruel. You even scold yourself. Are they in love? No. You see, Shibao didn't let Ren Zizai get away with it at all. Not only did he win the game, he also showed off in front of him. I'm sorry, friend. I doubt you are also a solo player. I wonder how many points the Jinta team can get this time. If the minimum score is 10,000, can it reach 15,000 if the performance score is included? I feel that Jinta is even more of a dark horse than the last Shinkong. If they keep steady and don't waste time, and make sure their teammates are all there, they will basically be the champions. Don't be a jinx. There was a time when they were ranked first in the first 4 games, but dropped to 9th in the 5th game. What's the name of Jinta? It's called Against the Sky. It's really Against the Sky. So when will the results be released? I'm so anxious. So anxious. King! Xu Xiang also wanted to know when the results would be released. She asked Jixia, and Jixia said that the earliest would be tomorrow morning. The Alliance will definitely be busy with Bai Haixing's incident. Busy with the affairs of base number 1 and the affairs of Day and Shishin. The matter of base number 1 is too complicated. Xu Xiang feels that no matter what the Alliance does, someone will be dissatisfied. It all depends on how the leadership makes decisions. Xu Xiang didn't like the way base number 1 did it. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to accept the existence of base number 1. She could be an experimental subject, but she didn't want others to be experimental subjects. But unfortunately, she couldn't make the decision. Ping Ryu met the 8 students in person. She repeatedly emphasized that they should not disclose the matter of base number 1 privately, and the specific matters should be handled by the Alliance. Xu Xiang was not interested in publicity. After she returned to the camp from the infirmary, her mind was full of Da'in Shisheng and the bottle of water. Why is there water in Da'in Shisheng? Why did Su Biqing and Su Nian attach so much importance to the bottle of water that they put a box on it? She didn't intend to hinder the Alliance's research, so she didn't take the bottle of water. It seems that we can only wait for the Alliance to come up with the research results. Chapter 100 Decision. It was not convenient to stay on the Beihai Star for a long time, so Ping Ryu decided to return the next afternoon. On the day of the return trip, Xu Xiang received messages from Su Nian and Shen Yin, who wished her a safe journey. Xu Xiang replied, "Thank you," then turned off the optical brain and sat by the window of the school's interstellar spaceship to watch the scenery. The spaceship gradually took off and was getting farther and farther away from the Beihai Star. Not long ago, Xu Xiang was still controlling a huge mecha to run wildly on the Beihai Star, sighing that the deserted planet was really big. As a result, now she was watching this planet getting smaller and smaller in her eyes until it disappeared. Xu Xiang stared at the dark universe in a daze. She rarely stared in a daze, but this time it was because there were too many emotional things in her mind, and she didn't know where to start thinking. She needed to slow down. To be honest, Xu Xiang really wanted to know how the Alliance would deal with the matter of base number 1, which was really important to her. She was like an immature child, and it was difficult for her to think independently about such a complex topic. For her, it seemed that there were loopholes in any choice. The top leaders of the Alliance are more trouble than Xu Xiang. Marshal Wei Xianyu, the top leader, sat in the main seat, with his hands on the table, listening to the discussion of the people below indifferently. Gun Yan, the minister of the history department, blushed. How can we accept base number 1? We should not accept their existence and their products. Luo Gu, the minister of the internet propaganda department, pushed his frameless glasses and said, why can't we accept it? We just need the results. Xia Mei, the minister of the military department, Agreed with this. Accept the results. Overthrow base number 1. And kill the people in base number 1. I think this is the best solution. Obviously. For her. Base number 1 and the results of base number 1 must be separated. Dirty things should be damned. And excellent results can be reasonably attributed to the decent after packaging. Wang Jian, director of the Biological Research Department, frowned. Have you forgotten that they are conducting human experiments? Luo Gu said, Minister Wan. The process is not important. What is important is the result. Xia Mei, the Alliance has not produced decent scientific research results for many years. We really need to show new results to the Interstellar residents. Otherwise, they will say that we are incompetent. Minister Wan knows this better than us. Wang Jian choked. Over the years, the Zerg has become more and more rampant. And wherever it goes, it is devastated and panic. Humans can't keep up with them. The Alliance must come up with a suitable solution as soon as possible. Otherwise it will gradually lose the trust of Interstellar residents. Moreover, Luo Gu spread his hands. Base number 1 has presented the results. Why don't we want them? Why do you think base number 1 did this? Because of kindness? Not necessarily. Because they can't do it. What about discovering and using Zerg hormones? And improving sensor mechas? Look at the matter of mutant sea worms. It still depends on our students to solve it. Base number 1 doesn't even have an army or a commander. But we have a huge army and a complete military system. With the help of the scientific research results of base number 1, we will definitely be able to defeat the Zerg. We are not worse than them. You see? What base number 1 can't do, our Alliance can do. Luo Gu narrated slowly. And the others stared at him with different expressions. After all, he is the minister of the Internet Propaganda Department. And he is good at talking. Several ministers have changed their attitudes. Yes, no matter how powerful base number 1 is, don't they still have to rely on the Alliance? Yes, it's just using their results. All for mankind. Why can't we accept the results of base number 1? It's not accepting base number 1. Minister Luo. This is a fallacy. Gunyan was very angry. What they brought up is the bad result. Do you have to accept the bad result? This is not a bad result. Luo Gu turned his chair and faced Gunyan. It is an excellent scientific research product. You? Gunyan slammed the table and stood up. Minister Gu. Calm down. Miao He, the head of the mecha department, motioned him to sit down first, and then looked at Luo Gu. Minister Luo, since you think these are excellent scientific research products, how do you think we should use them? Disclose the deeds of base number 1? Erase the existence of base number 1 and attribute their achievements to the Alliance? Come on. The Alliance thinks it's dirty. We can say that this is the latest research of the Alliance. Luo Gu said. As for base number 1, either disclose their crimes and arrest them openly, or eliminate them secretly. Miao He sneered. Eating and taking at the same time. It's really disgusting. Why didn't she see that Luo Gu was such a person before? I'm thinking about the Alliance. Luo Gu looked around. If we give up the achievements of base number 1, how many years will it take us to get to that point? By then, will the Alliance still have prestige among the Interstellar residents? Are your positions still stable? If the previous few sentences were hypocritical courtesy, then the last question was simply trying to recruit people. Marshal. Luo Gu was very satisfied with his progress. It's time to vote. Everyone's eyes were on the woman in the main seat. The woman in her 50s was dignified, and her posture and expression did not change from beginning to end. She listened to the entire discussion calmly. The ministers waited for the marshal to say vote, or waited for her to express her opinion. I think. Wei Xianyu looked at Luo Gu calmly and said, the director of the Internet Publicity Department can be replaced. This sentence changed the atmosphere of the entire conference room. What does the marshal mean? Don't agree with Luo Gu's words? Then refuse. There is no need to dismiss. It is true that the marshal has the power of appointment and removal at the ministerial level. But he can't just use it. There is only one chance every year. Marshal, what are you talking about? Luo Gu frowned for the first time today. You can't dismiss me just because you don't agree with my point of view. Wei Xianyu, the Internet Propaganda Department is a department for external propaganda, representing the voice of the Alliance. If the head of the Internet Propaganda Department has a problem with his thinking, I don't think he can sit in this position well. She was not affected by Luo Gu at all. Luo Gu gritted his teeth. Why do I have a problem with my thinking? After all, He is a minister. And face is important. So he didn't lose his temper directly. Other ministers wanted to discuss. But they didn't dare to say it in front of the marshal because of the pressure from the marshal. Everyone looked at each other and tried to communicate their views with their eyes. Wei Xianyu, you just said that you want to show the scientific research results to the Interstellar residents. Right? Yes. Shouldn't it be? To put it nicely, the Alliance is standing still. To put it bluntly, we are not even as good as bugs. Luo Gu became increasingly emotional, and many people frowned. So in the eyes of Minister Luo, humans are no match for the Zerg. This is simply destroying the morale of our own side and boosting the enemy's arrogance. Ridiculous. Wei Xianyu remained calm and said, you are not showing them. But perfunctorily. Show? Show what? Vanity? Look how strong the Alliance is. It can actually research such a useful product. We are saved. Show authority? We must believe in the Alliance. They are very powerful. Ridiculous. Wei Xianyu, taking away the research results of base number 1 is equivalent to compromising with them. Why? If there are no new research results in the future, will we compromise with base number 2 and base number 3? Then you. What is the meaning of our existence? Her tone was calm, but every word was engraved into the hearts of the people present. Luo Gu's expression became more and more ugly. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Wei Xianyu said, we are all human beings. We can do what base number 1 can do. It doesn't matter if we are faster or slower. Humans have been exploring the Interstellar for more than 4,000 years. Do we still care about these few years? The Zerg are powerful, but they are not invincible. We can't produce biological research results for the time being. So we will make progress in military and weapons. If you can't be a fruit picker, be a tree planter. The younger generation may give us a better answer. Just like Fu Nianfeng, the founder of the Feast of Geniuses, who taught and answered questions for the younger generation through network technology and holographic images. Just like Atlanta designed and built the giant elephant. And Shi Yun transformed it. Just like General Ian left a secret for them to discover. Humans have continued to follow the path of their ancestors to have today's life. Why can't contemporary people lay a good foundation for future generations? Because you want to produce results and then harvest others' admiration? Boring. Wei Xianyu, in short. I don't think you can still hold your current position. Minister Luo. Luo Gu couldn't bear it anymore. And slammed the table and stood up. You are abusing your personal power. Wei Xianyu. I didn't do anything to offend the Alliance. I just expressed my opinion. Why do you dismiss me because of a few words I said? Luo Gu has been in office for 3 years. Without any merit or fault. Wei Xianyu really doesn't need to go to this extent. Of course, individuals can freely express their opinions and take corresponding actions according to their own thoughts. But are you just representing yourself? Wei Xianyu was not affected by Luo Gu at all, and still said lightly, the minister is the representative of that industry. The subordinates in the department and students of related majors all stared at the minister. You can represent yourself. Please resign, Wei Xianyu said. The Alliance is the combination of the will of all interstellar residents. The individual will can be evil, but the highest combination cannot. Su Nian and Su Bicheng can be evil, and the combined body number 1 base can be evil. But the Interstellar Supreme Combined Body Alliance cannot be evil. Otherwise, human society will fall into chaos and darkness. Minister Wan. I heard that you are also studying the Zerg hormones recently. Don't worry about the funding. I will ask the Ministry of Economy to give enough support. I hope your research will go smoothly. Wei Xianyu stood up. There is no need to hold a similar meeting a second time. Minister Wan. Please tell the Deputy Minister of the Internet Propaganda Department to disclose the evil deeds of the number 1 base. Reject their results. Wei Xianyu walked out. Dismiss the meeting, she said. Everyone was shocked. The meeting that was supposed to last a long time ended in a day. No. To be precise, in a few hours. This was the first time that the marshal ended a meeting in such a strong way. Except for Luo Gu, who kicked the stool and smashed the cup. Everyone present felt sad. They swallowed what they wanted to say, and were speechless for a while. F-2077 star. Bei Yanbao lay on the sofa playing with his light computer and laughed. This marshal is good. 1 vote determines the result. Not bad. Not bad. I like it. In Bei Yanbao view, existence is reasonable. No idea is wrong. It's okay as long as it makes sense and logic. Moreover, the ideas of ordinary people and ordinary groups are not important. Everyone is free. You can do whatever you want, and I can do whatever I want. We have no right to control each other. But the ideas of the alliance are very important. The highest ruling class cannot be without feelings. Otherwise, the residents below can become victims at any time. Bei Yanbo is very satisfied with this decision. Feng Yuebai sat in a wheelchair and cleaned his sniper rifle. We're going to Rocalo Star tomorrow. So go to bed early. Xu Xiang gave them a lot of money. And they moved into a 3-bedroom, 1 living room house. Although it was still simple, they didn't have to worry about the house leaking on rainy days. Even the entertainment activities increased. Okay. Go see my sister. Hee. The Eye of God also said that he missed my sister. Bei Yanbo jumped up and walked to her bedroom. Brother, you should go to bed early too. She walked and muttered. My sister is really amazing. She kills people indiscriminately and sits firmly on the championship throne. Hearing this, Feng Yuebai stopped cleaning the model. Yanbo. He called his sister. We should be prepared to be questioned. Since Xu Xiang became famous, many residents of F2077 Star came to see them. And 2 out of 3 sentences were about Xu Xiang. Feng Yuebai saw a comment while browsing the Star Network that if a student shines in the Tier League, the League will directly extend an olive branch. But before that, the League will first investigate the student to ensure that there is no problem with his identity. Feng Yuebai believes that his sister has received an invitation. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Xu Xiang was about to go to bed. But Lan Wu sent a message. Blue Mist, hello. I am Lan Wu, the deputy leader of the investigation team. Xu Xiang knows Lan Wu, and she has chatted with him offline. However, since the other party introduced himself as the deputy leader of the investigation team, it is likely that he will conduct a relevant investigation on Xu Xiang. SXY, hello. Blue Mist, Xu Xiang. I am sorry to disturb you so late at night. It's like this. The League values you very much. After observing you in 3 competitions, we think you are very suitable to come to the headquarters. Before that, we need to investigate your background. Don't be nervous. We won't overexplore your privacy. These are all relatively basic information. What do you think? If you pass the background check, you can come to the headquarters to work after graduation. Xu Xiang scratched his head. Suddenly I misread his words. So many words. Teacher Lan Wu. Xu Xiang read it with gritted teeth and replied. SXY, I accept it. Chapter 101 Miscellaneous. 10 days later, the school spaceship of Aurora College arrived at Rocalo Star. During these 10 days, many major events happened in the interstellar space. First, the Alliance announced the results of the Tier League. Counting the performance points, the Jinta team scored a total of 15,000 points in the Blue Sea Arena, and temporarily ranked first in the overall list with a total score of 36,000 points. The remaining teams are ranked in order. No. 1, Golden Tower team points, 36,000. No. 2, Starry Sky team points, 29,800. No. 3, Dream team points, 24,000. No. 4, R11 team points, 20,000. No. 5, Sakura Wife team points, 18,800. No. 6, TTAR team points, 16,000. No. 6, Sky Eagle team points, 16,000. No. 8, Blackbird team points, 14,000. When the rankings came out, the principal of Aurora College danced for the interstellar residents to express their good mood that 3 out of the top 10, and that Golden Tower Starry Sky was still ranked first or second. In addition, the Star Network server was almost paralyzed. But fortunately, the backend programmers were awesome and stabilized the server. Oh my god. The Jinta team is too stable. The Starry Sky team is going to be the second again this year? Ha ha ha. The Blue Sea Arena is the most special venue in recent years. And this competition is also the most magical. I guess everyone is confused about the points. It's hard to say whether others are confused. But I feel that Jinta and Starry Sky are definitely not confused. They must have had a strange encounter underground. Otherwise, they would not have gone straight to Dangsishing as soon as they came out. If they don't say it, and the Alliance doesn't announce it, we have no way of knowing. Curious. No. I still feel dazed. Xu Xiang is too scary. Is she really from the post-war star, and has she really never been to school? Don't be dazed. If you keep dazed, maybe she will win the championship. Come on. No matter how the Jinta team ranks in the end, Xu Xiang will be the commander MVP of this league. The Interstellar residents chatted a lot on the star network. At the same cosmic time. It might be day or night, morning or dusk in the local area. Everyone sent messages in different places and different local times to chat about the tier league. According to the previous rules, the popularity of the game results will continue to rise for a few days and then slowly decrease. This time is different. The Alliance announced a major event, which was more popular than the tier league, and the star network was paralyzed for 3 minutes. Base number 1 was exposed. When this happened, the whole network was boiling. The Interstellar residents expressed completely different views on this. Some people cursed. Some people were spectators. And some people supported the Alliance to take over the research of base number 1. The Alliance is right to do this. It would be terrible if the class that leads us only cares about scientific research results and ignores the feelings of civilians. I can't understand how someone can do such a heinous and unscrupulous thing. Is Sun Yin the human trafficker? Yes. Major Mingyu has investigated it. And Sun Yin has admitted it. It's too much. She tricked children into being experimental subjects. The most disgusting thing is that she brainwashed a group of children and said that they were contributing to mankind. Have you watched the video? Those children actually think that the Alliance is the villain and base number 1 is leading the progress of mankind. No. You don't have to be so one-sided. The results of base number 1 are indeed good. What's wrong with using them? Can you say that you suspect that the adventures of Jinta and Shinkong Underground are related to base number 1? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Why did the Alliance reject base number 1? Yes, they can be handled separately. The people of base number 1 are also Interstellar residents. They made mistakes and should be punished. But there is no need to discard their research results. I don't believe the Alliance can come up with such a result as base number 1. I heard that the Minister of the Internet Propaganda Department was dismissed. It doesn't matter. To be honest, I think this matter depends purely on who is the victim and the party with interests. As spectators, we have no personal experience, and it is impossible to balance reason and emotion. Xu Xiang spent more than an hour on the Star Network. Ji Xia said that she could believe the Alliance and referred to the Alliance's answer. Xu Xiang felt that Ji Xia was right. Xu Xiang originally thought that the top leaders of the Alliance were absolutely rational people, and that they only valued logic, interests and results. But she didn't expect the Alliance to deny and reject everything about base number 1. That's great. She likes such an alliance. After the detailed notice of base number 1 came out, the popularity once overshadowed the tier league. In addition to the discussion about base number 1 itself, Interstellar residents also questioned the Alliance's research capabilities in scientific research. Soon, the ministers of the Biological Research Department, the Mecha Department, and other departments came forward in person to talk about the scientific research projects that could be made public and the future expectations, which calmed the anger of most opponents. In addition, the Alliance established 2 new special teams. The first is the Wormhole Investigation Team. After the wormhole theory was made public, the Star Network was in an uproar again. This thing that once existed only in theory has now been confirmed. Astronomers, physicists and mathematicians gathered together to observe, calculate and review. They went through the process again and finally confirmed the discovery of Xu Xiang and Ren Zizai. In addition, they also found several wormholes on other planets. The Alliance immediately sent troops to clean up the wormholes on those planets, defeating the Zerg from the root for the first time. The Interstellar residents cheered for this. However, the people in the Wormhole Investigation Team did not relax. Many things have 1 and 2. They suspect that there are more secret wormholes that have not been discovered, and their task is to find those tools for transporting Zerg. The second special group is the Shishui Research Group. The people in the History Department found a bottle of water in the Great Sound and the Sound. That bottle of water was not regular drinkable water, but a rare water. The people in the research team named it Shishui. The Shi in Shishui is the Shi in the Great Sound and the Sound, and also the Shi in the Hope. After verification by the History Department, the important item General Ian mentioned is Shishui. Shishui may be related to the origin of the Zerg. By studying it, it is possible to find the origin of the Zerg and thus eliminate it. It can bring hope. The members of the Shishui research team are all elites in the Interstellar, and each of them has participated in the Feast of Geniuses at least 3 times. Of course, the team has not been made public yet, and all work is carried out in secret. They will start to explore Shishui. That is, the clue closest to the origin of the Zerg. After returning to school, Xu Xiang had a good sleep. The last time she slept in the school dormitory was in mid-December. And now it is the end of January. It has been so long. Let's talk about the review later. After Xu Xiang had a good sleep, she said hello to Yanli, and went to find them according to the address given by Feng Yuebai. Her brother and sister came to see her. In fact, before coming to Rocalo Star, Xu Xiang didn't think there was anything good about having a brother and a sister. After all, they were all wanderers together, and they became sworn brothers. She would take care of them when she was capable enough, and help them when she was financially well off. Purely, if you treat me well, I will treat you well. Family affection. There is no such thing. But, I don't know when. Xu Xiang returned to the original state. She began to value feelings. Teacher-student relationship. Friendship. Family affection. And maybe love in the future. She felt the touch of teacher-student relationship from Ji Xia, and the joy of friendship from the Jin Ta team. She had long lost her blood relatives. And now if she wanted to feel the happiness brought by family affection, she might only find Feng Yuebai and Bei Yanbo. The brother and sister lived in a hotel near Aurora College. Xu Xiang took a taxi and arrived in a few minutes. Xu Xiang went upstairs and found the corresponding house number. She was about to knock on the door, but the door opened first. The person who came out was tall and straight, and although she was not much taller than Xu Xiang, she had a stern and oppressive feeling. Xu Xiang had seen her before, when she and Major Mingyu went to have tea with her. Lan Wu was the person responsible for investigating her background. Xu Xiang's background was simple, and it should be very time-saving to investigate. But 10 days had passed, and Lan Wu had not yet contacted her for the second round of talks. Maybe it was because she did not pass the assessment. Xu Xiang thought. What a coincidence. Lan Wu greeted first. She was not as serious as she seemed, and she was very kind when she smiled. I was just about to contact you. Okay. Xu Xiang waited for Lan Wu to give a clear answer. Congratulations, Lan Wu said. You passed. Xu Xiang was slightly surprised. Passed? She originally thought she was passed. Otherwise Lan Wu would not have not contacted her for so long. Lan Wu said, sorry. I kept you waiting. Your background is complicated, so I have to spend more time. Maybe Xu Xiang thought it was nothing, but Lan Wu thought it was necessary to dig into the details. From Xu Xiang's birthplace to all the planets she had wandered, such as F2077, to every key person Xu Xiang met, such as Feng Yuebai and Bei Yanbo. She had found out everything. Lan Wu originally wanted to contact Xu Xiang for a formal conversation at a formal occasion, but since she had already met, it was nothing to say now. She wanted to tell this excellent student the good news as soon as possible. Bei Yanbo and Feng Yuebai, who heard the noise, went out to see. Lan Wu said seriously, after our evaluation, we think you have a wide range of knowledge, rich practical skills, a high level of command, excellent teamwork ability, and relatively mature personal emotions. You passed our assessment and were successfully selected by us. Now, it's your turn to choose us. Xu Xiang, are you willing to join the alliance after graduation and contribute to the future of mankind? Xu Xiang looked at Lan Wu. Are you willing to join the alliance? Are you willing to contribute to the future of mankind? I'm afraid this question will take her a very long time to think about. Chapter 102 Interlude. Xu Xiang was born on Mian Guxing, a planet with developed entertainment industry and heavy industry. Mian Guxing was the first planet to be settled by humans. At that time, the alliance did not exist. The leadership was the nominal president and major chaebols. People lived a high-tech, low-quality life under neon lights and acid rain. When people are oppressed to a certain extent, they will rebel. The rebels overthrew the regime of the president and the chaebols and established the alliance. The alliance established a new city in a new place, and the original cyber-style buildings were all preserved to warn people of the suffering in the past and cherish the good life now. It was also used to remind the people of the alliance not to follow the footsteps of the president and the chaebols. The cyber ruins were used as filming locations by people, bringing huge income to Mian Guxing. Mian Guxing was once prosperous. Later, more habitable planets were discovered. People migrated on a large scale, and the population of Mian Guxing decreased year by year. After living a new life, film and television dramas no longer tend to be cyber types, and the proportion of entertainment industry income on Mian Guxing was replaced by heavy industry with lower profits. Xu Xiang was born in 2834, when the economy of Mian Guxing was in decline. But she had a good family. Her parents and brother all had decent jobs, although they made little money and had many dirty and tiring jobs. And their bosses were troublesome. Their family lived a pretty good life. They had no car and only a small house. Xu Xiang and her sister were both in school. The teacher praised them for being well-behaved and sensible and never causing trouble for others. The change in life happened in the summer of 2842, when Xu Xiang was 8 years old. Sister. Sister. The sister was lying by the window looking at the scenery. When she found something wrong, she turned back and called Xu Xiang. Come and see. It's so dark over there. Xu Xiang put down her homework and walked over to see. The other side of the sky seemed to be stained with ink, and the blurred outline was inexplicably frightening. What happened? I didn't hear the weather forecast say there would be special weather. No, that's not right. It's the Zerg. Xu Xiang frowned as she recalled what she had read in the extracurricular book. Call my parents and brother right away and arrange a meeting place with them. It's not like Zerg had never appeared on Neon Gu Star before, but never on a larger scale than this time. Xu Xiang had a bad feeling in her heart. They had to quickly reunite with their parents and brothers, and the family went to the emergency shelter. The younger sister contacted her parents, and Xu Xiang contacted her brother. They decided on a meeting place and set off immediately. Xu Xiang held her sister's hand tightly and ran in the chaotic crowd and traffic. Sister, I can't run anymore. The younger sister is a homebody. She rarely goes out. She just likes to stay at home and watch cartoons. So her physical fitness is very average. We're almost there. Hold on a little longer. Xu Xiang simply calculated the time and distance in her mind and slowed down a little. The black wall on the horizon was getting closer and closer, and the outline of the Zerg gradually became clear. Xu Xiang saw clearly that it was a woodworm. There were screams and alarms everywhere, and the whole city fell into chaos. I don't know when the Alliance's rescue team will arrive and get rid of these woodworms. A few minutes later, the two passed by a black car. They didn't notice who was in the car. They were just glad that they finally arrived at the destination within the agreed time. Mother and brother were both there. Xu Xiang asked, "Where is Dad?" "Brother, he just stopped a car and said he would go ahead and wait for us at the emergency shelter. Just a dozen seconds ago, my father stopped a car with only one empty seat, begged and got into the car of the family, and left first. My father said he would wait for them, but in fact, he just wanted to run first. You can tell from his expression and tone. But my mother and brother didn't tell Xu Xiang and my sister in detail. Sister, then let's set off quickly. Don't let Dad wait for too long." Xu Xiang looked back, and she remembered that a car had just passed by her, and there was a look in it. Illusion? Xu Xiang didn't have time to think. The most urgent thing was to go to the nearest emergency shelter. Large woodworms move slowly, and small woodworms, as the vanguard of the insect race, have already arrived in the middle of the crowd. Xu Xiang was about to turn around, but found that a car was suddenly picked up by a small woodworm, and the woodworm shook its head wildly, smashing the car against the building again and again. If Xu Xiang remembered correctly, it was that car that had just sent out a staring look. "Is it father?" "Ah!" the mother screamed. Then Xu Xiang understood. It was father. The car was smashed to pieces by the woodworm, and blood and meat were thrown out from the gap. "Don't look. Run." The brother spoke to pull the family back to the family, called the mother, and ran east with a sister in each hand. Xu Xiang turned around. Run. Chapter 103 Interlude. The family ran along with the crowd. Everyone had only one goal: to run to the emergency shelter, which was a place to hide from the Zerg, and they would be safe there. Ah! With a scream, a little boy fell to the ground, and his mother quickly squatted down to pull him. But the result was that both of them were stepped on by the people behind them. The mother and brother held one by one, protecting Xu Xiang and her sister. The Alliance's support came, and the medium and heavy mechas fought against the large woodworms, while the light mechas dealt with the small woodworms while assisting the residents to retreat. A small woodworm broke through the encirclement, rushed into the crowd, and ran rampant in the crowd. The screams were as continuous as the hills in the desert, with wailing panic and fear, and negative emotions mixed in, adding to the chaos of the scene. This area of Mian Gushing became a purgatory on earth. Ah! Another heart-wrenching scream. Xu Xiang suddenly stopped and looked back. The small woodworm tore the mother's shoulder, swallowed the meat piece by piece, The mother screamed heartbreakingly, and the sister in her arms cried anxiously, but was pushed away by the mother subconsciously. Run! The mother yelled at the three children, and the next second, her head was bitten off by the woodworm. The mother's scream stopped suddenly. Xu Xiang was stunned for a moment. If her brother hadn't pulled her away, she would have been the next target of the woodworm. The woodworm grabbed the child, and the child's father stopped to pull his child. But unfortunately, he couldn't resist the woodworm that was 3 times its size and weight. The woodworm stopped temporarily, and the others took the opportunity to escape. The sister kept crying, and she was exhausted while crying. So the brother had to pick up her sister and continue running. Xu Xiang witnessed the successive deaths of her parents and her heart collapsed. But when she saw her brother and sister next to her, she could only suppress her grief and follow them closely to prevent her brother from worrying. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A subtle sound was heard, and the humans who were intent on escaping did not notice the spores falling off the woodworms. We are almost there. The elder brother saw the sign of the emergency shelter ahead and encouraged. Hold on. The younger sister had already fainted from crying, and this was said to Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang bit her lip and said, Xiang. The elder brother was about to say something, but suddenly, hiss. What's wrong? Nothing. The elder brother felt something stung his neck, but it was not a big problem, and it only hurt a little for a few seconds. Xiang, when you get to the emergency shelter, you take care of Xiai. I go to collect the supplies. Otherwise they will be taken by others. Okay. Xu Xiang looked up at her brother, then opened her eyes wide. Brother, your eyes. Xu Xiang has liked reading extracurricular books since she was a child. If you ask who is the most knowledgeable among her peers near her home, she must be the first to stand up. She has seen this situation in extracurricular books. Woodworm infection. The woodworm's epidermis falls off and infects the spores. Once they penetrate the human body, red hyphae will grow from the eyes, and eventually spread to the entire body like creepers, completing the control of the human body. The elder brother's whites of the eyes were covered with red hyphae, but he didn't feel anything until he raised his hand and saw the red hyphae on his arm. Then he realized what was happening. The elder brother was also an excellent student in school, and he quickly realized that he was infected by woodworms. The elder brother quickly handed the younger sister in his arms to Xu Xiang. Xiang, take Xiai away from here. There is no solution for the woodworm infection for the time being, and he can't let himself completely lose control and hurt his 2 younger sisters. Xu Xiang disagreed. We have to go together. She has already lost her father and mother, and doesn't want to lose her brother again. Why? Why did this happen? Xu Xiang didn't understand. Everything came too suddenly. She lost her parents in a short period of time, and now she has to watch her brother gradually become a puppet of the Zerg, and she has no time to think about the reason. I can help you. Xu Xiang grabbed her brother's clothes. Mian Gushing is a forgotten planet, and the Zerg appearance rate is not high here, so there are few Alliance troops stationed there, and they are far away from this area. Medium and heavy mechas have joined the battlefield, and light mechas are also actively rescuing. Unfortunately, the woodworms appeared too suddenly this time, and the scale was beyond people's imagination. The scattered people were chased and beaten by the escaped insects, and the small woodworms in this area were left unattended. It's too late. It's too late at all. Xu Xiang wanted to help her brother, but unfortunately she was too weak. She didn't have the strength. The brother listened to Xu Xiang's words and squatted down. He was very tall. Even if he squatted down, he was taller than Xu Xiang. So he bent down and looked at his sister at eye level. Xiang, he said. Next, you must pay attention to the infection spores of the woodworms. Take care of yourself and Xiai. The brother's skin was almost covered with red hyphae, and he knew that he didn't have much time before he completely lost control. His brother was still the gentle and kind brother he usually was. Xu Xiang kept shaking her head. No. They want to be together. The family wants to be together. The brother hugged Xu Xiang gently, and then immediately bounced away, fearing that he would suddenly lose control and hurt his sister. He stood up and turned to look at the other infected bodies. The weaker the physical fitness, the easier it is to be infected. It is a miracle that he can hold on until now. The brother rushed forward and wrestled with the infected body to prevent the other party from approaching the 2 sisters behind him. Xu Xiang wanted to help. She didn't want her brother to be bullied, but she was tripped by a pair of hands after walking a few steps. When she turned around, it was her sister. Xu Xiang's tears stopped immediately. How could she forget that she still had someone to protect? How could she do whatever she wanted? Xu Xiang wiped away her tears, got up from the ground, and carried her sister on her back. She tilted her head, her messy hair and gray face, looking thin and weak in the wind. The crowd bypassed them and rushed forward to the emergency shelter. The brother was pounced on by other infected bodies and bit his neck, trying to turn him into their companion. The sister showed signs of waking up, and her fingers moved, pulling Xu Xiang back to her thoughts. Xu Xiang had no time to be sad. She turned around and jumped and ran on the ruins. She was just an 8-year-old child after all, and she couldn't run fast with her sister on her back, and was soon left behind by others. The woodworm was getting closer and closer to her. Sister. The hoarse voice of her sister rang in her ears. I can run. Put me down. Xu Xiang heard the voices of her family, and her heart moved. Are you really okay? I'm fine. Carrying her back would not run fast, and both of them would die. So Xu Xiang put her sister down and held her hand and ran together. There are still 200 meters before they can enter the emergency shelter. It will be soon. Hold on a little longer, Xu Xiang said. Okay. The younger sister followed behind obediently, not asking where her parents and brother had gone. There was still 100 meters to go. The woodworms were approaching, and they would be caught up in 3 seconds at most. The emergency shelter was right in front of them, and they would be saved soon. They had to rush over before the gate closed. Wait! Don't close the door. There are still 3 children, someone shouted. TSK. Children are annoying. Can you hurry up? Or the infected spores of the woodworms will come in and kill everyone. The person next to him said irritably. Xu Xiang frowned. 3? Who else? Xiang? A childish voice. Xu Xiang looked sideways, and found that it was actually a neighbor. They had fled together at the time, and they didn't expect to meet again after so many experiences on the road. The neighbor's name was Wang Yu. She said that her mother worked in the Alliance Army. Every time the Zerg appeared, her mother would drive a light mecha out to rescue people. It was very cool. After we go in, let's go get supplies together, Wang Yu said from a distance. Okay. Xu Xiang held her sister tightly. The staff member in charge of closing the door shouted, Hurry up! He was in a hurry and came out to pick up the 3 children in person. 2 small woodworms followed behind the 3 of them, and the staff member took the handle. He shot with a gun, but unfortunately, he was not a professional and his accuracy was very average. He could only injure the woodworm at most, but not kill it. The 2 woodworms acted separately. One attacked Wang Yu, and the other attacked Xu Xiang and her sister. Ah! The sister was exhausted and tripped by a brick and fell to the ground. Xu Xiang stopped immediately and pulled her sister. The woodworm opened its smelly and bloody mouth, and the whistle was deafening. A light mecha came quickly. Xu Xiang thought that the mecha was here to save herself and her sister. But the mecha passed them and went straight to Wang Yu, knocking the woodworm behind Wang Yu away and saving Wang Yu, who was almost bitten to death. Oh! She remembered that the mecha seemed to be driven by Wang Yu's mother. Wang Yu's mother came to save Wang Yu. Ah! The next second, the heart-wrenching voice of her sister reached Xu Xiang's ears. Mu Chong bit off one of her sister's legs. All this happened within a second, and ordinary people didn't even react to what happened. Xu Xiang squatted down to pull her sister. It's too late, little sister. We have to go. The staff's ability is limited, and the best outcome is to save Xu Xiang. As for the other child, he really can't help. The staff pulled Xu Xiang away with one hand and shot Mu Chong with the other hand. This time the distance was close, and he hit Mu Chong's vitals. But unfortunately, he still didn't kill him. Xu Xiang didn't leave. She stretched out her hand with all her strength, trying to take her sister with her. The sister was only a 6-year-old child. She also stretched out her hand, crying and shouting. Sister, crying and shouting. I don't want to die. Xu Xiang used her hands and feet to try to break away from the staff. She only had a sister left, and she didn't want to be abandoned by her family and stay in this world. But Xu Xiang was still dragged away by the staff. She was only an 8-year-old child, and no matter how strong she was no match for a healthy adult. Then, she saw Mu Chong venting his anger on his sister, biting her arms, legs, and finally her head. Xu Xiang's strength suddenly disappeared, and she collapsed like a puddle of mud. Her churning stomach made her lose her mind, and she vomited the food she had eaten in the morning along with the stomach acid all over the floor. Xu Xiang could no longer control her body and fainted. Chapter 104 Interlude. Xu Xiang had a high fever and was in a coma for 3 days. She finally woke up in the early morning of the 4th day. She opened her heavy eyes and vaguely saw a face. "Mom, Xiang is awake," Wang Yu shouted in surprise. Xu Xiang was completely awakened by this shout and looked at Wang Yu blankly. Oh! Her neighbor. The lucky one who was rescued by her mother driving a mecha. That's great. If she also had a strong family. No. It should be said that if she was strong enough, she could also protect her family. Xu Xiang really wanted to close her eyes again. But Wang Yu's mother came over and asked her how she was. Not bad. Xu Xiang was too tired and didn't want to talk much. She looked at the ceiling. The ceiling was made of pure iron. She should still be at the emergency rescue office. Wang Yu said, "Xiang, I asked the staff for you, but I didn't find your parents and brother." She didn't mention her sister because she also witnessed the death of Xu Xiang's sister. Xu Xiang didn't say anything. Of course she couldn't find it, because her family was dead. Along the way, from the car, to the sudden appearance of the small woodworm, to the brother being infected by the infected spores, and finally to the sister being torn into pieces by the woodworm. "I'm sorry, child," Wang Yu's mother said. "At that time, I could have saved your sister, but she chose her own child. It's nothing." Xu Xiang can understand. Most people would choose their relatives in that situation. Perhaps because of guilt. Wang Yu's mother said, "If you don't mind, you can live with us in the future. I can give you what I gave to Xiao Yu." No. Xu Xiang refused immediately. She didn't want to trouble others. "Thank you for your kindness." But Wang Yu's mother didn't understand. Xu Xiang was only 8 years old. How could she live without her? The Xu and Wang families were neighbors after all, and they knew each other's families to some extent. In Ms. Wang's impression, the Xu family didn't seem to have many relatives. Who could Xu Xiang go to? Ms. Wang didn't get an answer to this question, because after she got better, Xu Xiang left the emergency shelter. Xu Xiang stood outside, silent. After not seeing each other for a few days, Mian Gushing has become so dilapidated. The Alliance sent people to clean up the battlefield. But the battle was too tragic. If you look carefully, you can still find dried blood and shocking human limbs in the corner. Xu Xiang didn't know where she was going. She just didn't want to stay in someone else's family. Walking, Xu Xiang came to a camp. People gathered around the boiler in groups, and the sound was very noisy. "We are about to leave. Everyone line up. Report your ID number and get on the bus." A neatly dressed person walked into the crowd and shouted with a loud speaker. "Don't mess around. Enter the spaceship in an orderly manner." Xu Xiang didn't understand, so she walked to the person closest to her and asked about the situation. You don't know?" the man said. "This group of woodworms is too rampant, and the ancient planet of Mian has been destroyed and cannot be inhabited. So the Alliance arranged for us to go to other planets." "Where to?" "We are the second group, and we are going to X67. "Okay. Thank you." Xu Xiang decided to go to X67. This was the beginning of her wandering. Xu Xiang was crowded in the interstellar spaceship with a group of people, listening to the children crying, listening to the parents coaxing their children, and listening to the brothers and sisters quarreling. She was the only one. Xu Xiang met a few friends and tried to fit in. But once they were called away by their parents, they would no longer pay attention to Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang didn't want to disturb others. So over time, she simply went alone. Anyway, she had to get used to being alone in the future. After arriving at X67, Xu Xiang lived alone. She lived in a small room with a few strange girls and tried not to socialize with them as much as possible. Everyone basically only went back to the small room at night to sleep, and stayed around their relatives during the day. The parents worked, and the children brought food and water to them. Those little girls all had their own relatives and good friends, and they had no time to pay attention to Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang didn't care. She could live anyway. But sometimes, she still felt sad. When Xu Xiang was a child, she heard people say that if the people you care about die, don't be sad. They will become stars to protect you. So Xu Xiang got used to looking up at the starry sky. Unfortunately, there was no window in this small room, so she couldn't see the starry sky. Every night when she went to bed, she could only stare at the wall in a daze, imagining that there were many stars in front of her, until she was too sleepy to open her eyes. And then she closed her eyes to sleep. The next day, her face was full of tears. When people work in the rescue base and earn enough money, they will leave the base with their families and return to their original normal life. Xu Xiang was underage and couldn't make money, so she could only continue to wander. In the summer of the 2845th year of the star calendar, Xu Xiang was 11 years old. She lived on the EP61 star for 3 years. If there was anything different, it was that she chiseled a small hole for herself next to the bed, which was about the same size as her head, so that she could see the starry sky. When the staff found out about this, they were both angry and helpless. Considering that Xu Xiang was a child, they not only did not punish her, but also installed a glass window for her to prevent her from getting wet when it rained. Xu Xiang's numb heart was disturbed at that time. In the past 3 years, the little girls who lived with Xu Xiang have left one after another. Of course, some people came in, but they all left in the end. This year, a new person came. The girl was very cheerful. She introduced herself with a smile. Hello everyone. I am Qi Luohan. I am 15 years old this year, and I am from Wea Star. Wea Star was invaded by fireflies, so I came here. Someone asked, where are your parents? Qi Luohan smiled bitterly. My relatives died in that disaster. Everyone was busy comforting Qi Luohan. Xu Xiang was reading a book by the window. Hearing this, she turned her head and glanced at Qi Luohan. Are all her family gone too? Hi. After chatting with others, Qi Luohan came to Xu Xiang. What's your name? Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang hadn't spoken for a long time and could hardly make a sound. She didn't really want to communicate with others. After saying her name, she lowered her head to read a book, hinting Qi Luohan to leave quickly. What a nice name. Your parents must have high expectations for you, Qi Luohan said. Xu Xiang's fingers paused as she turned the pages of the book. In fact, her brother and sister's names are also very nice. Her parents' names are very ordinary, but they are very good at naming. For example, Xu Xiang's name. Why is it called this name? Xu Xiang once asked her mother. The mother held her and coaxed her to sleep. You were born at dusk, so we want to be associated with this, such as the sunset. Other parents hope that their children will grow up healthy and happy. But I am a little greedy. I hope you can grow up to be a great person, not ordinary like us. Xu Xiang fell asleep while being coaxed. I don't remember the words after that, but it's probably Xiang, Xu Xiang. The mother's voice drifted farther and farther away, bound the shadow of the sunset, and turned the impossible into possible. This is Ms. Xu's greatest expectation for her children as a mother. Xu Xiang came back to her senses and said casually, yeah. Well, her mother has high expectations for her, but she felt that she couldn't do it. And even if she did, her mother wouldn't see it. Xu Xiang wanted to cry again, but fortunately, she can control her emotions well now, so as not to embarrass herself in front of strangers. Hey, what book are you reading? Qi Luohan came over. The Evolution of Zerg? So cool. I can't understand this. Oh, have you been to school? No. Xu Xiang is self-taught. Anyway, as long as she can read, she can always learn from the basics. If she doesn't understand something, she can ask shamelessly. It's okay to be scolded, as long as she can learn knowledge. She wants to become more powerful. Otherwise she won't even be able to protect herself when she encounters danger in the future. Qi Luohan invited, can I study with you in the future? I am also curious about the content related to Zerg. Xu Xiang wanted to refuse, but when she thought that the other party's family situation was similar to hers, she agreed for some reason. After agreeing, Xu Xiang frowned. What's going on? Why do you want to establish contact with people again? Didn't you say that you want to spend your whole life alone? But words spoken cannot be withdrawn. So Xu Xiang communicated with Qi Luohan in a daze. Before meeting Qi Luohan, Xu Xiang hardly spoke, and at most, she would say a few words when she was looking for someone to ask questions. Qi Luohan loved to chat, and Xu Xiang was introduced to many people by her, many of whom lived next door, but had never met before. Xiang, I forgot to bring toilet paper when I went to the toilet. Come and save me. Ah, I got second place in the exam. Thank my treasure for helping me with my lessons. Xiang, open your mouth. It tastes good. I made it myself. 2 years later, Xu Xiang gradually returned to her former state. She began to have emotions again. The meat on the plate was bigger than others. And she smiled proudly. She was so engrossed in reading that her playmate snatched the book away. And she was anxious and angry. The stray cat she adopted with everyone died. And she cried bitterly. In another year, Qi Luohan will be 18 years old. She said that she would start working to make money by then. And maybe she could leave here with Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang was stunned for a long time. Leave the rescue base? She had never thought about this since the day she came in. Is it really possible? Xu Xiang was very hesitant. But Qi Luohan was looking forward to it. Qi Luohan was full of energy every day, looking for seniors to learn labor skills. Plowing, sowing, harvesting. She quickly learned agricultural knowledge. In the winter of the 2847th year of the star calendar, there was still a month before Qi Luohan's 18th birthday. Xu Xiang used the money she saved to buy Qi Luohan a birthday gift, a very beautiful farm tool model, and spent all her savings over the years. Xu Xiang returned to the rescue base from the city. Her face reddened by the wind and snow was full of excitement and expectation. She walked briskly, jumping, running and hopping on the way back, humming the song that Qi Luohan taught her. The smile disappeared the moment she saw the flames. From a distance, Xu Xiang saw the fire in the rescue base soaring into the sky, and the flames burned the entire snowy night. The farm tool model in Xu Xiang's hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces. She came to her senses and went in the opposite direction of all the people fleeing, going up against the flow of people, looking for the most familiar face, looking for Qi Luohan. Qi Luohan, Xu Xiang shouted. Even in the noisy night, she could hear her own heartbeat. Qi Luohan. Anxiety arose spontaneously. Just like a few years ago on the Miangu star. Qi Luohan responded to her. Qi Luohan, twisting her body and covered with thorns on her back, responded to her. Xu Xiang looked at the figure in disbelief. That was her greatest spiritual support in the past 2 years. But at this moment, this support was broken. Qi Luohan was infected by some kind of zerg, just like Xu Xiang's brother was infected. Chapter 105 Interlude. When Xu Xiang came to her senses, she was already being pulled away by another friend. Xu Xiang let go of her friend's hand. I'm going to find Qi Luohan. Qi Luohan promised her that if possible, the two of them would leave the rescue base together. Xu Xiang is no longer the Xu Xiang of 3 years ago. Now she can fight and shoot. She feels that she can protect herself and others. However, the next second, the infected Qi Luohan was shot by someone. Qi Luohan. Xu Xiang screamed heartbreakingly, and rushed towards Qi Luohan regardless of her friend's obstruction. She ran and cried. She didn't understand. She didn't understand. Why did her relatives die one after another? Why did the new friend she finally met die in front of her? Why didn't she even have the chance to protect others? Obviously, she has been constantly improving her abilities in the past 2 years. Qi Luohan fell in the snow, and the blood in her abdomen spread, dyeing the snow red. Her consciousness had long become unclear, but there was still such a person in her memory. She remembered. She remembered. Xu Xiang was her best friend at the rescue base. Xu Xiang. How cold she was at first. But it was all fake. This sister who pretended to be cold was actually very arrogant, very cute, very humorous, and very loving. She promised Xu Xiang to leave the rescue base together. But now it seems impossible. I'm sorry. Qi Luohan looked at her black hands covered with thorns and touched her torn abdomen. Black tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. I couldn't do it. Xu Xiang finally ran to Qi Luohan's side. She hugged Qi Luohan and covered the wound on her abdomen for her. But Qi Luohan was dead. Her body quickly became cold in the ice and snow. Xu Xiang was surrounded by people, and the group of people prevented Xu Xiang from being infected. But Qi Luohan was dead, and the infected spores on her body lost their activity and would not infect Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang was dragged away by force, and she didn't even have a chance to bury Qi Luohan. Xu Xiang was taken to a hospital, and the medical staff gave her a physical examination and let her go only after confirming that she was not infected. Xu Xiang returned to the rescue base and looked at the broken walls and the mess on the ground. She asked her friends about it, and suddenly thornworms appeared in the rescue base. This kind of worm is highly contagious. Anyone who touches the thorns will be infected. Qi Luohan is one of the unfortunate ones. The rescue base was destroyed by thornworms and infected bodies, and the wanderers had to move their residence. Xu Xiang didn't want to stay on EP67, so she took an interstellar spaceship to V. D was colder than EP67 in winter. As soon as she arrived at the planet covered with ice and snow all year round, Xu Xiang caught a cold and had a high fever. If it wasn't for a lady in red who saved her, she would have died long ago. It's nothing if she died. Maybe she can still meet her family, and Xi Luohan. The lady in red clothes was very concerned about Xu Xiang. She asked Xu Xiang if she would consider going to a planet with better conditions. Xu Xiang was very tired at the time. She would just do it if she could, and keep silent if she didn't want to. Xu Xiang hated the ice and snow because it reminded her of the scene when Xi Luohan died. Soon, Xu Xiang left Star V. The interstellar spacecraft broke down midway, and the people on the ship stayed on Star Tia for a while. Soon they set sail again and headed for their destination. In the year 2849 of the star calendar, Xu Xiang was 15 years old and had been wandering for 7 years. She came to star Alpha 199 and lived a solitary life again. After coming here, Xu Xiang began to study crazily. Crazier than ever before. She became more and more proficient in the use of guns. She fought with wild wolves with her bare hands. She tried to analyze the battlefield situation and discuss patrol arrangements with the person in charge of the rescue base. Xu Xiang also fought with the Zerg. The most thrilling time was when the flying insects treated her as a toy. Fortunately, a typhoon wing saved her. The most relaxing time was when Xu Xiang sniped a toad worm at a distance of 3,000 meters. The most exciting time was Xu Xiang forced herself to live a good new life. She didn't want to recall the past, so she blocked her emotions and made herself numb. Are you happy? Happy. But don't be too happy. And don't show it, which will remove the disguise and make people misunderstand that she is easy to talk to. Are you sad? Sad. But so what? Sadness can't solve any problems. Making yourself stronger is the hard truth. Regret? Xu Xiang was silent. When she saw other families or friends gathering together, she would still be moved by the happy atmosphere. But she didn't want to integrate into it. Don't envy. Don't envy. Being alone is the best. Being alone doesn't need to worry about whether others are living well, and doesn't need to cry because others die. She is fine now, and there is no need to change. One day 2 years later, Xu Xiang finished hunting and saw several interstellar spaceships at the door of the rescue base. A new batch of wanderers came. Xu Xiang passed by with a hunting rifle and 2 rabbits. Expressionless. Ah, wonderful taste. The smell of animal blood represents a meaty meal. A voice suddenly sounded. Xu Xiang walked on her own, not considering that the voice was directed at her. The next second, a girl wearing an eye mask came to her in a spin, one hand on her chest and one hand behind her back, and bowed to Xu Xiang gorgeously. Xu Xiang was forced to stop. Hello, this beautiful sister. The girl stood up and looked at Xu Xiang. Excuse me, can I buy this rabbit from you? It looks delicious. Xu Xiang shot 2 rabbits just to eat and sell, and someone took the initiative to find her, so she saved trouble. Moreover, the girl's behavior reminded her of her sister. Her sister likes to watch cartoons and always imitates the characters in cartoons, which makes people feel that she is a bit second year. If her sister can grow up smoothly, it should be like this too. Yanbo. Someone called out. Don't make things difficult for me. The voice sounded very gentle, and Xu Xiang subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. It was a young man who looked like an adult, but unfortunately his legs were crippled and he sat in a wooden wheelchair. The young man turned the wheelchair over and smiled at Xu Xiang. Sorry. My sister is quite outspoken. If you don't want to, don't worry about us and don't sell it. He was like Xu Xiang's brother, and when he smiled and spoke, people wanted to get close to him. Xu Xiang, I can sell it. She had the habit of hunting multiple prey, eating one and selling one. The young man, it's okay. We can give it up. Bei Yanbo pouted and looked at her brother with disdain. Why not? Perhaps the two of them left a familiar impression on Xu Xiang. And Xu Xiang couldn't help but ask one more question. Because we don't have money to buy it. The young man said honestly. Xu Xiang, She thought these two people were also very strange. One dared to say he would buy it, and the other dared to say he didn't have money. Xu Xiang threw the rabbit to Bei Yanbo. I give it to you. Bei Yanbo's eyes widened immediately. Is it true? Really? After she finished speaking, she turned and left. Wait a minute. Bei Yanbo threw the rabbit to her brother and caught up with Xu Xiang. My name is Bei Yanbo. My brother's name is Feng Weibai. What's your name? Xu Xiang. Oh, Bei Yanbo said. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's get to know each other. My divine eye says we are destined to be together. No. Xu Xiang is not interested in making new friends. Aren't you curious why my brother and I don't have the same surname? Bei Yanbo followed Xu Xiang's footsteps, jogging while others walked. Every time I introduce myself, someone asks. No. Then let me explain. My brother and I are not relatives. We met on the street, and because we get along well, we became sworn brothers. Xu Xiang just walked and didn't say a word. Bei Yanbo, why don't you talk? Are you born to be quiet? No. Sister, you look older than me. So I call you sister? Sister. You? Xu Xiang suddenly stopped. Since her sister died, she hasn't heard anyone call her that for a long time. Qi Luohan is older than her, and she always calls her Xiang Xiang. In fact, there are many people younger than Xu Xiang in the rescue base. But Xu Xiang doesn't like to communicate, and she has a cold face every day. So no children dare to provoke her, let alone call her. How many years? How many years? Is there something? Xu Xiang can control her expression well. Her expression does not change. And she looks at Bei Yanbo. Nothing. Just getting to know each other. Sister, you seem to be familiar with the roads here. How long have you been here? 2 years. Wow. How old are you? Bei Yanbo topic is very jumpy. Asking everything. 17. Xu Xiang only remembers roughly. You are almost an adult. When is your birthday? Let's celebrate it for you. Bei Yanbo said. No need. Xu Xiang hadn't celebrated her birthday for 9 years, and she had long forgotten her birthday. How could it be? Birthdays? Once a year. You didn't remember it. It's normal. It's like this after wandering for a long time. Especially when there are no relatives around. Are you alone? Bei Yanbo said. Luckily I met my brother. Xu Xiang was confused by Bei Yanbo topic. This sister's thinking is really jumping. Xu Xiang talked too much today. She said, I have something to do. I'm leaving. She started again, walking faster and faster, trying to get rid of Bei Yanbo. Sister, we will come to you when we are settled. Bei Yanbo waved. Will you pay attention to me next time? Xu Xiang, yeah. She agreed again for some unknown reason. Just like she agreed to study together with Qi Luohan for some unknown reason. Xu Xiang didn't hide on purpose. So on the afternoon of the third day, Bei Yanbo easily found Xu Xiang. Feng Yuebai also came with her. Feng Yuebai had a leg disease. His legs looked normal, but they were actually paralyzed. He said he was infected by Zerg. Fortunately, he went to the doctor in time. The infected area was not large, but he just couldn't walk. Zerg infection. Xu Xiang thought of her brother again. Her brother died because of the woodworm infection. Feng Yuebai was an adult, but unfortunately his legs could not move freely. So the rescue base did not assign him a job, but gave him a subsidy every month. I treat you today. Feng Yuebai asked Bei Yanbo to take out a plate of ready-made rabbits and said, roasted rabbit. The roasted rabbit was delicious, but Xu Xiang had no appetite. She was curious and asked, how did you get it? Rabbit. Where did you get it? Bought it? My brother shot it himself. Bei Yanbo said. Don't look at him as disabled. He is actually very powerful, with a superb sniping level, and he has protected me a lot along the way. Protect? Hearing this word, Xu Xiang fell into deep thought. Her brother also protected her, but she was not strong enough at that time, so she couldn't protect him in return. Feng Yuebai and Bei Yanbo are both very happy people. One is strong enough to protect. The other is lucky enough to be protected. That's great. Try it. Feng Yuebai said. I baked it myself. Xu Xiang didn't refuse. Sister, save some space. Bei Yanbo reminded her. There will be cake later. Xu Xiang, cake? Whose birthday is it? Yes. I bought it for you. You don't remember your birthday. If you don't mind, let's celebrate it today. Bei Yanbo laughed. February 28th. What a good date. Perfectly avoiding the birthday that comes once every 4 years. Xu Xiang was stunned. The doorbell rang. Bei Yanbo went to open the door. It was the neighbor Annie Wang. She helped to make the cake. Annie Wang wished Xu Xiang a happy birthday. Bei Yanbo asked Xu Xiang to cut a piece of cake for her. Xu Xiang felt her hand holding the knife trembling. How dreamy. Today is her birthday. Chapter 106 Interlude. Feng Yuebai started hunting, and the hunters praised him for his accuracy, saying that he could kill one prey with one shot. The hunters also said that the prey was valuable, and if he could save money for another year or two, he might be able to live independently with his sister. Bai Yanba often came to find Xu Xiang, but Xu Xiang was busy learning skills and rarely paid attention to her. Bai Yanba did not disturb Xu Xiang, and played obediently beside her, sometimes watching the game, sometimes playing games, and sometimes watching anime. Xu Xiang was highly focused when doing things. Whenever she thought she was still alone, she would always be stunned for a few seconds when she saw Bai Yanba next to her after finishing her study. That day, Xu Xiang finished her physics online class and got up to pour water to drink. Bai Yanba slept on the table with water, and the game on the optical computer showed failure. Xu Xiang put a coat on her and went out to hunt, but she ran into Feng Yuebai as soon as she opened the door. "Are you going hunting?" Feng Yuebai asked when she saw the hunting rifle in Xu Xiang's hand. "Yeah. I'm back after the fight." Feng Yuebai held up a pheasant. "Sold 2 and kept 1. Same as Xu Xiang approach." Xu Xiang didn't react. She had gotten used to it over this period of time. Feng Yuebai took care of all the 3 meals a day for the 3 of them. He knew everything, even how to fix a broken pipe or toilet. He would come just by calling him. "Is Yanba sleeping?" Feng Yuebai asked. "Yeah. I plan to leave here." Feng Yuebai suddenly got straight to the point and explained his plan. "The air on Alpha 199 is too dry. Not suitable for me. I want to go to the next door F2077. Xu Xiang didn't react on the surface, but she felt a little reluctant in her heart. If he left, Bai Yanba would definitely leave too, and she would be alone again. But fortunately, she didn't feel any reluctance. She wouldn't be as miserable as before. Anyway, she was always prepared to be alone. Xu Xiang responded casually, "Oh." Feng Yuebai did not change his attitude because of Xu Xiang's indifference. He was still gentle and asked, "Do you want to join us?" Xu Xiang drooped her eyelids and looked down at Feng Yuebai. Why invite her? She couldn't figure it out. She couldn't give them anything. "Why?" Xu Xiang asked whenever she had something to say. "Why did I invite you to join?" Feng Yuebai smiled. "Why not? We are friends." "Friends?" Xu Xiang was silent. She doesn't make friends. Since Qi Luhan died, she told herself that she doesn't make friends. "Xu Xiang, I don't." Before she finished speaking, Xu Xiang was rushed forward a few steps by someone from behind. Bai Yanba took Xu Xiang's arm and looked up at her. "Go. Sister. Let's go together." When Bai Yanba woke up, she happened to hear the two talking. Her brain was slowly clearing up. When she heard Xu Xiang was going to refuse, she hurried over. How could she refuse? They have known each other for so long. And my brother is an adult now. We can register a new household registration book. As a family, we should be together, Bai Yanba said. Xu Xiang didn't recognize her brother or sister, but Bai Yanba always called her sister, making people around them think that they were half-siblings. Xu Xiang didn't care. Let them think whatever they wanted. What she didn't expect was that some things would become true after being faked. For example, the relationship between them. "I don't want to leave," Xu Xiang said. She didn't want to adapt to the new environment. It would be too tiring for her. Bai Yanbo, why? Don't you want to go to a strange environment? It's okay. We are here. Xu Xiang, Bai Yanba intuition is so strong that she can always see through Xu Xiang's thoughts. Feng Yuebai said, F2077 is also a post-war planet, but it has recently started to be rebuilt. We can restart our lives with a planet. Feng Yuebai occasionally said literary words, and Xu Xiang didn't feel anything before. But now this sentence touched her heart. Restarting life with a planet. It sounds good. Myeongu star is also a post-war star. But unfortunately, the insect plague on that planet is too serious, and more people are running away. And the Alliance has reduced its reconstruction work. F2077 star is a lucky star, and many people are willing to contribute to its reconstruction. Xu Xiang doesn't have much expectation for the new life. But if she is with Feng Yuebai and Bai Yanba, it's not bad. Isn't it a bit reluctant? Then be with them. If one day you find that you have to separate in time. It's still in time. Let's go and have a look. This was the third time that Xu Xiang was driven by a strange spirit. Let's go and have a look. She agreed. Bai Yanba and Feng Yuebai were very happy. That night, they gathered around the fire and had a big meal happily. A few days later, the three of them boarded an interstellar spaceship and headed for F-2077. After arriving at F-2077, Feng Weibai found a way to get Xu Xiang and Bai Yanbo into the only local school, and he only registered his name. They slowly lived a normal life. Feng Weibai made new ID cards for the three people, and after asking for Xu Xiang's opinion, he registered the names of the three people in a household registration book. Xu Xiang had not been to school for 10 years, and she was not used to it when she first arrived at school. She learned mathematics and physics in language class, and played with pistols in mathematics class. After being reminded by the teacher several times, Xu Xiang finally realized that she was starting to re-enter society, and could no longer do whatever she wanted like in the previous 10 years. Xu Xiang's grades were very good, especially in practical classes, sniping, combat, and support. She easily took the first place. This was the result she had gained from fighting against Zerg and beasts in the past few years. Later, Xu Xiang specialized in command. But unfortunately, the resources of F-2077 were limited, so she could only take online classes. Online classes are of course not as useful as offline classes, so she planned to go to a better school. How to do it? The Interstellar College Entrance Examination High School League has ended, so consider the holographic mock exam. I heard that people who perform well in the full mock exam will also be admitted to good universities. Xu Xiang borrowed Feng Weibai and Bai Yanbo accounts, including her own. A total of 3. She got 3 first places. Xu Xiang thought happily that with such results, many schools must come to F-2077 to inquire about intelligence. When someone asks, she will tell the truth. Yes, I got them all. By then, the 4 major schools will definitely compete for her, and she can consider which school to choose in advance. Shilo University is not bad, second in comprehensive strength, and the school treatment is very good. The cultural department of Forseti College is the best in the entire Interstellar, which is convenient for Xu Xiang to expand her knowledge in this area. Mishima University is also okay. After all, it is the closest to F-2077, which is convenient for her to go home during holidays. Aurora College is also a good choice, but it is too far away. Xu Xiang waited patiently, and went to the principal to borrow the light computer whenever she had something to do, and checked the latest schedules of various colleges. Unfortunately, none of the 4 major schools planned to come to F-2077. Xu Xiang was a little disappointed. It seemed that she could only go to other ordinary schools. Xu Xiang no longer expected anything, and did what she had to do every day. That day, she went to Sherdao to hunt and prepared to have a good meal in the evening. Not long after, Xu Xiang's alarm device sounded. She climbed up the tree and saw that 4 people had boarded Sherdao. Those 4 people were dressed very coolly, full of energy and high spirits. It was obvious that they were not from F-2077. Through observation, Xu Xiang locked his eyes on a girl. The other party was a sniper. Xu Xiang moved the sniper rifle. Damn it! Someone screamed. Xu Xiang? You are sniping us again! Hey! Xu Xiang! Are you there? We are not bad people. Don't snipe us. Xu Xiang couldn't help but tilt his head. Does this person know her? There was a boy who looked like he deserved a beating. Wow! In a group fight. Attack the sniper first. Did she see that Huang Xinshu was a sniper? Xu Xiang found that they were observing the dense forest, probably looking for their position. How could they find her easily? Xu Xiang put the sniper rifle in its place and left silently. We are students of Aurora College, and we are here to find you. We have met your family, and they can testify that we are really not bad people. Xu Xiang originally planned to attack them from behind, but when she heard the word Aurora, she stopped and retracted the long needle. Xu Xiang approached them and deliberately asked, "What's the matter?" The 4 turned around. She drooped her eyelids and stared at them indifferently. She glanced at one more person. That person should be the captain of the 4-person team. He almost found her position, but fortunately, she retreated quickly. In fact, he looks very good, with a smooth face and sharp eyebrows. Xu Xiang felt so when she saw him the first time. It's just that sometimes her expression and tone of voice are a bit annoying. Are you Xu Xiang? The captain asked. Xu Xiang, yes. We are students of Aurora College and want to know something from you. The captain looked at her while speaking. Say, this time in the high school holographic simulation exam, you are the first on the list of main attackers. The captain stepped back and gave a signal to the short-haired guy next to him. The short-haired guy suddenly took action and swung his fist to attack Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang was ready to fight at any time. When the short-haired guy moved, she moved too. The two had a simple fight. Xu Xiang was used to killing people when fighting. If someone didn't stop in time, she would really fight to the death. Later, the group apologized to her and explained their purpose. So they went to Xu Xiang's house as guests. Later, Xu Xiang came to Rocalo Star and became a student of Aurora College and achieved the results she has today. You passed our assessment and were successfully chosen by us. Now, it's your turn to choose us. The woman in front of him looked serious and sent an invitation from the Alliance to the Wanderer. Xu Xiang, are you willing to join the Alliance after graduation and contribute to the future of mankind? Xu Xiang opened her mouth. Why did she come to Rocalo Star? Because I want to learn and become stronger. Why does she want to become stronger? Because I want to protect myself and others. Because I don't want to watch others, especially those I care about, die. Blue Mist asked her if she was willing to contribute to the future of mankind. She didn't care whether she contributed or not. Things that were too far away were empty and meaningless to her. She just wanted to do well in the present. If joining the Alliance can make her stronger, if joining the Alliance can protect others, then I do. Then she does. Chapter 107 Celebration. In Lan Wu's opinion, Xu Xiang's answer was expected. After investigation, she learned that Xu Xiang had a tragic past. 4 of her family of 5 died in the insect plague on the ancient star Mian. And a friend she met later also died of infection. Xu Xiang has been to many planets for a long time and lived an extremely unstable life. If she successfully joins the Alliance, she can not only settle down, but also have a job that everyone envies. But in Feng Yuebai and Bai Yanbo's opinion, Xu Xiang's answer was unexpected but reasonable. They met Xu Xiang on Alpha 199. At that time, Xu Xiang was cold and indifferent. If it weren't for the small details in life, they would think she was a dark and bad person. They didn't ask Xu Xiang about her past, but they could feel that she was deliberately closing her emotions. It was such a person who said willing when Lan Wu mentioned words such as humanity, future, and contribution that were easy to sacrifice themselves. Xu Xiang didn't know what other people thought. She only knew what she thought. This time it wasn't a ghost. She still remembered the day when Wang Yu's mother drove the mecha to rescue Wang Yu. If possible, she also wanted to drive Xuanqing to rescue all those in distress. So, of course she was willing. Thank you, Lan Wu said. Then I won't bother you 3. Someone will contact you to handle the formalities later. And you can come to the Alliance at any time after you graduate. I look forward to the day when I work with you. Lan Wu stretched out her hand. Xu Xiang shook hands with her. Lan Wu left, leaving time and space to this family. Sister, Bai Yanbo jumped on Xu Xiang's body. You are so awesome. Xu Xiang picked her up and put her back on the ground. Basic operation is not 6. This is not the first time she said this, but it is the first time she said it in a boastful tone. Feng Yuebai said, I have booked a restaurant. Let's go have dinner together. Xu Xiang, yes. You can call your teammates. The private room is very big. Just celebrate your first place in the Baihai Arena. Feng Yuebai said. The result of the Baihaixing competition has come out, and the Jinta team has scored 15,000 points, firmly ranking first in the division. Xu Xiang held up 3 fingers and emphasized 3 firsts. First in the T Arena, first in the Baihai Arena, and first in the overall ranking. Feng Yuebai was helpless. Okay. 3 first places. Contact your teammates quickly, Xu Xiang said. Okay. Paused, and asked, can't you call them if they are not teammates? Feng Yuebai was stunned for a moment, then chuckled after reacting. I didn't make it clear, he said. Call all your friends. Xu Xiang nodded. Okay. She tagged all members in the group, forwarded the location set by Feng Yuebai to the group, and then privately called Ren Zizai, asking him if he wanted to come. Ren Zizai was chatting with Yuan Heng. Yuan Heng originally wanted to go to Baihaixing to find Ren Zizai, but when he arrived, the game was over and everyone returned. Shi Xiyuan also ran away. Senior Yuan Heng? Ren Zizai scratched his head. Senior Shi Xiyuan is not here either. Why are you looking for me? Someone in Ren Zizai family had cooperated with Yuan Heng, so he knew him and had heard a little about Yuan Heng and Shi Xiyuan. Yuan Heng looked at him dimly. Ren Zizai, shut up. How is the Aoba Unit 01? Yuan Heng asked. Not bad. Any comments? Yuan Heng started to follow the process. None. You're not very good. Yuan Heng laughed at him. Shi Siyuan told me that Xu Xiang has a lot of experience with Xuanqing, and even made operational suggestions. You are her senior. Why don't you have anything to say? Now it was Ren Zizai's turn to look resentful. He has been staring at the rankings of the Blue Sea Arena every day, imagining that the names of the Starry Sky and the Golden Pagoda have changed positions every day. Yuan Heng, hey! Wake up! Ren Zizai, is senior sister Shi Siyuan researching biological agents to eradicate the Zerg? Then she can go to the Feast of Geniuses again next year? Senior. Are you going? Yuan Heng, This guy deserves a beating. Junior brother. Do you like Xu Xiang? Yuan Heng deserved a beating even more. I watched the whole live broadcast. Tut tut tut. I also asked teacher Ji Xia. You asked her for Xu Xiang basic information. Ren Zizai's eyes widened. Teacher Ji Xia is not righteous. Yuan Heng was proud. I got it right? Then I like her. Ren Zizai, I just understand her normally. What logic? You are talking nonsense. Stop. Don't be stubborn. Stubborn people will not have a good end. Yuan Heng said. When are you going to celebrate Xu Xiang first place in the sub-competition? Ask her to invite Shi Siyuan. And then you invite me. Ren Zizai, You are sick. Ren Zizai pouted. She may not necessarily ask me. Yuan Heng disdained. It's useless. Ren Zizai was about to retort when the laptop rang. Yuan Heng heard the ringing and was even more disgusted. You care so much? Ren Zizai didn't want to pay attention to him at the moment and looked at the message. SXY, location information. SXY, come to eat. SXY, people should be free, come. SXY, it's 6 o'clock tonight. Time is a bit tight. Can you make it? People should be free, I'm nearby. I can make it. SXY, okay. Ren Zizai stood up happily. Let's go. Senior. We're going to have a big meal. Yuan Heng followed. Is Shi Siyuan going? This time it was Ren Zizai's turn to be disgusted. Senior. What's wrong with you? It's just a meeting and a meal. Why are you in such a hurry? Yuan Heng, I help you update the Qingye configuration. Ren Zizai, then I ask for you reluctantly. Ren Zizai drove as fast as he could after sending the message. He was far away from the restaurant, and he had to increase the horsepower to the maximum to have a chance to arrive on time. Yuan Heng was not sure whether Shi Siyuan would go or not. So for safety reasons, he got into Ren Zizai's black car and was confused. Xu Xiang replied to the message halfway, saying that she had invited Shi Siyuan and Shi Siyuan was going. So Yuan Heng got off the car, bought a bottle of water, vomited and tidied his clothes before entering the restaurant. When everyone arrived, the robot handed over the menu for everyone to choose from. Xu Xiang introduced, my brother is Feng Yuebai, and my sister is Bei Yanbo. Besides her, only Ren Zizai knew them. So Xu Xiang was introduced to the others. Everyone took turns to introduce themselves briefly and greeted politely. Today we are gathered here. Bei Yanbo covered her left eye with her right hand, then opened her right hand to celebrate the Golden Tower team for winning the first place in the Blue Sea Arena. And my sister received an invitation to join the alliance. She clapped her hands. Applause! Juan was the first to cheer, and he applauded loudly. Auric was not convinced. Why didn't I receive it? He asked himself and answered. I understand. They must think I don't want to. So they simply didn't look for me. Yinli raised his drink. Congratulations to Xiang. Congratulations to us too. Yanosa followed. Cheers. Bang bang bang. The sound of glass cups colliding continued. They drank the drinks first. And when the food arrived, they ate and chatted. And the atmosphere was particularly good. Yuan Heng took the time to chat with Shi Siyuan, fearing that the busy Shi Siyuan would run away again after dinner. Juan asked Ulrich Mengchen to play rock paper scissors with Feng Yuebai. Whoever lost would drink a drink, and then the two of them would go to the bathroom. Only Feng Yuebai and Mengchen were the most stable. Bei Yanbo showed Yinli and Yanoki her paintings. She said proudly that she would have a place in the Hall of Painters in the future. Yinli and Yanoki smiled at each other when they saw the abstract painting. Xu Xiang was full and went to the balcony to get some fresh air. It was noisy inside, but very quiet outside. Xu Xiang stood in front of the railing with her hands in her pockets. Behind her were warm lights and a happy atmosphere. And when she looked up, She saw the starry sky. Seeing. Ren's eye followed and pulled the floor-length curtains. Congratulations. Not many people received invitations to join the Alliance during the Tier League. If they did, it would be enough to prove the strength of a student. Ren's eye received an invitation in the last Tier League. He is the commander. Xu Xiang is also the commander. Maybe they will have a chance to work together in the future. Thank you, Xu Xiang said. Why are you so polite? Ren's eye put his hands on the railing. Xu Xiang corrected. I'm being polite. Ren's eye, next game. I will definitely. Xu Xiang, we are still the first. Ren's eye, Okay. Okay. Now she won't let him even say harsh words. Ren's eye didn't know what to say. So he found a formal topic. The wormhole investigation team has discovered wormholes on more and more planets. After calculation, the longest wormhole is only 4 months old. It takes time for the Zerg to use wormholes. And it also takes time for the scale to grow from small to large. A wormhole of 4 months is still controllable, thanks to them accidentally hitting the wormhole on the blue sea star. Otherwise the Alliance would have discovered the wormhole later. When it comes to business, Xu Xiang is also very excited. She said her guess. I think the Zerg has more ways to move. But we don't know yet. Ren's eye, what do you mean? Xu Xiang inexplicably thought of the bottle of water in the big sound. But unfortunately, she had too few clues, and couldn't find the logic related to the bottle of water. Intuition. Xu Xiang couldn't explain it with theory for the time being. Oh! The topic was paused. Ren's eye scratched his head, and began to think about the next topic. Xu Xiang suddenly asked, where is the next arena? Do you have any inside information? Ren's eye said before that the second arena was on the Dia star. And it turned out to be true. So Xu Xiang believed his inside information quite a bit. Ren's eye was really good at this question. Kustar. Have you heard of it? I have heard of it. But it's so far away, Xu Xiang said. The 3 current venues, Montiel, Tia and Bihai, are all in the Pumli galaxy. But Kalinko is in the Zedeo galaxy. The distance between planets is far. Not to mention the distance between galaxies. Moreover, the Alliance headquarters is in the Pumli galaxy. So the environment here is relatively safe. But it is hard to say about the Zedeo galaxy. That is the galaxy with the most interstellar pirates and bounty hunters. And the residents there are mainly free. Or in other words, chaos. Each tier league will select 2 planets outside the Pumli galaxy. The first 3 games of this session are all in the Pumli galaxy. It seems that the next 2 venues are in other galaxies. There is a reason for the Alliance to do this. It is precisely because the galaxies are too far apart that the Alliance cannot reach them. And sometimes the management is not in place. So it will conduct inspections and key management in various ways. The Tier League is one of them. Needless to say, the popularity of the Tier League is very high, with more people paying attention. Interstellar pirates and bounty hunters will be more or less restrained. It's quite far. I estimate that we will leave in early March. The Alliance will give us time to adjust, Ren's eye said. He participated in the Tier League once and understood the arrangement better than Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang asked, how much do you know about Kalinkashing? Ren's eye was happy. That's worth talking about. Chapter 108 Settlement. This year is the 2853rd year of the star calendar. So far, humans have conquered 3 star systems and more than 30,000 planets. If you want to say what is different between Kalinko and the other 30,000 planets, you must not avoid its forbidden space. Like the V planet, which is covered with ice and snow all year round. Kalinko also has a living base. And the living base of Kalinko is more airtight than that of V. Once humans leave the living base, they must wear oxygen masks. Otherwise, they will either die of oxygen poisoning or carbon dioxide poisoning. The reason is that Kalinko is lush with trees, and the vegetation coverage rate can reach 90%. So that on this planet, the oxygen concentration during the day and the carbon dioxide concentration at night can reach 70%. Very extreme gas ratio. There is an open space in the core area of Kalinko, which is the only place on Kalinko without vegetation. Why is it a forbidden space? Because no one who enters that place returns. And even the body cannot be found. Nothing will disappear out of thin air. If you want to find it, there must be a way to find it. It's just that the locals find it troublesome. In addition, most of the missing people are interstellar pirates and bounty hunters. Over time, no one cares about the forbidden space. Anyway, don't get close to it. It's quite interesting, Xu Xiang said. Huh? Ren's eye looked at her sideways. Don't think about going to the forbidden space. It's dangerous. Don't worry. She didn't want to die. She just thought that Kalinko was very interesting. It was a planet with vegetation. Only the core area had no vegetation. And it happened to be a forbidden area. Anyone who went there would be equivalent to disappearing. It was such a mysterious place. No wonder interstellar pirates and bounty hunters rushed to die. Their group liked adventure and exploration. Xu Xiang said, what can Kalinko compete in? Everyone agreed not to use hot weapons in the forest. And there was no fighting. How could the competition be carried out? Ren's eye, I guess it's a racing competition. He was very proud when he said this. Xu Xiang had some impression and asked, did you break the record in the last race? Ren's eye raised his head, yes. Xu Xiang, then I will break it this time. Ren's eye, only I can break my record. Xu Xiang was afraid that the argument would turn into a quarrel between elementary school students. So she didn't argue with him and changed the subject. I met someone at base number 1. The matter of base number 1 was gradually settled. I heard that Sun Yan and others were arrested and interrogated. And there was no other news. As for Su Biqing, considering her age, the alliance was discussing whether to let her die naturally. However, before the result was discussed, Su Biqing killed herself. Su Biqing posted a video, and then walked out of the freezer where he had been for more than 200 years, and was killed by bacteria and other substances. Xu Xiang watched the video that lasted more than 20 minutes. In the video, Su Biqing spoke with a smile on his face, talking about his life, his ideals, and his evil deeds, but he didn't mention General Ian's name at all. When Xu Xiang saw the last second, she suddenly had an idea. Destroying the Zerg is not only General Ian's ideal, but also Su Biqing. Unfortunately, Su Biqing will not see that day. Xu Xiang may not see it either. But she believes that there will always be someone who can see it. Xu Xiang let go of base number 1. And the only thing she missed was Shanine. She promised Shanine that if Shanine came to Rokalo Star, she would treat Shanine to a meal. Renzi heard it and asked without thinking, male or female? Xu Xiang, female. Oh, Renzi said. What's wrong with her? Nothing. I think I get along well with her. Xu Xiang hesitated for a moment, and then said, when I first knew her identity, I was a little sad. Renzi reacted quickly. That person is also an experimental subject. Just like Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang didn't feel that she was an experimental subject, but she felt sad for the other person when treating the same kind. Ren's eye looked up at the sky, and the smile on her lips disappeared. Xu Xiang, I was very happy when I fought side by side with her. She had wanted to find someone to talk to for a long time. But unfortunately, there was no suitable opportunity. Alas, it is easy to feel sad at night. She just came out to relieve her boredom and get some fresh air. But Ren's eye followed her. She finally said something else to divert her thoughts. But in the end, she was back to square one. We agreed to meet again. But I don't know if she will come. But I am looking forward to it, Xu Xiang said. She wanted to see Shanine again. Not to talk about base number 1. Not to talk about Sun Yan and Su Biqing. And not to talk about experimental subjects. That's good, Ren's eye said. You will be friends from now on. Friends? Xu Xiang already has many friends. And the small private room is full of her relatives and friends. And Ren's eye. You are also my friend. Hearing this, Ren's eye face turned red. And then her whole body began to heat up. Oh! Don't be so blunt. Fortunately, it's nighttime now. Fortunately, it's just him and Xu Xiang here. No one noticed his appearance. Xu Xiang patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous. I know. Ren's eye roared in his heart. How can I not be nervous? I was also nervous when I made friends. It will be fine once everyone gets to know each other. Xu Xiang comforted him. Ren's eye, He felt a basin of cold water pouring down from above. You know what? You know? Xu Xiang glanced at Ren's eye, noticed his change in demeanor, and suddenly smiled. I really know. She was just not good at expressing, or not skilled in perceiving emotions. But that didn't mean she couldn't see or feel anything. He liked her. She really knew. Otherwise, why would he always get close to her? Why would he always care about her? Why would he do something to Su Biqing? Otherwise, why would he blush? Cut. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Let's see who can hold it in longer. Anyway, she also needs time to think about it. Rin's eyes scratched his head. Snap. With a sound. The curtain behind him was pulled open. Xuan popped his head out. Boss. Rin's eye. What are you doing? Bei Yanbo. Ah. Shouted. You are whispering. Yanochi also popped his head out and joked. You whisper without us. Ulrich leaned his head again. You are too much. Leave the unfinished food for us to eat. Come and eat. Otherwise Yenli will keep nagging me for wasting. Others also turned their heads to look. Come right away. Xu Xiang turned around and said to them. Hurry up. Ulrich sat back to play the game after urging them. And the other three followed. They were probably playing with friends. Xu Xiang put her hands in her pockets and turned to look at Rin's eye. Actually, I have another feeling. This feeling. So far. Perhaps only Rin's eye can understand her. No matter what base number 1 did. They did contribute to the elimination of the Zerd for humans. And I think I can do the same. This is also one of the reasons why Xu Xiang joined the alliance. In the past, fighting against the Zerg was to save life. And later fighting against the Zerg in base number 1 was to protect. Although Rin's eye didn't say it, Xu Xiang knew that he also went to the front line and fought with the Zerg king. Want to join together? Xu Xiang raised a hand. Work hard for this together. Rin's eye was stunned. Is this still the Xu Xiang he knows? After returning from base number 1, she seemed to have transformed. No. The transformation was not sudden. He recalled carefully that in fact, from the moment she came to Rokalo Star, from when she successfully formed a team with Yenli and others, from when she was happy to win the game, she has been changing. People are changing all the time. Small changes are the prelude, and big changes become inevitable. Just like quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Xu Xiang completed her qualitative change in growth. Rin's eye didn't want Xu Xiang to wait for a long time. He walked over and shook his fist with Xu Xiang. I want it. He wanted to be with her. After dinner, everyone said goodbye and separated. Xu Xiang has been very busy recently. She should be doing some secret work. So no matter how others ask, she will not reveal any information. Yuan Heng sent Xu Xiang to the Alliance headquarters. Bei Yanbo and Feng Yuebai returned to the hotel, and the rest returned to school. Before they separated, Bei Yanbo suddenly had an idea and asked Xu Xiang to help find a teacher. She said she also wanted to go to college. Feng Yuebai asked her to stop making trouble, and Bei Yanbo said she had to experience it. It's easy. Just post a post with the boss tag, and many teachers will definitely come to you. Xuan gave a thumbs up. Guaranteed? Bei Yanbo nodded seriously. Okay. You're really smart. Xuan wiped his nose and said proudly. Of course. Feng Yuebai had no choice but to ask Bei Yanbo to be more restrained. After that, the two groups left. Back in the dormitory, Xu Xiang washed up and stayed in the room to design the mecha. She had a preliminary idea, but she didn't know if it would succeed. Mei-chan introduced a lot of materials to her. Xu Xiang couldn't help but touch her wallet when she saw the price. Schrodinger's money. I thought I couldn't spend it all before, but now I feel it's not enough. Aurora College has subsidies for students in the mecha department. Xu Xiang really wants to find a big boss in the mecha department as soon as possible and then become a mecha department member. I don't know how GCA progress in finding a teacher is. GCA progress is 100%. I just need to confirm it with Xu Xiang. Since talking to Xu Xiang about the full-time commander, GCA has been busy with work or looking for a teacher. Everything went well. Just wait to contact Xu Xiang tomorrow morning to meet. GCA sent the meeting time and place to Xu Xiang. When Xu Xiang saw GCA message, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. When she thought of the experience of being called to sleep by GCA on the Interstellar spaceship, she silently withdrew the typed words. I reply tomorrow morning. In addition to GCA, she also received messages from 2 people. Bei Yanbo excitedly said that she had indeed found several teachers. Looking at their resumes, they were all super teachers in Aurora College. But they said they wanted to meet Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang asked Bei Yanbo to set a time and go when she was free. The other person was Shen-Yin. Shen-Yin was a victim of the number 1 base incident. The Alliance gave the Guardians excellent treatment, money, resources, and as long as they asked, the Alliance would basically agree. Shen-Yin's request was that the Alliance should not bother her. The Alliance gave her a sum of money, which she returned, And then, they really stopped bothering her. Shanine came to Rocalo Star, has agreed to meet Xu Xiang. Grey Keeper, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Grey Keeper, location information. Grey Keeper, I ate first. You pay me. Xu Xiang immediately got up, and went to where Shanine was. She wanted to see Shanine again. As a friend. To talk about what to eat for lunch tomorrow. Happy things or troubles. And their future plans. Chapter 109 Let It Go. When Xu Xiang arrived, the shop owner stood awkwardly beside Shanine, telling her about closing the shop and paying. Shanine used a toothpick to pick her teeth and pointed at Xu Xiang at the door. Look for her. Xu Xiang glanced at Shanine's table. The shop owner probably collected a round of plates. But the high-stacked plates still filled the table. Xu Xiang took out the laptop and walked over. I pay. The shop owner was shocked when he saw that it was Xu Xiang. Wait. You are the commander of the Golden Pagoda. Xu Xiang? Xu Xiang would be recognized when she went out. She was used to it. And nodded calmly, yeah. The shop owner was excited. Can you sign for me? I'm your fan. As he said, he went to the front desk to get a pen and paper, and handed them to Xu Xiang. Shanine looked at the shop owner with disdain. What's so exciting about it? She has worked with Xu Xiang before. And she has also saved Xu Xiang. Look how calm she is. Xu Xiang signed for the store owner and talked about the bill. Since she is your friend, let's give her 20% off. The store owner said. He wanted to waive the bill. But when he saw the plate on Shanine's table, his brain changed his mind. Okay. Xu Xiang went to pay the bill with the boss. After leaving the restaurant, Xu Xiang asked Shanine if she was full and if she wanted to eat something else. Shanine rolled her eyes. My stomach is not a bottomless pit. Xu Xiang felt that her stomach was almost like a bottomless pit. Where do you live? Xu Xiang asked. Under the overpass. Xu Xiang could imagine that she also lived under the overpass when she couldn't find a house before. Hey, you have a paralyzed face. Shanine saw Xu Xiang looking down at her laptop and said, I went to the police station to see a crazy woman. Xu Xiang was originally choosing a hotel for Shanine to stay in. And when she heard this, she raised her head. What did Shanine do when she saw Sun Yin? Shanine leaned against the railing. Her hair was blown by the passing car behind her. She looked up at the sky. Her eyes were also drifting. She said, I don't have to guard the tomb anymore. I'm really free. Xu Xiang was silent. She was not good at comforting people. And she couldn't say anything else except don't be sad. I am free. But I don't know what I'm going to do. What I can do. Shanine lowered her head and retracted her distant gaze. She seemed to be off track with the world outside base number 1. Xu Xiang, do you want to go to school? She has never experienced a stage where she didn't know what to do. Whether it was the initial loss of family and friends, or the repeated tossing to new places. She only had one thing in her eyes. Become stronger. This is the drive and the goal. She suggested Shanine to go to school seriously. Shanine is about the same age as her. And it is a good age to go to school. And the Alliance has preferential treatment for them. The Guardians. And Shanine may be able to come to Aurora to be her junior. No. Shanine said. I'm free. Why should I go into a cage? For her. There are too many rules in the school. Especially in the military school. And she doesn't want to be bound. A bird used to freedom will not take the initiative to enter a cage. Xu Xiang, it's okay. You think about it slowly. You can find me if you need anything. I'm quite rich if I don't buy mecha materials. She can receive rewards every month. And it's not difficult to support a friend with a lot of money. Shanine sneered. Why? Support me? You are not my mother. And I don't have a mother. Xu Xiang explained seriously. I may not be as old as you. Shanine didn't want to pay attention to her. After a while, Shanine said again, I plan to go to the Zainari Galaxy or the Akros Galaxy. They are far away from the Alliance and fewer rules. I can join the pirate group or be a bounty hunter. Xu Xiang was silent. The Interstellar is so big that it is difficult for people in one galaxy to meet, let alone 2 galaxies. She felt that the friend she just met was about to leave her. The only thing to be thankful for is that Shanine is alive. They will always have a chance to meet again. So you are here to say goodbye to me? Xu Xiang grasped the key point. What else? You are so slow in thinking. How can you stand out in the future on the field and on the battlefield? I tell you, I have cut the wormhole with you. Don't embarrass me. Xu Xiang interrupted her. Then will you forgive me? Shen turned to look at Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang looked at Shen from beginning to end. But Shen kept looking around and didn't look back. Now the eyes of the two finally met. Just like the paralyzed face and the Great Keeper met in the East Jia district of Base No. 1. Shen opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. I won't forget you, Xu Xiang said. Just as she would not forget her parents and brothers and sisters. And would not forget Qi Luohan. She was afraid of losing. And she didn't want to lose. But humans have been losing. All Xu Xiang could do was remember. Xu Xiang and Shen had known each other for a short time and had seldom spoken. But the titles of experimental subjects and great keepers bound them closely together. A shallow relationship but deep affection may be the best summary of their relationship. Shen adjusted his mood and scolded her. Psychopath. Hypocritical. Don't call yourself a face paralysis. Call yourself an emotional master. Xu Xiang smiled. She didn't think laughing was a very tiring thing now. We are friends. Don't forget me after you become famous. Shen said. Maybe one winter. I will suddenly appear. And steal your quilt while you are sleeping to make you catch a cold. Pirates and hunters are a group that can do anything. Xu Xiang, I wake up easily. Shen wanted to scold her. Don't take others' jokes seriously. Oh. I leave tomorrow morning. Shen said. I see you off. No need to see me off. Shen said. Don't worry about me. I will definitely become famous before you. And you will get 20% off meals in my name. Xu Xiang wanted to say that pirates and hunters would be banned from regular restaurants. But when she thought of Shen words don't take it seriously, she kept silent. Shen stood up. Let's go. I book a hotel for you. No. I sleep on the overpass. Then I accompany you. Hey. Shen found it funny. Smiled abstractly for a while. And then said, Are you a clingy person? This doesn't fit your personality. Xu Xiang doesn't have a personality. She just feels sad that her friend is leaving. And she wants to spend more time with him while they are still together. But since Shen is so unwilling to be accompanied by Xu Xiang, then she won't accompany him. Shen put her hands in her pockets and prepared to leave. I'm leaving. Bye. Xu Xiang watched her go. Bye. Shen didn't look back. And waved with her back to Xu Xiang. It snowed in Gulei district. This was the first snow Xu Xiang saw on the Luokaluo star. The past memories overlapped with the present. Qi Luohan left in the heavy snow and ice. And Shen left in the first snow and winter night. But it felt different. Xu Xiang looked at Shen back getting farther and farther away. And slowly raised her head. The snow fell on her face and turned into water stains. Xu Xiang closed her eyes. And the gradually blurred face in her memory was smiling at her. She would not forget the past. But she had learned to let go of the past. Xu Xiang's physical fitness is much better than before. But it's a pity that she still has a cold. And she rarely catches a cold in recent years. So when she catches a cold, it's a big one. When she woke up the next day, Xu Xiang was hot all over. When she took her temperature, it was 38.5 degrees Celsius. If the quilt was not still there, Xu Xiang would have suspected that Shen came to steal her quilt last night. Xu Xiang replied to Ji Xia's message, and then went back to sleep, planning to meet Ji Xia at a certain time. At 9:30 in the morning, Xu Xiang got up, packed up, and went to Ji Xia's office. Ji Xia saw that something was wrong with her at a glance. You have a fever? Xu Xiang said with sleepy eyes. ? You can tell from this? Ji Xia stood up. Go to the hospital first. Those teachers. Xu Xiang thought that the time had been set. And she couldn't let them come for nothing. Ji Xia, I contact them. Xu Xiang couldn't argue with Ji Xia about this. So she let Ji Xia go. In the school hospital, Xu Xiang was lying in a single ward receiving N4. The doctor said that these medicines were very effective. And Xu Xiang would be fine after the 4. Xu Xiang looked up and looked at the 6 bags of medicine. Or she should just take it naturally. Xu Xiang asked Ji Xia to introduce the teacher, seeing that she was really bored. Ji Xia agreed. Before that, Ji Xia said, I want to say thank you to you. Xu Xiang was puzzled. ? Why? Ji Xia, remember what I said in the first section of the mecha battle class. Because commanding also requires fighting. Xu Xiang nodded. At that time, a classmate named Diego questioned Ji Xia. He thought that Ji Xia did not need to have high requirements for commanding in terms of combat. So Ji Xia answered him with this sentence. Because commanding also requires fighting. I once had teammates. and I fought side by side with them to deal with the Zerg. Ji Xiao's emotions were very stable. The scar had long faded in her heart, but it would not disappear. The last battle was very fierce, and I had to move from the back row to the front row to assist them. Unfortunately, my ability is limited. I saw my teammates in the front row being swallowed by the Zerg with my own eyes, and I failed to save my teammates in the back row. She was the only one who survived. Xu Xiang looked at Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao's tone was light, but Xu Xiang could still hear sadness in it. How could she not be sad? That was her teammate she had worked with for many years. Some teammates were like this. Either live together or die together. Ji Xiao felt guilty for living alone, but she couldn't die because of her family. I hope everyone can improve their combat skills. So I became a teacher, Ji Xiao said. I know very well that my influence is not enough. I may not even be able to convince students in the command department, let alone students in other majors. Not to mention students from other majors. Even teachers from other majors can't understand her. Xu Xiang understands. She wants to protect others, but it's impossible to do everything. If everyone becomes stronger, the survival rate of mankind will be further improved. You defeated the mutant sea worm king, found and destroyed the wormhole, and most importantly, you survived, Ji Xiao said. I think this must be the greatest comfort to me. It's also an encouragement to her. She can continue on this path. Xiang, thank you. This time, it was the teacher's turn to thank the student. Xu Xiang reached out and patted Ji Xiao's shoulder, just like Ji Xiao once encouraged and comforted her. Ji Xiao was amused by the student's behavior, and she chuckled, making the heavy atmosphere light. Okay, let's get down to business. Ji Xiao took out the tablet and slid the page. I still teach you the command class. The teacher of the attack department is Nia Jones. You know her. She is also Yanli professional teacher. Then, it suddenly became noisy outside the door, and the knocking continued. Ji Xiao had to stop talking and go to open the door. When the door opened, a pile of faces appeared at the same time. Ji Xiao, ? What happened? Why did you come together? Ji Xiao was puzzled. Didn't I say Xiang was sick and the meeting time was postponed? What's the matter? I want to see my students. Nia pushed her glasses and responded seriously. Ji Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Come in. After everyone came in, Ji Xiao introduced them to Xu Xiang one by one. This is Zhang Xiaoge, the teacher of the sniper department. She has been in the Alliance Army for 2 years. The longest range is 3,000 meters. She has trained many outstanding students. The chief sniper of the Alliance this year is her student. This is Mao Chengfeng, the teacher of the auxiliary department. He participated in 2-tier leagues when he was a student. He was the auxiliary MVP in both sessions and assisted the Alliance Army in capturing Insect King samples many times. It is easy to be ridiculed if the full-time commander is told. Ji Xiao is worried that negative comments will increase Xu Xiang's pressure invisibly. So she mentioned this to as few people as possible, and locked the professional course teachers in Aurora College, unless there are more suitable ones in other schools. Aurora has many powerful teachers. Zhang Xiaoge and Mao Chengfeng may not be the strongest, but they are definitely the most suitable for Xu Xiang. Ji Xiao and Nia are both acquaintances of Xu Xiang. Ji Xiao briefly introduced their achievements for Xu Xiang to refer to. Ji Xiao said, two-way choice. The decision is in your hands. Xu Xiang decided whether to accept these teachers. Xiao Shu. Zhang Xiaoge began to persuade people earnestly. I have talked to your brother and asked him to come to our sniper department to experience for a few days. Let me tell you, my father is an expert in Zerg contamination. I told him about your brother's situation. He said that your brother's leg is not incurable. But you know, our sniper department is really short of people. And I am really short of students. Her logic is very confusing. But those who understand will understand. Bribe? Xu Xiang. Zhang Xiaoge is Ulrich's professional course teacher. Xu Xiang often hears Ulrich complain about her. What teacher Zhang is very strict. There are a lot of homework, and she likes to make things difficult for students. Xu Xiang feels okay. Zhang Xiaoge looks quite friendly. Zhang Xiaoge, don't worry. No matter what, I will let my father help your brother with the doctor. She is not here to threaten Xu Xiang. The doctor's treatment can only be regarded as a small gift, and it is also a piece of cake. Xu Xiang, I join. She joined the sniper department where Zhang Xiaoge was. When Mao Chengfeng heard Xu Xiang's agreement, he was unwilling to fall behind. Xiao Shu. I saw your sister looking for a teacher online, So I got to know her. In fact, your sister is not suitable for being an auxiliary. It's okay for me to take time to guide her. But I really want to bring out a direct disciple. You have good qualifications. And I don't know if you are willing. Of course. He said that Bai Yanbo was not suitable for being an auxiliary, not because the other party was not good, but because he felt that Bai Yanbo was more suitable to be a main attacker. He talked to Bai Yanbo, but it was a pity that Bai Yanbo didn't like to be a high-powered person, and just wanted to fish in troubled waters, and be an auxiliary for fun. Xu Xiang, I am willing. She was not very familiar with these teachers, but since it was Ji Xia's choice, she was willing to believe it. First run in, and then consider whether it is suitable. Then Naya stood up. Teacher, am I not your student? Xu Xiang talked to Naya, and Yanli was there at the time. You kid. Naya smiled. Really good at talking. Ji Xia, now that we have made the decision, let's go and let Xiang have a good rest. Let me emphasize again that the full-time commander needs to be kept confidential. Xiang's name will not appear in the academic system and list outside the command department. Her teaching requires you to take time out of your schedule. To put it bluntly, this is a gamble. Several teachers have spent their efforts to train a student to become a full-time commander. If they succeed, they will also be honored. If they fail, everything will be in vain. They are all willing to gamble. This seems to be the will of General Ian. Zhang Xiaoda, don't worry. We all understand. Mao Changfeng also expressed his attitude. I am tight-lipped. Sister Xia, don't worry. After this matter was finalized, several teachers exchanged contact information with Xu Xiang, and then left together. No one let anyone stay in the ward for a second longer. Xu Xiang was so proud. I don't know if the other schools will regret not looking for her when they see her results today. Teacher. Xu Xiang thought of something. Who is the teacher of the mecha department? Other majors have been determined. Only the teacher of the mecha department is missing. To be honest, Xu Xiang is excellent in other aspects, but mecha still has a long way to go. It's Shi Xiyuan, Ji Xia said. Shi Xiyuan is very busy, and it's Ji Xia who can ask her. Don't think it's my credit. Ji Xia explained. She agreed after hearing your name. Ji Xia stood up and prepared to leave. Have a good rest. And study will be discussed after you recover. Xu Xiang nodded. Okay. Chapter 110 Birthday. The doctor was right. After the 6 bags of medicine were infused, Xu Xiang recovered. Lunch was brought by Yanli and Yanosu. Others came to see Xu Xiang when they had no classes, and brought a lot of food. Xu Xiang, no. She would only stay for a few hours. What did they want to do? Test her arm strength. Test whether she was cured? Fortunately, Renzizai finished class late. When he went to the ward, Xu Xiang just finished the infusion. Renzizai sent Xu Xiang back to the dormitory and helped her move her things over. Xu Xiang lived a leisurely life for a while. She studied and studied every day. She didn't have to think about anything. Just study. Ji Xia discussed with the school leaders and exempted Xu Xiang from all miscellaneous classes and only took professional courses. In this way, Xu Xiang would have more time to learn what she wanted to learn. Xu Xiang felt that Zhang Xiaoda and Mao Changfeng were both very good teachers. They were highly professional and humorous. The course content did give Xu Xiang a lot of inspiration. Zhang Xiaoda kept his promise and asked his father to treat Feng Yuebai. And Feng Yuebai moved directly into their home. Bai Yanbo was very casual. If he wanted to go to class, he would go to Mao Changfeng. If he didn't want to go to class, he would stay at the hotel and watch anime. He was happy and comfortable. In late February, the Alliance announced the 4th venue of the Tier League, Colin Cushing. Renzizai gossip was indeed accurate. When the Alliance issued the notice, the 6 people of the Jinta team were in the living room. The moment they saw the news, Ulrich and Juan screamed, "It's so far!" Ulrich was annoyed. Going to another galaxy requires a jump, which is the most annoying thing. Jump is the process of jumping from A to B in a very short time, which is somewhat similar to wormholes, except that the former has been widely used thousands of years ago, and has been used for interstellar exploration for nearly 1,000 years, while the latter has only recently been confirmed to exist. Jumping takes a short time and requires huge energy. It is difficult for the human body to remain stable under such circumstances. People with poor physical fitness can easily faint or go into shock on the spot. Ulrich often travels in space, and he is very familiar with the process. He has never fainted or had a shock, but he always vomits. So interesting. Jewett has not been to other star systems. He can't make that much money at the moment. So this time, he will take it as a public trip. What do you think we can compete in this time? Yano suggests. Kalinko is full of trees. So battle-type competitions are ruled out. Is it like Montiel or Bihai, where we have to find things? Yinli, racing is also possible. Ulrich, hey. I'm complaining. Don't change the subject. They are used to Ulrich. Just ignore him. The more you pay attention to him, the more excited he is. Yinli, we will not leave until March 6th this time. And we can stay for more than a week. Yanosu, I haven't been to other star systems. So I'm looking forward to it. Jewett excitedly, me too. Me too. It must be fun. Ulrich, These people are also annoying. The specific rules of the competition will not be announced until March 20th. Everyone is not in a hurry. They will collect information as usual and then summarize it for Xu Xiang. After the meeting, the 6 people went back to their rooms or went to class. Xu Xiang stopped Mengqian and asked him to go to the study to wait for her. Xu Xiang went back to her room to get something. She said she would give something to Mengqian on Tia Star. But unfortunately, she went directly to Bihai Star. After returning to Rokala Star, they were busy with their own things. Now they have time to talk. What? Mengqian was puzzled when Xu Xiang handed over a box. The box was square and made of wood. It looked very old. It must be 2 or 3 years old. Mengqian took it and opened it while Xu Xiang said, Wolf King Tooth. The trophy I got from my first hunting. At that time, Xu Xiang had just arrived at Alpha 199 Star. When she was free, she missed her family and Qi Luohan. So she went to the mountains to hunt wolves in the middle of the night. Hunting? Mengqian frowned. Have you ever been a hunter? Forget it, Xu Xiang said. I gave it to you. Mengqian habitually said, What's the use of this? After saying that, he regretted it. Sorry. Why do you think about these things when someone gives him something? Useless. Even meaningless. Xu Xiang didn't care. It's not even ornamental. After all, I haven't handled it. And there are wolf saliva and blood on it. Mengqian took back the hand that was about to take the Wolf King's tooth. What did she want to do? Purple crystal was. Wolf King's tooth was also. Everything was thrown to him. Xu Xiang. But the process of how I got it was very useful and meaningful. At that time, I fought with the Wolf King with the heart that I was going to die. And I found that I was hiding all the time. And then I realized that I was afraid of death. So I killed the Wolf King, took its teeth, and sold its flesh. Mengqian, so bloody. It's quite interesting. Anyway, from the moment I found that I didn't want to die, my life seemed to have a purpose again, Xu Xiang said. Mengqian was silent. He hadn't found his sustenance yet. Xu Xiang, don't slack off in the next game, or I pull out your teeth. Mengqian, when did she tell a black joke? Let's go! Xu Xiang turned around. Wait a minute. Mengqian ran to the cabinet to look through the design drawings. I have an idea to upgrade our mechas, which should be useful on Kalinko Star. This was the result of his discussion with others at base number 1. It is harmless to the human body, and its source has nothing to do with human experiments. Then I leave it to you, Xu Xiang said. Mecha Master. Mengqian held up the design drawings and was speechless for a moment. Xu Xiang went out, leaving Mengqian alone in the study. In fact, since he talked to Shi Xiyun, he has been playing seriously. They won the game, and he was very happy. But if he thought about it carefully, he would be happy even if he didn't win. After all, his teammates were all very good people, and he didn't have any negative emotions when he teamed up with them. When Xu Xiang first asked him for mecha information, he fantasized. Okay, I let you be the mecha master, and I can do nothing. In the end, he had a lot of things to do. At first, he really felt annoyed. He didn't know when he started to say that he was annoyed, but he started to plan what to do in his heart. Mengqian didn't care about the team's win or loss before, but now he cares. He wants to win, and wants to win with his teammates. Mengqian returned to the room, cleaned the Wolf King tooth, then used tools to drill a hole in the Wolf King tooth, put on a leather rope, made a simple necklace, and finally put it on. He stood in front of the mirror and looked. The golden little curly hair grew white and tender, and matched with the Wolf King tooth. He looked like a wolf cub. Mengqian stuffed the wolf tooth necklace into his clothes. Happy. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Xu Xiang was awakened by a group message. Juan and Arik kept tagging her in the group, but they didn't say what they were going to do. Later, Mei-chan and Yanoso also joined the battle, and the light brain vibrated and the ringing never stopped. Xu Xiang forgot to turn on the mute last night, and it was too late to turn it off now. She woke up. SXY, ? Montier's first deputy attacker, boss. Go buy us some toys. Otherwise it will be boring when we ride the interstellar spaceship. SXY, You are sick. Asking her to do such a boring thing so early in the morning. Xu Xiang clicked on the emoji pack crazily. SXY, knife. SXY, knife. SXY, knife. Yuan Yi, please go. Xiang. We all have classes now. The soul of Mesberg, Xu Xiang. You have changed. You wouldn't talk to us like this before. I punish you to buy some motion sickness medicine. Especially for warping. Otherwise I will vomit all over you. Xu Xiang was speechless. She got up and washed up. When she left the living room, she didn't see anyone. They probably went to class. Xu Xiang went out and bought what everyone needed as required. When she was about to return, Bei Yanbo called her to go shopping. While walking around, Bei Yanbo couldn't walk anymore. So she found a random store and asked Xu Xiang to play games with her. Xu Xiang thought that she was going to Kalangkashing soon, so she didn't refuse Bei Yanbo. The game lasted until 5:30 in the evening. It gets dark early in Gulay district in winter. At this time, night has fallen and snow has been falling for a while. Bei Yanbo finally finished the game and asked to return. Xu Xiang sent Bei Yanbo back to the hotel, and then took a taxi back to school. She carried toys and medicines, and scanned her face at the door to open it. The door opened, and there was no light in the dormitory. Everyone should not have returned yet. Xu Xiang walked in. Bang! The room suddenly lit up, and the ribbons sprayed Xu Xiang all over. Xu Xiang stood still, wrapped in ribbons. She was a little confused, and looked at Yanli in the middle. What's wrong? Haven't we already celebrated the first place in the points competition? Why celebrate again? Yanli smiled and said, Happy birthday. Xiang. Birthday? Xu Xiang was stunned for a moment. Oh, birthday. She remembered that Qi Luohan said that February 28th was her birthday. And Qi Luohan also said that this was a good day. Unlike February 29th, which had to be celebrated every 4 years. However, she hasn't celebrated her birthday for 3 years. Feng Yuebai and Bei Yanbo wanted to celebrate her birthday, but Xu Xiang refused every time. This time, no one asked her if she wanted to celebrate her birthday, but took action directly. But who told them that it was her birthday today? Feng Yuebai or Bei Yanbo? Come and make a wish. Xiang? A voice sounded. Xu Xiang was puzzled. Isn't this Renzai's voice? Why is he here? Yanli and Yanoki made way, revealing the table behind them. There were a lot of delicious food on the table, and in the middle was a double-layer cake. Xu Xiang saw the person next to the cake, and it was really Renzai. Boss, is today really your birthday? Juan scratched his head. Senior Ren said so. He said he asked teacher Ji Xia to look at your basic information. Xu Xiang, yeah. Today is her birthday. Juan, great. Happy birthday. Boss. Others also wished Xu Xiang a happy birthday. Xu Xiang looked at the cake, without moving or showing any expression. Ah. Happy. Her friends knew her birthday, and prepared a surprise for her. Xu Xiang began to think about how to express her happiness. Should she laugh? Will she scare them? Should she say, thank you? Will she seem too cold? Should she make a wish? Will it be too embarrassing? So many people are looking at her. Boss, please give me some reaction. Don't scare me. Juan saw Xu Xiang's expressionless face and trembling. I didn't mean to ask you to run errands. It's all Ulrich's bad idea. Ulrich, you said it first. Juan, you were the first to agree. The two were about to argue, but were interrupted by Xu Xiang. I have a reaction. Xu Xiang said. I'm very happy. Thank you. Renzai picked up the lighter on the table and lit 19 candles. Xiang, come and make a wish. Xu Xiang walked over, closed her eyes like the characters in the anime, put her hands together, and then made a wish. Renzai put a birthday hat on her while she closed her eyes. Huh? Xu Xiang blew out the candles in one breath. She made her wish. Xiang, You are so fast, Yanosu said. Your wish looks so simple. Xu Xiang smiled. Not simple. Shuan, boss. You laugh a lot now. I am really your happy pill. Auric, what's your business? Renzizai asked Xu Xiang to cut the cake. And then everyone took out birthday gifts for Xu Xiang. Beautiful. Fun. Useful. Everything. It was the first time Xu Xiang received so many gifts. Or rather, it was a token of affection. During the meal, Bei Yanba and Feng Yuebai also came. Renzizai found an opportunity to sit next to Xu Xiang and curiously asked her what wish she made. Before Xu Xiang answered, he said, forget it. I won't ask. It won't work if she said it. Xu Xiang firmly believed that it would work whether she said it or not. She looked around. They were all happy. What wish did she make? Of course, she wanted to be together. She meant that she wanted to be with her family and friends forever. Xu Xiang is 19 years old. 19-year-old Xu Xiang is about to start a new game. On March 2nd, Aurora College issued a notice to set off for Kalinko Star in 3 days. After screening, 100 teams successfully advanced this time, and will go to Kalinko Star for the 4th game of the Tier League. Many people speculated that the Jinta team would be defeated on Kalinko Star, because according to gossip, the other 3 schools are preparing to join forces to knock Jinta out. This is normal when the competition reaches the last 1 or 2 games, not to mention the cooperation and competition between different schools. Teams from the same school will also compete, so no one thinks it is bad. For example, in one session, a team ranked first in the first 4 games, but 2 people were eliminated in the 5th game, and the ranking dropped to 9th. I don't know what Jinta will do. Everyone waits and sees. 3 days later, Jinta and other teams from the college boarded the Interstellar spaceship and headed for Kalinko. Jinta also said that he would wait and see.